Today's video is a recap of Am I the Jerk videos you might have missed. You can throw this video on in the background next time you play games, go to sleep, or just want to chill out. You can also leave timestamps down below in the comments so that way people can use it if they've already heard a story and want to skip past that one. Remember, you can always submit your own stories to be featured here on the channel via the link down below in the description. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, hit the bell to turn on notifications, and follow Am I the Jerk on Instagram. With all that said, let's jump straight into it. A Karen comes into the restaurant that my parents own and claims that she is the owner's wife. I'm an 18-year-old male. My parents own a little restaurant where we sell snacks, cakes, candies, and various fast foods. It was named after my grandparents, so let's just call it Joe's. Whenever I get free time, I usually hang out there with my friends to have something, and I do pay, which also encourages my friends to pay up too, which I earn by working at Joe's, especially on the weekends, as it becomes a bit busy then, like serving people or taking orders from them. And yes, we do have employees. My dad allows me to keep the tip money which customers give after eating, and anyways, my dad also pays me for the hours I work. Very few of the regular customers know that I am the son of the owner, and my parents, the owners, also work there themselves, but people often tend to think of them as employees. One day, on a weekend, a woman, I don't know, she might be in her 30s or 40s, entered with her bratty kid, who I suppose was around 13 years old or so. Now, as it was a weekend, it was a bit busy. She was told to sit on one of the waiting chairs. Around 20 minutes or so later, a table was ready for her. She sat there, and I went to ask her for her orders. Now, I don't exactly remember what she ordered, but it might have been a sandwich or something, and I went to the kitchen to give her the order. Now, I was just standing near the register to look for someone if they needed anything, and her bratty kid was running around screaming, running into people, stepping on people's feet, and even touching their food. The mother, as usual, didn't seem to care and was now on her phone. Now, I was very annoyed by this, and I held the kid by his hand while he was running. I told him not to run around in a pretty harsh voice, and the kid started crying and ran back to his mother. His mother was fuming because of this and came to me stomping, and this is how the conversation went down. The entitled mother said, "How dare you touch my child?" Me, he was running around and was annoying other people. Didn't you see? He was touching their food. Entitled mother, "Well, he's a child. He can do whatever he wants to do." Me, "Well, yeah, but not in my supervision." Entitled mother, "Do you even know who I am?" Me thinking, here we go again. I knew what was going to happen, so I thought of playing along. Me, "No, ma'am, I don't." Entitled mother, "Well, then you should know I am the wife of the owner, and you have made a huge mistake, and I will make sure your face will never be seen here again because you're getting fired." Me thinking in my mind, I thought she would go for a sister or a friend, but she went for a wife, and now we're gonna have some fun. "Ma'am, I don't think you even know his..." She cuts me off. Entitled mother says, "His name is..." Insert my dad's name here. I was kind of shocked that she knows my dad's name. Very few people knew that anyway. Me, "Ma'am, I'm very sorry I acted rude towards your son, but please, don't get me fired. It's the only job that I have." Entitled mother, "Well, you should have thought about that before you touched my son." Me, "But ma'am, he was annoyed." She cut me off again. "Shut up!" She went to the register and asked for the manager. My dad came out and talked to her about what happened. "Your employee has been harassing my son. I want him fired now." My dad looked at me and said, I'm sorry for the inconvenience, but I can't just fire him without any reason." The entitled mother said, "Do you even know who you're talking to? I'm the wife of the owner of Joe's, and I can't stand the employee here." My dad got the biggest grin on his face. "Why are you laughing? I'm serious." Dad says, "I'm telling you, again, I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused. Would you like to have a refund?" The entitled mother went into total rage mode and said, "You know what? I'm calling my husband and complaining about you and your employee. I will get both of you fired." Now, the way that she got my dad's phone number is because we had it on a board outside as we gave home delivery so that people would order on call and you would get it dropped off. So she called that phone number and my dad's phone rang. Karen, the entitled entitled mother was shocked. He picked up the phone and said, "Hello, this is the owner of Joe's. How can I help you?" Karen's face went red to complete white, like if blood was drained from her. He then said, "Yes, I am the owner and the manager of Joe's, and you are in no way my wife, and the employee you want to be fired is my son." She looked at me and I just could not hold back my laughter anymore. And just then, her order was ready. But until then, she was already embarrassed enough, with the whole time her kid crying in the background. She dragged her kid crying by the arm, didn't even take the order, and we still have a great laugh about it to this day. Man, I can't believe how long the OP let this go on before actually saying anything. And in fact, he didn't really say anything at all. The only reason that the entitled mom in this case ended up finding out that he was the owner's son and she was not the owner's wife was because she called the number outside and talked to the owner directly. It is pretty surprising that she went straight for the wife role instead of all the other roles that the OP thought she might have gone for, a sister or a friend or something. She just straight up said that she's the owner's wife. The most funny comment said, "I wouldn't have been able to resist shouting something to the effect of, 'Mom, you finally came home,' and then tried hugging her while faking tears of joy." And somebody followed this up by saying, "That would be epic and hilarious," and also say, "And I have a little brother. Is he a half brother or were you pregnant by dad when you left?" The bigger a scene is made, the better. That's when people start pulling out their phones and recording the whole thing. If you had to rate this entitlement level 1 out of 10, let me know what you would rate this down below in the comments. A Karen yells at me in a Walmart over apple juice. A few days ago, my mom had to go to Walmart to pick up a prescription and grab a few groceries. She hates Walmart, so we always try to hurry. While she waited in line for the prescription, my brother and I went to go look for the few groceries that we need. We reach the grocery part of the store and start shopping. When we finally go down to the drinks, we see that there are 2 gallons of apple juice left. I go to grab them when a woman comes up. She sees me take them, but I turn around and ask her if she was also coming to get apple juice. She says yes, so I offer her one of them and we can take the other. I don't know how or why she escalated this so fast, but she tells me to give her both of them because she wants them. I tell her again that I'll give her one of them and we will take the other. She is not happy with this and starts demanding that I give her both again. I tell her flat out no. My brother isn't saying anything because he's not good with confrontation and just wanted to get apple juice. I say, "Ma'am, do you want this one or not?" Karen says,
"Just give me both. How hard is that to understand? I want them both."
"So no then."
"Yes, just give me them."
As she starts to progress into a scene, my brother starts looking anxious, but he chimes in and says, "Look, we're just trying to be nice." Karen says,
"I don't care. Just give them to me. You're wasting my time."
I eventually get tired of this and out of spite, put both of them in our cart. I turn around and motion for my brother to follow. She starts yelling, but we just head to the front. It was seriously the stupidest thing ever. So the OP and the brother got there first. Could have easily just taken both of them without saying anything. They offer to give one of them to this lady, and the lady just straight up starts yelling at them. So she wanted 100% of the apple juice, and she ended up getting 100% of nothing. I'm surprised actually that the Karen didn't end up running after the OP and the brother to try and do something further, but it sounds like they were able to just walk away without having any issues beyond that. Let me know what you would rate the entitlement level in this one 1 out of 10 down below. An entitled parent demands college refund money for Disney World. So all this first information is important to understand the rest of the story. I work at a financial aid office for a local private university, and I've only been here for a little over 2 months. It's a stressful job because I'm forced to learn things about the financial aid process I never thought I would need to know, such as how FAFSA forms are processed. The FAFSA is a critical form that students fill out to see how much money you qualify for to pay for your college. A lot of the time, this means the students who have loans, grants, scholarships may get a refund check. These checks can vary depending on a variety of things like how much you qualify for and how much a school takes for tuition, classes, room, board, and other expenses. Sometimes students will get thousands of dollars in in refund money. For anyone who plans to get a refund, be sure to never discuss how you're going to use it outside of class requirements because it's a policy to refuse to disperse funds if knowingly used for things outside of school use. Again, this is all important to understand the story. So now, on to the story. So my job as a financial aid assistant is to be a basic office aide, but with the knowledge of a financial aid counselor. Yesterday, a young woman with her entitled dad come into the office. Before I could greet them, the man says,
"Where is the person that's holding my kid's money hostage?"
I was terrified because this man was larger than me and angry. I wanted to cry by the mere loudness of his voice. I managed to say, "Sir, I can see if anyone's available to talk." And he began barking at me about how this is a terrible university and how dare they keep his daughter's money like this. It's a small office, and with my supervisor, who is the director of financial aid, the DFA, and the assistant director, the AD, and a student aide, we're all females. I turn to the open doorway and I see the assistant director looking unimpressed. "I can talk to you and your daughter about her money. Side note, if you're looking for a refund, call the billing department first, not the financial aid office, as we don't really control how it's dispersed." The entitled dad and the girl went into the office, but the door was kept open, so I heard everything that was said. If I wasn't allowed to record things due to privacy reasons, I would have recorded this exchange. The assistant director said, "So, how can I help you? What's going on?" Entitled dad:
"My daughter's refund was supposed to be released by the end of the week. It's Wednesday and it's not in her account."
"Sir, please calm down."
"No, she needs her money because we need it for our trip."
Daughter:
"Dad, I'm not going on a trip."
Entitled dad:
"Yes, you are. Remember, we're going to Disney World."
Assistant director smirks knowingly. "So, you're using your refund to pay for a trip outside of school needs." Daughter:
"No, I'm not."
Dad:
"Yes, she is. She promised to pay the deposit with that money and we need it now."
Assistant director: "Sir, I must inform you that I cannot allow these funds to be released as you have just told me that your daughter will be using them outside of school use. This is not allowed."
"What? It's her money and she can do whatever she wants with that money."
Assistant director: "You can only use this money for school-related purchases. This is considered an improper use of funds, which is considered fraud." The OP clarifies here, you can use your refund money however you want, but you should never tell the financial aid office your vacation plans and be a total jerk about it. Most people in financial aid don't care how you spend your refund in general. So, I was still at my desk trying to look like I wasn't hearing this, but this man had a meltdown. I swear I learned more swear words from this guy than in my entire 27 years of life. The girl was also upset, but as she wouldn't be getting her money, I kept my head down as they left the office. I soon got up and checked on my assistant director. "Hey, are you okay?" She nodded, but she clearly needed a few minutes to herself. I don't blame her. That guy was very intimidating, and I don't think it'll be the last we hear of him anytime soon. Man, it sounds like they might have actually been able to help them if they didn't just clearly say that they were going to use all this money on Disneyland. And it's also kind of weird. I mean, they're going to take the daughter's money to pay for the trip for everyone else. I kind of got the vibe that they just made that decision for her. But either way, regardless of who made the decision, the fact that the dad is just straight up telling the office that they need the money for Disneyland is such a bad idea. Even if it wasn't against the policy, why would you even say that? What does it matter what the money is for? In this case, it seems like it gave the financial aid assistant director an easy out to not have to deal with this situation at all. They seem to think that the dad is going to keep coming back, but there's a chance he might be afraid of anything that has to do with fraud, because the assistant director did say that this would be considered fraud, and that's a pretty big deal in any case. So let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and rate this one 1 out of 10 down below. Entitled woman's kids steal our stuff and refuse to give it back. So there was an Ethiopian woman with 3 kids, and we lived in a collection of units, not apartments, but sort of separate houses, but joined too. This woman's kids would always somehow get into our house, either one way or another. One day, I even remember my mom leaving the garage door open by a sliver, and those kids wriggled their way through the garage door, then entered our house and went straight to my bedroom. Then they steal stuff. Like one day, they stole my dad's 20 Aussie buck sunnies. Then they stole a 30 buck watch I owned, and a $50 pair of my mom's best shoes, and a lot more. They also raided our neighbor's garden and stole multiple plants, which also cost money. And they throw mud onto their house. But that's not the worst part. I mean, they don't know any better, so we let the kids ago, but we confronted the mother, who's a single mom, and her reply was, "Oh, we'll give them back." And us, being naive, we accepted and went back to our house. A few weeks later, we go ask again, but yet again, they give the same response. To this day, I dread what we did, but we brushed it off. And it's not like the Aussie police would do anything, considering the value of the stuff they stole, and they were renters too. I didn't know what to do after this point, and I would have reported them to the landlord and get them a warning, but my second thought said that would be too cruel. And just before we went to ask again, sternly this time, they left with the stuff they stole. A message to the kid's mother: if you're reading this, you should have parented your kids. You're lucky I didn't report you. Whenever I hear about stories like this, the first thing I could think is maybe that family was just really in need. And maybe they didn't need these specific items, but they were selling them or doing something to get by. The hard part becomes when you have both families in need. I mean, it sounds like neither one of these families was exactly a rich family, and both of them are just doing what they have to in order to get by. But obviously that doesn't mean that it's okay to just let people steal things from you. It seems like the OP's biggest regret was that they were too naive and believed when this other family told them that they would give their stuff back. I mean, that is weird. I mean, they shouldn't have the stuff for any period of time. I mean, what was the reason behind it? That they were going to use it and then give it back to them? The kids broke into the house, stole what they stole, they were going to use it, and then the OP said, okay, sure, just give it to me later. Let me know what you would do if this was your house and you had these things taken and then the family took off, moving somewhere else. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel with notifications turned on, follow on Instagram, and check out the podcast if you're into that kind of thing, linked down below. Thanks a lot for listening, and we'll see you next time. Am I the jerk for banning my mom from my house after she stole my wedding dress? My mom has a tendency to be very reactive. She is also extremely superstitious and sentimental. I am not. I am currently planning a wedding and we are both broke students, so our budget for the wedding is very low. My mother-in-law asked if I wanted her wedding dress. She got married in 2019 and it lasted 9 months. I'd refer to the wedding as some type of internal crisis where she believed she had to be married by 40 and was trying to make another man jealous. She cried the morning of the wedding and kissed her boss on the lips right in front of the groom. She is now very bitterly divorced, but living happily with her boss. My mother-in-law offered me this dress, and it's a beautiful dress. We are the same size, and it is from a bridal boutique I can never afford. I'm happy and not at all worried about her failed marriage. My mom told me she thought it was a horrible idea and that the dress would bring bad energy. I said I'm not into that stuff and I'm going to wear it. She called me spoiled and materialistic and cited that my mother-in-law doesn't even like me. My mother-in-law doesn't really like anyone but her boss, but I'd say she likes me well enough, and that my mother-in-law disapproves of the wedding. She thinks we are too young, but she isn't that invested. I told my mom that I get where she's coming from, but I'm wearing the dress. Well, my mom came over recently and she stole the dress. I called her and confronted her, and she said that she is disappointed that I am a shallow woman and want to wear a dress from an adulteress with a failed marriage. I told her she had 2 hours to return it or I was calling the cops. She did return it intact, but I said she is banned from my house forever. My mom did apologize and she cried. She feels like since the dress is okay, I'm being too harsh. She cited that if I have kids, it wouldn't be fair to keep her banned, and said I should understand this is hard for her. And when your kids grow up, there are always growing pains. So, am I the jerk from banning my mom from my house after she stole my wedding dress? The OP is an adult, and it doesn't sound like the mom is paying for the dress or paying for this or paying for that, but yet she's used to kind of just running wild and doing whatever she wants. And in this case, she thought that she could just steal the dress without any reaction from her daughter. I wonder if she just thought she would steal the dress and the daughter would be like, okay, no big deal, and then just be fine with it. It also seems like her pointing out all of these aspects about the mother-in-law are really just a way to weaponize these scenarios into getting what she wants, which is for her to either not have the wedding for her daughter or to have it exactly in the way that she wants to have it, with the good energy and spirituality and all that stuff. I mean, the mom could just buy her a dress, but it sounds like that's not an option. So what's the problem with wearing a secondhand dress if you the OP doesn't mind the whole history of that dress. Even though it's not stated anywhere here, I kind of get the sense that the OP's mom maybe doesn't want her to get married to this guy for some reason that we don't know beyond the context of this, because she even points out that the mother-in-law disapproves of the wedding because she thinks we're too young and that she isn't that invested, as the OP wrote it in the post. So maybe the mom does feel the same way and she's kind of just trying to mirror project that onto the mother-in-law so that she doesn't have to be the one that says that. But let me know what you would do in this situation, and do you think the OP is a jerk or not for banning her mother for stealing the dress? Am I the jerk for walking out on my date? I went on a date with a guy last week. He's someone I've been talking to for about 6 months online. We met in a Star Wars fan group on Discord. The only meat that I eat is fish, so I checked out the restaurant beforehand and saw a salmon dish I would like. I have told this guy this, and I have no problem paying for myself. I was excited to meet him and talk about Star Wars and the new Boba Fett series. He seemed off when I met him there and was kind of rude. He ordered my meal for me, the black bean and lentil burger. Don't get me wrong, I love a good Impossible burger, but lentils make me ugh. I told him I wanted the salmon, and he said I could get the salmon next date. I can have the burgers now. At this red flag, I was like, nope. I went to the restroom, told my server I was leaving, and gave her a $10 cash tip. She said she canceled the meal and let me out the back door. About 20 minutes later, I got an angry text from him calling me a floozy and a coward. It got around my Star Wars group what I did, and most people feel like I should have handled it differently. I was feeling very uncomfortable. I'm probably going to leave this group for this reason. Most of them agreed with the man that I went on the date with. Some agreed with me, but now I can't even enjoy my group without feeling blamed. So am I the jerk for walking out on my date? This is kind of one of those don't eat where you work or whatever the expression is. But in this case, it's don't eat where you have a group that you really care about, because this is what might end up happening. If she was really worried about a lot of the backlash, maybe it could have been lessened if she just let him know straight up instead of what sounds like kind of snuck away. Because I think the sneaking off probably had a lot more of a reaction in his retelling of the story than it would have if she just would have said, hey, I'm not feeling this, I just want to go. But with that said, this guy does not sound like a good guy. That is really weird. She already told him in advance that she wanted the salmon and that she didn't mind paying for herself, but he force ordered her into burgers and lentils. I mean, that is weird. Regardless if this was a date or not, it's weird to try and force somebody to eat what they don't want to eat. So I totally get her wanting to leave this date altogether. This guy just sounds extremely controlling, and if this is the very first date, you can only imagine where this is going to go from here. But let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. Am I the jerk for backing out of my dad's wedding because of a joke that he made? Growing up, it was pretty clear that my parents weren't happy. They have nothing in common, and my dad always seemed miserable when he was home. He lived and breathed his job. He was a neurosurgeon. He was an okay dad, a pretty bad husband, and when I was a senior in high school, he left my mom for his affair partner, Abby, who was also a surgeon at the hospital. My mom was humiliated, and it took her a long time to heal emotionally. My brother and I didn't talk to my dad for about a year and slowly have resumed contact. He proposed to Abby 9 months ago, and while I saw it coming, it still felt like a blow. And I was upfront about how I didn't know if I wanted to go to the wedding or not. He's been with Abby for almost 3 years, and he acts like a totally different person. He's like a giddy teen, which is really weird to watch. Objectively, I get that she is much better for him than my mom. He had nothing in common with my mom, and he needed someone who was more driven and passionate, as he put it. Also, my mom hated all of his hobbies: camping, hiking, going to the beach, because she didn't want to get dirty, and they just weren't compatible. Abby is a bit more of a tomboy, and they do everything together. He's really happy, and I guess I'm happy for him. I recently visited them and agreed to go to the wedding. My dad and I had a private talk, and I said I will never fully forgive him for cheating, but I can see that he is really happy now. He said he wishes the best for my mom. He didn't understand how important compatibility was when he was younger, and then he laughed and said if they didn't want him to cheat, he wouldn't have a bed at work. This pissed me off, because from other jokes I've heard from a mutual friend, not him, the two of them were fooling around at work hopefully not in the hospital, but it just reminded me of my mom being the last one to know and how he always couldn't wait to go to work. I snapped at him that he is such a jerk and how he can never resist the urge to make dumb jokes. He teased way too much when I was a teen and it affected our relationship, and I said I wasn't going to the wedding. I stormed off and he just texted me sorry and nothing else. Abby sent me a long message about how it was a pretty tame joke and just his personality and I'm being too sensitive. She asked me to reconsider. The wedding is at the end of January, so I don't have much time to decide. So am I the jerk for backing out of my dad's wedding because of this joke? How can Abby not realize that the worst possible thing to do in this situation is to try and belittle the concerns of the son here by saying, oh, it's just a tame joke? I mean, maybe she's got that 200 IQ big brain status and she's playing 3D chess where she knows many steps ahead that by saying this, it'll piss off the OP even more. So he won't go to the wedding. And maybe that's what she ultimately wants, because if she was really trying to help the situation, why would she text him at all? That's a matter between the father and the OP. And if she absolutely had to text him, trying to reclassify how he interpreted the joke as just a pretty tame joke when this is obviously something that's very emotional to the OP is not the play here if your goal is for him to actually go to the wedding. It sounds like the father just straight up doesn't understand, even after all this time, that his wife, his former wife, the OP's mom, was humiliated and devastated in a way that he just doesn't seem to understand. I mean, the OP is getting his one last piece out before he symbolically approves of this marriage, I guess you could say. He has to get out of his system, and somehow the dad doesn't know that it's a sore subject even after all this time, so much so to the point that he would say this thing about having a bed at the hospital. So bottom line, it just sounds like the dad's living in his own reality and he's not really super concerned who he hurts in the process, whether it's his ex-wife or his kids. But maybe you have a totally different take on this. Let me know what you think, and what would you do if you were in this situation? Jerk or not a jerk, and why? Am I the jerk for not giving my younger siblings anything out of my inheritance? My dad suddenly passed away. I was close to him and his only child. After my parents divorced, my mom got married to a man who was a total jerk. He always bullied me for playing video games, and because I'm fat, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, I moved in with my dad at 10 years old. I'm now in college and the money and house will come to me soon. My mom wants me to split it with my 2, soon to be 3, younger siblings. He wasn't their father, and their dad made my life a living hell. I was at my lowest point when living with him. I'm no longer close to any of them. My grandma keeps saying a little something won't hurt me financially, but I don't want any of them thinking they can ask me for money in the future, so I'm saying no. So, am I the jerk for not giving my younger siblings anything out of my inheritance? I thought going into this, it was maybe that they all had the same dad and that only he got the inheritance for some reason, because I feel like that would be an even more sticky situation. But in this case, even that not being the scenario, it's probably going to cause some resentment in the future or some general tension about what he has and what they don't have if the younger siblings actually want this. From what he's saying here, it sounds like his grandma and his mom are the ones that want him to spread the money amongst the siblings, but the siblings themselves, we don't actually even know how old they are, and we also don't know if they even want this at this point. The difference here is that the OP no longer has that parent to help him with anything in life anymore, whereas the younger siblings have both parents to help them in life. So it isn't really fair to take away the last and final gift from his father to give it to siblings that do have another parent, their own father. He talks about hating the stepfather, but really I think it just comes down to keeping the money and dealing with any resentment if that comes up, or spreading it out and knowing that he will never have another final gift from his own father. One really important note that somebody responded by saying is that if I can offer advice, put the money in a trust. This helps you avoid paying a large amount of tax right out the gate. Rely on the executor of estate, POA, that your father named to set that up for you. Not only is this a great idea for you financially, it also legit allows you to say that it's out of my hands. Honor your father's wishes. I'm very sorry for your loss. So for those of you that know about estates and inheritance, you can chime in the comments, but for everyone else, let me know what you would do in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. Am I the jerk for not wanting to apologize to the guy who kissed my husband? I was away visiting a friend and my husband husband and his good friend were drinking, and his friend grabbed his head and kissed him on the lips. My husband told me a few days later while he was sloshed. I wasn't too mad at all, but after a few days, my husband tells me he is going to his friend's house around 8:30 p.m. He said, "Don't worry, I'm only going to be gone an hour, I promise." Whenever he gets together with his friend, he never comes home when he says he will, and they get way too sloshed, but it never bothered me up to this point, and he never promised technically what time he would come home. I called at 12:30 a.m. and he was clearly sloshed and had no plans to get home. Our water pipes were frozen and there was poo in the toilet that we couldn't flush, and he said he was only going to be an hour so he could fix it. Until then, we were told to go to the bathroom outside while there was a foot of snow outside. When I called, I was really mad and I yelled, "What are you doing? Making whoopee with him?" Well, his friend heard me say that and is now really mad. My husband came home an hour later. We live a few blocks away, and he was really mad at me, and he could not believe I would say something like that to him on the phone, and now he is demanding that I apologize to his friend. I don't want to. Would that make me the jerk for not apologizing? My husband now says the kiss didn't mean anything, and he is worried his friend will never trust him again. And his friend has a girlfriend. So, am I the jerk for not wanting to apologize to the guy who kissed my husband? The OP says he never technically promises when he'll be home, but he does say that he'll be back for an hour. So she probably has to plan everything around that. So if he's leaving at 8:30 and says he'll be back in an hour, 9:30 is probably when she would expect him to be home, when obviously it was past midnight when she called him, not even when he got home, and she wasn't able to poop that entire time, it sounds like. So I think having to go to the bathroom that bad probably compounds with the fact that she's frustrated, and it doesn't really sound like she thinks the kiss is that big of a deal. She kind of just said it as a jab in the moment because she wanted him to get home so she didn't have to go out to the snow to poop. But let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and is she the jerk or not here? Am I the jerk for forcing my son to wait to marry his then high school girlfriend? I'm a 50-year-old mom and I have two sons, Dan, who's 22 years old, and Sam, who's 27 years old. Dan started dating Fran in their junior year. So Dan and Fran. Towards the end of their senior year, Dan came to me and said that he wanted to marry Fran. At the time, Dan had multiple college options which he was going to decline to stay in our town and marry Fran. I obviously did not support this. I wanted my son to go to college and knew he wanted that too. He had always been ambitious. I told my son that he had his whole life ahead of him and that he could get married later, but didn't need to rush it. I told him that if he went to college and waited even just a year or two, I would pay for his tuition. At the time, I didn't know how serious the relationship was, as they'd been together for a little over a year, and was scared it wouldn't work out and he'd waste his opportunity. My son happily accepted this offer and agreed with me that it would be best to wait. This year, my son graduated college but maintained a long-distance relationship with Fran, and they announced their engagement a couple of months ago. We were all ecstatic about it. Sometime between then and now, my son told Fran that I was the reason he waited until now to propose. I wasn't aware until Christmas when during dinner, Fran said that she wanted to say something. She began saying, I paid my son not to marry her and actively tried to ruin their relationship. She then said she was blessed that evil hadn't won and couldn't wait to have a long and happy marriage. Everyone was silent and didn't really know what to say. My son approached me later to apologize and said she had twisted his words, but it's been constantly weighing on my mind as friends and family present all have different opinions. The OP also clarifies by saying if my son had married Fran out of high school, he wouldn't have gone to college. My son chose to go to a school so far away. There were closer options, but he liked the school he chose. I will be showing him this thread and update if he responds. And also, Fran currently works at her mother's bakery. She wants to be a stay-at-home mother once they get married and was waiting for Dan to come back home. So, am I the jerk for forcing my son to wait to marry his then high school girlfriend. Really, there's no way the mom could have known the relationship was going to work out one way or another, and if you're going just based on the stats, it would seem like it's more likely that the relationship wouldn't work out. So she's probably just doing this originally in the best interest of her son, because if they got together and it was more likely for them to break up anyway at that point in their lives, then at least he would have gotten his college out of it at the college that he actually wanted and not regretted that for the rest of his life, because she figured if they really wanted to be together, they still would be, and look what happened. They ultimately ended up being together. But I can definitely see how Fran would hold this type of resentment, knowing that her goal was to become a stay-at-home mom, and really she probably just saw this whole college thing as a long waiting period. But I'm not really sure what would have kept her from just moving out to where he was if that's what she wanted to do all along. It is pretty shocking that she stood up in front of the whole family and just awkwardly tried to roast the OP, the mom here, by saying that evil had not won. That's the most dramatic part of this whole thing. I mean, she could have felt some type of way about this, but the fact that she put her on blast by saying that she was the evil and she did not win because now they're getting engaged is kind of wild. Some of the top responses said, your future daughter-in-law showed to the entire family that you were correct and that your son was wise to delay marriage. By evil, did Fran mean stopping her from getting pregnant at 18 and raising a baby she's obviously not ready for? OP was correct. Fran was definitely not ready to get married at 18 and probably still isn't now. OP's son should rethink marrying her now or ever. Fran's treating her partner's mom like an obstacle to their love story, even though she's just looking out for them. Calling her mother-in-law evil might be the precursor to a very strained and potentially toxic mother-in-law/daughter-in-law relationship. So let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. Am I the jerk for not wanting to participate in a risque photo shoot and being an unprofessional model? I'm an 18-year-old female model with an agency. Me and another girl, who's 20 years old, were assigned a job for a lingerie ad, which I was initially fine with. On the set, I was informed that it was an LGBTQ themed photo shoot meant to celebrate the queer community. I was told by stylists and other photographers to do lots of risque things with the other model. They wanted me to crawl across the floor toward her and lick her from navel to the chest. They also said I had to make out with her with tongue involved. I was not comfortable with doing this to another girl since I'm straight. Especially the kissing grossed me out. I did not want to do that, and the photographer was furious that I ruined the photo shoot. He raged at me saying I'm queerphobic, that I hate lesbians, I'm an embarrassment to my agency, and I don't have the grit to succeed in the modeling agency. He said I should work at McDonald's, even though I'm already in college. Am I the jerk for being an unprofessional model? The fact that none of those requirements were communicated before going to the photo shoot makes it seem like this is some sort of trap where they were trying to get somebody to do this just by peer pressuring them into it to make sure it was going to happen, regardless if that person wanted to or not. I mean, even if they had sent all this stuff in advance, you still have the right to walk away from something that makes you feel uncomfortable, no matter what the situation is. Who cares if the photographer is furious? As somebody pointed out in response to this, their advice was call your agency, tell them what happened, let them know what he did. This is not okay. It really does sound like they were trying to con her into something that was way more frisky than she was comfortable with. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have come to this thing in the first place if she had known what she was walking into. I think the tactic of calling her anti-this or anti-that was meant to be something that would make her overcome her own uncomfortableness with this whole situation and give into it, but that shouldn't work on you no matter what the situation is if you don't feel uncomfortable. But let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and is the OP a jerk or not in your mind for not wanting to participate in this photo shoot? Am I the jerk for sharing my daughter's university fund with my stepson? My husband and I are a couple in our 40s. We've been married for 10 years now. We both have 17-year-old children. He, a son with his ex-wife, and me, a daughter from my husband who passed away. When we married, we chose to keep a portion of our finances separate due to both having children already, previous real estate investments, and he having expenses like alimony and child support payments. We do combine our incomes for our mortgage and household expenses, our retirement, major purchases, etc., etc. The college funds we have set up for our children have always been part of our separate finances, and as a result, neither one of us have had terribly in-depth discussions with the other regarding the amount put into each child's fund. I never expected both children's funds to be penny for a penny equal, but I did expect them to be closer than what I recently discovered. Both children have now applied to and both been accepted to university as it's their senior year. Now that a majority of scholarships are in, tuition and housing, etc. are more concrete for each of their school options, we've started the specifics of the budget conversations. My daughter's college/graduation fund is worth roughly $150,000, while my stepson has approximately a $15,000 amount. So that's a difference of 10x. The daughter with $150,000 versus $15,000. Here's where the argument happened. With her scholarships, my daughter will have more than enough for undergraduate school and likely her graduate work as well, assuming she maintains her traditionally good grades. In fact, she'll likely have a good bit left over. Fine, I say. She can use it for a down payment on a home or whatever. After scholarships and the $15,000 from his dad, my stepson will still owe for undergraduate. My husband feels like we should just combine the funds. When we married, we very specifically kept certain things separate, and this was one of them. So I can't help but feel unwilling to just scrap that and mix things together now. It doesn't feel fair or right, but my husband thinks I'm a jerk to not give the kids the same thing. It's never been a problem when my stepson has had extras due to having another parent and household, also contributing to his clothing, his car, his spending money, etc. But now suddenly we have to be even. And just to be clear, being even actually means giving my stepson even more of the money due to the fact that my daughter's scholarships are more comprehensive. The kids are close, and I'm sure my stepson will realize there's a difference in university money. But if my husband wanted to change things like this, I feel this should have been brought up sooner than this. So, am I the jerk? This is a hard situation because the daughter, from what it sounds like, actually earned these scholarships. So, in a way, she's kind of almost being punished for doing so. And yet, she's the one that only has one parent. The other kid, the stepson, has two parents. So the first question that comes to my mind is, what is the contribution of the stepson's mother, who is currently alive and presumably working? Because cutting that $150,000 in half is giving $75,000 that the OP has been squirreling away for all these years to the stepson. I mean, maybe more or less depending on what percentage of that is scholarships from the daughter directly, but roughly $75,000, let's call it. That's a lot of money to just on a whim throw out there like that, especially when they already had an agreement in place before they got married that these specific finances would be separated. I mean, it's not like they didn't talk about this at all. They kind of already had a plan about this, but the husband wants to scrap this at this point when he realizes that the daughter has 10x the amount that the son has. So, like I said, this is a sticky situation, and people seem to be somewhat split on this. Someone said, aside from the fact that he only wants to combine now because you have more money than him, why can't / isn't his son's other parent contributing? That's what I was thinking as soon as I read this as well. It sucks for the sons, but this is literally what his dad wanted and you obliged. And from someone else, I just want to say, please do not do anything to split the money now. A, your daughter earned her scholarships. The fact that there will be excess money is due to her hard work. And B, it sounds like she did without a lot, from not having a second parent to not getting as much money and luxuries as a young teen. Don't penalize her for that now by taking what your sacrifices accumulated to. And C, do not teach her that she has to sacrifice herself and her security to maintain a relationship with a man, her brother and father figure, or that her security and comfort shouldn't be her number one priority. And D, college is a tough transition for a lot of kids. She could lose those scholarships if she falters her first semester or if she figures out this isn't the right school for her. Taking her funds now puts additional pressure on her to never have a misstep or change in heart / major / school because her financial security is at stake. This is a hill to die on. I usually don't recommend to stop communicating in a marriage, but this subject matter is closed. So, with all of that said, where do you stand on this? And jerk or not a jerk, and why? Playing as a woman, I think I got the tiniest taste of real world sexism. I've been playing Dungeons & Dragons on and off for 15 years now in multiple campaigns that got to level 20, but 3 years ago I did something new. I played a female character. We're a 5-person party, 3 men and 2 women in real life. In character, it's 3 women and 2 men because of me. As the years have gone by, I've started to notice little things here and there in how the NPCs treat me. I'm trying to play this character as kind of the take charge type person, but the NPCs tend to brush me off when I feel like they shouldn't. I'm a powerful sorcerer with a kind of dark reputation, so I would expect that they would show me some respect, but often they just don't. And it feels like certain other playable characters get just a little more recognition, a little more respect for reasons I can't quite put my finger on. I've brought it up to the Dungeon Master a couple of times and he's always had a reason, like, well, this NPC talked to you like that because of X reason, or when the barbarian in that group did X, they really earned the king's respect because of Y reason. It's like each individual instance had a reason that could be valid, and no one instance is a big deal, but it's just that it kept happening. I've played with this Dungeon Master before and never felt like this before, so it was kind of baffling to me. Then some more time went by and I started noticing that the NPCs, the non-playable characters, would talk to the other female characters like that too. And it was always the male characters who seemed to get the respect. And at first I was like, nah, that's crazy. The DM is an old friend of mine and I know he's not sexist or anything, but once I noticed it, I kept noticing it. And I didn't say anything because come on, how whiny would it be for a straight white dude to complain about low-grade fantasy sexism? Honestly, sometimes I'd notice a little thing and be sure it was sexism, but then next time I'd be sure I was imagining it. Like a non-playable character might talk to one of the male characters before us, or he might give them more respect than us. I mentioned to one of the other guys who I've been friends with since high school that I felt my character was getting shortchanged sometimes, not mentioning sexism as the cause, and he kind of shrugged it off, so I let it drop. This Sunday, as everyone was leaving, I found myself alone in the parking lot with one of the real-life women of the group. Yet another non-playable character had low-level disrespected our characters in favor of one of the guys in this game, and it was on my mind. I said something like, is it just me, or does person A and person B, the guys, though I didn't say that, get a little bit more respect than we do? She just shrugged and said, it's a man's world. We talked a little more because I wasn't sure she was serious at first, but she was. And she didn't seem particularly upset or bent out of shape about it. As far as she was concerned, this is just how it goes. First, I felt immediately relieved. I'm not crazy. It wasn't all in my head. Like I said earlier, I didn't bring up sexism to her, she brought it up first. And it felt great to have my perceptions validated, but I've really been dwelling on it since. Like she was so matter of fact about it, it bothers me that it must happen all the time to women and I just don't notice it. I mean, obviously this is a really small sample size. The Dungeon Master whose NPCs act that way and the other guy players who don't notice it. And obviously I don't really understand what a woman goes through. I don't pretend like my little thing here is on the same level of what real women experience every day. It's really her reaction that stuck with me. The sort of welcome to the club vibe that I got. Honestly, if this is the norm for women, I don't know how they deal with it. I find it low grade infuriating, and I only have to deal with it every now and then when I'm in a fantasy world. Am I the jerk for bringing this up? It's interesting that a role-playing game of all things can make you see into the life of someone else that you would normally never get to see this side of the experience. And I mean, it makes sense because you're role-playing as that character. But I think what's probably more surprising to the OP is the fact that now that he sees this happening all around him, just because it's very subtle, others don't seem to notice it. And the ones that do, in this case, the other woman of the situation in their party, she's just so used to it that it's not even something worth really talking about or getting worked up about. But yet, the Dungeon Master here, it sounds like he has no idea what this guy is talking about. I think a lot of times people don't consider what it feels like to be in someone else's shoes because you've been living in your shoes your entire life. And this could be applied to any person in any situation ever. But when it comes to this specific situation with women, there was actually a top response that says, I've gotten a taste of that from work. I'm a male, but my name could be easily mistaken for a woman's name. There's a definite difference in emails that I get from people who assume that I'm a woman versus those that know who I am. Or outside of the case of women, And an interesting example that was brought up a bit later on was about sounding non-American while you're in America. Someone said that they watched a documentary about the discrimination of Italian Americans back in the day. And in order to get a decent job at all, a lot of Italian Americans would Americanize their last names so prospective employers wouldn't reject them out of hand. This whole situation is kind of a glimpse into the lives of others, but let me know if you've ever had a situation like this in your own life, and what would you do if you were in this situation? This is how my ex-boyfriend outed himself as an abuser through Dungeons and Dragons. I was raised by a very strange, crazy lady. I was told fantasy, sci-fi, comic books, basically anything not Barbies or Easy Bake was not for girls, among a lot of worse stuff that may have something to do with why I was 18 years old dating a 26-year-old man. So the second she was out of my life, I dove headfirst into all of it and maybe got a little bit obsessive. At some point, my boyfriend at the time ended up telling me that a friend of his wanted to be a dungeon master for a short beginner campaign for new players. Obviously, I was all in, but I had no idea how to proceed. The players were me, 17 or 18 years old, my ex-boyfriend, who was 26-ish years old, and the dungeon master, somewhere in his 30s, plus one other player who I did not know or remember very much of. But I do remember he played a homebrewish monk. The dungeon master worked very closely with me on my character, an elf cleric, a homebrew religion. Her name was Asha, and she was very shy, quiet, nun-like, with immense amount of devotion to her homebrew goddess. He had helped me make a low-maintenance RP character who also had very strong ties to the lore, the world, and the planned plot. It was great for my personality and honestly a very nice way to slowly wade into the waters of Dungeons & Dragons, especially role-playing. The dungeon master also told me in private that I was going to be something of a MacGuffin, as Asha's goddess would commune with her through dreams and visions, but I would have the final say on what to share with my party, both in-game and out of character. The basic plot was that a sect of Asha's religion was becoming a cult and warping the religion, so Asha's goddess sent her on a mission to squash the heretics. My ex-boyfriend rolled a tiefling warlock who he named after his own gamer tag. Let's call it Steven. So Asha and Monk meet up and they have the same goal. Turns out the cult has taken over the monk's temple and killed his best friend. Asha doesn't trust strangers who are not of her religion, but her goddess tells her to do the work with the monk. Okay, cool. Then we meet Seven. Asha insta-hates him. He's a warlock and she's a religious fanatic. Monk convinces Asha to let the warlock join us as he has some secret mission from his patron that at least somewhat aligns with Asha and the monk. She doesn't like it, but she trusts the monk because her goddess said she should. Seven instantly starts to hit on Asha. She's rejecting awkwardly, both in-game and out of character, but it's not too bad. It kind of makes sense that an evil warlock would get a kick out of making this goody two-shoes feel uncomfortable. We have a few fun fights, meet a playable character who Asha really likes and gets a great vibe off of, but can't convince to join us because I failed the charisma checks. She's mad shy and timid. As she's expressing this affection to the NPC, Seven gets mad and tries to steal from him in his own home. Asha gets mad and calls him out. I never said she was subtle. And instead of dropping the random thing he stole, Seven decides to attack the NPC. Guards get called and the dungeon master goes easy on us, and instead of total party killing us, has us kicked out of the city. This is when Seven kicks it up. He begins making much harder, stronger moves on Asha, and out of character, I'm beginning to feel really uncomfortable. I'm new to role playing, and also at that time I was very uncomfortable with PDA, public displays of affection, so this was not great for me. We make camp after a rough gauntlet encounter, and Seven immediately says that he wants to sneak into my tent. The dungeon master pauses and asks why. My ex-boyfriend says, "I'm gonna do her." The dungeon master says, Asha? I quietly and uncomfortably respond, Asha wouldn't do that. The dungeon master says, "That's a no, Seven." So Monk, ex-boyfriend, cuts him off and says, "I sneak in then." Dungeon master takes a long pause and says, "To talk to her?" Ex-boyfriend says, "Nope, to do her." The dungeon master takes a longer pause. Actually, Asha has taken a vow of celibacy. Sorry, I almost forgot. This wasn't on my backstory, but also wasn't far out of the realm of possibility. I did note on the backstory that she was somewhat prudish, so a vow of celibacy doesn't seem that much of a stretch. Ex-boyfriend says, "So what? My character doesn't care about that." DM says, "So you're going to force yourself on her?" Ex-boyfriend says, "If I have to." He is literally grinning as he says this. Monk looks disgusted and shocked. DM just looks confused. I'm starting to feel myself shake and go into a panic attack. I can't say anything. I'm just focused on trying to breathe. DM says, "I'm not allowing that. 7 doesn't do that. Just no." He pauses for a long time, takes off his glasses and rubs his face. Then he sighs and says, "You know what, guys? I've got a headache. Let's end this session early." As we pack up, DM says he has a new dream for Asha, and it's the norm for us to discuss those in private away from Monk and the ex-boyfriend. So we move to a different room. DM gives me his wife's cell phone number and says to please call her if I ever feel unsafe. He tells me I have lots of friends who care about me and I don't have to put up with anyone mistreating me. When we get in the car, my ex-boyfriend starts ranting about Monk, saying that when they were alone, Monk made a comment about how gross he had been and that ex-boyfriend had said his character was just as entitled to Asha's body as he was to mine. The dungeon master never invited us to another session, though him and his wife did call me a few times to check on me, something that sent my ex-boyfriend into rages. Looking back on it, I can see that this game was the first time anyone had to put words to what was happening in real time to me, and hearing it from an older man really began to fit pieces together in my head about how unhealthy that relationship was. Yes, the things he tried to do to my character were similar to things he did to me. It took a Dungeons & Dragons campaign to make me and his friends realize how nasty he actually was. This was 6 or 7 years ago, but I've been thinking about this lately because a friend of mine has encouraged me to try out Dungeons & Dragons again, this time with him as a dungeon master and a male character inspired by a cross of Dick Grayson and a character from the Feist novels. Hopefully, second time is the charm. This story is just sad. I mean, at least there's a silver lining that it sounds like she got out of this whole relationship a long time ago, and on top of that, she was in a situation where she was able to have someone that seemed like they cared about her even if they didn't know her super well, which was the dungeon master. And not only that, the dungeon master not only reached out to say to call him if she ever needed him, presumably even more comfortable for her by saying, "Hey, why don't you call my wife? Here's my wife's number." So that way she didn't have to feel like she was going from the pot to the frying pan. I think that was very smart the way that the dungeon master did it subtly and safely. And not only that, but both him and his wife actually called to check in on her, it sounds like, from time to time after that point. Somebody noticed that a lot of these RPG horror stories have made me realize that my partner is a horrible monster, and I wonder why that is the case. I mean, maybe it's because rather than role-playing, some people are just revealing what they really feel or what they really want to say. I'm not really sure. Let me know what you think down below in the comments, and also, what would you do if you were in this situation? My girlfriend couldn't catch a break at the local game store, so I managed to get my girlfriend into Dungeons & Dragons last summer after playing a few games with friends. To play more, we checked out 2 different game stores. Both times, random men would make her super uncomfortable. The first time it happened, she was just checking out the store with me before I sat down to play. She had a time constraint. As I was saying goodbye, when one of the men spoke up and said to her,
"I bet you don't even want to play. You just want to go do girl stuff."
the rest of the table laughed, and it was totally uncalled for since she did want to play. We both ended up leaving shortly after. The next time we were in a different game shop, waiting to play, just sitting at the table. A really quiet guy had been listening to her and I decide what snacks to buy, and the guy says, "Well, would you rather have pleasure in your mouth or in your stomach?" I immediately say, "Take it easy, dude, you're over the line." Needless to say, I end up becoming a dungeon master myself, so things worked out in the end. But please, show respect to your fellow gamers at the game store. This is strange because you would think that people would want other people to want to play their games or to at least feel welcome to playing their games. I mean, if you're playing something, theoretically, you would want as many other people to play that thing, especially if it's at a game store, so that it doesn't die at the game store. If you guys ever played at game stores before, usually if a particular game is not popular enough, they'll stop having events for it. They'll stop selling stuff for it. They'll stop having a community based around it. So anything to pull away from that seems like a very counterintuitive way to go. And I'm guessing that these guys are just not thinking that far ahead. They're just saying weird stuff because because they're not socially calibrated to a normal environment with a girl, I guess. Maybe it's just been so long since they've seen a girl, they don't know how to act. So they say weird stuff like this, which unfortunately ends up making the girl very uncomfortable. And this doesn't only apply to girls or one gender or the other. This is for anyone who's uncomfortable for any reason because you're saying things that would make them feel like that. Someone said, in my experience, open groups like the sessions played at game stores also attract people who might be too socially inept to be accepted by closed groups. It's always a gamble. That's an interesting point that somebody else wanted to follow up on by saying this right here. Game shops smell like onions because some dungeon master got tired of his pad smelling like onions. The local shop dweller who complains about the lack of women probably lost his seat at a private game because he made other players uncomfortable. Shops are resupply spots for me and nothing more. I've had better luck filling my table with people I LARP with since I can vet them way in advance. So anyways, don't be like these guys, just be cool. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, or if you ever have been, what did you do? You steal my identity, I steal your cars. Our 40-something-year-old neighbor, Frank Smith, has a brother, 3 years older, named Fred, with the two similar in looks and in build. Apparently, these boys were not obedient children and got into trouble a lot. Frank mostly straightened up by the time he reached 21 years old, but Fred kept at it with the drinking, the pills, the multiple DUIs. While the two were still living at home with their parents in their early 20s, Frank happened to leave his wallet on the kitchen counter one night after coming home from a night out. The next morning, he discovered his ID wasn't in his wallet. Thinking he must have left it at the bar the night before, he tried locating it but with no luck. Not thinking much about it, he just got a new ID. Fast forward a year or so, and Frank gets a phone call. It's his uncle whose son works at the county jail. Fred has been arrested and their cousin happened to see him when he was getting booked under the name Frank Smith. It turns out Fred had given the police Frank's name and ID and was going to jail under Frank's identity. Needless to say, Frank was pissed. He went down to the jail to prove he was Frank and that Fred was the liar. Fred was ultimately sentenced to serve time and stay put. During that time, Fred was in jail. Frank received a letter in the mail from the state BMV. It said that his two vehicles, an Audi sedan and a VW Bug, were due for emission checks. Frank was confused because he only owned a truck. He went to the BMV and discovered that these two vehicles were indeed titled in his name. That's when Frank realized his brother Fred, who had lost the right to own a vehicle due to excessive DUIs, used his identity to register these cars. So now for the revenge. Frank asked how much it would cost to get duplicates of the titles, $8 each. So he paid $16 and walked away with title documents for 2 cars. He knew enough of his brother's friends to start calling around in search of the cars. Lo and behold, he located them at different locations. Frank is a knowledgeable mechanic and could start these cars without keys, but he knocked on the door of each house where the cars were. He explained to each person that he owned the title to the car, showing them the document, and gave them the opportunity to remove their belongings from the vehicle before he took it. They understood and didn't push back, taking their things out of the car and handing him the keys. Frank proceeded to sell both the cars and pocket around $3,000 for all his troubles. The good news is, after his stint in jail, Fred got sober and became someone Frank could actually be friends with. A brother doing this to his own sibling is pretty sad. I mean, he obviously wanted to own cars and lost the ability to own any cars, but if it was really that big of a deal, he probably could have talked to his brother and figured something out instead of just stealing his ID and then going through an entire life like this, ultimately ending up in jail. And even in that moment, he still could have said, oh, I don't have my ID or my name is this or whatever, but he still tried to throw his own brother under the bus, which ultimately backfired because I'm sure there must be some sort of further penalty for lying about who you are and trying to get out of it. And now he's going to be sentenced to serve however much extra time because of that. Selling the cars for the $3,000, although it is a lot of money, doesn't really set everything right here because you still have to live knowing that your brother would do something like this this to you, which is just sad. But let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and is Frank the jerk or not for doing what he did here? My cousin stole loads of jewelry, so I stole his inheritance. First off, I do not speak lawyer, so please forgive me for what I'm about to say. This is the backstory. 25 years ago, my aunt passed away when I was a baby, leaving my two cousins who were both in their early 20s alone to fend for themselves. My grandparents, who were very wealthy, put a clause in their will that grandkids will receive half of their share of inheritance if a parent passes before the children reach age 30, and then the other half when my grandparents eventually pass away. Both my cousins received a very sizable inheritance coupled with the money they got from selling my aunt's house. The younger of the two paid off her college loans and was able to buy property. She still lives on the same plot of land. The older sibling blew all of his money straight out of a book of the Bible. Within 6 years, he was back to living in a condo working as a police officer. Everyone in our small family knew he had a substance issue, so he was barely making ends meet with his officer salary and buying copious amounts of drugs. The next 4 years, my cousin went to rehab 3 times, sponsored by my grandparents. He sobered up after getting his girlfriend, now wife, pregnant. She is an absolutely wretched woman. She saw my grandparents as a payday and essentially baby trapped my cousin, thinking it was her ticket. Within 7 years, they had 3 kids, so she is locked in tight. She's a nurse with 3 kids around. They always need a little boost. Guess who they would always ask? You got it, my grandparents. Being the kind spirits they are, they always lended a hand. My father, mother, sister, and I got sick of it very quickly. My grandmother unfortunately passed away when I was 17, leaving my grandpa as the last remaining. I was undoubtedly my grandfather's favorite among the grandkids, which left a real sore spot in the mouth of my cousin and his wife. I had 2 more years at home before college, so I lived with my grandpa to keep him company and help take care of him. My cousin and his wife hated this so much that whenever they came to visit and I was not home, they would send their 3 gremlins into my room to destroy it. My room had double doors, so it could not be locked. This was the start. The longer I lived there, the more they would mess with me. My cousin even went as far as to place one of those little mechanical noisemakers in the cabinet in my room, the ones that play sounds at random intervals to make you think that you are insane. Thankfully, my German Shepherd would always hear it, and after a week or so, she finally found it. They did this to distance me and deter me from taking care of my grandpa, so they could swoop in and be the heroes. This continued until one of the kids found, in quotes, my gun. By this time I was 18 in possession of a firearm. I use quotations because my grandfather has guns but cannot aim and shoot them anymore due to his arthritis and nerve degeneration. So when I moved in, he placed all the weapons in my hands should the need of self-defense arise. But should he see them out for any reason other than cleaning, there would be hell to raise. Being very well trained with guns and having a sense of pride in defending my home, I took this responsibility very seriously. I always kept a handgun in a locked container in my nightstand with the key on a high shelf out of reach of the gremlins. One fateful day, I am out getting my grandfather food when I come in and my older cousin and his wife and my grandfather are staring at a gun on the table. It was my gun that I kept in the lockbox. It was loaded and had one chambered. I always kept a magazine in the lockbox but never loaded it. The lockbox was nowhere to be found. My cousin claimed one of the children had found it and was playing with it. I was 100% certain that he either found the key or broke the lockbox open to get it, and a 6-year-old will not be able to reach the key that I could barely grab and figure out what it was for, load it, and chamber it. I tried my best to explain what my cousin had said was nonsense and that I would never keep my arms loaded in the house. But my cousin, who is a cop, scolded me on gun safety and threatened to have me arrested if I didn't leave, and hadn't arrested me yet because we're family. I was asked to collect my belongings and go back to my parents. My cousin had won, or so he thought. The next day, I apologized to my grandpa and explained to him that there was no way that one of the kids could have gotten the key. He agreed with me and then he apologized, but he thought it was best I move out until things cooled down, but once they do, I would be welcome back. Our relationship was a little fractured due to disinformation provided by my cousin. A month later, my grandfather died of a heart attack at 86 years old and I was devastated. I was just beginning to get back into the rhythm with him, rebuilding the trust that was somewhat shattered, and to this day, I'm still unsure what kind of man he saw me as due to my cousin. Immediately, my cousin and his wife began sucking up to my dad as they had sealed a payday with grandpa. It was time to move on to the uncle. This persisted for a month or two and I wouldn't stand for it. Then came time for the will. My grandfather's lawyer read out the will to me, my father, my mother, and my sister in our home. Our 2 cousins would be briefed individually on their share of the estate per my grandparents' request. Then the miracle line in the will comes to fruition, and this was it. If anyone attempts to claim any part of the estate that is not assigned to them, they forfeit any assets they are supposed to receive and will be divided equally among the remaining family members. This was basically their way of saying, if you try to claim more than you're given, you will get nothing. My father is supposed to receive every piece of physical property aside from 2 or 3 items that he set aside for me, from my grandparents, as he is the only remaining child. So here is the revenge. I hatched my plan. I called my cousin and told him all of my grandma's jewelry was to be donated to a charity auction. Grandma's collection of gems and metals was extensive to say the least, so a charity event wouldn't care if a few pieces didn't make it, right? It was a lure of gargantuan proportions that my greedy jerk of a cousin could not resist. He bit right on it and headed over to my grandparents' house ASAP, determined to snatch up as much as he could. A handful would send his kids to college. Regardless of what I said, the jewelry was never going to go with him anyways, so his actions were purely his own since none of it was destined to be his. Coincidentally, Dad was on his way with the lawyer to my grandparents' house to overlook everything, all the formalities. According to my dad's testimony, my cousin had 3 shoe boxes worth of grandma and grandpa's jewelry piled on the kitchen counter ready for loading in his car. My dad and the lawyer stood in the kitchen wondering why it was all there when my cousin walks in from my grandparents' room with a 4th and final shoebox. The jig was up and he put 2 and 2 together that I set him up, which was true, but there was no penalty against me for exploiting my cousin's greed that would eventually screw himself over. It's worth noting that between the 18 years from my aunt's death and my grandpa's death, their wealth had increased several times over, so my cousin felt cheated and expected to receive just as much as my sister and I, despite receiving half of his already and blowing it. Throughout this whole ordeal, his younger sister, my other cousin, has not had a problem at all and is still weeping over our grandpa's death like the rest of us. However, just like that, my cousin lost enough money in the course of 30 minutes that made him contemplate his sanity over greed. My cousin's cruel wife apparently filed for divorce a few weeks later. We haven't heard from him in nearly 6 years and he is all but disgraced now. You can call this a fairy tale ending, and on this particular part of the story, it somewhat is. There is a massive lawsuit by an unknown family member involving the IRS and FBI later on, but honestly, I would rather have my grandparents. So was I the jerk for setting up my cousin and making him lose his inheritance? This sounds like a very dysfunctional family, all the way back from when the cousin had his kid supposedly find the arms in his house in order to disgrace the OP in front of his grandfather, all the way to what the OP had to do to his cousin with this whole setup situation with the jewelry. It seems like in all of these inheritance stories, there's always something that goes wrong. It feels like inheritances themselves tend to break up a family more than most things do. Family members in these situations tend to turn against each other when they would normally never do something like that. But the idea of getting money oftentimes changes people. Some of the top responses said, imagining your cousin walking into the kitchen with that box of jewelry and seeing everyone standing there makes me smile so much. This is referring to the 4th shoebox of jewelry, of course. And then, I'm sorry you weren't able to live with your grandfather in his last moments, but it sounds like he knew what was going on. You're lucky to have had such a close relationship with him. And that's true. At least the grandfather seemed like he was on the same page as the OP, because that really seems like what's painting the OP the most, that is how his grandfather saw him in his last moments of life. But based on what we saw here, the grandfather basically said, hey, I know what's going on, just wait for things to cool down and you're welcome to come back. And then from there, somebody else said that, and I love the thought that if he wasn't so greedy, he could have gone out of there with a shoebox or 2 full of jewelry before anyone arrived. That is so true. I mean, he had to go get all 4 of these shoe boxes when I think the OP said that if he had 1 or 2 of these boxes, it could have paid for his kid's college, but he wanted all of them. Still a hefty payday and they would have kept their inheritance, but he had to just keep going back for more and more and more until he got caught. I think there is some animal, I forgot what it was, but it's an animal that the way you trap it is by putting something that it wants, and it gets caught because once it gets the thing that it wants, maybe it's food or something, it just won't let go. It's not that it's stuck, it just won't let go of the thing. So if you guys know what animal this is, I just can't remember, let me know down below. And lastly, to kind of speak to the actions of that shoebox that he just couldn't keep getting, somebody broke down a little bit bit of the math where they said that he probably thought that he could get away with the 4 boxes, so why stop at just the 2? Let's think about the value of these shoe boxes. OP said a handful would be enough to send the kids to college. Let's assume for exaggeration and that it would be enough for one kid's college. A shoebox worth would be more than enough for all 3 kids. Now, if this is the United States, then that would have been hundreds of thousands of dollars per shoebox. We can rule out most European Union countries since college tuition is mostly free. In my country, it isn't free, but it is heavily subsidized. For 3 kids, if they are local, that would run you about $100,000 without any further subsidy. That's still $100,000 per shoebox. Now, for most people, an extra $400,000 is a lot of money. If it's the US, that's a few million, and lesser in countries with cheaper education. I don't know what jewelry would be that expensive still, but greed is one hell of a motivator. So with all of that said, let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and is the OP a jerk or not? Am I the jerk for leaving my son outside on Christmas Eve night? I have 4 children and I'm pretty easygoing. They don't have a lot of rules they have to abide by. It's simple. Be respectful, do your chores, and for the 2 teenagers, 15 and 16 years old, be back home before 10 p.m. Well, my 16-year-old son came home at 11 p.m. last night when the house was already locked up after missing about 10 phone calls from me. He knocked to get in, and I just called him back and told him he could sleep in the treehouse and that there were already blankets up there in the treehouse, and hopefully this would be a lesson to stick to curfew. He was apparently on a date with someone whom we haven't met and didn't realize his phone was set an hour behind. To me, that's all excuses. I told him he had the rest of the night in the cubby to reset his time and we'd see him in the morning. I opened the doors at 6, nice and early, and he came in and went to bed, slept until lunchtime, holding his siblings up from opening their gifts because we all do it together as a family. He thanked everyone for his gifts and went back to sleep after lunch. My husband said that I completely overreacted. It was an honest mistake and he's exhausted from not being able to sleep in the treehouse. He would have been able to. It was warm enough. I put enough bedding up there. Still, my husband says it was a complete jerk move. So, am I the jerk? I mean, first off, this is a kid. This is not an adult child that is out and about and they locked him out. This is a kid. It sounds like he didn't even complain about this. He just came into the house at 6 a.m., slept, and then opened the presents, said thank you to everyone, and went back to sleep. So it sounded like the kid was pretty normal about this. Hopefully it wasn't snowing or something outside. I think she probably would have mentioned that. She said that there was enough bedding to be warm up there, but man, this is pretty strange. A lot of people in response to this mentioned CPS, which if you don't know is Child Protective Services, and that this could be a situation that Child Protective Services would do something about. The big question though is why didn't the dad let the kid in if he was so against this? And the only thing I could think is maybe the dad was actually asleep and the mom was the one who answered the phone. He didn't. But that part is unclear since we don't have that information. But let me know what you would do in the situation, and is she the jerk or not for leaving her son to sleep outside in a treehouse on Christmas Eve night? Am I the jerk for gifting my boyfriend things I got for free / made myself and not something with my own money? I'm a 26-year-old female and I've been dating my 27-year-old boyfriend for about 10 months or so, and this was our first Christmas together. For context, we both make a good income. I also have a hobby passion of making candles, which I often gift to friends and family. For my work's Christmas party at the end of November, we had a raffle with the prize being a Nintendo Switch. My boyfriend was considering getting himself. I ended up winning and immediately thought he'd love it. I also wanted to make him 2 candles, one with the main scents of the perfume that I wear that he likes, and the second of the scents that he likes. I thought that these would be great presents. When opening my presents, he was excited about the Nintendo Switch, but didn't seem that excited about the candles. I wrote a little note with the candles, but he barely even glanced at them. I opened my presents and was super grateful, but then he said he had something to say because it was upsetting him and wanted us to be able to communicate with each other. He was upset that I had only gotten him 1 real gift and he got me 3, which made him feel underappreciated. I was confused because I thought the candles were real gifts, but I asked him what was a real gift. He said something you put money and thought into, and that it shouldn't just be something that he could get if he asked me for free. I was kind of offended and said that the Nintendo must not be a real gift because I didn't pay for it, but got it from work. He got upset upset, insinuated that I'd left his gift for last minute, and was getting defensive over it before leaving. We haven't spoken since. Am I the jerk? In the first part, you can't force somebody to be excited about something that you give them, even if you are very excited for it. So it doesn't really make sense to be upset that he isn't as excited as you want him to be about that particular thing. But that said, the rest of this gets very strange. The fact that he was upset that she had only gotten him one real gift was kind of ridiculous. I mean, he thinks that he got her 3 real gifts, but maybe she doesn't see it that way. And he's just defining it based on that because he spent money on them, which is just a weird approach to this altogether. So if you don't spend money on something, then it's not a real gift, which is kind of the gotcha moment of the Nintendo Switch being revealed that it was from work and she didn't spend money on it. She probably said that to prove a point, but maybe he's going to take that as being, well, now you gave me 0 real gifts because you didn't spend any money on them at all. But let me know what you would do in this situation, and is the OP a jerk or not a jerk for gifting her boyfriend things that she got for free or made herself and not something with her own money? Am I the jerk for snapping at my boyfriend that I did not buy him a woman's shirt for Christmas? I'm a 30-year-old female and my boyfriend is a 36-year-old male, and like so many people, him and I exchanged gifts yesterday morning on Christmas. One of the things I got him was a hoodie from a Kickstarter that I had supported months ago. The hoodie is a full zip and is made from sustainable materials, lots of recycling, etc., that we were both supporting of. The products are completely gender neutral, even in color options. His is green. It was not cheap, but I like supporting this company for their business model. He loved the look and feel of the hoodie and he couldn't wait to wear it. He tried the hoodie on and immediately said, "The zipper is wrong," and then fumbled around trying to close it, getting frustrated because I guess it's a left-handed zipper. Nowhere in the Kickstarter info did it say this that I noticed, and to be honest, I don't know if I would have noticed this meant anything. He gets it zipped and we head to his parents for dinner. He was explaining to everyone there how it was a cool hoodie, but the zipper was backwards until his dad said, "That's a woman's clothing," and then laughed at him a bit. My boyfriend got really quiet, and on the ride home, he asked me why I thought it was a good idea to buy him women's clothing and how is he supposed to wear this now. After about 30 minutes of questions like, did I know this was a woman's? And why wouldn't they put the zipper on the right side? I kind of snapped and said, "It's just a hoodie, it's not a woman's hoodie. Who cares what side the zipper is on?" Now he says he won't wear it anymore and is mad that I bought him girls' clothes. I've looked through all of my clothes. It's about 50-50 which side the zipper is on. I don't get why this matters. Am I the jerk for buying my boyfriend a gender neutral hoodie with a left side zipper? And as a little bit of added information afterwards, we just went to my mom's house and my sister bought my mom the exact same hoodie, even the same color. We shared the Kickstarter link but didn't talk about the colors we were ordering. My boyfriend hasn't said anything yet, but I can tell that he's even more upset. I wish I was making this up, but this is getting ridiculous. Am I the jerk? The fact that the mom got a gift in the exact same color of the exact same hoodie does not help the situation at all, especially if he's in this mindset that this is clothing for a girl and he saw another woman in his life get the exact same hoodie and the exact same color. Although I don't know anything about this whole zipper thing. I never knew that the zipper being on one side or the other would make it more of a girl's thing or not a girl's thing. I don't think that's true, but if you guys know if there's anything to that, let me know. I mean, really, the boyfriend's dad kind of kicked this whole thing off. I think the boyfriend's dad is the one who made the boyfriend insecure in the first place by even suggesting that it had anything to do with being clothing for one gender or the other. In fact, one of the top responses says, "The boyfriend's dad is wrong. Special jerk bonus to the boyfriend flying off the handle and listening to his dad instead of you. The boyfriend's dad is mistaking the zipper rule for the button rule. Men's wear buttons on the opposite side of women's wear. The rule with the zipper is that there is no such rule. There's no rhyme or reason for how stuff zips in men's wear versus women's wear. Kudos to the boyfriend for being so super sensitive that he allows some wrong and frankly stupid perceived rule to ruin a hoodie that he really liked and to hurt your feelings." And then there are some sources that are included from a men's fashion magazine about zippers in general, and it sounds like that's not really a real thing. This person is probably correct in saying that the boyfriend's dad is confusing the zipper rule with the menswear button rule, which I guess is a thing. So let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk for snapping at her boyfriend that he did not buy him woman's clothing for Christmas? Am I the jerk for calling out my mother-in-law for bringing her husband a separate meal when I hosted Christmas? We did Christmas at our house for the first time ever. My mother-in-law doesn't really like my cooking, and it has been a huge issue between me and her and her son. It is really just the icing on the cake of a bad relationship. My mother-in-law called me and told me that if we wanted her to come to our Christmas, we had to accept her bringing her own food because she is pregnant. She already struggles with eating enough for the baby, and she isn't going to eat anything that she doesn't want to and maybe throw up just to stroke my ego. I've never been pregnant before. I really don't know what it's like, so I gave her the benefit of the doubt and told her to bring whatever she needs. My mother-in-law brought a separate meal for herself and for her husband. That annoyed me because he is not pregnant. He can suck it up and eat something that he isn't crazy about. When we sat down, I made a joke about which one of them is pregnant, and my mother-in-law said she was packing her meal and he got jealous and was complaining that it wasn't fair. This obviously hurt me. He tried to laugh it off and say he should get some perks too because he's about to be a dad. I looked at them and said, wow, you both are super rude. I tried to be nice to you because you're pregnant, but wow, maybe next year just don't come. My mother-in-law shrugged. He rolled his eyes, but dinner was kind of tense and they left right after. My husband said that I overreacted and I should have just let him eat whatever he wanted. But am I the jerk for calling out my mother-in-law for bringing her husband a separate meal when I hosted Christmas? For those of you that are wondering how old the mother-in-law is, apparently she is 38 years old and her son is 21 years old. And to go back to the main purpose of this whole thing, it sounds like the mother-in-law doesn't want to deal with the wife's cooking, the OP's cooking here. And instead of explaining what is it exactly that she doesn't like or trying to help her make the decisions in order to cook food that she does like, it sounds like she wants to opt out of that. And that can be understandable since she is pregnant and I'm sure she has a lot going on based on everything you need to do when you're pregnant. But it sounds like handling it that way instead of trying to actually get to the core of it is what's hurtful to the OP here. And the OP is pretty hurt by this. And something about this really seems like it's not just the food. I mean, when she said the thing that she tried to be nice because she was pregnant, maybe next year just don't come, the mother-in-law shrugged her shoulders and the husband rolled his eyes. I mean, that could be somewhat influenced by the perspective of the OP since she was already hurt when this moment happened. But if that's really how everything went down, which we have to assume it is, then it doesn't really seem like the food is the only issue at play here. But let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and is the OP the jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for refusing to host Christmas and ruining my husband's dream? So my husband is a 31-year-old and has always loved Christmas and everything even remotely related to it, while I don't really care as a 31-year-old female. Since my family is not Christian, nor do they live in this country, we usually end up spending the holidays with his family. He has always lived in a large household and everyone there shares the same enthusiasm for Christmas, which has always made it fun. The problem is that now my husband said that he wants us to host Christmas at our house the next year, and I was like, okay, sure. Until he clarified he meant that I got to host it, prepare the dinner, and do all the grunt work. Now I have no idea what goes into Christmas. My family is from a different religion, and my childhood only consisted of me and my dad, so the holidays have never been a huge deal for me. I don't know how to do all the stuff required. He has already told them that we'd be hosting Christmas, and I got mad and said, how can you say that without even asking? So I told him clearly that it's not my responsibility to host Christmas for your family since I don't really care one way or another, but now he's accusing me of ruining his lifelong wish, and he ended up telling his mother about it, so I know my mother-in-law and sister-in-laws are blowing up my phone by saying, why am I being such a Grinch? He has been sulking ever since we came back last night. I am firm on my stance, but I'm still wondering, since it's just a one-time thing, should I suck it up? Am I the jerk? So when she says she has no idea what goes into Christmas, she's probably talking about preparation for Christmas because, as she said here, she's been to many Christmases with him but has never prepared one. The most obvious thing is, if this is really his wish, why doesn't he help make this Christmas happen? He and his wife can go together and do the entire Christmas event as a team rather than trying to shove all this onto his wife who's not really even into Christmas, or more accurately, doesn't really have that much experience with Christmas like how he does. I mean, if he's using terms like that this is his one one wish that she ruined for him. It kind of just sounds like he's trying to guilt trip her into doing what he wants her to do for this thing without having to do any work himself. I mean, she's already viewing this as grunt work, so why not take some of that burden on with her? Or if she doesn't want to do it all, the OP, his wife, then just host a Christmas on his own if it's really his wish. So let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and is the OP the jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for destroying family Christmas? I've been with my wife for about 5 years, married for 2, and we have a 1-year-old son. My mom is the type of person who doesn't like change and doesn't like new people and keeps to herself. That being said, she isn't controlling and doesn't seem to care what her kids do with their lives, but she doesn't like when she feels things are pushed on her. She is also someone who will keep doing what she does without thinking. So, when we continue to buy me lavish gifts, but nothing for my wife or baby, I didn't think it was malicious, but it hurt my wife that even after marriage, my mom wasn't buying her gifts. I sat down with my mom and I explained this. My mom was totally shocked and couldn't believe that my wife expected a gift. I tried to explain that my wife is part of the family now, but my mom was upset and said that she has 3 kids and shouldn't have to pretend my wife is her kid. She seemed really surprised, so I do think that that was genuine, and she kept saying how mortified she would be if her husband expected gifts from her parents and that she wouldn't be with such a, quote, entitled child. Finally, I told my mom to stop. It is okay if she has a difference of opinion, but she is hurting my wife and it needs to stop. My mom thought about it for a couple of months, talked to my sisters who said she should just suck it up and buy gifts for our partners, and her ultimate decision was that she didn't want to host Christmas anymore. I thought she was bluffing, so I ignored it for months. I realized she was being serious and said, fine, we can do it at my house, but she didn't want to come. I mailed her a small gift as a test. She mailed it back. Finally, I was like, screw it, and did Christmas with my wife, sisters, and their partners. Both of my sisters were miserable the entire time, and one cried, which I thought was crazily dramatic. My mom was on vacation and had her phone off. The sister who cried finally blew up that my wife and I ruined Christmas and ruined our family, and she left early. Her and my other sister called on my mom later and finally got her to answer and begged her to do a normal Christmas again. And my mom said she feels like now that we are all getting married and having kids, it shouldn't be her problem anymore. And she will think about it, but she is leaning towards me. Now my sisters are angry and feel that I ruined family Christmas. Am I the jerk? Rewinding back all the way to the OP's wife, getting and receiving gifts is probably her love language. If you guys have heard of this concept, some people have specific love languages where they either give love or feel love that is received, and one of those is gift giving and gift receiving. So that's probably what she was just trying to express there, is that she didn't feel like she was loved, a part of the family, and as some people might think it's consumeristic or materialistic, that's probably just the way that she feels loved by the family, and maybe that's the way she shows her love by giving people gifts as well, as opposed to other types of love languages like quality time and acts of service, stuff like that. The strange part here is that the OP is doing things to test if his mom is bluffing. The wife is clearly saying what is bothering her, and the mom is clearly saying what bothers her, but somehow he's doing things that are trying to test her bluff, which is kind of a weird reaction, but he's also put in a strange spot because he's stuck between the two rocks of his mom and his wife here. And he doesn't say anything about this, but it sounds like his mom already has some sort of preconceived notions about his wife, at least to some degree, because she even refers to his wife as an entitled child. So let me know what you guys think. Jerk or not a jerk, and what would you do if you were in this situation? Am I the jerk for siding with my parents when they told my sister and her fiance to sleep separately? I'm a 19-year-old female and I live with my parents who are 52 years old, my mom, and my dad is a 54-year-old male. I have an older sister who is 25 years old, who's engaged to her boyfriend of 6 years, who's 26. Her fiance and her have been living together for 3 years. They got engaged this year. My sister also announced to us a while ago that they're expecting a baby. In our house, there is a strict rule about unmarried couples not sleeping together, and my sister knows that. She's left the house for 3 years since she moved in with her fiance, and she started visiting us for the holidays. They live in a different area 2 hours away. For the past 3 years, the rule was that they'll sleep in different rooms since they're not official. But my sister was never fond of this rule and always tried to have it her way, but she didn't. This year, she threw a fit because my parents wouldn't let her sleep on the same bed as her fiance, despite them two living together for so many years and despite being engaged and expecting. They got in a huge fight on Christmas Eve, and I sided with my parents, saying that it's their house and their rules, and if she doesn't like it, she can just never visit again, but she has to respect the hosts and, most importantly, the people who raised her. Then she called me a jerk and said that I'm still too young to understand why what my parents are doing is disrespectful to her and to her fiance. I don't think I'm the jerk because no matter how absurd a rule sounds, if you visit someone's house, you do as they say. Period. But for the sake of collecting some unbiased opinions, am I the jerk for siding with my parents that when my sister threw a fit about how disrespectful it is and they won't let her sleep on the same bed, that it really wasn't? So, am I the jerk? Speaking to the side of the sister, in this case, she is engaged and she is expecting a baby, so she's almost married, but I guess that does violate the rule because you're not married yet. But it sounds like the OP just came across kind of weird because she actually said that her sister can just never visit the house again. I mean, even if that's what she's trying to get across, it is a very combative way to engage in this type of conversation. And of course, there's going to be some sort of blow up at the end of this. The sister pointing out her age really has nothing to do with this because that's kind of just a cheap way to dismiss her opinion, because in this case, she is an adult. But a lot of people seem to be really split on this. The very top response to everything is saying that you are the jerk. You told her she can either follow their rules or never visit again, which is very weird. Agreed. She's pregnant, engaged, and clearly sleeps next to this man regularly. They travel 2 hours to sleep at someone else's house because of the holidays and being forced to sleep separately because why? What are your parents afraid of? Be careful. One day your parents will no longer be around to host things like this. Do not make an enemy out of your sister. Someone pointed out that it's the stupid thing of not wanting their kids to do it before marriage, or that a relationship can't be serious before that. It's actually hilarious until your ex-girlfriend's parents were exactly the same. And if this is the case, I mean, obviously that didn't stop the sister and her fiance from having a baby before they were married, which is the intended purpose of this. But on the flip side, a lot of other people are pointing out that it is weird that the sister and her fiance would travel all the way there knowing what this rule was, because this rule has been in effect for a long time, and then expect to not follow it. So let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and is the OP a jerk or not for siding with her parents against her sister? Am I the jerk for how I handle taking down the tree? So my boyfriend hates Christmas and he doesn't like giving or receiving gifts or any of the festive traditions. We've been dating for 4 years and he knows I love Christmas, so he plays along. Well, last night we agreed to take down the tree next week, but when we came downstairs today, he started taking everything down. His reasoning being that Christmas is over and the tree takes up space. Now here's the thing. A lot of the ornaments there are family heirlooms. Most of them are older or the same age as me, which is 24 years old. Or some of them were made by hand by my deceased grandmother. My boyfriend just started tossing the ornaments on a table, which started stressing me out. I was telling him to stop, to calm down, or either move and I'll put everything away. He was getting angry and started yelling at me because I'm trying to keep up the tree. Well, you probably guessed it. He threw an ornament and it broke. It was one of my grandmother's handmade ornaments. I took one long look and I just broke down. I started ugly crying. He started getting more mad, telling me that I'm being childish and stupid for getting upset about a tree. I feel like I'm the jerk because I already started yelling at him to step away from the tree because he was gonna break more ornaments, and when he wouldn't, he kept calling me childish, and I kept yelling at him, telling him he's being a jerk. After he put everything away, he tried to talk to me, still telling me I was being childish and stupid about a tree and the ornament. I get how it might be childish, but I don't have very many memories of my grandmother. But I have a picture, and growing up, whenever I was sad, I would hug that picture and I would talk to her. I only have a small amount of jewelry or handmade ornaments or trinkets from her that are extremely special to me. So I don't know if I'm just being stupid and I blew things up. As a side note to anyone showing concern, my boyfriend never is like this. He's always shown me and my belongings and my family respect. He has no Christmas trauma, and despite not liking Christmas, he has always put in an effort into doing my Christmas traditions. That's partly why I was so confused here. And and if I was the jerk, because this was so out of character for our relationship. He went upstairs for an hour, and when he came back, he apologized. He said he was stressed and frustrated about me yelling, and he wasn't being as careful as he should have been because of it. He said it was really an accident and that he felt bad about breaking the ornament. I plan on having a discussion with him, as the way he handled the situation wasn't right, and we'll see how things go. But before then, I need to know, am I the jerk? Yikes. If they've been together for 4 years celebrating Christmas, he must have known how sentimental these specific ornaments were, or if he didn't know exactly which ones they were, he must have known that some of the ornaments on the tree were from her deceased grandmother that she has this very emotional and sentimental attachment to. So that's weird, number one. And number two, they already seemed like they had an agreement the night before that they were going to take down the tree next week, but for some reason he came down and tried to take it down early, which is extremely weird for number two, because even in his apology, he doesn't really address that. Why did he start taking down the Christmas tree early to begin with if that was their agreement? It makes sense that he probably didn't try to break these ornaments on purpose. It was an accident. I get that, but why break the agreement you made just the day before? You couldn't possibly have forgotten it. So let me know what you would do in this situation, and also, is the OP a jerk or not a jerk, and why? Am I the jerk for getting a hotel room? I'm a 30-year-old male, and my partner, who's a 30-year-old female, flew halfway across the country to visit her family for Christmas. I sustained a serious back injury at work at the end of September, and I have just recently started gaining mobility again after many painful months. They were aware of my injury, and we even expressed our concerns about traveling because of it. Her parents are very traditional and refuse to allow unmarried couples to sleep in the same bed or room, even though they know we live together and have visited our house in the past. Because of this, I was forced to sleep in the basement bedroom on a twin mattress that is at least 20 years old. I should also mention that I am 6'3" and I do not fit on a twin mattress at all. The first night was so incredibly painful, it caused my entire right leg to go numb, and I essentially got no sleep. We decided to get a hotel room after that so I could actually sleep on a decent mattress that didn't make my injury worse. When I explained this to my partner's mother, she insisted that I just needed to adjust the mattress in the basement and that I was being ridiculous. I was firm but polite about it, and she seemed to be fine with it after that. Well, when it came time to head over to the hotel for the night, she freaked out. She apparently didn't know my partner was also staying at the hotel. She told my partner that she, quote, didn't raise her like this, and then just sulked in the living room while we packed our bags. Apparently, after we left, she spent the rest of the night crying. All I wanted to do was sleep in a bed that I could actually fit on and didn't cause active nerve pain in my leg. So, am I the jerk? I mean, the obvious answer here is he could have gone to the hotel by himself and left his partner in the family house, but clearly that wasn't going to happen here, so it was going to kick up a lot of dust. I can't imagine the mom would actually be totally fine with it if he had explained it to her that way. So maybe the mom felt a little bit tricked because he made it seem like he was going to the hotel and she wasn't, and then all of a sudden they surprised her with the daughter going as well. Because if he actually said, hey, I'm going with your daughter and we're going to the hotel room together, her reaction probably would have happened right then and there if all things were normal. There was actually an update about this where he said, we went back over to her parents this morning and her mom literally wouldn't even speak to either of us and was being incredibly passive aggressive. We went ahead and left for the airport to catch a flight home. We're enjoying some much needed rest at the airport and we're looking forward to get back home. I mean, if the injury needed her to be there to help him out with something, they could have told the mom that too, because the mom probably would have been more understanding. But if that wasn't the case, then it should have just been clear from the start. But let me know what you think, jerk or not a jerk for doing this, and what would you do? A player attempts to seduce Dungeon Master both in character and out of character and causes a complete collapse of the gaming group and even an in real life breakup. This whole situation was bizarre, unexpected, and it came completely out of nowhere. So since this story is a little bit more intricate, here are the characters involved. The Dungeon Master is referred to as me, the OP. Dave is my roommate, playing a half-orc fighter. Annie was Dave's girlfriend, playing a halfling cleric. Rich is a friend of mine and Dave's, playing a zany gnome sorcerer, and Trish, the problem player, was playing a foxfolk, a reskinned tabaxi bard, because of course she was. She could also never quite decide whether this person was more cat or more fox or both. It was weird. So we cast our minds back to the days of yore, 2013. I was at university and we were playing Dungeons & Dragons 3.5 edition. For context, I'm not really the typical nerd archetype. I'm fairly tall, and my biggest interest outside of tabletop RPGs, science, math, nerdy movies, and video games is playing rugby. I was on the university team. I am, or was, being an adult sucks, something of a socialite. I also host parties. I love being the center of attention. I love singing. In short, my highest IRL stat is charisma. My lowest is apparently wisdom. Yes, I'm a dude bro. Yes, the exact stereotype you're thinking of. That one is me. After one such get-together at my place, which was inevitably always a strange mix of guys from the rugby team, my course mates, I studied physics, and my flatmates and their mates, etc., myself, Dave, and Annie were talking, and I suggested of running a Dungeons & Dragons game, and they were both into it. Neither of them had played before, but Dave informed me that our mutual friend Rich played, which I didn't know, and Annie said that she had a friend that would be super excited to join because she was obsessed with tabletop RPGs. That was Trish. Trish was the only person who attended that I didn't know, which naturally made her something of a wild card, but being the sociable person I was, this didn't bother me at all. And when I first met her, she seemed fine. She was lively and excitable. Her and Annie both did practical effects design, and she was artsy and enthusiastic with a real twinkle in her eye, which I would realize all too late wasn't a twinkle, but the barely perceptible electrical feedback which indicated the short-circuiting of sanity wires in her brain. I thought that she would be a joy to have at the table rolling dice with us. If I had only known the depth of the enemy love interest complex she apparently had, I might have realized the rattling noise wasn't her dice tower, but the loose marbles rattling around in her skull. So anyway, from the very first session, the group was great, and everyone's characters were fun, if a little tropey. This is why I didn't bat an eyelid at Trish playing that bard and hitting on every NPC. We all had a good laugh about it, and I responded with NPCs flirting or not flirting in the exact same manner as they would with Dave's character, who often tried his luck, to all of our amusement, with his -1 to charisma checks. Thus, I thought it was all in good fun, and so did everyone else, because no one could be insane enough to think that imaginary characters interacting automatically meant that the DM wants to bone them, right? Anyway, getting ahead of myself there were some red flags, minor ones by the standards of this sub to be sure. These included highlights such as Trish being a little bit obsessive about anime and talked about her perfect man being an exact description of some protagonist from a particular anime. The name I don't remember, and the way she described her tabaxi, complete with big innocent doe eyes and playful curves and swaying hips. She also showed up wearing fox ears at one point. I thought she was just really into the game and was playing into her character, which in a really disturbing sort of way was right on the money. She also had a weird habit of maintaining eye contact with me for an uncomfortably long period of time, but I, with my in real life dump stat and wisdom, didn't put it together that she might actually have a crush on me in case where this story is leading isn't horrifyingly obvious enough. I was enjoying the group and the immersion. Everyone spent a lot of time talking in character and really getting into it, including Dave and Annie, who had been a little bit hesitant about role-playing in the first place. Trish spent almost no time whatsoever talking out of character. Another mild red flag that I overlooked entirely, but one that stands out from the rest in this little retrospective. So, this is where it begins on that fateful night. Dave, my roommate, was not present for this particular session. The night was dark and full of fox-eared discomfort. It was an RP-heavy session. The previous had a sizable combat session with one of the villains and a small side story arc that had been completed. So there was a lot of looting, paying off debts, favors, collecting accolades, drinking in bars, being paraded around on the shoulders of the liberated village, all the normal tropes. This also coincided with the end of our second year exam period, so we were in an IRL similar mood. Everyone was having a great time in a low pressure session, drinking a decent amount both IRL and in-game. Everyone was smiling and having fun. Trish's character decided that tonight was the night to try and get it on with the burly human bartender NPC she had been flirting with throughout the campaign whenever they had been in this town. Again, I only picked this up in retrospect, but this was the NPC who most closely, although not even that closely, resembled me in how I described them. She had singled this NPC out repeatedly. Anyway, in the revelry of the villain's defeat and this town celebration, she succeeded in her seduction role for this poor bartender. I made a joke about them going off to have a very scratchy session for which he will probably need his back bandaged, and attempted a fade to black. Trish was having none of it. Obviously, she wanted to vicariously play out this encounter between these two abstractions in a display that would have made Sigmund Freud himself make the concerned Tom face. She interjected, describing how her characters waited for him to go and get her drinks before taking off all of her clothes and changing into just one of his thin shirts and waiting on his bed in a seductive pose and began to purr. Okay, a little too much detail, and she has a creepy look in her eyes while she describes it, but fine. She had a couple of drinks and is a bit too into it. I once again try with, and he sees you. He shuts the door behind himself with a smile. Anyway, back in the bar, Clumperdunk is in the midst of his absurd levitating Tinkers performance when Trish again interjects, pouting a little this time. She describes how her character stares into his green eyes. My eyes are green. The NPC was described having blue eyes and runs her clawed fingers through his brown hair. Again, you guess it, matches with my description, not the NPC. She is now positively leering at me like I'm a cartoon steak. Rich catches onto this and looks as uncomfortable as I feel. Annie is giggling. I assume this is just nervous laughter, but not so. I quite firmly cut to black this time, but Trish looks oddly satisfied and spends the rest of the session, which lasts less than a half an hour, just staring at me and exchanging looks with Annie. At the end of the session, I'm sat with three of them, finishing the drinks before they all head home, and Trish asks to use the bathroom and excuses herself. Annie then gets up and declares that she's going home and asks if poor, innocent, bystander Rich will walk her across campus. They abruptly leave. I wait for Trish to come out of my bathroom for 5 minutes. At this point, I'm like, if she's taking a dump in there, that's such an absolute piss take. Just wait until you get home. So I walk into my room, preparing to knock on the bathroom door, and what do I see? There's a pile of her clothes and underwear at the foot of my bed, and her sole items of clothing are one of my t-shirts and her fox ears, lying in what she apparently thought was a seductive pose. If the only time you ever heard the word seduction was in Japanese and the sentence ended with senpai, and as if this scene wasn't absurd and insane enough, she also purrs at me before giving me this look, which basically amounted to her stuffing as much of her bottom lip under her teeth as is reasonably possible in what appeared to be an attempt to devour her own chin, and blinking rapidly like she was trying to convey some Morse code. Now, Trish isn't unattractive by any means, even in the midst of a mating ritual considerably more bizarre than anything I've ever heard Sir David Attenborough narrate, but I am absolutely not into her whatsoever. I do not see her that way, and honestly, I find her a bit weird. This should be a good enough reason on its own, but what takes us from just uncomfortable to awkward and shockingly inappropriate at this time is that I had a girlfriend, which she and everyone else at the table knew. At this point, I'm standing in the doorway, probably looking like I've seen a ghost, and my brain has turned to mush trying to decipher the incomprehensible spectacle unfolding before my eyes. She then stops eating her chin and says, "If you want your t-shirt back, you're gonna have to take it off of me." I am now legitimately pissed off with her for this level of inappropriate behavior. I tell her as calmly as possible that she can keep the t-shirt, but she needs to leave. She scowls at me, and I truly wish I was joking. She hisses at me like a cat. Despite how deeply uncomfortable and annoyed I am, it is an act of sheer, abject absurdity that I cannot help but burst out laughing. She immediately loses her composure, grabs her clothes in a bundle, and runs outside my flat just in my t-shirt, not even stopping to put on underwear, screaming at me the whole way. Apparently, either Annie or Rich has forgotten something, so they're about 100 meters away walking back towards the flat. They and everyone else around see 2/3 of a naked cat fox woman throwing a hyper tantrum over getting rejected, creating an utter spectacle in the squad, which is overlooked by several blocks of halls, not to mention other students who happen to just be outside. I would have been mortified if I wasn't too busy being somewhere between utter speechless relief and repressed uncontrolled mirth. Annie runs over and throws her coat over the hysterically crying Trish and then starts berating me herself, calling me selfish and ungrateful and telling me how Trish is better for me than my then girlfriend. I'm in utter shock and disbelief at this point. This is totally out of character for Annie. Not knowing what to do in the midst of this bizarre, mutually humiliating meltdown, I just give an apologetic wave and grimace to Rich, go inside and close the door. I call Dave and fill him in on what just happened. He's baffled, shocked, and as angry as I am, especially after I describe Annie's reaction. He calls her and demands to know what's going on. As it turns out, Trish and Annie had concocted the events of the evening together. Annie had informed Trish that Dave would not be present, making it a good night to make her move, and Trish had apparently described the rest of her cringe-inducing misguided plan. This is also why Annie was giggling at Trish's in-character character shenanigans earlier in the night and why she so abruptly convinced Rich to leave with her when Trish had asked to use my bathroom. This, it seems, was the signal. Dave called me almost 2 hours later, which was 4 a.m. at this point, and said that he had a huge argument and a shouting match with Annie over the phone and that they had broken up. I received a text from Rich the next day saying he didn't want to play with us anymore because he couldn't handle the drama. Although I explained to him that Trish would absolutely not be there again, I couldn't really begrudge his decision to leave with such a sour taste in his mouth. I blocked Trish's number almost immediately after she left, and the only correspondence I had with Annie was a text from her that just said the C word before I blocked her too. Dave and I never played Dungeons & Dragons together again, though we're still friends to this day. So, who was the biggest jerk in this whole scenario? It seems pretty unreal that she would go through all the trouble of making up this fictional character in-game, in a game of Dungeons & Dragons, and then try and act out the scene she's about to act out, all when they knew he already had a girlfriend. That's the craziest part. You would put all this effort into that knowing that that was the case. I mean, what did she expect him to do? Just to be in that situation where she's on the bed and then suddenly just go, okay, I don't care that I have a girlfriend, let's just do this. I mean, it's not like he was telling her that he liked her or was giving her some sort of special treatment where maybe she could misconstrue something, or maybe she didn't know that he had a girlfriend. She obviously knew all of that stuff and had no signs of anything being otherwise, but still went through all in this entire plan, and then was very, very hurt and upset when it didn't work out the way she thought it was going to, when she had to run out naked into the middle of this campus. Maybe Annie is the bigger jerk in this situation because Trish had to have asked somebody, do you think that he would be okay with this? Do you think that he would do this? I mean, and who else would really tell her one way or another besides Annie? So maybe it was Annie that told her, yeah, he'll be fine, he'll do it, he's just a frat bro, so he'll do it no matter what. And then this whole situation unfolded. And if that's the case, Annie's the one that has a relationship. So imagine if she was picturing Dave, her boyfriend, in this situation. Does she think that Dave would do it even though she was with him? It seems a little bit hypocritical if that actually is the case. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation and who is the biggest jerk here. Don't forget to drop a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel with notifications on, and if you want to submit your own stories to be featured here on the channel, check out the link down below in the description. I found a group chat where my friends were talking about trying to sleep with me. First off, for the longest time I was the only girl in a party of 7 for our Dungeons & Dragons game. Although this isn't as dramatic or as awful as other stories, it still makes me so angry when I think about it. About 3 years ago, I made a post on Instagram offering to Dungeon Master 5th edition for anyone that was interested because my previous party had split up after leaving for college. I was quickly approached by an old high school friend, Jack, who said he had a group gathered. I was welcome to come and meet everyone and decide if we all got on well. Jack was very sweet in high school, so I agreed and we all met at his flat that weekend to play a few non-Dungeons & Dragons related games together and get pizza. After a few hours, we started talking about character ideas, rules, etc. I suggested we talk about our boundaries in game so everyone knew what we were getting into. I'm a relaxed dungeon master. I don't mind if a player decides they want to sleep with the barmaids as long as it doesn't mess with the game. The only thing I said I would not do, period, was the R word. Everything else is at the discretion of everyone. This is important to know. Fast forward to actually playing. I'm not sure if other people have done this before, but I ran the Death House of Curse for Strahd for about 4 sessions, till everyone was comfortable playing together. Then, homebrewed a campaign from that. The guys were all pretty great up until this point, however, one of them, we'll call him Mike, began to make a few awkward comments to me. Mike decided to play a bard and took my "I don't care if you hook up with NPCs" very seriously. He tried to sleep with every single female in the game. It got to the point where I had to speak with him out of the game, and he got very passive aggressive by telling me I had already said it was okay. Despite this, he did calm down a bit and we continued playing. After a few sessions later, Mike tries to R-word a female orc while she's restrained and unconscious as the party was elsewhere. I'm not even sure of his motive here, but he tried to make his explanations of his actions vague enough that they weren't specifically the R-word. But obviously, they were anyway. I stopped the game immediately and told him if he didn't quit it, he was out for the rest of the session. He laughed with his buddies, but then stopped. Later that night, he sent me a hand-drawn picture of an orc, clearly modeled after myself, with his character grabbing her boobs. I told him that was inappropriate and he wasn't welcome at the next session. The next day he called me in tears saying he was really sorry and had drank way too much the night before. He also admitted that he had a crush on me, but didn't know how to convey that. I politely told him I was flattered, but not interested, and I let him back into the party. The rest of the party had been trying to convince me to let him back into the game because he hadn't done that much wrong anyway. Yes, I'm an idiot. Apart from that event, I had been having fun with that campaign. Mike is no longer a D-bag at that session. He's quiet, and one of the guys tells me that I embarrassed him. Now he's struggling to connect. Not my problem. Fast forward a few more weeks and things are getting weird again. 2 more members of the party have attempted asking me out on dates. I once again politely decline and carry on. The sessions are now a little bit awkward for me because all of the guys are flirting with pretty much every single female NPC I place into the game. Slowly but surely, within a week, another guy confesses his love to me. I'm no longer enjoying the session, so I plan on finishing up one story branch and then calling it a day with that campaign and then leaving. Not even a day later, Jack sends me about 20 screenshots from a private group chat of the boys. They literally had bets on who could sleep with me first. The entire group chat was discussing ways they could flirt or seduce me. A few screenshots of my own conversations between them. It was so awful to look at because I thought these guys had actually been enjoying my sessions, but I was basically just there as a game myself. Jack told me he was incredibly sorry he hadn't said anything sooner and that he was about to pull out of the campaign because of them. I told the party over Discord that I knew what was going on and that I was disgusted and I would not be their dungeon master again. I think I added in that none of them were even close enough to being physically attractive to me, and then I left. It's been a while since that happened, but I still haven't heard from any of those guys again. Was I the jerk? One of the best suggestions was somebody saying you missed out on a potential science experiment, OP. You could have just slowly phased out every female NPC in the campaign to see just how far they'd be willing to take their weird flirting by proxy behavior. Cut to introducing a genderless blob with no discerning features, and the party says, "You come here often?" Someone actually had an experience sort of close to this where they say, "You joke, but I once played with a guy who claimed he was tricked into having his character date a male character because he had a crush on the girl playing that character and missed all the times everyone else referred to that character as a male. The player, on the other hand, totally knew what was going on and wanted to see how far he'd take it." But anyway, about the original OP's story, this whole thing is pretty sad because all she wanted to do was have a legitimately fun game of Dungeons and Dragons, and it sounds like nobody else really had that same intention from the very start from how far back these group chats go. So hopefully she is able to find a group of people that actually do want to play the game and not just mess with her head. But let me know what you would do if you're in this situation and who was the biggest jerk here. How a new player ruined my campaign and became my fiance. So I met this girl at Pride and we had spent the day together. I don't like being alone in crowds because of a medical condition that I have, so I figured I'd tag along with her and she was pretty cool, so I invited her to hang out with me and my friends playing Dungeons and Dragons. We get to her first session with the group about 2 weeks later and she shows up in a very revealing outfit that includes a fairly translucent top. I should mention that I was 14 years old and the rest of the group ranged from 13 years old to 19. She was 16 and this took place in England. The dungeon master won't stop staring at her boobs as the game goes on, and the rest of the party, in character, is extra friendly to new girl characters. A half-elf cleric who worshipped the god of redemption and could only speak when spoken to. Her character was actually super cool and she played it pretty well. As a sacrifice she chose to make and not magically be forced upon her. There were times when she broke her silence and would be highly self-critical and attempt to right the wrong she had done, all because her character had been a corrupt noble's daughter who used lies and deceit to get rid of her family's enemies, so her silence was her way of atoning for her sins. But every session slowly devolved into the dungeon master rewarding her and making sure she couldn't fail to the point everyone else felt useless. Eventually, she tells the dungeon master that it's ruining the game after she rolled a nat 1 on a charisma save and still managed to succeed the save against the BBEG using dominant dominant person to remove her from the fight as a healer. The dungeon master argued about it, saying he didn't want to punish a new player too harshly, and she reminded him that it's been 4 months at this point. Other players brought forth their grievances of their characters being sidelined for her and how we all thought he was just trying to be weirdly flirty with her. The dungeon master admits to being attracted to her and that he may have gone a little too far by favoring her too much. To which her response was, "I'm gay. Honestly, I only joined the campaign because I had a crush on OP, but it was fun, so I stayed." We all took a hiatus and she called me asking if I still wanted to be friends and that she didn't want her crush on me to end our friendship. I told her we were good and that I didn't quite know how I felt about her. Well, fast forward 5 years and we're now engaged. So this one was actually more of a wholesome RPG story rather than a horror RPG story where this originally came from. And there were a bunch of little clever one-liners that people said in response to this, the very top of which was task failed successfully, critical success on a nat 1, obviously referencing what had happened in the game. Turns out her nat 1 on charisma was actually nat 20 in your heart. It seems like in a lot of these Dungeons and Dragons stories, somehow there always seems to be a hint of a romantic thing where somebody's trying to be romantic with somebody else and the other person doesn't want it. I don't know how common that actually is, but so far we've seen a good amount of those, this being one of them. But this is more of like a strange love triangle where the dungeon master is into this girl, but the girl is into the OP. And the concept of her character actually did sound pretty cool. I was curious about where that came from, if she made that up herself or came from something else altogether. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. A player just screeched and quit the session because I wouldn't let her be impregnated by imps. So this person and I have not known each other long. This was our third Dungeons and Dragons session as a group. In the first session, her character was mildly grating because it was an obvious anime girl self-insert, but she wasn't really disruptive, so I didn't really care. She got annoying when she tried to convince the party not to kill their foes, but they ignored her and killed them anyway, causing her to screech and wail. But pacifist characters aren't anything new, so we moved on. In the second session, I'm really sick, like I might have to go to the hospital sick. So I call my friend, tell her the plot and setup, give her my notes and tools, and she DMs it. Everything goes apparently fine. But when I come back, the rest of the party is level 2, and our problem player is level 6, sporting 50 gold. What? Between sessions 1 and 2, she made up some story about coming across a treasure chest of gold and an artifact that made her stronger each time she lost, and told the other DM and the group that I okayed it. I did not. I never spoke to her about this even for a second. So we get into an argument and I tell her to roll her character back to level 2 and lose all her gold. The rest of the party had a collective 2 gold. She tried to blame me for not being here. Eventually, when I told her she was kicked out, she apologized. It was fake, but whatever. And I told her that it was her last straw and that if she caused an issue again, she would be barred from returning. Session 3 happened and we came across a fortress they needed to search and they split up. When she came across imps, she intentionally threw combat and said that her clothes fell off as she was defeated and that the imps would probably try and impregnate her. I'm sorry, what? I immediately told her no, that was ridiculous and I'm not gonna let her character get pregnant, especially from some random monsters. She tried to fight me on it, saying it was her character and part of her plot for her and that she could give birth instantly so she didn't have to fight while pregnant. I just kept telling her absolutely not, that the imps would probably just try to steal her valuables and leave. She wouldn't take no for an answer and kept screaming until I told her she was not allowed back. Then she said she'd go and make her own session. In that case, fine, have fun. I bet you can get all the free gold levels and impregnation you desire in your fantasy land. I just never want to see you here again. Was I the jerk? So this girl obviously had her own idea of what she wanted to get out of this Dungeons and Dragons session, because it wasn't just this specific time. It seems like that's kind of the theme throughout this, but the fact that she was so adamant in being impregnated by imps. I mean, she's not the one directing the story as the non-dungeon master. She's just a player there, but she's demanding that the dungeon master do what she wants to have happen to her, which doesn't even make sense. And the whole thing between sessions 1 and 2, she's just going to tell everyone, oh, in between I got 50 gold and I leveled up 4 levels above everyone else. I don't know how she thought that part would fly even without the whole impregnation part of it, which is just so weird. I mean, it would be one thing if during their session 0, they talked about what they wanted in this whole campaign, but this seems like it was kind of a surprise for the Dungeon Master here because it was totally out of left field and he didn't really know what to expect. And then when he said no, she was not happy about it. But let me know what you'd do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. The Dungeon Master tells us he won't be DMing right at the beginning of the first session. I'm a member of a Discord server that allows users to advertise their campaigns. One day, someone posted an invite to their game. I had no information about this campaign, only the DM's name and the time, which is really unprofessional, but whatever. I PM him and started asking some questions, but I only get, "I'm gonna tell you when the campaign starts." A major red flag, one would say, but it's not like I'm doing anything else, so I went along. 2 days pass, me, 4 other people in the DM gather on a specially created server. The DM finally arrives 10 minutes late, spends another 10 minutes trying to set up a dice bot. Finally, everyone is ready to play, bot up and running, character sheet ready, and then the DM says, "So, who wants to be the Dungeon Master?" We, of course, instantly remind him that he's the one DMing this as he advertised it in the announcement, which he replied by saying, "I only said that in the announcement because no one would join my game if I didn't have a Dungeon Master." Then everyone left. What was even the point here? I mean, he didn't get to play a game before and now he doesn't get to play a game at this point, so either way he doesn't get to play. Someone said that this reminds me of World of Warcraft when you could queue as a tank for a dungeon and then change your specialization once you arrived. Everyone was then stuck with either hoping someone else would change to a tank or taking the dungeon leaver penalty. It is interesting that people are willing to start campaigns with people that they don't know anything about at all, not through a mutual friend, not through somebody that they've heard of, but just totally random in this Discord server. I wonder how often this actually happens, and then how often the whole fake out Dungeon Master thing happens on top of that. If you've ever had an experience like this, let me know down below, and feel free to submit any of your stories via the link in the description. If you enjoyed the video, drop a thumbs up and subscribe with notifications on, and we'll see you next time. In this episode of Entitled People, a crazy lady accuses me of kidnapping my stepson and then tries to kidnap him from me. So the backstory is I'm a mixed ethnicity individual. I've been confused for many races over my 29 years on this earth, but I'm literally Caucasian and African American. Usually it can be figured out, but the difference with me is that my father is Caucasian, therefore my hair is straight. I'm originally from Texas and I'm usually confused for being Mexican. But now I live in Massachusetts and I've never had to deal with anyone concerning my race until this day. Also, I'm married to a Caucasian woman who had a child before we married. His father is not in his life as much, and I took the responsibility because I love this woman and I love this little boy as if he were my own. He's 4 years old now and I've been in his life since he was 1 year old. Anyways, on to the story. My wife needed a few things from the grocery store and she needed to run a few more errands, and usually she just goes and knocks things out herself because I'm asleep. I work nights. But this particular day, I happened to be awake and I offered to go for her. She works hard and does a lot, so I definitely felt it was necessary to do something for her so she could just relax for the day. I took my son with me so she could rest up and just take it easy, and it gave me some time to spend with my son for some bonding. We completed all of the errands, which went smoothly, and then headed to the grocery store to finish up our day. My son, being a typical 4-year-old, was full of energy, running ahead of me, laughing, and speaking to everyone he comes across, which I generally don't mind as long as he doesn't hit anyone and stays within eye view. As I'm making my way down an aisle looking for canned corn, my son jogs to the end of it when an older lady is entering at the other end. My son, being the sweet social butterfly he is, approached and exclaims in excited, "Hi, me 4, and me Ryan." Bless his little heart. The lady looked down and says,
Why, hello there. You shouldn't be running around unattended. Let's go find your parents.
I didn't think anything of her statement because I assumed she just hadn't seen me. "Ryan, come back here, bud, please." He excitedly runs back toward me and starts turning in circles because, he's 4. I'm still searching the shelves as the lady walks past me and stops behind me. Again, I think nothing of it because it's a grocery store and you have to share the aisles. I turn my basket around and start to walk toward the front cash registers when this lady literally blocks my path. I say, "Excuse me," and try to walk around her, and she moves her cart car in front of me again. I honestly thought she was just getting confused and said excuse me once again and tried one more time to go around and she just blocks my path. The following conversation ensues. Me, sorry about that. We'll get out of your way. The lady.
Oh, I don't think so. You're not going anywhere with that child.
Me, you mean my son? The lady.
That's not your child. He's white and you're Mexican. You probably didn't even know his name until he said it to me.
Me, sure, whatever, lady. Can you just move? My wife is at home and she's anxiously waiting for us. Lady.
Stop your lies. You're not taking him anywhere, you pervert.
This whole time, my son is standing close to me holding my leg because he was honestly getting scared. I was getting angry because I didn't have much sleep and I have a short fuse anyway. Me, as you can see, he's standing close to me because he trusts me and you're scaring him, so how about you buzz off? The lady.
No, he's scared because of you. He just doesn't know how to express it yet.
She looks at my son.
Come on now, sweetie. I'm here to rescue you. Come with me.
Thankfully, my son was able to communicate to her that he wasn't going anywhere with her, but she was having none of it. She literally grabbed my son and began to run. It caught me off guard because I honestly could not fathom what was actually happening. My son just starts screaming loudly because he was so scared, and this lady is just like,
don't worry, sweetie. He won't hurt you, I promise.
Suddenly, I snap back into reality and I begin to chase after this crazy witch. While running through the store, I yell for people to stop her and that she's kidnapping my son, and thankfully a worker stops her before she makes the exit. Lady.
Why are you stopping me? This Mexican here is trying to kidnap my grandson.
My son is literally bawling his eyes out, extending his arms out, calling for me. This lady was relentless and would not let go until my son, even after he slaps her face multiple times. I laughed a little, not gonna lie. At this point, a manager shows up and asks what's going on. The lady spoke before me. Lady.
This,
pointing at me,
pervert is trying to kidnap my grandson, and I was just trying to escape.
Me. That's my son, you psycho. Now let him go. The manager didn't know what to believe. I don't blame him. He was caught in a weird situation, so I pulled out my phone and showed him pictures of me and my son that dated back a year ago as proof. This lady still would not give up and accused me of faking the photos. Like, how would you do that exactly? I'll never know, but whatever. Sadly, there were only two other ladies there taking the psycho's side and saying that I was attempting to kidnap my own son because there was no way we were a family because of our different skin tones. One even called the police, which I was actually happy about because I knew they'd be able to review the security cameras. Even still, I called my wife to see if she would come to the store to get the situation cleared up quicker. As I told her what was going on, she zoomed to the store. She got there about the same time as the police. The crazy ladies were giving their statements to the cops when my wife walked up. As soon as she walked in, my son goes, "Mama, help!" My wife is a true mama bear and she immediately flew into a rage when she saw this lady holding my son. Wife.
Let him go now!
Lady.
Sorry, sweetie. I was just trying to protect him from this pervert over here.
Lady number 2.
Yeah, we saw him trying to kidnap him, but this lady saved him.
The cop looks at the lady and is confused. Officer, I thought this was your grandson. Wife. I have no idea who that lady is. She takes out her phone and shows the officer a picture of my mother-in-law. Lady.
Okay, I'm sorry. He's not my grandson, but I was only trying to protect him from this dirty pervert over here.
Lady number 2.
Yeah, I witnessed the whole thing. He snatched that child and tried to run away with him, but this lady stopped him.
Lady number 3.
Yes, I saw it too. He needs to be arrested. And you,
pointing at my wife,
should be thankful that this lady was here to save your son because you obviously just let him loose wherever.
Wife. Who are you talking about again? All 3 crazy ladies pointed at me. Wife. Oh, you mean my husband? Lady 1.
Husband?
Wife. Yeah, who do you think called me and got me here so fast? I presented my ID to the officer and the manager and my wife did the same. We also each showed pictures of us on our phones to prove that we really are a family. The cop nodded in approval and handed us our phones back and jotted down a few notes. The 3 ladies for some reason still kept trying to say that this was all fake and my wife was in on the kidnapping and that we needed to be arrested. My wife lost it at this point and let off some colorful words. I won't repeat them here, but she definitely got her point across. The nail in the coffin came from the psycho trio. The officer turned to the manager and asked, "Sir, do the cameras work in here?" Manager.
Yes, we have them inside and out.
Officer. Okay, let's go go review. The three ladies' faces went pale, like ghostly pale. The officer reviewed the outside camera as I pulled into the parking lot and saw me take my son out of my car, and then as I went up and down the aisles, and most importantly, the instance the woman snatched my son and began to run. Upon his return, he asks, "Would you like to press charges?" Lady 1 says,
Yes, I would.
The officer says, "Why would I be asking you that question? Shut your mouth and sit down." He turns to me and repeats the question, and I say, "Absolutely." Lady 1 was charged with attempted kidnapping, false imprisonment, providing a false police report, and child endangerment. The other two ladies were also charged with providing a false police report as well. To make matters worse for Lady 1, my son bruises easily, and she left some terrible spots on him from where she was grasping him, but he's fine. This added a charge of child abuse to her rap sheet. I have court later this year, but I'm not sure when because of the pandemic. The officer will be following up with me in a few weeks. So, who here is the biggest jerk? First off, how does lady number 1 not realize that that kid was with his dad and was trying to get back to his dad when she was taking him away and he was hitting her in the face telling her that he wanted to go to his dad? That alone should have made it obvious. But before that even happened at all, what should have happened if she was really that concerned for some reason, which I don't really know why she would be because the kid wasn't in distress or anything weird. She could just go up to the kid and ask him, "Is that your dad?" But it seems like because she thought the dad was Mexican looking that it was so far out of the question, so far out of the reality to be a possibility that she didn't even consider that at all. And her other two friends, lady 2 and 3, are just her little cheerleaders in the background trying to support whatever she's doing without really even knowing what's going on either. And the fact that he's pressing charges, these sound like very serious charges to press on someone. Attempted kidnapping, false imprisonment, providing a false police report, and child endangerment among the other ones that she got later on. That's pretty heavy. So let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and who do you think is the jerk? My mom asked an entitled mother to let go of my hair. She refused and got her life ruined. When I was a kid, I never cut my hair, no matter what. So I had very long, pretty, dirty blonde hair. And as a kid, a lot of people would ask to touch it, and I was fine with it as long as they had my permission. So when I was 6 years old, my mom took me to a grocery store to buy some things for dinner that night. We got to the store and my mom got the stuff she needed, but was missing the bread from the other side of the store. She sent me to go get it since I was small and fast. When I got to the bread, I picked out the brand we would usually buy, and at that time, I really liked baguettes and other types of breads. So when I saw the baguettes, I totally forgot that my mom was waiting for me, and I grabbed a loaf. Then I headed back to my mom. So when I was heading back to my mom from the bread aisle, I felt someone pull on my hair, and not gently, no, they yanked it. They pulled so hard, I thought my hair was gonna come out, and I cried so hard, my mom heard me across the store. It turns out it was a kid about my age who wanted to touch my hair, so his mom, and I say his 40-year-old mother, pulled my hair so her kid could touch it. My mom rushed over and told the lady to let go of me. This is how the conversation went. My mom said,
Let my daughter go.
The entitled mom said,
My child just wanted to touch her hair. She has very pretty hair.
Me, she pulled on my hair, it hurts. Mom,
You could have just asked. You can't just pull kids' hair. I can call the police for assault.
entitled mom,
You are harassing me. All I did was let my son touch her hair. I can call the police on you for harassing me and my child.
my mom,
Firstly, I am not harassing you. You assaulted my child. And secondly, you can call the police. You will only be making things worse for yourself.
As it turns out, the entitled mom did call the police and they both took our statements. The entitled mother had given an over-exaggerated and dramatic report telling the police, as we would find out later, that I had given consent for her kid to touch my hair, and my mom had come out of nowhere and started harassing the entitled mother. My mother had given the police the actual report from her side. I had been asked to give a report, but I was too scared and tired from the experience to say much. They checked the security footage and saw what actually happened. I don't remember the next part, so bear with me here. My mom decided to press charges and sue the entitled mom for assault, and then she was sent to jail for 6 months and fined for providing a false police report as a cherry on top. If she's in a store and she's gonna lie about what happened to the police, they're obviously gonna check the security camera footage. Why would she not think that that was the outcome that was inevitably gonna happen? That doesn't even make sense. And regardless of how cool you think someone's hair is, why would you pull on it to the point where the girl was about to cry? I mean, you shouldn't touch it in the first place, but she didn't just touch it, she yanked it so hard that the little girl thought she was gonna cry, the OP here. So if you were in this situation, let me know what you would do and who was the biggest jerk here. In today's episode of Entitled People, how to ruin your life. So about 10 months ago, a guy goes down outside a strip mall store, has a medical alert bracelet on about a heart condition. Paramedics get called, which arrive quickly. They show up in a 4-door pickup with bed shell, all fire engine red, flashing lights and sirens, fire department, paramedics all over the truck. They jump out and start hooking this guy up to blood pressure cuff, sticking the heart monitor pads onto him, etc. A Karen rolls up behind the paramedic truck and starts screaming that the truck cut her off at the intersection with the lights and sirens. Then she demands that the paramedic look at her as she melts down while he is starting CPR on the victim. The paramedic is obviously ignoring her entirely, but has to get something from the truck. She blocks his way and gets moved aside. As he goes to the truck, this is where Karen pulls out the pepper spray, hoses the standing paramedic directly in the face, but she's not done. She sprays the second paramedic on the ground and just for the trifecta, hoses down the heart attack victim, screaming he is too young to have a heart attack. I took it as my cue to remove her pepper spray and hold on to her with others until police arrived. Still others are trying to help with CPR while some try to wash the eyes of the paramedics. The police arrive, Karen goes immediately into handcuffs and then attempts to bite/kick the police, which results in getting hogtied and her shirt pulled over her face, at which time she screams the R word. And the kicker, when police arrest her, she starts with, "Do you know who I am?" The results of this whole situation are 2 counts of aggravated assault with a weapon on the paramedics and 2 counts of assault on the police. 1 count of aggravated assault with a weapon on the heart attack victim, which thankfully survived, and resisting arrest with violence. She is also being sued by the heart attack victim for $10 million, which she apparently has. Her criminal trial is coming up. I bought a new suit for it, and my old self will be there with bells on. Since the entire event is on video from 2 cameras and who knows how many cell phones, it will be interesting to see what her high-powered legal team is going to cook up. But ultimately, I hope she will be convicted. She will be facing a possible 65 years, but practically will only get about 10 years maximum, if any prison time at all. As a side note, her husband is a bank vice president and refused to make her bail. It took her 13 days to get her family to bail her out. Who was the jerk here? Even if she thought that the heart attack victim was too young to have a heart attack, why did she think that they would be faking having a heart attack? Who in their right mind would call the paramedics and then lie on the ground and pretend to be having a heart attack? Even if for some reason it wasn't a heart attack, it was something else, how could you possibly interfere in that? The paramedic is trying to go back to the truck to get something and she blocks him. That's a pretty serious thing to do because this could be a life or death situation, and obviously it was because he was having a heart attack. But man, I don't know how she has $10 million and if that's even possible for them to know that that's true, but he probably is going to successfully sue her for something because he could have lost his life there if she was interrupting the flow of the paramedics try to get the help that he needs while he's on the ground having a heart attack. Let me know what you would do if you were a bystander in this situation, and is she the jerk or not? A jerkish bridesmaid meets the unmovable force, my mother. Some quick background. My baby brother was born terminally ill and the long hospital stays and the expensive meds kicked in around 6 months old. To cope with this huge medical bill that was ongoing, my mom worked a lot of odd jobs over the years, and one of those odd jobs was custom making wedding and bridesmaid gowns. My mom had a few die-hard rules. Number 1, she did all of your measurements. I heard the lecture of vanity fibbing only results in poorly fitting dresses more times than I can count. And rule number 2, all final fittings must be completed at least 3 weeks before the wedding. That way, if Dewey, her son, had an emergency hospital stay, she'd have time to arrange for someone to sit with him while she went home to finish a job. He was nonverbal and needed a constant companion. This particular bride wanted all of her bridesmaids in pastel organza dresses. Organza is a gauzy fabric. The base dresses were white covered with these colors. Unfortunately, the bride had more bridesmaids than pastel shades the fabric came in, meaning one lucky bridesmaid wore tan. The bride refused to start a fight by assigning colors, so it was first come first serve. When you came for your measurements, you got to pick from the remaining colors. One bridesmaid lived 3 hours away and flat out refused to come to town to be measured. She insisted that telling us she was a size 8 was good enough. Bridal sizes are very different and didn't cleanly convert, so that really meant nothing. My mom finally reached the compromise that a local seamstress could measure her and send in the measurements. 1 month before this wedding, Dewey, her son, was admitted into the ICU to be placed on a ventilator. My mom now had to find enough coverage to get 8 dresses finished in the next 2 weeks or so. She pulled it off thanks to amazing friends, but it was tight. My dad was busy working overtime to pay the bills and dealing with the other 2 kids, us. Well, this jerkish bridesmaid still refused to have a final fitting more than 2 days before the wedding. She, quote, didn't want to waste a trip because my mom was a horrible seamstress who didn't understand proper sizing. I was cleaning up seed pearls during that lovely conversation. My mom begged a friend to sit with Dewey for an entire day so she could do the fitting and the adjustments all at once. The bridesmaid was 2 hours late. When she arrived, she saw the hideous tan dress and began literally screaming about how it wasn't fair and how my mom must have picked that color. She demanded another bridesmaid return their dress and both dresses get swapped colors. That would have been an additional 20 hours of work, so my mom laughed and told her no. The bride herself arrived and told her friend, the bridesmaid, that that color was the only option left and that she was sorry, but it was that or drop out of the wedding and pay for the dress anyway. So the bridesmaid finally agreed to put it on, and yeah, she lied about her size. When the zipper didn't go all the way up, mom whipped out the measuring tape only to discover that this jerk lady had shaved 1 to 2 inches off of every measurement except her height. Her defense was that she wasn't going to let a jealous seamstress lie about her, so she fixed the numbers before passing them on. By this point, my mom was breathing fire. Her son's life hung in the balance and this lunatic was making her life hell. My mom demanded double for the dress because she was going to have to add strips to the base white dress to make it big enough and then make a whole new overdress from organza. It was doubling the time it would take to make this and adding substantially to the fabric costs. The bridesmaid fought over it and my mom finally told her, fine, pay me the agreed upon amount and take your dress as is. Now the bride herself was bullying the bridesmaid into just paying up. She finally agreed to it and my mom told the bride to get the bridesmaid out of her house. They could come back in 5 hours to get the dress. Thankfully, the redone dress was a perfect fit. The bridesmaid paid the remaining balance and left after that. The day that my brother died, my mom refused to make another wedding dress ever again. She's only made one in the 21 years since as a favor to the friend who spent that ill-fated day with Dewey in the ICU while my mom fought with this jerkish bridesmaid. One of the very first parts that makes no sense at all about this is why would she edit her measurements? So she did go to the seamstress, she did get the measurements, and then she said that she fixed them by shaving off 1 to 2 inches off of every measurement. I mean, this protects nothing here except for her ego, and her ego is about to be shattered when she ultimately has to wear the dress that won't fit her because she isn't 1 to 2 inches off of every measurement. So that part makes no sense at all. It's kind of like a short-term ego boost in exchange for a dose of reality when you actually have to put the dress on or have it made, and in this case, pay twice the amount that you originally thought you were going to pay, and also unknowingly deprive a mother from her dying son when she would want to spend time with him instead of doing all of this. I mean, this is obviously the Entitled People sub, and this is a perfect example of someone that is so brutally entitled that they don't even understand what they're doing to the people around them. I was hoping that there would be maybe a happier ending, but it is sad to hear that the brother did die after all, and moments like this, the mom had to spend her time away from him when he ultimately did die. So let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and who was the biggest jerk. This is a story of entitled people and upgrading to first class. Some background. I'm an airline captain commuting to work. I purchased a full fare first class ticket to get there. I lived in Atlanta at the time, domiciled in Houston, and commuted. Normally, you could get a jump seat in the cockpit, but on this auspicious day, that was already taken. Pass riding wasn't an option because there were no seats in coach and only one in first class. Pass riders can be bumped for fare paying passengers, and I needed to get to work, so I plunked down my credit card and bought the last seat in first class. Boarding has occurred and I'm peacefully sitting in my seat waiting for pushback. This is how it starts. The entitled woman says,
"You're sitting in my seat. You'll need to move right now."
Me, checking my boarding pass. Nope, this is my seat. Not gonna happen. Sorry. Entitled woman.
"You're an employee. You're sitting in my seat. Move now."
Me, may I see your boarding pass? Clearly there's some mistake. Entitled woman.
"You may not see my boarding pass. I showed that when I boarded. I've upgraded to first class now. Move."
Me, you'll need to resolve this with the flight crew. I'm a passenger. Entitled woman stomps off, resembling an irritated Dolores Umbridge, and returns with the flight attendant. Flight attendant says, "Good morning, Captain. May I see your boarding pass?" Me, sure thing. I show my boarding pass. Flight attendant, "Ma'am, that's his seat. He paid for it." Entitled woman,
"Well then throw him off, dear. I've upgraded to first class and now that is my seat."
Flight attendant, I'll need to see your boarding pass, ma'am." Entitled woman,
"You will not. I showed it when I boarded. I've upgraded to first class."
Flight attendant, how did you upgrade to first class? Entitled woman,
"I upgraded to first class. I'm more important than an employee. Now get him out of my seat."
someone has called the cockpit and the captain has left the flight deck to deal with this. Captain says, "Ma'am, I'm Captain Wallaby. I've just spoken with the gate agent. We certainly apologize for this awkward situation. The agent has corrected your paperwork and has a voucher for future travel for you as well. Please go fetch your new boarding pass and your voucher and we'll be on our way." The entitled woman departs up the jetway, a triumphant smile on her face. The captain returns to the flight attendant and says, "Prepare the doors for departure." The doors close. The captain returns to the cockpit as we push back from the gate, and I can see the entitled woman pounding on the glass next to the jetway. It was a nice ride to Houston. The coffee was wonderful. Somehow, this sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Maybe not a successful lawsuit, but a lawsuit nonetheless, because what if this woman was trying to get to something that was extremely important and the captain basically just tricked her into getting off the plane so he could take off without her? One of the comments basically summarized what this was, and it was a tactic where you say, "You win, just go get what you want," and then psych. So they voluntarily get off thinking they're getting whatever they want, and then they just leave. Someone else said that apparently it is much easier and less disruptive to flight schedules just to kick them off using this tactic than to bring airport security aboard the plane. So maybe she wouldn't even try suing, but this would probably make her so enraged that she would at least think about it. I mean, if she's banging on the glass as they're moving away, she's going to be pretty mad. And what if she had some carry-ons up there? She just loses her carry-ons? And one last comment to kind of make sense of this a little bit more. According to someone else in the comments, they said that there is a clause in the fine print of most boarding passes that if you leave the plane after you've already boarded, you are giving up the flight. It's for security. Oops, let me go get my backpack that I left that has my paraphernalia, my children's books, but it's great for getting off people who think that the world revolves around them. And the source for this is apparently his father is a captain for American Airlines. So what would you do in this situation, and who do you think was the biggest jerk? My pregnant wife was killed in a workplace accident. I moved back to my hometown and connected with a woman who, after moving in with me, cheated on me with a close friend. I set him up to take the fall for a drug possession charge, and after sending her away on a spa retreat, I rented out my house and left town for a promotion while exposing her as a cheater. So here's the backstory. My wife Rachel and I grew up in a largish town of close to 30,000 people. We knew each other at an early age, roughly 6 or 7 years old, I can't specifically remember, and we were practically inseparable. At 16 years old, we started dating each other. When we turned 18, we moved away for work in a city just a few hours drive away. By 20 years old, we were married and bought our first house. At 22, we discovered that she was pregnant with a boy. It was then that disaster struck. About 5 weeks before she was due to go on maternity leave, a large shelving unit collapsed and crushed her. I was told that both her and our child were killed instantly. instantly. 2 of her colleagues had also been injured in the accident. One was left paralyzed. The other lost his leg after it had to be amputated. The company she was working for had, in a cost-cutting measure, decided to continue using old shelving that had been written off as unsafe instead of replacing it. I still haven't quite forgiven those executives and management personnel for making that decision because they cut short the love of my life as well as killing our unborn child. It wasn't long after I was told I had a choice on how I wanted to proceed with what her company called compensation, but what I call blood money. They wanted to settle out of court to avoid a lawsuit. I, on the other hand, was out for their blood. Fortunately, due to the coverage that it got involving several politicians, the case was settled quickly in court, roughly 3 years, in which the payout for all the parties was close to 10 times the amount that they had initially offered. A lot of fines were given to them for breaches on work, health, and safety. Executives were sacked, others were jailed, etc. This whole part is maybe a story for another time, but in this story, in this time, I was still working in my job in telecommunications. My mother, bless her soul, had moved in with me while this was all happening to help me. I think I would have fallen apart if she hadn't been as involved as she was. It was around this time I was offered a promotion, but it involved a lot of travel around the state. I made a request to have an office in my hometown's branch, as I wanted to not only take care of business in the state, but in my hometown also, as there was no business representative located there, to which they agreed. After a few months, we settled into a routine of 1 to 2 weeks in the city office, 1 week in my hometown, and 1 to 2 weeks visiting the rest of the state. After a year, I decided to buy a house in my hometown, so I wasn't having to stay at my parents' place every week, or so that I was home and that I could come and go as I pleased. This is important for later on in the story. It's about 4 years later that our story begins. I had just returned home from one of my trips on Friday and was checking in some stuff at my office when Harry, the branch's managing director, walked in. We had grown up together also, but had gone to different schools, but since coming back had developed a very close friendship. He asked how things were and asked me if I wanted to come to a house party that he was having that evening. Short notice and all, but I said yes. I felt like a few drinks with friends were in order. It was there that Harry introduced me to Catherine. She was a new hire at the branch where my hometown office was and was getting to know everyone being new in town. We hit it off immediately. As much of a cliche as it sounds, it was almost as if Rachel was in front of me instead of Catherine. I won't bore you too much with the details, but after 2 years of dating, we decided to take the next step and she moved into my hometown's house. Everything up to this point had been going really well. Catherine and my parents got along and Rachel's parents had also approved, and we were happy that someone could make me just as happy as Rachel had done. All was going well for close to a year when things began to change. Skype sessions were cut short suddenly. Neighbors would tell me about how a car described to me like it was Harry's always seemed parked in the back alley near my house whenever I was away. Some clothes that weren't mine were in my wardrobe. All signs pointed to her cheating, but she said that nothing was happening. She said that Harry would come over occasionally to discuss business, etc., but he never stayed the night. I chalked it up to me being paranoid and continued on as if nothing was wrong, but there was always this feeling that something wasn't right. It was close to 6 months after that I discovered she had been lying to me. I had just finished closing a rather large contract with a new company and negotiations had wrapped up earlier than I had anticipated, so instead of sticking around for the next few days, I decided to pay for an early flight home and surprise everyone. Fast forward a few hours and I drive into my hometown and down the alley behind my house so that I could get into the house without being seen and surprise Catherine. Some part of me was curious, however, as to whether or not this mystery car was there. Sure enough, there was a car that was blocking the back entrance gates. I was confused for a moment, wondering if it had just been a neglectful neighbor parking, only to realize that it was actually indeed Harry's car. If it hadn't been for the high hedge line that I put in a few years back for privacy, I may have well driven past my own place. Pulling up behind his car, I got out and thought it was strange that he was there so late, as she claimed that he always had left by now. As I approached the back of the house, I saw something that made my stomach drop. In my kitchen, Catherine and Harry were going at it hammer and tong. I froze. Time stopped. There was my close friend doing it on my kitchen bench with my girlfriend. I didn't know what to do. So many questions were running through my head. Was this real or was I dreaming? Why were they doing it in my house? Feeling defeated, I turned and left without them seeing me. I sat in my car for what felt like an eternity. I was crying hard, but the sadness quickly turned into anger. The same kind of anger I felt towards those that were responsible for Rachel's death. I wanted to hurt them badly. As a pacifist, I don't believe in violence. It was then I knew I was going to punish them and destroy their lives. And what a better time to start than now. I moved my car back up the alley far enough from the driveway that I could still see Harry's car, and then walked back to the gate where I could see into the house and called her phone. They were still going for it when it rang. They both looked at the caller ID and did a double take when my name came up. I could see that she was considering answering it, and they let it ring out. After a few moments, they were back into it again, and I dialed once again. This time she did answer. As she was answering, I hung up and made my way back to my car. As soon as I did, she called me back. She asked why I was calling as late as I was, and I told her I was about 10 minutes from home and I didn't want to scare her coming in. She, obviously, was shocked and acted happy that I was coming, and the call ended very quickly after she said she was going to get up and get changed into something. I said goodbye and hung up. A few moments later, Harry came peeling through the gate, still half naked, jumped into his car and took off like a bat out of hell. I smiled a little, knowing the fear from being so close to being caught. I waited a few moments before turning my car into the same place Harry had just been moments earlier. The night was fairly uneventful afterwards, and it wasn't until after that she was asleep that I got up and went to my office down the hall. I couldn't sleep. I needed to plan, and plan I did. The revenge. My mother always taught me to be a pacifist and to allow cosmic karma to take its course, but on this occasion I decided that karma could use a helping hand. I decided to punish them separately but destroy both of them. I knew that Harry had a drug habit. Nothing major, but he kept it very private. I only knew about it accidentally after seeing some drugs left out at his place, but I pretended I hadn't seen it when he made attempts to cover it up. I began calling some of my more unsavory clientele and made a few discreet inquiries into obtaining some samples that they were willing to part with. A few days later, I had a decent enough stash for my plan to work out. About a month later, I had friends, including Harry, around for barbecue night. After making sure I had sufficiently liquored up Harry, I told him to stay the night and sleep it off. In the early hours of that morning, I took the drugs and an assortment of my personal belongings and placed them at various places around his car, with the biggest stash in his tire well. Confident that he wouldn't find them over the few months as the rest of my plan took effect, I locked the car up and went inside to sleep. I also placed some more drugs and personal items in his house after driving him home because he was still too sloshed to drive. A few days later, I staged a break-in by smashing the back pane of my back door into my kitchen and leaving it open before heading back to the city for a flight. I had several messages the moment I landed. One from my clearly panicked mom, who had found the back door smashed open and had called the police. One from Catherine in tears, and one from the local police asking me to call. After returning all the calls, I informed the police that I was away on business and that I would be back the following week to talk with them. While away, I got Catherine to stay with my parents until I got back and asked my dad to organize one of the local security companies to install cameras and an alarm system after getting the go-ahead from the police as to not ruin the scene of the crime. After getting home, I did the usual, my God, I can't believe this happened, and why would anyone do this routine? After doing a thorough check of everywhere, finding that the items I had taken were missing, and filing a police report, I had the security company's rep talk Catherine and I through how the cameras and alarm system work. Then came the question I had been waiting for. The question of what happens if we are doing some business and don't want it recorded. She acted a bit shy asking this question, but I knew exactly the reason she was asking. He assured us this was a question he got asked a lot, and we were shown on the home computer if we wanted to be doing things without it being recorded, how to stop the recording for certain cameras so that we could protect her modesty. As I was walking him out, I asked if the cameras were turned off, could a notification be sent out just as a security precaution. He came back in and helped me through how to set up email notifications and left shortly after. Fantastic. All I had to do was wait. At this stage, I approached the legal advice subreddit for some help in relation to couples law in my country. I needed to make sure that my upcoming plan could legally be done and that I would not be forced to pay out any money or equity to Catherine, as I didn't know if we were classified as a de facto couple or not. Being the sole benefactor of Rachel's estate, I didn't want to be left with any nasty surprises where Catherine could take any of the estate away from me. Shout out to those guys and gals as they helped me get in contact with a great lawyer who assured me, due to the fact that although we had been dating for close to 4 years, we had not been living together long enough to be classified as de facto, and because I was paying all the utilities on the property that she was living in and didn't pay rent, it showed that she had no legal standing to make a financial claim against me. Just to be sure though, he drew drew up what I felt was a pretty ironclad document just in case there was any legal trouble. The following week, my work had approached me and offered me a promotion to move back to the city and run the team that I was a part of, meaning I wouldn't need to travel as often and I would be in one location due to the success of being located in my hometown, that they were considering having 3 to 5 representatives spend 1 to 2 weeks in the larger surrounding towns, including my hometown, as part of my team. I said yes, and I began the process of beginning my transfer, which would take about 6 weeks. Perfect. More than enough time to gather all my evidence. Upon getting back to my hometown the following week, I began to start in motion the rest of my plan. I asked Harry to approve 1 week's worth of vacation for Catherine for 2 weeks' time. I wanted to send her and a friend or two away on a retreat before I made the biggest decision of my life for a second time. He jumped up and gave me a huge hug, congratulating me on being prepared to take the leap again. I hugged him back tight, but not the way I think he imagined it at the time. He agreed and blocked out the week for me. I asked him not to say anything to anyone, as I wanted to make it as big of a surprise as I could. I knew that it would spread like wildfire around the office regardless, but that was my plan. That night I told Catherine that I had booked her and 2 friends to go to a tropical spa resort, all expenses paid for a week. No questions asked. She picked 2 friends and come back to the biggest surprise of her life. She screamed like a kid who had just been told that all the candy in the candy shop was hers to have. I then told her that the following week I was going to spend it in the city preparing for a large client who was one of my biggest accounts, and that I needed some people in my team to help before flying out the following week, and I wouldn't be home until the Monday that she was leaving, so I wouldn't be able to see her, which seemed to disappoint her, but I told her it would be worth it when she returned. What I failed to tell her was that I had decided to take 2 weeks vacation on the other side of the country, mentally preparing myself for the storm that was about to erupt the moment she stepped foot on the plane, as well as enjoying my first stage of freedom. On Sunday, 2 weeks later, I flew back and began driving home. Once getting there, I did a quick pass around my house, and sure enough, Harry's car was there. Like the first night I had caught them, I parked a little ways back and checked the cameras, asleep in my bed. No surprise, honestly, as I had recorded them constantly do this over the 2 weeks I had been away. I then made my first call to the police, blocking my caller ID. I told them that I was one of my neighbors and saw someone hanging around in their car in the alley behind my house and occasionally passing something through the window to passing cars while also looking into my yard, and I was concerned they were dealing drugs or going to break into someone's property. I gave them his license plate and description. They said they would have somebody there in a few minutes, so I thanked them and hung up. I then called Catherine and told her that I was about 10 minutes from home and that I knew that she was flying out tomorrow, but desperately wanted to surprise her. Looking back at the footage now, I laugh at the commotion that I am surprised I didn't hear. In a few short seconds, Harry was half dressed and flying out the back door to his car. At that point, I couldn't have asked for a more perfect scene. As Harry was peeling away, one of the police cars rounded the corner behind me, saw Harry driving away fast, and gave chase. After pulling in, greeting an excited Catherine, and doing all the couple things, she fell asleep again. I, on the other hand, couldn't sleep a wink. The next day, her and her friends were bundled into a car. After they drove away, I had to wait a few hours, but I began to execute my plan. I called my friend, who was a removalist, and apologized for the late notice, but needed my place packed and moved on Friday. After agreeing on a time, I told him that he would need to take certain boxes to a storage facility, which he said wasn't an issue. Then I began packing Catherine's belongings. Later that day, I got a call from the police for me to come and identify some property that they had apprehended from a suspect the previous night that fit the description of property I had reported stolen. I grinned to myself, happy that my plan for Harry had grown to fruition, and replied that I would be there shortly to collect it. Of course, when I got there, some of the items were still unaccounted for due to the fact they must have been still in his house and they hadn't searched there yet. By this stage, the town was buzzing with the news. Events in my hometown don't stay secret for long. Harry was disgraced and promptly fired for his possession of drugs and stolen property, and our respective bosses on behalf of the company had extended a formal apology towards me during the week. That night, I went to my parents' house and told both mine and Rachel's parents what had happened, omitting certain details, and that I was moving back to the city after being promoted, but Catherine wouldn't be a part of it. They were pretty upset initially that I hadn't let them know what was going on, but were happy that I was handling everything maturely and hadn't sunk to their level. Though they didn't agree with ghosting Catherine. But after some drinks, some laughs, and tears, I went home. On Friday afternoon, after a busy week of organizing cleaners for the following week, the real estate to put my house on the rental market, and various other tasks in my hometown office, I packed some things into my car and I drove to my parents' place place and said goodbye before the drive. Before leaving, I went to Becky's house. Becky had been one of Rachel's closest friends growing up. She was the only person who knew what was happening, minus the details about Harry. Without her help, I wouldn't have been able to organize everything as quickly as I had. I gave Becky a large manila folder with my gathered evidence of her cheating, as well as the letter and a few other legal documents from my attorney stating that she was ordered not to contact me, and the details of how to access her belongings located at the storage unit that I had rented out. After a quick goodbye, I left and I drove back to the city. On Sunday, I woke up to several missed calls, voice messages, and text messages. Turns out Catherine had come home early after being alerted to something being afoot in town, only to find an empty house with a for rent sign out in the front. Freaking out, she had gone to my parents, who closed the door on her the moment they answered, forcing her to call everyone until she managed to somehow be contacted by Becky and told that she had a package for her. I was told she didn't take well to that, as I fully well knew at that point from the numerous angry texts and voice messages from her accusing me of setting up Harry, of being deceitful, etc. I was worried that she might show up at my front door, but nothing ever happened. 5 weeks later, after leaving and being promoted, I write this out for you, dear reader. So, am I the jerk? Before we jump into the jerk or not a jerk in this nuclear revenge story, there are a bunch of questions that people had. So I'm going to try and go through some of the answers that he responded to people that were asking him questions. The biggest part when he addresses most of this is a section where he says, so one of the questions I keep getting asked is, what happened to Harry? Why was I so hard coming down on him, and why would I incriminate myself, especially on the internet? After making some inquiries back home to friends, a short answer is Harry is looking at a few months in prison, as it's his first offense, but he could be out sooner. And I felt that it was necessary to the story. No one other than myself knew what I had planned to do with Harry, which is why I omitted quite a few crucial details that had the potential to truly identify me, as well as change up some of the descriptive language about the locations to potentially put this story anywhere in the world. Just for clarification, there was already more than enough evidence in his own home. I just provided the means for police to further investigate his activity in his home. That being said, I don't regret what I did to him, as he knew both Rachel and I growing up and knew how hard it was for me to pick up my life after she died. For those also asking if I'm worried about Harry finding out and pointing the authorities in my direction, I know that he doesn't use Reddit. I know Catherine has an account, but I haven't seen any recent activity to state that she has been on in some time. As for other Reddit users, who knows? Most of the people I'm friends with on my main account may recognize the story if they come across it, but as for browsing preferences outside of the subreddits we frequent in, I can't say. So when it comes to Catherine, because that's all the Harry stuff, he says that people have questioned why I didn't do more to her, or why I stuck around for as long as I did. Honestly, I almost did kick her out after a few days, but I wanted to gather evidence and show proof of her cheating so that everyone knew what she had done. She is a major socialite, these are her own words, and I knew by exposing her it would kill her reputation. As for what happened to her, I have been told that she moved to another state recently after being transferred. From the people I have spoken to today, she was put mainly on administrative duties before her transfer, as there was quite a bit of backlash after the rumor mill made its way around town. People have questioned the legality of what I did to her, moving all of her stuff out, sending her and her friends away, spending a good amount on the trip. Morally, I can see it's a pretty jerk move to build up her expectations of what she thought was going to happen. This combined with killing her status around town was my ultimate goal, to have her experience what it's like to have everything fall around you. But from a legal standpoint, I had every right. In the time that she had been living with me, she had never updated any of her personal information to reflect that she moved into my house. I found out this information during the course of my preparation with my lawyer, and with no concrete proof on paper to show that she was residing there, and because she didn't meet the de facto status, I was able to do what I did with no threat of backlash. So, knowing everything you know, am I the jerk? Alright, this has got to be one of the nuttiest stories so far in the entire channel. I cannot believe the lengths that this guy went to in order to do this entire plan, to execute the entire thing. I think that what probably motivated this on a deeper underlying level is the fact that his friend Harry had been there when he lost his wife and future child, who he saw as the love of his life, it seems like, and then would go back and do this, all while acting normal with him, all while acting like he's so excited to congratulate him about proposing to Catherine, or at least that's what he thought was going to happen. So maybe all of that just fueled this massive plan, this huge revenge plot. I mean, to be honest, I'm not really a fan of this whole get even by doing all this crazy stuff to hurt people in ways that are equal to how much they hurt you. I think the best thing to do here is the very first moment he saw what was happening, just leave. None of this is worth it. You're spending all this energy and time and really dragging out the hurt. I mean, once you find out that this is happening, just take what you got to take out and just get out of there. I mean, you could spend all this energy in rebuilding your life in a way that's positive for you rather than having to do all of this craziness. But I'm assuming that just due to the deep hurt of losing his wife, having one of his friends that was there during that time, being the culprit behind this, and then having his current girlfriend, Catherine, all in sync against you, deceiving you at the same time, maybe that just unlocked something deep in his mind where he couldn't just let it go. So let me know what you would do if you're in this situation, and who is the biggest jerk in this scenario with all of these different characters. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, turn on notifications, and if you want to submit your own story, you can do so via the link down below. Am I the jerk for buying my daughter a Bible? I bought my Hindu daughter, who's 14 years old, a Bible because she wanted one. I asked her why, and she said that she wanted to read all of the holy books and pull out their similarities and compile them to form the basis of one supreme religion. She also said she has no right to criticize any religion without knowing what it's about. She's a hardcore atheist. I was a bit weirded out, but teens, I guess. I got it for her and told her not to let her mom see. Take a wild guess. Her mom, my wife, saw my daughter reading the Bible and all hell broke loose. She screamed at me for trying to convert her daughter when my daughter has already renounced any and all religion and does not even portray herself as Hindu, and that she would grow up thinking Christianity is better than Hinduism. Here my daughter chimed in saying she couldn't care less about any religion and was just reading the Bible because she wanted to. My wife yelled at her, asking why she didn't read the Bhagavad Gita, the Hindu holy book, and my daughter simply replied that she didn't want to. My wife started screaming again, saying she was too young to make her own choices and she wouldn't listen to a teenager who used baby toothpaste. My daughter was like, okay, dad paid for the book, I'm reading it, where do you come into the transaction? At which point my wife called my daughter disrespectful and went back to her silent treatment. My daughter shrugged and went back to doing whatever. And here I am now. So, am I the jerk for buying my teenage daughter a Bible? The daughter's stance in this situation seems incredibly mature, especially for being 14 years old. She says that she wants to understand all of the major religions before she can criticize them. I think that's far more than most people are willing to do. Most people, whatever it is, religion or whatever the subject happens to be, try and talk about something that they don't really know about. In this case, she just wants to educate herself. I can't possibly see a reason why there would be anything bad about educating yourself, especially when it comes to a subject like this that a lot of people care so much about. I mean, she's basically preventing herself from becoming ignorant on these subjects that she wants to not be ignorant on. It's almost like the mom is thinking that there's something in the Bible that's going to be so dangerous for the daughter to see that it's going to make her leave her own roots, which it sounds like she already has. And by leave her roots, I just mean that she's not following the same religious ideology as her mom, because as they describe it here, she is already a hardcore atheist, not just a regular atheist, a hardcore one. I mean, the alternative to this, if the daughter is still going to be an atheist, which we're assuming because that's how the story began, the daughter would be criticizing the mom's religious beliefs and other people's religious beliefs without even understanding what they are or what the holy books that the followers of that religion say about them. So let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. Am I the jerk for getting mad at my wife whenever she talks down about our son's work? So basically, my son is a professional aerial performer and is currently performing in this large and popular horror-themed circus where we live. I know I may be biased, but in my opinion, he's really good, and it's just amazing to watch him perform. Maybe a little bit scary sometimes, and I sometimes worry about him with some of the tricks and acts he does. However, my wife will just tell people that he works in the circus, never mentioning that he's an aerial performer, that he actually works independently, and he is basically a contractor, nor that he works with a very large and popular circus, just simply that he works in the circus is what she tells people. Whenever we are out and she sees a clown, she will point at it and say, "Look, it's our son. And it is very clear that she looks down on him for what he does, and she assumes he makes next to nothing and is poor. I know he's not. He doesn't make a crazy amount, but he makes enough to support himself. This all came to a head when we were with some of her friends, and one of them asked if our son could entertain her kids at a party, promising to pay him generously since he must be struggling. My wife laughed and responded with, "I'll see if he's free." I butted in saying he probably won't be able to since the birthday party falls on a day when the popular circus is performing, which is where he works as a headline aerial act and is fully booked because it's so close to the new year. Almost everyone there was shocked since all this info was new to them. My wife looked pissed and left. She sat in the car and texted me that she wants to leave. I stayed for about 20 minutes answering questions and showing them some videos. The woman who asked apologized, saying she was given the impression by my wife that our son was a struggling and failing cheap circus performer and wanted to help him. When I finally left and got in the car with my wife, she yelled at me saying that I made her look like an idiot and a horrible mother in front of her friends. When we got home, she stormed out of the car and locked herself in our bedroom crying loudly, and she's been like this for almost an hour now, and I'm starting to feel awful and like a total jerk. I could have just left it alone. So, am I the jerk? Alright, this probably wasn't meant to be funny, but just the way that he described this ended up being unexpectedly funny. I know he genuinely does feel upset that his wife is kind of downplaying what the son is doing, and it does sound like the son is doing really incredible things. I mean, he's the headlining aerial performer act at this huge circus. That sounds awesome, but I can't possibly understand why the wife thinks so little of that and would describe it as, what do they call it? A poor failing circus clown or whatever that she said earlier. And then she would point at clowns on the street and say, "Hey, look, that's our son." It just sounds like the wife has some sort of preconceived notion about what the son is doing. And maybe it just has to do with the circus and the fact that she thinks that the circus is beneath her. But it sounds like he's not just at the circus. He's doing incredible things at the circus. So I think it totally makes sense why the husband would be so frustrated. And he probably didn't mean to embarrass the wife in the situation where he interrupted her explanation of what the son did in terms of this whole birthday party scenario. But I mean, how long can he continue to watch that go on when she's saying, "Yeah, my son will work at your birthday party," and he would have to say something. He has to step in and say something there. Otherwise, it's going to perpetuate this weird misinformation that the son is a failing clown or whatever she said. So he probably didn't mean to make the mom this upset, but it seems like he had to say something because this is going on for way too long. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and is he the jerk or not for getting mad at his wife whenever she talks down about their son's work? Am I the jerk for not wanting my husband to accept a gift from his ex-fiancée? So me and my husband have been together for 4 years and 2 years married. Last year, my husband was being a huge jerk to me and our close friends, so none of us got him a Christmas present or a birthday gift this year. Even after he got his life together and treated us a lot better, we're still trying to see if we want to get him a gift this upcoming Christmas. But considering a lot of us get our Christmas shopping done before Thanksgiving, we decided to get him any gifts a little later, and he would probably get his Christmas gifts in January or February. Recently, however, I saw that my husband had been talking to his ex on Facebook, and she offered to get him a Christmas gift this year. I brought this up to him and told him I wasn't comfortable with him reconnecting with his ex, much less receiving gifts from her. He told me that unless me and our group of friends get him something this year, he's taking what he can get. I reminded him the reason he didn't get any gifts was because he was being a jerk, and he said, "I know I was being a jerk last year, but I'm better now. And the fact that you can't acknowledge the fact that I'm trying to make things better is selfish and narcissistic." He said that unless he gets a Christmas gift from me and one from our friends, he's taking his ex's present because he deserves something this year. So, am I the jerk here or am I justified? There's a little bit of information added on to the end of this saying how exactly was he a jerk, and she says that he was just very rude and we would have a lot of arguments about his attitude. He'd make some insensitive joke here and there, and all around was pretty much annoyed at everything. I mean, the way she describes him being a jerk sounds not that bad, but maybe it's way worse than she's making it sound. I mean, it must be bad enough that not only she would notice that, but their group of friends would notice that as well. The strange part here is that they've all come together and decided on this plan to not get him a gift in order to teach him a lesson. It's kind of like he's a child or a dog or something, the way that they're acting about this. And it seems like the gift part of it really seems to mean a lot to him. For some people, they don't really care about the gift. They just want you in their lives or whatever. But in this case, it sounds like the gift itself is what's important. So him being deprived of that, if that's what actually is important, seems like a pretty big punishment for him having a bad attitude. I mean, maybe it's way worse than they're making it sound in this post, but what would you do if you're in this situation? And jerk or not a jerk, and why? Am I the jerk for telling my significant other he has a disorder? I have been with my boyfriend for 11 years and we have 3 kids, the youngest being almost 3 months. Since I've met him, he's been awful to wake up in the morning. I have to set an alarm for myself to start waking him up about an hour before he needs to be up. I start out waking him up nicely and gently, but eventually I have to resort to yelling as he just doesn't hear me or feel me shaking him. This happens because no matter what time he goes to sleep, although it's a little bit easier if he gets 8 hours of sleep, he can't wake up. This has caused many arguments, but it's getting worse as I'm so exhausted from getting up with the baby. I just have to be so loud in the morning that it wakes the baby up and there's no chance of me going back to sleep. I'm a stay-at-home mother and I understand this is a privilege and I'm sorry that he has to wake up early, but I feel like I should be able to sleep in if I'm up with the baby all night and the other kids are sleeping. He woke up this morning asking why I'm so mad at him and I replied, I'm not mad. I'm just talking loud so he will hear me and wake up. He replies, I am up, and then falls back asleep. I'm nursing the baby, stuck in a chair near the bed, and every time I yell, the baby gets startled and unlatches, and it really is starting to piss me off and it's painful. He semi-wakes up and we are going back and forth and I'm like, this isn't normal. You have to have some sort of sleep disorder because this is messed up, man. He looks at me aghast and says, who talks to someone like that first thing in the morning? So I tell him it's not the first thing in the morning. I've been trying to wake him up for over an hour. He just grumbled at me and gets in the shower. When he gets out, my middle son is asking for something and he snarks to him, be careful. She might tell you you have a disorder, son. I'm just so frustrated at that point that I tell him to get out of the house and get to work, and I start crying. I'm wondering if I'm out of line for saying he has a disorder and maybe I just need to suck it up and accept it since I don't have a job and get to stay home. What do you think? Am I the jerk? This entire relationship does not seem very healthy at all. It seems like neither person here appreciates what the other person is doing to the full extent. I mean, the husband doesn't seem like he appreciates that she's at home taking care of the baby and that she is the one bearing the responsibility to wake him up to go to work. Maybe he sees it as she's not even working. Why do I have to be doing this or something? And I guess less or so for the mom. The mom does seem like she appreciates him to the degree that she can before he starts snipping at her and getting angry that he has to wake up. But either way, they're both seemingly frustrated at the other one pretty bad. I totally see where the mom is coming from. She probably is not getting very good sleep at all. She's probably up all night with the baby, and then when he's at work, she's dealing with the younger kids who are not the baby and having to juggle all of that with what sounds like very little sleep or maybe no sleep at all. And all she's trying to do is to help him out by getting him to work on time, and he's getting frustrated by that. I mean, it sounds like maybe he does have a disorder. If he's really sleeping more than 8 hours and he cannot get up until she's doing all that, maybe he should get checked out by some sort of sleep specialist. One of the top suggestions in this whole thing was that the first day that he misses work because she stops trying to wake him up, he'll suddenly start waking up on his own in fear of missing work again. They say to tell him he's on his own, it saves you the aggravation, and if he does have a disorder, it forces him to figure it out so he doesn't lose his job. This is the top suggestion with a ton of upvotes, but it's kind of risky because it sounds like he is the only source of income for this house of 5 because they have 3 kids and 2 of them. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and is she being the jerk or not for telling her significant other that he has a disorder? Am I the jerk for asking my wife to stop cooking Russian food? My wife is from Russia and we've been married for 4 years. We decided to start a traditional family since I earn enough money to support a few people and she likes the idea of being a stay-at-home wife/mom. Therefore, I pay the bills and provide for the family in order for her to cook, clean, and take care of the kids. It's been going well so far and both of us enjoy living that way. It's just that I get a bit frustrated when it comes to her cooking food. Don't get me wrong, she's very skilled and I appreciate it, but it's just the type of food that's been bothering me a bit. Her culture is important to her, which I totally get, so she cooks a lot of Russian food. However, I'm not a fan of Russian cuisine because it's bland in my opinion and consists of basically only dough and meat, plus some dishes such as jelly meat that just don't appeal to me. I suggested that she might want to try recipes that are not Russian or Slavic because I'm not a huge fan of it, but she was pretty offended. Yesterday I overheard a conversation she had on the phone complaining to her friend about this situation and calling me a jerk. Am I the jerk for asking my wife to stop cooking Russian food? In the situation where he is at work all day making money and she's at home taking care of everything at the house, I guess the understanding is that she is the one cooking all the meals, but maybe he could just ask her to have one meal a week that's not Russian food. I mean, even if it's bland, every single meal doesn't need to be this crazily exciting meal unless he truly does hate the food, but it doesn't sound like he hates the food. It sounds like he's just kind of tired of it and it's kind of bland. So maybe starting with that conversation of one day a week and seeing if she's up for that, as opposed to totally just making her stop cooking Russian food in general when he even says himself that her Russian culture is very important to her. The actual top suggestion in response to this whole thing is that what if you cook a meal yourself? To which somebody quickly followed up and said, if my other half is at home all day and I'm the one putting the money on the table, while I have to cook for myself, I might as well be single. With the swap situation, it would be terrible too if the woman is a breadwinner and the man would be the stay-at-home spouse. Heck, the man would be lynched if he didn't do anything while the girlfriend/wife works. So let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and do you think he is the jerk for asking his wife to stop cooking Russian food? Am I the jerk for telling my girlfriend to cover up her body when strangers enter the home? I am fully aware the title sounds sexist, but hear me out, please. My girlfriend comes from a very wealthy background and grew up with maids, chefs, chauffeurs, etc. I was raised in a completely opposite environment and still adjusting to dating someone like her. When we're not with her parents, we spend a lot of time at one of her apartments. Here's the issue. My girlfriend likes to walk around home barely wearing anything, which is fine, but she even does this with the help around. For example, last month her family hired a new driver for her. He stopped by the apartment to introduce himself. She was only wearing underwear. Keep in mind, this is the first time they've met in person. I felt awkward. He was visibly awkward, and she didn't care at all. She was casually chatting to him while scrolling away on her phone. She does this all the time. She doesn't think she needs to wear any decent amount of clothes at all when people that work for her are around. She will casually walk around just wearing a thong or a tiny crop top, just a crop top, nothing else. She even does this with complete strangers. One time she opened the door for a delivery guy and was only wearing a see-through gown. You could see everything. Afterwards, I talked to her about it and she was utterly confused as to why I felt uncomfortable. Then she laughed and told me to stop being a jealous baby. She even said that I'm being unreasonable. We had another discussion about this yesterday and I told her that she probably wouldn't feel comfortable if I did the same. She said that she doesn't understand why I care what her staff think and that it never even crossed her mind that this is inappropriate. She told me that she only does this in the comfort of her home and not in front of, quote, actual people, i.e. people that don't work for her. She got kind of mad at me and vented to her friends. According to all of them, I'm weird for having a problem with this and I'm a jerk for telling my girlfriend to cover up. Somehow, I'm the villain of this story. Am I really the jerk? First off, by far the weirdest red flag in this entire situation is the fact that she says that she does this in the comfort of her home and not in front of actual people. Maybe that's not what she meant by that, but that is a very strange term to use for people. Actual people, people that do live. She means that, I guess, to say that since they work for her, they're not people that she has to have social relationships with, so she doesn't care about it. But I think that if the guy feels uncomfortable with it, he should feel okay with telling her that he feels uncomfortable comfortable with it and talking through it, even if it doesn't necessarily make sense, in the same way that she should feel comfortable talking about stuff that would make her feel like this if that ever happened. I mean, I just can't really get over the fact that she seems to think that people that work for her, people in service, are not real people, or at least not real enough to acknowledge. Again, that might be reading into the way that he interprets it, but still, it's hard to imagine how else she could have meant that. If anything, it sounds like some sort of superiority complex where she feels that people that don't have very much money are lesser than her who has money, but it's just so normalized that she doesn't even see how that's weird. And that's probably because she's surrounding herself with other people that are also extremely wealthy and have this sort of mindset, because all of her friends seem to think that the boyfriend is being really weird in the situation, and maybe that's because they don't see the help as actual people as well. But let me know what you guys would do if you're in this situation, or if you have ever been in a situation. Let me know what happened. Jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for turning the oven off while cooking Thanksgiving dinner after my husband kept shouting orders at me? I'm a 33-year-old female with a work-from-home job, and I've been married to my husband, a 37-year-old male who works in the military, for a year. We had a long-distance relationship, and I'd met his family a handful of times. I wasn't allowed to take part in Thanksgiving dinner preparation until I was officially married into the family. This year, my husband invited his family to spend Thanksgiving with us. I was happy to cook Thanksgiving turkey for the family, but the thing is, whenever we're having guests over and I'm the one cooking, my husband pops into the kitchen every few minutes and literally shouts stuff like, "So how we doing? The chicken's not ready yet. Hurry up, let's go." And "That shrimp ain't gonna cook itself." And "Let's go, let's go. Come on, the guests are starving." And "You move too slow, move faster." And "Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go." Like I was in the military or one of his recruits. He has a frog voice from constantly yelling. Him constantly pressuring me like that caused me so many injuries because I crack under pressure and I get really stressed, resulting in having accidents. Thanksgiving Day, while I was cooking dinner, he did the same thing. He kept coming into the kitchen and saying, "Folks are getting hungry. What's taking you so long?" Then full on went to shouting, "Come on, let's go, let's go, let's go." And "Hurry up, let's go, move." I was like mad at this point, and his family was dumbfounded. His mom offered to help, but I said thanks and warned him to stop or I will stop cooking. And he doubled down with an expected 4 more minutes. Let's go, let's go, let's go. I stop, turn off the oven, and tell him I was done. No more cooking. He starts arguing with me, saying I can't stop mid-task, but I apologize to the family and tell his mom she was welcome to finish the turkey, but he didn't allow her to, and told them he was taking them out to spite me after what I did. I was shocked. I didn't expect this. They literally got in their cars and left. He got home by 11 p.m. and said what I did by turning off the oven and refusing to serve his family, who were guests, was tasteless and irresponsible. I said he was putting me under pressure and I couldn't take it, but he still said this was on me since he's used to the military routine and I'm acting like I'm surprised how he tends to get things mixed up between work and home. It's been days and he keeps cold shouldering me for ruining our first Thanksgiving with his family, despite saying, quote, "I'm not angry, I got better things to do." His family is pissed. Am I the jerk? Alright, one thing right away nobody seems to be mentioning is the fact that they didn't let her participate in cooking Thanksgiving dinner until she was married into the family. I mean, maybe that's normal for some families, but that seems kind of strange to begin with, a little bit exclusive, which kind of fits in line with the whole, oh, there's an argument, let's all just leave her alone on Thanksgiving, get in the car and go eat somewhere. That seems like one of the worst things you could do, because there's a difference if you're trying to diffuse a situation between two people, but when you have to pull apart your entire family and you leave the other person behind at home alone with no food that's ready to eat, that seems pretty messed up. And there's also a lot of people that are in the military that can definitely separate their military work from their home life. So the guy's excuse is that he can't possibly separate military life from home life, so that's why he's got to come in the kitchen and keep barking out these orders. Was turning off the oven the right choice here? Probably not, because I think if anything that made things a lot worse rather than trying to address the actual issue. But I mean, if she had her breaking point, she had her breaking point. Let me know what you would do if you're in this this situation, and let me know, jerk or not a jerk, and why. Am I the jerk for refusing to let my son have 2 last names? So a bit of context, I'm a 32-year-old male and I've been with my wife, a 30-year-old female, for 3 years. She comes from a country where women get to keep their maiden name after marriage, which was fine with me, though as someone who comes from the South, my family pushed for my wife to take my last name, but she ended up keeping hers, which made my family somewhat unhappy, saying it was disrespectful of her to keep her maiden name. But thankfully, they got over it and things got better and we reconciled later. Now, this last name issue has been brought up again when my wife and I found out we were expecting a baby boy. I sat my wife down and told her that my son is going to get my last name and explained that so there's no confusion, but she disagreed and said no and came up with a compromise, which was that our son gets both of our last names. But I declined, explaining how awkward and confusing and just complicated that would be. Not to mention the middle name, so that would be a long name, but she said I should consider since my last name will still be there, but I said no and told her we'll just have to go with what most families here do, and that is by going with the father's last name. She threw a fit, calling me selfish and accused me of treating her as if she, as a mother, gets less or no say, but I reminded her that she got to keep her maiden name, so we're even. She then argued that I was mixing two things that are unrelated and was holding the fact that she got to keep her maiden name over her head, though it was her right to do that, the same with deciding what surname our son will have. I said I was sorry, but I cannot accept this compromise, especially with how my family will react, and told her she should just go with the flow and agree on my son having my last name. She got upset and refused to talk to me after that, calling me selfish and a dictator and a minion for my family, even though I'm just looking out for our son's best interest and keeping them in mind. I think she's deliberately being stubborn here, but I'm not sure. Am I the jerk? From the sounds of it, it sounds like he's kind of going my way or the highway. He's not really open to any discussion about this at all. And rather than trying to explain that or come somewhere in between to have her understand why it's important to him or anywhere in between, he's basically just saying, my family will shame me. I'll look like a fool. It has to be this way. That's the end. You already got what you wanted by keeping your name. This is how it's going to be here. This would probably be a lot more effective if he explained beyond what his family thinks, why is it important to him, and is there any way at all that they could come to some sort of compromise, since he obviously hates the fact that his son would have a very long 4-word name. Pretty much all the people that responded to this said that he is the jerk, and a lot of the reasons people seem to think this is the specific line where he said that I sat down with my wife and told her my son is going to get my last name, because to a lot of people the decision has to be mutual, and as somebody in the response put it, they said that it seems unilateral and doesn't reflect your mutual wants and needs. It reads as if you've decided for both of you. You said a fact and she has to comply. You think you can veto her because you're a man. She didn't have to change her surname to yours, and it doesn't mean that she has to name her kids after you. You didn't do her any favors by allowing her to keep her last name. She would have done that regardless of your objection, thoughts on the matter, and even spite of them. It sounds surreal at this point. Your wife sounds agitated, and you have to think if this is a hill you want to die on. It's more than a simple dissent. It can lead to a major argument if not addressed properly. And then going back to the part where he actually said that she threw a fit calling me selfish and accusing me of treating her as if she, as a mother, gets less or no say, but I reminded her that she got to keep her maiden name and so we're even. The point concludes by saying it speaks for itself at this point. Someone disagreeing with you doesn't mean that they can throw a fit. You're victimizing yourself. You're the calm and logical side of this equation, and she's unreasonable, crude, and overstepping boundaries. I mean, really, there's no easy solution here. This is absolutely something that in the most ideal situation you would want to have figured out long before you have a kid, long before you get married, but obviously everything doesn't tend to work out perfectly. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. Am I the jerk for saying it's my grandparents' fault I don't embrace my culture? I'm a 16-year-old female. I'm half Korean and half German. However, I am white passing. I don't look Asian at all. I look 100% Caucasian. My mom was an addict. She and dad had a divorce when I was 2 years old. My mom left for Germany and left me with my dad. I am my family's greatest shame. My father is the firstborn son, so his marriage to my mom was his rebellious stage, and while he could pretend he never married her, he couldn't pretend that I don't exist. I am a reminder of his failure. He quickly married a nice Korean Korean woman, and they had my siblings, a 12-year-old female, 12-year-old male, 9-year-old male, 7-year-old male. Growing up, we lived with my grandparents. They blamed all my bad behavior on my white side. I always heard things like, we can't expect the white kid to behave, rude, just like Westerners, etc. If my siblings did something bad, I was blamed, as I was, quote, influencing them with my Western values and, quote, leading the nice Koreans astray. When Chuseok happened, the Korean holiday, I was never allowed to participate and was told to stay inside of my room. For most of my life, I tried to be as Korean as possible. I dyed my natural blonde hair brown, wore brown contact lenses that cover my blue eyes, etc. It didn't help that we lived in the rural area of South Korea and I was the only white kid for miles. The bullying was relentless. My dad did nothing to help me. One time he tried to stand up for me. My grandparents said this to him: "This child is your fault. If you had married a nice girl, we wouldn't be dealing with this," while they pointed at me. This was the first and last time he tried to stand up for me. When I was 15 years old, my mom came to get me. She had gotten her life together and was clean. They couldn't hand me to her fast enough. The good thing is, I love my life in Germany. I love the culture and the people. I feel more at home in Germany than I ever did in Korea. I finally embraced my German side and stopped trying to be Korean. Recently, my 12-year-old female sister died. I can't say that I'm sad about it, as all my siblings participated in my mistreatment, so I never had a bond with them. Since she was the only girl and my stepmom can't have any more kids, my grandparents and dad have been trying to reach out to me. They convinced my mom to send me there to visit for the holidays. When I arrived, they were shocked to see me with blonde hair, blue eyes, piercings, etc. I also refused to speak Korean, speaking only English or German. This morning, my grandparents said how sad they are to see me turn my back on my culture. I exploded at them, cussing them out. I told them if they hadn't bullied me my whole life, maybe I would be closer to my Korean culture. I said they don't get a do-over because my sister died. I said a lot of nasty things to my dad as well. My grandparents started crying, and my dad had tears in his eyes, which shocked me because I've never seen him so sad. I feel kind of bad. Am I the jerk? Oh my God, this is actually sad. She's been bullied to the point that she doesn't even feel anything when her own sister died. And from the way she tells everything that went down, you can understand why to a degree. I mean, her sister that passed away, even though she was younger, was part of this incessant bullying that almost sounds dehumanizing in a way. When they have that Korean holiday, they locked her in her room so she couldn't celebrate it. And then later on, the grandparents are saying, how could you turn your back on the Korean culture? You locked me in my room during the Korean holiday. Obviously, there's more than one holiday, but this one must have been important because she mentioned it directly by name here. It honestly sounds like the grandparents here are disgusted or really just put off by white people and white culture, so much so to the point that they're thinking that just by her being white, regardless of the culture, just in her DNA, her being white is enough to ruin the influence of her siblings by influencing them with Western values, which how could she even have what they would consider Western values if she grew up with her dad in the rural area of South Korea? It doesn't even make sense. It's just a very closed-minded way of thinking. The one thing I can be happy about is that she did get to go to Germany. Her mom did become clean, and she is now finally embracing her German side. It sounds like that is probably the most healthy outcome from all of this nonsense up to this point. And even the cathartic explosion at the end of all of it, her unloading on her grandparents, dropping the truth bomb, a little dose of reality, so that her grandparents have to feel it and her dad have to feel it during maybe the only time they would be this receptive, because unfortunately the sister passed away. This is all a very heavy situation and I hope the best for her, but let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and do you think she's a jerk or not? My wife cheated, so I tricked her into publicly admitting to having the affair and having an STD. In college, I met the woman who I thought was my one. We dated for about 2 years and had a big wedding after a 10-month engagement. Her family was pretty well-to-do in a small southern town. We were both continuing our educations, and I was also working to support us. I was pursuing a master's in engineering while she was finishing her doctorate in anthropology. Over the summer, an opportunity came up for her to make some extra money, going as an aide on a religious studies trip to Jamaica. I didn't hesitate when she asked me about it. I mean, she was going to visit Jamaica and get paid for it. I saw no downside other than missing her being at home for 6 weeks. Little did I know at the time, she had been doing it with the professor the whole time. He had hung out with us, smoked with us, drank with us, and I considered him a friend. He arranged the trip for a couple of months, and it was a big getaway for them to bang all over the island. I was clueless and happy, went about the weeks while she was gone, taking extra shifts so I could match what she made in our account and surprise her. What a dummy I was, right? One of the students from the trip actually seeked me out to clue me in. I didn't believe him until I started looking for evidence on my own. I broke down and checked her text while she was sleeping and there was nothing there. There was also a few VMs, so I decided to listen, and there it was. A message from the giant jerk saying how excited it was that I almost caught them. I opened up her laptop and hit the emails after that. It was piles and piles of stuff, making fun of me for not knowing, doing it in our bed and laughing about it. There was so much and I was so heartbroken. Still, I was too hurt to take any action. I was lost. I had no idea what to do, so I sat on it for a couple of weeks and acted normally as I could. I noticed everything now. I felt so stupid for not seeing it before. There were so many signs. One stuck out in particular. I noticed that our stash of homemade weed lube was going down even though we weren't doing it. It was obvious they were also using the fruits of my labor to do it more effectively. This really pissed me off, like unreasonably so. Hulk mad. It finally all hit me. I was a joke to these jerks, and they were using the lube that I made and doing it in my bed. I didn't hurt anymore. I just wanted to make them hurt. So, while she was studying at the library, I made a new batch of lube. I put enough weed in it for it to smell like normal, but I also added some poison ivy from our backyard to the mixture. And after refilling the spray bottle we used for application, I waited. A few days go by, and I'm working extra so I can be out of the house more, and bam, bait taken. That night, after she goes to sleep, my plan goes into action. I sneak her phone away and delete my contact while replacing his phone number in his contact as mine. I go to bed, but I can't sleep because it feels like I'm 5 years old and tomorrow is Christmas. Dawn arrives and she's in the shower. I get a text. I'm super itchy. Are you okay? Now, Lord, this is my time. I texted back, look, I thought I had cleared up, but I had a flare up. I'm sorry, but I have STDs and I guess you do now too. I heard her squeak in the shower. I'm covering my mouth, damn near losing it. After she came out, I went on to tell her that it was time to end things now. A new semester was about to start, and I kind of have a little crush on another TA. I wanted her mad. This is a woman that never got told no growing up and never had to deal with rejection, let alone from a balding dude in his 50s with STDs. When she got out of the shower, it was obvious she had been crying, but I could see the anger in her eyes. I could see how uncomfortable she was, squirming at the table, drinking coffee, mulling the situation over. Another nudge is what she needed. The reply she got to her pages and pages of anger and sadness was, thanks for the good times, but can you keep this a secret between us? I don't want to ruin my chances with anyone else. She's flushed with anger now, just seething. She gathered her keys and headed out the door without even saying goodbye. I knew where she was going. I booted up her laptop, set it to reformat, deleted her dissertation and any notes pertaining to it before following her to campus. I parked a few lots over and rushed over to his office where I find her screaming at him for giving her the STDs. There's a lot of people there, professors, aides, students, other faculty. I'm dying. He is beyond embarrassed and confused. She is ugly crying in front of her peers, and I'm in heaven. I didn't even care that people were going to think that I also had it. The fallout was apocalyptic in their department. He lost his job due to a code of conduct violation at the university. We got divorced the following year. State law was we had to be separated for 1 full year before being granted a divorce. I got to keep most of the assets, primarily savings, not a ton, but I worked for it. She never finished her doctorate and went on to be a perpetually pregnant housewife that sells Herbalife on Facebook, and he now teaches high school. It took a few years for it all to unfold, but watching it happen was glorious. Was I the jerk? So this is another story that all around everyone here is horrible. This is just depressing. You hear the ex-wife and she's living out this entire thing with her professor with no care as to the safety or what would happen, or the fact that she's deceiving the person that she's married to that's working overtime in order to get extra money. And on the flip side, I mean, I don't really know how you would react to this in a way that was okay, but but this seems pretty bad as well. I mean, he deleted her entire dissertation and then later on says that she never got her doctorate. Maybe this was the reason for that, or maybe not. It's hard to tell because we only see this one little glimpse of it. But on top of that, the guy lost his job, which you could argue maybe he deserved it, maybe he didn't. But the whole psychological trauma of making the phone number switched around so that she thought that he was texting him and he was telling her all this stuff. I mean, that's got to be pretty brutal. Maybe not as bad as actually being the one that this was happening to if you were the one that was being cheated on, but that's got to be pretty bad. And he makes no mention of it in this post, but it's got to only be a matter of time until she finds out that he's the one that did all of this. I mean, she obviously would have gone afterwards to go get tested, and then she's probably going to be confused as to, wait, I don't have these STDs? What is this? And then maybe she wouldn't know that poison ivy was the thing behind it, but she would probably think something. Eventually, she would wonder why she didn't have her husband's phone number in her phone and why that phone number was attached to the professor. So I can't imagine that she didn't put two and two together and find out that it was him eventually. But let me know what you guys would do if you're in this situation, and who do you think was the biggest jerk in this whole mess? Steal my money, take my house, put me into debt. Now it's time for me to ruin your life. My ex stole from me close to 90,000 euros, which I saved up for 9 years. And when I took her to court, I lost due to lack of evidence. At the moment, I felt destroyed and lost it all. She even sued me for emotional damage, and I had to pay 55,000 euros, so I was forced to sell my house and take a big loan from the bank. I stayed at a friend's house, and he helped me find some good lawyers. And we just found an amazing one. In one day, he helped me so much and even helped me get the info of who took money from my bank account. Something was wrong. 29th of June, a transaction happened in my name. I never made it. I was not in the country at the time. Well, would you look at that? I was ready to get back into court when I found out that she had bought my house. Well, I have a safe that I never told her about hidden in the bathroom behind the cabinet. Well, she ruined my life. Why not ruin hers even more? So I had an accomplice to help me buy some drugs worth about 400 euros and used a friend to hide it there. The safe has a 4-digit code, that being 0000. I never got to change it to something else, and before taking her to court again, I had that same friend who hid the drugs turn her in. It took about a week for the cops to receive a mandate to search the house. They found nothing in the first 2 hours, and they wouldn't if my friend hadn't forgot to leave the safe cover open. That 400 euro worth of drugs equals to a 5,000 euro fine and 12 years of prison. Well, I'm not done yet. Court time again. I had my lawyer get footage from when the money from the bank was transferred, and I also had a document showing that I was not in the country at the time. We also found out the account to which the money was sent to. The name was that of my ex. Well, look how the tables have turned. My lawyer also demanded payment for emotional damage, all the money that was stolen, the house, and also money equivalent to 2 times the debt I had in the bank, which is equal to about 140,000 euros. The look on her face when everything came down crashing on her was totally worth it. And on top of the 12 years from drug possession, she received an additional 25 years for theft and false testimony. Enjoy it, B. Well, this seems insane. Her stealing the money from him is obviously horrible, but him hiding the drugs in her new house, I guess his old house, is pretty awful. You're setting up someone to fall for a crime that they didn't even do. I think that going back and finding out that she was the one that transferred the money without you knowing is probably enough. I feel like this is way too far beyond, kind of not even really getting even if that's what he's trying to do, but going way beyond that. It's sad to see people that used to be in a relationship do this to each other, and even to go as far as everything that happened here. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, or if you have been, what happened, and who is the biggest jerk in this whole nuclear revenge scenario. A homophobe insulted my daughter. I may have ended his marriage. So my daughter is a 15-year-old that has been friends with a girl who lives opposite for years now. And in the past, there have been some sleepovers at both of our houses. Adults have always stopped and chatted when we saw each other, etc. Last year, my daughter came out of the closet, and a short while later, we noticed that our friends across the road never seemed to want to chat anymore. Recently, my daughter told me her friend had messaged her to tell her she wasn't allowed around our house anymore. anymore. Yesterday, I saw them on the side of the road and I decided I was going to have a friendly chat to see if we could resolve the issue. It didn't stay friendly for very long. The dad was acting oddly agitated when I brought it up and ended by saying, quote, "I'm not letting your cute daughter try and do stuff to my daughter. Just because you raised a freak doesn't mean we all have to like it." Now, for the next part, it's important to know 4 things. Number 1, the dad had been working home since the pandemic started. Number 2, his wife hasn't and works each day. Number 3, I have been working from home due to an injury for a few weeks now. And number 4, I've seen the woman who visits for a few hours a couple times a week, and I've seen him smack her butt as she leaves. I try and stay nice and calm. I take a breath and then I press the button. I calmly explain to the dad that just because my daughter is gay doesn't mean that she would be trying to make a move on her friend. After all, I say men and women can be friends without it being frisky. Just like you and the blonde girl who keeps coming around. He got mad and started calling me some amazing names as his wife stomped back to their house. I'm guessing things got pretty bad as he left the house less than an hour later with a suitcase and a big gym bag and drove off, tires screeching. I do feel sorry for the daughter, and if I'm honest, and only for her, I did wish afterwards I'd keep my mouth shut. I'm not sorry for him though. Was I the jerk? In this situation, I feel bad for both of the daughters, for the OP's daughter for having to deal with all of this and being singled out because of her orientation, as well as the friend's daughter as well, because she also has to deal with the dad that is reacting like this, not only with this whole situation, but also that is fooling around on the side with some other woman that is not her mom. I mean, it seems like the 2 girls in this are the ones that have to deal with the worst aspect of this entire thing. The OP actually does say that if he's honest, afterwards he wished that he kept his mouth shut, which is interesting, but let me know what you do if you were in this situation and who is the biggest jerk between all of the characters. You're my child. I have the right to poison you. I'm allergic to fish/seafood, and it's not the anaphylactic type of allergy, thank goodness, so I'm not going to die if I eat some, but I do throw up, have a stomachache, and a massive headache for a few hours. Enough fish and seafood, and I break out in small red hives all over my arms. My mom didn't believe me as a child, and back then I couldn't stand up to her properly. She'd force me to eat stuff with seafood or fish in it to prove that I wasn't allergic, then ignore me as I was sick. One day she held a dinner party. I was dressed up beautifully and trotted out to parade before the guests. At the time, I was around 9 years old, precocious for my age, and absolutely fed up with my mother making me sick. When she held out a fish cutlet, fish cooked with vegetables rolled into a ball covered in batter and fried, for me to eat, I saw my chance. Me, loudly, "I can't eat that. I'm allergic to fish." Mother, "No, you're not. Eat it." Me, "I'm allergic. I'll throw up." No Asian mother will back down in front of guests for fear of looking like she can't discipline her child. My mother grabbed the fish cutlet, shoved it into my mouth, and said in her most firm voice of command, "Eat." So I ate it. Cut to about 10 minutes later, I got up to my mother and tugged on her, sorry, to get her attention. Me, "I don't feel..." And I vomited on her, all over her most expensive carpet and in full view of all the guests. My mother has a reputation for being kind, generous, charitable, and a very religious woman. So in front of all the guests, she couldn't do anything except act sympathetic and send me off to bed to recover. She never made me eat fish or seafood again. This was actually pretty clever on the part of the kid, but it's sad that the kid had to go through that in order to make this happen. She basically had to social engineer the whole situation to hit her mom where it hurt, which was social embarrassment, in order for her to hear her that she doesn't feel good when she eats this food. I feel like this type of thing is more common than people realize. When kids are allergic or they get sick from eating a certain type of food, it seems like a lot of parents don't care and they just have the kids eat that anyway. Probably the most common thing I've seen this happen with is milk products. For some reason, a lot of times parents don't believe that their kid is lactose intolerant if they are not lactose intolerant for whatever reason. And so they continue to feed their kids food products that have lactose in them. And then the kid gets sick or starts farting a lot or any number of things that can happen from that allergy. And then they're surprised, like a little surprise Pikachu meme as to why it's happening, or they don't notice at all. Let me know if you've ever been in a situation like this, or if you haven't, what would you do if you're in this situation down below? My neighbor kept parking on my property, so I had him towed. This just happened and I am so mad that I am shaking right now. Here's the backstory. I'm a single mother of 2 teenage boys and I live in a nice, quiet neighborhood at the end of a cul-de-sac. Every house on this street has a garage and I'm the only one that has a single car and parks in my garage. Almost every house on the street is a family home with at least 3 cars, but most have more. Some will park in their driveway, some will park in the streets. It's never been a problem since everyone is considerate on how they park and no one has ever had an issue with getting in and getting out on the street. In addition, I tend to keep to myself. I'm not antisocial and I wave and say hello to my neighbors when I come and go from my home, but usually when I get home, I stay home. So I say all of this to give you an idea that I'm a homebody and my neighbors pretty much know when I get home. I stay home. About 6 months ago, the house to my right was sold to a larger family that consisted of a dad, a mom, and 3 teenagers. The day they started moving in, I made it a point to go over to the edge of the property to wave and greet them in order to welcome them to the neighborhood. They were friendly and I was happy to have such nice people move in next door. Also note, this family used their garage for storage and thus parked their 4 cars in their driveway. I didn't know it at the time, but their youngest son was just months away from his 16th birthday. Now that you have a little information, on to the story. Today is Monday afternoon and the story began last Tuesday around 6 p.m. on Tuesday. I received a knock on the door and it was the neighbor dad. The following is our conversation. Neighbor dad, good evening, how are you? Me, talking through the screen door, we're okay. I'm sorry I can't open the door, but my youngest came home from school with a sore throat today and so I'm not sure what's going on with him. How are you and how can I help you? Neighbor's dad, I'm sorry to hear that. I sure hope it wasn't anything serious. We are okay. My son just turned 16 a few weeks ago and I'm sure you saw the new truck we bought him. Me, yes I did. It's such a pretty truck and big. Does he like it? Yes he does. It's about what he wanted so we got it for him. It is very big and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Let's take a brief pause here to understand when I say this truck is big, it is very big. It's an F350. I personally think it's too much of a vehicle for a kid learning to drive, but it's not my money, so to each their own. Me, I don't understand. Neighbor dad, well, we have complaints from some of the other neighbors that his truck is so big they can't get around it when they are driving through and we're afraid he might get sideswiped if he continues to park in the street. Me, yeah, I've had some intense moments trying to get around it myself, but I'm sure he will get better at parking as he gets more experienced. I'm not sure what this has to do with me. I haven't complained. Neighbor dad, oh, I know you haven't complained, which is why I was going to ask if he could use your driveway to park since you don't use it. Me, being very stunned at this. I do use my driveway when I leave and when I come home. I can't get to my garage without using my driveway. Besides, I have issues with depth perception and your son's truck is so big it'll take up most of my driveway. I don't want to be responsible for any damage that might happen to it while it's on my property. Neighbor dad, well, we will make sure that he parks it so you will be able to come and go without any issues. Me, that isn't possible. The only way he can park to allow me to get around him is if he parks halfway on my lawn, and that wouldn't work because he would damage my lawn. If you were concerned about his truck any damage, then why don't you let him park in your driveway and then one of your other smaller cars can park in the street? We've already discussed that, and we would have to park 2 cars in the street in order for him to use the driveway. It would be very easy for him to park in your driveway, and I can assure you that it will not be an inconvenience to you. You don't even use your driveway. I'm sorry, but the answer is no. I am not going to be responsible for his vehicle on my property, and I need to be able to come and go without worrying about someone else's property. Neighbor's dad being very upset at this point, saying, well, you're not being very neighborly. I thought you were a nice woman. You don't even use your driveway, and this would benefit the whole neighborhood. Me, losing my temper at this point. Listen, I told you no, and I do use my driveway every time I pull into my garage and every time I leave. I'm sorry you don't have enough parking for all your vehicles. I'm sure it's frustrating, but it's not my problem that you decided to buy a vehicle that didn't fit on your property. Now, while I also find it irritating to try and navigate the road with that truck in the way, it is public parking, and so I deal with it. I will not have anyone else's vehicle parking on my property. Now, if you don't mind, I have a sick kid and I need to get back to him. Have a good day. With that, I closed the door and just looked out the peephole and saw him give me the bird before he turned to leave. I just shook my head and had a moment to understand that I actually had that conversation. I then loaded my son in the car and left to take him to a minor emergency pharmacy to get him checked out. All tests came back negative, and I was told he probably had a run-of-the-mill virus and to keep him home and do self-care. I was told to bring him in if he got worse, but not to worry. I went to work the next day and told my coworkers the story of my neighbor's request, and they were shocked. I had one coworker suggest that I send an email to my HOA to explain what had just happened to get it on record because it was such an odd request. I took her advice and typed up an email that day when I was at lunch and sent it in. For those who want to know, it was just an FYI email, not a complaint email. It basically stated that my neighbor made a request to park on my property, and when I declined, he got mad at me, and I wanted it on record in case anything ever happens. And I'm so very glad that I did this. So Friday comes around, and my youngest son has been sick since Tuesday afternoon. When I got home Friday evening, I checked him and he had begun to run a fever and was complaining of several other things. I had been doing self-care with him since Tuesday, and he didn't appear to be getting any better. Around 7 p.m., I decided to take him back to minor emergency and loaded him up in the car. I opened my garage door, and I was absolutely shocked to see that very big F-350 sitting in my driveway blocking me. I cannot describe to you how angry I was to see that vehicle sitting there. Now, before anyone starts asking me how I didn't know it was in my driveway, it's because my street is very busy. Cars are coming and going all the time, and unless someone knocks on my door, I don't bother watching every vehicle that drives up and down the street. The only window that can see my driveway are the ones in the kitchen, and I keep my curtains drawn and I never look out of them. So I get out of my car and stomp over to my neighbor's house and bang on the door. The neighbor mother answers, and I get this conversation. Neighbor's mother, already irritated and kind of angry. Can I help you? You're interrupting our dinner. Me. Your son is parked in my driveway after I told your husband he couldn't. I need to take my son to minor emergency, and that truck is blocking me in. It's at this time that neighbor dad walks up behind neighbor mother and proceeds to talk. Neighbor dad, he isn't blocking you in. You can get around him. No, I can't. You need to move that truck or I'm going to call the police and a tow truck. I need to get my son to see a doctor. Neighbor dad, turning to call for his son and then turning back to me. He's not blocking you, but I will have him move it. It doesn't matter whether you believe he is blocking me in or not. He is not allowed to park in my driveway. No one is allowed to park in my driveway, and if I find another unauthorized vehicle in my driveway again, I'm not going to bother to knock on your door. I'm going to have it towed. It was at this time I saw the son arrive at the door with his keys in his hand, and I turned to leave and head to my car to wait for him to move it, and then I heard him call me the famous B word every woman has heard at least once in her life. I ignored him and headed back to my car, watched him as he got in, and after some effort was finally able to back out of my driveway, and he parked his truck in the street a little way down the road. I was able to leave and take my son to minor emergency as we waited for several hours to be seen. I shot off another email to my HOA about what had just happened. I want to advise the HOA had already responded the day before that they received my email, made a note of it, and advised my property was my own and I could give or deny access to it as I wish. It was this email string that I responded to while waiting for my kid to be seen. Again, all tests administered to my son came back negative, and I was told it was just a run-of-the-mill virus and he would be fine. The virus had run its course. I took him home and called it a day. Saturday evening, my oldest started complaining of a sore throat and I started to feel poorly myself. My youngest appeared to be getting better, so I figured that whatever he had, that we were getting. So we stayed in all day Saturday and Sunday. Sunday evening at about 5:30, my oldest son spiked a fever, and while it came down a little, it didn't come down enough, so I loaded him in the car and off to minor emergency we went. The only one I could find that was open on Sunday at this time was one on the other side of town, so I had to drive 20 minutes just to get there, and we ended up waiting 3 hours just to get in the door, and then another 45 minutes until we saw the doctor. After a few more hours, all of his tests came back negative, and the doctor did state that she could hear some wheezing in his lungs and prescribed an inhaler for him to help him, but basically told me the same thing, that he has a run-of-the-mill virus and to let it run its course. I had to drive even further to the only 24-hour pharmacy available to pick up the inhaler, as we did not get back to the house until almost midnight. Now let me set the scene for you. My son is half asleep in the passenger seat complaining that he just wants to go home, and I am exhausted and feeling drained and having coughing fits myself, and I'm just looking forward to going to bed when I rounded the corner and saw that truck sitting in my driveway. I couldn't even pull in because because he was blocking me, and I also noticed that he was parked partially on my lawn. I was so mad I could hardly see straight. I googled and found a 24-hour tow truck service and explained that I had an unauthorized vehicle on my property that needed towing. The woman said it would be about 30 minutes before they could get a truck there, and I said that was fine. In the meantime, I walked my kid to the house and put him to bed, and then quickly went outside and took a picture from the street to show how much of the driveway he was taking and that he also parked on my lawn. I could not understand why they would park in my driveway again after I told them no, and that the only thing I could come up with is that since there had been no activity in my house for a few hours, the neighbors probably assumed that I was in for the night and wouldn't notice the truck in the driveway. This is pure speculation, but it is normal for me to be in for the night, especially after 6 p.m. I don't know if they missed me leaving or just saw me leave but figured I was home, but it doesn't really matter because I told them they couldn't park on my property. It was about 12:30 a.m. when the tow truck arrived, and I half expected my neighbors to come out running, but there wasn't any activity from them, and the driver left with the truck without incident. I went in, shot off another email to my HOA along with pictures and explanation that I had towed the vehicle, and went to bed. At 6 a.m. this morning, today, I woke up to someone banging loudly and rapidly on my door. I didn't have to look, I knew who it was. I grabbed my phone, hit the video record button. Before I opened the door, I looked through the peephole and saw neighbor dad and his son at my door. I opened the door, and this was the following conversation. Neighbor dad, very angry and yelling, "Where is the truck?" Me, as calmly as I could state, while coughing, "It was towed. You can call such and such company to make arrangements to get it back." Neighbor dad, "You didn't have the right to tow it. Now you're gonna have to pay to get it back." Me, "I had every right to tow an unauthorized vehicle on my property. I told you not to park on my property, and you did it anyway. It blocked me from getting in my driveway last night. I told you I was going to have it towed after the last time you parked without my permission, and I won't be paying to get anything back." Neighbor dad, "You stole my truck, you B. I'm calling the police. I'm gonna sue you." Me having enough of this. Go ahead. In the meantime, I'm sick and I'm going back to bed. I closed the door and stood there for a moment. I looked out the peephole and they were still there. Neighbor dad started banging and also ringing my doorbell nonstop. He knocked and rang my doorbell for another 4 minutes before he gave up. I am still recording all of this and I didn't turn off the video until he was gone. I turned and saw my kids standing there. The noise had gotten them up, and I just advised them if they were starting to feel ill just to go back to bed because that's where I would be going. Now, I will honestly say that I didn't think he would call the police, but he did. It was about half an hour. I really wasn't looking at the clock, but I heard the doorbell ring. I got up and looked through the peephole, and a police officer was there. I opened the door and I had this conversation. "Good morning, ma'am. Sorry to bother you, but we had a report from your neighbor. He said that you stole his son's truck by having it towed from the street, and we need to talk to you about this issue." "Good morning, officer. My neighbor is only telling you half the story. I had his truck towed from my driveway yesterday when I returned home from minor emergency. I couldn't get into my driveway, and I have already told him twice that him and his family can't park on my property. This issue started last week, and I have emails to my HOA, pictures of his truck parked in my driveway this morning, and a video of my neighbor's visit this morning where he called me names and told me he was going to sue me and call the police. I can show you this if you would like." The police officer says, "Yes, so you are saying that the truck in question was on your property without your permission and that you had it towed?" "Yes. Last Tuesday he asked if I would allow his son to park in my driveway. I told him no, and he got mad at me and flipped me off before leaving. Then Friday evening when I was leaving, I discovered that his son had parked in my driveway and I couldn't leave my garage. I went over and demanded they remove the vehicle, and I told them at the time that I would have the truck towed if they ever parked on my property again. I came home late this morning and the truck was in my driveway, so I had it towed." Police officer, "I just want to confirm, you're saying that it wasn't parked on the street, but it was parked in your driveway, and you have proof of this?" Me, "Yes, sir. If you will give me a minute, I will print off the emails I sent to the HOA that documents the issues, and I will also show you the picture and video as well." With this, the police officer said that he would wait for me to print off everything, and once I got the emails printed, I then returned to the door, opened my Photos app to show the officer the truck in my driveway, timestamped, handed my photo, printed the emails to him. After looking at the photo where you could clearly see my house in the background, the truck blocking the entrance, and that it was partially on the lawn, the officer read the printouts. He handed my phone back to me and asked me to open the video that I had referenced while he went over to the lawn to look. I watched him look at the area and take a few photos. I could see my neighbor and his whole family standing out in their driveway watching me and the police officer. The officer returned and I handed him back my phone with the video ready and he watched it. After he finished watching the video, we had the following exchange. I'm gonna need a copy of that photo for my file. If I provided you with an email, would you be able to send it to me? Yes, sir, no problem. The police officer then said, I have enough information from my files to determine the vehicle was not on public property and was in fact on your property. I've made a note that you did not give permission for the vehicle to be parked on the property, and based on the emails you gave me with dates and times, it appears that you did in fact advise your neighbor not to park on your property. Would you like to file a trespassing report for this incident? Oh, yes, absolutely. I can see that you're not feeling well. You can either file with me now or you can go online. He got out his business card, writing on it and then handing it to me. Here is my business card with my email that you used to send me your photo and video, and the case number is on the card as well. Do you want to file with me now? Honestly, I'm exhausted and would prefer to file online later. Okay, reference this case number when your email with your evidence and file online report, and also reference my name in the report. And one more thing, I saw on the video where the neighbor dad stated he was going to sue you for having the truck towed. He can sue you if he wants, and I would advise that you keep all the evidence you provided me with today along with the case number I just gave you. Give it a few days and you can request a copy of the report if you want, and you can keep that as well. If you decide to file an online report, you will need to keep your copy of that as well. Now, I'm going to go talk to neighbor dad now, and I'm sorry to have bothered you. Thank you, officer. I'm sorry you had to come out. Have a good day, ma'am. Get some rest. With that, I closed the door, went back to bed. However, I'm so mad that I didn't get any sleep. A few hours ago, I sent off my photo, video, and another copy of the HO emails to the email address the police officer gave me, and then saved all of that information just in case. I also filed a trespassing report online. I then sat down and started typing this story. Not sure where this is going to go, but I'm going to see it through. I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback from people saying that I should have just knocked on their door and had them move the truck, but I feel that I was right to have the truck towed. I had already told them twice not to park on my property and they didn't stop. So this was the consequence. I will post an update later if there's anything that comes up in the report, or if the neighbor dad actually does follow up on his threat and sue me. So, who was the biggest jerk in this whole scenario? Honestly, the first thing that I see in this whole story is it sounds like this other family really, when you boil it all down, was just trying to take advantage of the fact that they thought that this woman wouldn't do anything about it, that they could do whatever they wanted to, call it bullying, call it taking advantage of, whatever it was. Maybe it was just that they saw that she was a single mother and she was alone, and they thought that she wouldn't have any way to retaliate against this. Or maybe they thought it was just that she was so busy she wouldn't notice that they were taking advantage of her and doing things that she had said no to before because they knew she wouldn't do anything about it. But all of that proved to be inaccurate because she did fight this all the way to the end, it looks like. Many people that have stuff like this happen to them wouldn't actually have the forethought to go through and collect all the evidence as it's happening, because probably the biggest thing she did in her favor throughout this whole thing was to document everything as it was happening. She took a picture of the car, showed the property damage. She was regularly writing the HOA in this case, because I guess her community has an HOA, and was keeping records of the whole thing along the way, and even making note to have time-stamped it and taken a picture of the truck before it was towed, because that was the first thing the officer asked her. And then to even verify that it was true beyond just the timestamp in the photo, he went out to presumably inspect the grass to see if there actually was an indent in the grass that had some sort of tire mark on it. So the fact that she had all of that pretty much makes her entire situation bulletproof. And if the guy does waste his money and their time in suing her, it's really going to be just that, a waste of money and time. But let me know if you guys have been in a situation like this, or if you have not, what would you do, and who do you think was the biggest jerk in this whole situation? Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, drop a thumbs up, and if you want to submit your own story, you can do so via the link down below in the description. I do not care if you have cancer. My child deserves your seat. A little backstory. About a year ago, I was diagnosed with cancer of the nasal cavity, stage 2. The tumor was quite large, thankfully benign. And benign might not be the right word since I'm translating this to English, but More specifically, it was contained, meaning it didn't spread into other tissue. I apologize for gaps in my knowledge. To get it removed, I first had to undergo aggressive chemotherapy to make it smaller. Thanks to chemo, I had severe alopecia, which is hair loss, which made me and most of my hair, even my eyebrows and eyelashes, fall out. At some point, I had to go bald, but I wore a wig because I didn't want to look like a skinhead or neo-Nazi. I thought people would assume this. So once after a long chemo session in the hospital, I took the bus home. There's only one bus that goes from the hospital to where I live, so I took that one only to see it was absolutely packed. I felt terrible thanks to the chemo. So I asked a middle-aged dude to let me sit. He was very understanding and gave me his spot without complaining. 2 stops later, the entitled mother, a lovely whale with an I demand parley with the CEO haircut and a 12-year-old kid enter. It took her roughly 5 seconds to see that the bus was packed, start looking for a free seat, spot me and start marching, or in her case, trying to fit in the aisle between the seats while shoving others aside to me. When I saw her, I knew it was going to be bad. She then stood next to me and decided to talk to me. This was the conversation that followed. Entitled mother:
Hey, could you let my kid sit down?
Me: You mean me? Entitled mother:
Who else?
Me: Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm on the way back from the hospital. And entitled mother:
So are we.
Which is nonsense because the stop was a few kilometers away from the hospital.
My boy just broke his leg and we're coming straight from the ER.
Her kid was standing next to her without any support, clearly embarrassed. Me: He's standing next to you completely fine.
Look here, boy.
Also, I'm 21 years old.
My kid deserves to sit down.
Look, madam, I'm sorry, but I just got back from a chemo session in the hospital. I need to sit and rest. I then move my wig back a bit to show her my bald head. Entitled mother then starts yelling in my face:
Stop making excuses and get off the seat, you skinhead.
At this point, I was baffled. I didn't even know what to say. The kid was trying to make his mother stop and we had the attention of the whole bus. She then grabbed me and tried to yank me from my seat. I held on tight and thankfully I didn't fall off. Now, enter OG, my savior, which is the older gentleman. Will you shut up, cow? Entitled mother says,
Who do you think you're talking to?
OG with an ice cold voice said, Stop assaulting other passengers or I will be forced to step in. Also, every dumb moron could see the dude has cancer.
No, he's just a skinhead.
He's got no eyebrows. It seems like that really offended entitled mother because she spun around on the spot and threw a falcon punch in the older gentleman's face. I was in shock and in disbelief. The whole bus was flabbergasted and the kid probably wished he'd never been born. The older gentleman said something unbelievable and a golden sweet karma moment followed. Okay, that does it. Harassing passengers on a bus, physically assault against a passenger, and now assaulting an officer? You're in deep trouble, lady. The older gentleman then pulled out a badge and told her to stay where she was. He then pulled out his phone, called someone, and told her that she was being arrested. I could not believe it. The older gentleman was a cop. At this point, the entitled mother was white as a wall. The bus had come to a stop, so she decided to make a run for it, but other passengers blocked her way. She also then got charged with resisting arrest thanks to this. 3 stops later, a police car was waiting for the entitled mother and the entitled kid, or embarrassed kid. The embarrassed kid told me he was sorry for his mother's behavior, and I felt really sorry for the kid. He wasn't a bad kid, but his mother was a hellspawn. The older gentleman talked to me and asked me if I wanted to press charges, to which I gladly said yes. Took a statement and thankfully was kind enough to let me solve everything on the phone so I didn't have to come into the police station for questioning. In the end, entitled mother got some jail time and community service. I, in return, got a good story to tell and the sweet taste of instant karma. Right now, I'm riding the same bus home and I just got back home from the hospital after the checkup, which reminded me of this. A friend who's sitting next to me told me I should post it. He, as much as myself, couldn't believe such people existed, but it seems I proved it to him. I should also note that the surgery went well and I was declared cancer-free in November and my hair is slowly returning. Also, I don't need to wear a wig anymore. The best part of this story is that he ended up being cancer-free. That's what I was hoping to hear the entire time, but right at the very end, he threw it in there. So I'm assuming this didn't happen in the United States since he said he had to translate this from another language, but I mean, maybe it could have been in Spanish and he was translating to English. I'm not really sure, but I'm guessing it probably wasn't in the US. But that said, this is still assaulting an officer, which I assume in most countries is probably a pretty huge deal, and it makes sense why she would potentially end up going to jail. I do feel bad for that kid because he's trying to get her to chill out and she ended up punching a cop, throwing her in jail, and who knows what happened to the kid. Hopefully there was some other family to take care of this kid. I've actually seen a lot of these freak out videos where the kid is trying to keep the parent from going crazy and the parents end up going crazy and getting arrested. And this seems like one of those sad scenarios, but let me know what you guys think down below. Who was the jerk here and what would you do if you were in this situation? I'm a 23-year-old female and my family is pressuring me to give my 28-year-old sister my wedding venue because she needs it more and is pregnant. My fiance and I have been together for 8 years and engaged for 3. I was doing my PhD program and was juggling planning the wedding. My fiance took much of that work, but it was perfect because our dream venue was booked until after my graduation. So what we did was book our dream venue 3 years in advance. It really is a beautiful venue. The only slot that we got was September of this year. My sister got engaged a few months ago to her fiance. They were planning on having a spring wedding next year. They had no venue lined up, but had a few vendors lined up as well as a set date. Yesterday, our parents invited us and our significant others to a family barbecue where my sister announced to our extended family that she is expecting a baby. Everyone was so happy for her and my brother-in-law, who is a great guy. My nan asked my sister if the wedding was still on the set date or if they were going to wait because of the baby. She said no, that she hoped to move it to September. No big deal. We don't have many out-of-town guests, so they could attend both weddings no problem. Nan was happy and asked my sister if she needed help planning such a short notice wedding. My sister turned around and said, "That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I was really hoping we could kind of like take your venue. I really cannot stress myself too much with planning a wedding while going to maternity classes, and I think it is so beautiful. It would really mean a lot to me." It went silent, but everyone was looking at me, expecting me to say, "Yes, of course, everything for my little sister." My brother-in-law looked very uncomfortable and told her that they had just talked about this and that it was not okay to put me on the spot. But my sister just said, "Oh, don't be like that. My sister wants to do what's best for me, so it's no big deal, right?" I just said, "Well, kind of is. I don't know. I have my heart really set on the venue." Cue the crying. She stormed off. Nan told me I was being selfish because she needed the venue more than I did. I tried to defend myself, and my mother said, "You waited 3 years. Would it have killed you to wait a few more months? When has your sister ever asked you for something?" A few comments later, my fiance got really mad and we left. My sister called me crying and said that it was unfair. I always get what I want and that I could have just done this one thing for her. Dad said it's just a venue and what matters is the person who you are marrying. He is kind of right, but we have been planning for so long. My fiance is furious with my family and doesn't even want my sister to come. Now, my family is threatening not to come because I am being selfish and my sister needs it more than me because having a baby is too stressful. My brother-in-law called me and apologized for the inconvenience. He told me he had discussed it with my sister and she had told him she would not ask. He is properly mad with her now and warned me that my sister is blaming me for, quote, potentially ruining her marriage. My father has sent me about 5 texts along the lines of, "I hope you are happy. Your sister hasn't stopped crying since yesterday," and so on and so on. My fiance and I have decided to boot my sister from the bridal party and replace her with my aunt, who is the only family member that took my side. We have not decided whether or not we will invite my family as a whole. Furthermore, my mom took it upon herself to tell on us. She called the fiance's parents and told them that it would be best if my sister gets it because she is pregnant and preeclampsia runs in my family, whatever that means. I actually had to look up what that was, and apparently it's a rare but serious condition where high blood pressure results in seizures during pregnancy. My future father-in-law told them to piss off and basically rip my mom a new one for expecting something so ridiculous and that they were going to lose me if they kept playing favorites. So my mom is now crying too and saying that my father-in-law is a jerk. This is just getting so pathetic. It seems straight out of a bad soap opera. My in-laws are driving to us currently with some supper and wine and basically told me not to worry and that no matter what happens, they will be my safety net. I cried out of happiness. So it hasn't been that long, but when I first posted about this, it blew up. I was expecting only a few answers, but the support was overwhelming. What boggled my mind was that this story was flooded over to mainstream media. But let's get to the story. So, since this all went viral, a lot happened. My sister saw this story while browsing on Reddit, and she lost her mind. She accused me of painting her like a loony and misinterpreting facts. Side info, my sister got wind of the situation due to various media outlets and then went on Reddit. She said that I was being unfair. She says that she is family and that she asked for it nicely because she loves me. She also underlines the fact that the opinion of internet strangers doesn't count because family is more important and I should focus on making my family happy. The only text I sent back was this: I'm sorry that you perceived it that way. I did not in any manner distort what happened. As you might notice, I didn't describe your tone nor exaggerated anything. Perhaps you have that night different in your mind than I do, but I digress. I'm sick and tired of bending to your will. My whole life I have been your servant and your doormat. Remember all the birthdays I had to share with you because you would throw a tantrum because you didn't get presents? Or when you cried so that I would fill out job applications for you? But the thing that has hurt me the most, till now, is when you ruined my graduation. I am done. I admit that I also spoiled you, but I will not any longer. If you want to marry so bad before your baby is born, then you could look at the blank hotel that offers last minute weddings. I have spent too much time planning my wedding to gift it to you. And if you want to ruin our relationship over this, then go ahead. I will sleep sound and safe, knowing that it wasn't my fault. She only responded by saying, "Wow, you must love me so very much." And then she blocked me. But this morning, she unblocked me to send me this. Wedding planner. Hello dear, I got the message from your mother and will proceed with the rebooking of the venue on the spot. However, this will have extra costs as we have to change the names on the contract. Please come by the office tomorrow so we can sign the new contract. Sister responds saying, that's great, I'll be there at 9. My parents haven't actually written me since the thing with my father-in-law. My older brother, yes, I have an older brother, but he lives in another city and he wasn't at the barbecue. That's why I didn't mention him. Plus, he initially could not come to the wedding because of work and changed his plans after hearing all about the story, contacted me and wanted to know what happened because we got a weird story from mom and dad. Mom had told him I had offered previous to the barbecue to give up the venue to my sister and that I humiliated her. I told him what really happened and he had no problem believing me. We talked about our parents' behavior and he confessed that him moving was partly due to our parents being, and I quote, jerkheads to us. He told me that my mom had gotten wind from the post and was mad at me for betraying my family. I haven't written my parents what so many of you advised me to because I have come to terms with the fact that they love my sister more than me, if they love me at all. So for the wedding, we sat together and put passwords with the majority of our vendors and also with the venue directly. We didn't talk to our planner yet, which is why the text of my sister worries me so much. Also, we canceled the catering that my parents paid for. So short term, we won't be able to get full catering like we wanted to, but all of our friends, my fiance's family, will help us prepare a buffet and everyone's going to chip in. That will be our bachelor party. As we will have to spend more on our food now, we canceled our bachelor parties and we'll have a family and friends cooking session. Thank you everyone for helping me see how toxic my family is. I will try to sort it out. If they do apologize from the bottom of their hearts, they will be allowed into my wedding, but if not, then, well, I will still have my brother who will be walking me down the aisle and my aunt. So the conclusion to everything is we called my planner and she was horrified. She told me she had never as much talked to my mother since today we went to book the venue. She assured me that even if they were to call and say that I wanted it, I had to be present to make any changes. So we informed everyone that will work for us on our wedding, and they offered to hire security for that day at a reduced price. Am I the jerk? This post seems like it really got under a lot of people's skin. One of the top opinions on this was speaking to the OP's sister directly, saying that you claim the OP isn't doing this for you despite being family. Ask yourself, have you been doing your part as her family? She's been planning this for 3 years and you want to just take it away from her. Should family be doing this? And this is absolutely true. It seems like from the way the OP tells it, the sister is in a very one-sided relationship with not only her sister, but the rest of the family. She's almost exclusively taking and not giving. And in a way, kind of betrayed her own fiance because it sounded like they had an agreement that she wasn't going to bring this up and put her sister on the spot, but yet somehow decided in the moment to do it, not only to make her sister feel uncomfortable, which is the OP, but also her own fiance. There's a few people that were diagnosing the sister in the situation because they were saying that she is kind of a jerk, but probably knows it and doesn't care. But somebody actually responded by saying, not necessarily. If she has narcissistic tendencies, she might legitimately just straight up not give a second thought to how her actions might affect others. That means she does not apply the same critical thinking to her actions that she applies to others' actions affecting her. The step is just omitted in the thought sequence in the brain. Sadly, I know this from experience. I mean, if this was the case, then the entire family enabling this behavior probably only makes it more normalized in her mind. But this whole situation is a pretty big one. It sounds like the OP is going to go down fighting and not give up her venue, but what would you do in this situation, and who do you think was the jerk? Don't forget to drop a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. If you want to submit your own stories to be shared here on the channel, check out the link in the description. I just saw a lady get tasered for trying to snatch a woman's face mask to give to her child. In today's episode of Entitled Parents, I argued with my husband about whether or not to post this because I'm pretty sure this will make the local news and I don't want to burn this account just yet. But prepare yourself because this story has layers. We were at the dreaded big box store picking up potting soil because we were going to DIY ourselves through the isolation. Things aren't crazy here yet, but there is a 2 customer limit on the majority of items. I assume this means everything. So we're getting 2 bags of a few different types of soil. My husband is loading the last 8 bags of soil on our cart when I hear her. I know it's a Karen just by the level of unnecessary outrage in her voice. Karen says, "Are you kidding me?" Not a lot of people in the garden center, but we all looked to her. I was almost disappointed to see that she didn't come with the requisite haircut. She actually looked like a frazzled mom, her kid tugging on her hand, and an overfull handbasket of groceries. And I had a moment of, girl, I feel you. But dang, she was pointing at us. Karen said, "You can't buy that many! You are hoarding!" My husband said, "Yeah, we can. We're getting 2 each." Karen said, "Oh, you don't fool me. I know what you're doing." My husband said, "So do I. Piss off." I'm just sitting there imagining all the ways I'm gonna rock his world tonight. Well, Heron huffed at that, spun around, and yanked her kid back inside to go complain to the employee working the nearby register. Now, we already paid for our items. The employee had come out and scanned the bags earlier, and he could easily see our carts into the parking lot. And then the automatic doors open behind us, and I hear, "Now they're just stealing!" Just great. We load the soil in the car and turn around to bring the car back and look at plants. By the time we're back, Karen has given up on trying to convince the employee that we're the Bonnie and Clyde of dirt and is now negotiating skipping someone in line. She has a child, you see, and her handbasket, well, it's just so full and heavy. Could she please just scooch right on in here real quick and it'll just be an extra second, she swears. The woman that Karen is trying to skip is a young, maybe college-age woman wearing a face mask. Not a medical mask, but the stretchy kind you'd wear when riding a motorcycle or when you're skiing. My husband has just now informed me that it's called a neck gaiter. The mask is black and has some scary wolf teeth on it that honestly made the girl look like somebody you should not mess with, even though she was wearing a Gap t-shirt and flip-flops. The mask girl is just shaking her head, no. And that's all I got as we dropped off the cart. I browse, pick up a couple plants, and we head inside to wait in line. Now it's showtime. Karen and mask girl are near the register facing off, no pun intended. From the looks of things, Mask Girl has finished her purchase and Karen stopped her before she could leave. I don't know if she grabbed her or anything, but Karen was still holding her full handbasket, so she hadn't checked out yet. Well, she hadn't paid for her groceries yet because clearly this woman had checked out. Karen said,
But you don't even need it now, you're leaving. My son could get sick because you won't give it to him and he needs it.
Mask Girl, hell no, you can't have my mask. Back off, lady. Karen says,
But my son really likes it. And it's obviously made for boys anyway. Why would you want to wear something so scary?
Mask Girl says, because I like it and it has my germs on it. Why would you put a stranger's mask on your kid? Karen says,
Ugh, why are you being so rude? You won't let us go through the checkout first and now you're making my son very upset.
Mask Girl says, your problem, not mine. And then Mask Girl turns to leave while Karen manifests the biggest balls ever and grabs Mask Girl by the back of her mask. Let me make a side note here. When all of this is going down, we're all just standing in line watching. The register is still going boop, boop, boop as the employee scans items, but otherwise we were all just inside this hypnotic bubble. But when Karen reached out towards Mask Girl, it was like the bubble popped and made everything crystal clear. Not slow motion or anything, but I felt hyper aware, like Spider-Man. Karen reaches out. People on both sides of me inhale loudly. Karen grabs the mask and yanks. A lady on my right yells and my husband steps forward, gonna do dirty things with him tonight. Mask Girl tucks her head down and turns to Karen like a pissed off bull with a bright, shiny new target. I think Karen was going to say something like,
Don't walk away from me,
or something, because all she got was,
Don't,
and then crack. I looked around because the noise was so loud I figured the roof was about to cave in. But out of the corner of my eye, I see Karen spasm and drop to the floor writhing. Little Mask Girl had a taser. I don't know when she pulled it out, this tiny little flashlight looking thing, but she laid Karen out with it. And not one of us moved for what felt like forever, like we were frozen. And then it was bedlam. Security guard shows up, more employees show up. Mask Girl is chilling like she's been through this before and knows what comes next. The kid is screaming that the wolf girl killed his mom, even though she's groaning and sobbing on the floor and clearly not dead, but maybe wishing she was. The people had been in line with us were all talking at once, trying to tell the security guard what happened. We hung around just witnessing the insanity for maybe 2 minutes before Karen started choking out demands for an ambulance, the police, a lawyer, the mayor, restitutions, reparations. My husband made eye contact with an employee and got a thumbs up when he put the plants on a shelf and pointed towards the door. We got out of there. We drove home in silence until my husband parked in the car in our driveway, and then we just burst out laughing. Neither one of us had ever seen anything like that before. We live in a small beach town. People are super laid back and mellow. Karen was anything but that, and I hope we never see her again. So, who do you think was the jerk in this story? I'm guessing that the second Karen tried to come up to the Mask Girl and started yelling at her, the Mask Girl probably already had her taser ready to go, her hand on it, on the button, ready to pull it out, and then the second that she felt physically threatened, it was just probably instinct to whip it out and just zap her. Because if she was carrying it inside of a jacket pocket or something, then she probably had her fingers on it the second all of this even began. This is another one of those stories where it kind of gets overlooked, but I also feel bad for the little kid here because the little kid can't control his mom wilding out like this. He doesn't know what his mom's going to do in this situation. And then if he really thinks his mom's dying, I mean, he doesn't know any better. He's a little kid. Of course, he's going to feel some type of fear that he probably has never felt before. It's probably pretty hard on this little kid. So let me know if you guys ever been in a situation like this or seen a situation like this. And if not, what would you do? I witnessed an entitled mother get destroyed today. I saw this today and I can't stop laughing. I was traveling in my city metro. It wasn't very crowded at the time, but all the seats were occupied. Still, you could freely stand up without being up against a stranger. There was this kid sitting in the reserved seats, the ones reserved for people that are handicapped, pregnant women, old people, definitely not for moms of 2-year-olds. He was probably 14 or 15, I don't know. He is the hero of the story. Then, at one stop, our entitled mother comes in. She has a cute little child who is trying to keep up with his mom's pace. Entitled mother sees our hero sitting at the reserved seat and just stares at him. time. I guess this was her way to make people automatically give away their seats or something. The kid didn't move. This probably irked the entitled mother a lot because she moved towards the kid with heavy steps. She comes near, stops, and again does the stare. The kid doesn't budge. Then she starts screaming. If she didn't have the whole compartment's attention earlier, she now had it. She starts berating the kid for sitting in a reserved seat and not giving it up to someone more deserving, like a mother, like herself with the young kid. I don't know what her logic is, as seats aren't reserved for them anyway. She just keeps shouting and screaming and tries to get the others' opinions on it while people were on her side. And for a while, people were on her side. The kid then, out of nowhere, rolls the right side of his jeans up and detaches his artificial leg and keeps it in front of entitled mother. The look on her face was priceless. It looked like she was mortified and embarrassed at the same time. She just backed away silently and got off the next stop. I don't think that was her stop. So many of these reserved seat confrontation scenarios, not only in these stories, but also in videos that you see online, have to do with people assuming whether or not someone should be in a seat or not. And there's a really easy way to find out. Just ask if you can sit in the seat. And if they say no, they might be a jerk because they just don't want to move, or there might actually be something going on. There was actually a story that I remember from a long time ago. Overseas, I was with someone and they had a knee injury that was pretty bad. And there was a situation really similar to this where they really needed to sit down, but people didn't think that he looked like he deserved to sit down, and it created a lot of drama. But a lot of those situations can be avoided just by asking. In this case, it sounds like the entitled mother just started screaming right away, and she probably did want to sit down. I'm sure having a little kid is probably very tiring. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation and who was the bigger jerk here. My sister's birthday was ruined by an entitled mother's birthday and her daughter. This incident happened about 8 years ago. It was my sister's birthday and a lot of my family members from my dad's side were invited. My dad's sister, who will be called entitled mother henceforth, and her daughter, entitled child, were visiting us after a lot of years because they shifted to California. So, entitled mother wanted her daughter to be the center of attention since the moment they came in. The entitled child was about 7 years old and everyone was quite taken with her because she spoke in an adorable accent. When it was time for cutting the cake, entitled mother wanted entitled child to cut it even though it was my sister's birthday. The reason being was, she's a kid. She deserves to cut the cake. She's the youngest of them all. My sister is way too old to be cutting the cakes anyway. It was sister's 11th birthday. Entitled mother's request/order was declined by my mom, which made entitled mother quite angry. When dinner was served, entitled mother was very hungry and sat down to eat. As soon as she started, entitled child started crying and demanded to be fed. An entitled mother expected my mom to stop eating and feed her kid, and my mother agreed. The worst was, at the time of gift unwrapping, my sister loves Barbie, so she received a doll and a dollhouse from my mom and dad, and I gave her a bunch of homemade chocolate that I made myself. Entitled mother said, "What does sister need chocolate for? Come on, give them to entitled child. You're too old for them." Sister gave entitled child some of them, which entitled child proceeded to start eating right then. Sister went on to unwrap the other presents and was made to share a bunch of other stuff like sparkler pens, a set of crayons, etc. too with entitled child. Entitled child, after some time, started wailing that she wanted more chocolate. Entitled mother literally shouting, "Why have you not given her chocolates? Didn't I ask you to? Why are you being so mean? She's your cousin. She deserves them." Sister was almost in tears and gave her 3 more. Now only 5 chocolates remained, which she gave each one of them to us. Mom, dad, entitled mother, and me. I saved mine to give it to her later. Entitled mother noticed it and asked me to give it to entitled child since I obviously was not going to eat it. I didn't. When sister got to unwrapping the dollhouse and the Barbie, entitled mother actually pounced on the doll and started pulling it away from sister. Now sister wanted to cry, which made entitled mother angry, and she screamed at sister to shut up and stop being so mean and stingy. Entitled child was from US and did not have any Indian toys. We're from India, and she needed the doll. My father flat out refused, which resulted in more screaming and crying. Then she left in a huff and kicked the dollhouse, denting it. My sister was very sad, and needless to say that her birthday was ruined, but that was not the end. About an hour or so later, entitled mother was back kicking and screaming at our door, saying we had poisoned her kid and that she would be suing us. Entitled child's stomach was aching, but instead of calling a doctor, she had drove her to our house. We seated them and called the doctor, during which entitled mother was screaming about how we were jealous of her and how we would suffer terrible fates, and the doctor said the pain was because of overeating. Guess she shouldn't have had those 6 extra chocolates. Entitled mother proceeded to blame me and my sister for everything, saying how both of us were spoiled and mean kids. So, who was the jerk in the situation? This is weird that she's referring to the entitled mother as a member of her own family. That's what kind of makes this a little bit harder to follow than some of these, because usually when they're referring to entitled mother or entitled child, they're referring to my cousin, my aunt, the brother-in-law, sister-in-law, whatever the situation is. But here, that's how this whole thing is labeled out. Not exactly sure how a doctor is going to be able to diagnose overeating other than just answering obvious questions like, did you eat a lot? Yes, I ate a lot. Okay, I diagnose you as having overeating. That's like the answer to the entire situation here. This whole thing is pretty dumb sounding. It just sounds like the entitled mother wants her kid to have everything that the sister is getting. It is not getting it, but doing it in the most heavy-handed way without really making sense. This is one of those stories where I can't tell if it's suffering from the bias of the person telling it so bad that I don't even really understand what the motivations of the entitled mother are or the nuance, other than she just wants her kid to have everything that the sister has. But that said, let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation and who ended up being the biggest jerk. Entitled mother steals my blind cane. So here's the backstory. I'm a 28-year-old woman who just recently went fully blind. When I was a teenager, I volunteered with my local youth group to rebuild Mississippi after Hurricane Katrina. While down there, I picked up a fungal parasite called histoplasmosis that over a decade migrated to my eyes and slowly caused my blindness. I've been totally blind for about a year now, so I'm pretty new to it, but I digress. When I first went blind, I barely left the house and I was afraid to go in public. I felt like everyone was staring at me, and in all honesty, I barely knew what I was doing. The transition had been difficult and I didn't have any support group to teach me. One day, my husband asked if we can take an Uber to the bank and deposit a rent check, and I reluctantly agreed. While out, he messages again and reminds me that we're out of a few crucial groceries. There was a Walmart grocery literally across the street from the bank, so I figured everything in life is an experience and I'll have to learn how to shop alone eventually, so why not? Everything was fine at first, and I was only grabbing a few things, so I didn't need a cart. I was using my cane and what little echolocation skills I had at the time to get around, but was still bumping into things as we blind tend to do sometimes. My cane suddenly hit something a bit softer, and I figured maybe I had whacked someone's leg and apologized. Cue the entitled kid and the entitled mother. Me. Shoot, I'm sorry. Entitled mother. Hey, you just hit my son! Me. I am so sorry, ma'am. I didn't see him there. Entitled mother begins yelling. How could you not see him? He's clearly right there! Now, I'm fully blind, but I don't wear sunglasses, mostly because I can't afford a good UV blocking pair, but I'm also not ever looking for pity or to play the part of a generic blind person. I just want to be treated like a normal person, but I do understand her confusion as blindness is a spectrum, so I try to calmly explain, ma'am, I am blind. I can't see anything, let alone your son. That's why I have to use the cane so I can get around without... She cuts me off. If you're blind, why aren't you wearing big sunglasses? Now, as a blind person, I get a lot of stupid questions, but I understand a lot of them are just people who don't know better. So I try to happily answer as many as I can. Me. Those sunglasses are really expensive, around $200 for a good pair, and I really don't need any inside. Entitled mother. You're not blind, you're faking it. Here is where my blood starts to boil. I can't think of any reason someone would want to pretend to be blind. It's an actual hell, and nothing pisses me off more than when someone calls me a liar when I'm not. Just as I'm about to respond, I feel a tug, and before I blink, this little demon spawn has snatched my $100 cane from my hands. For those of you who don't understand, that's like if you're shopping and then suddenly the power goes out and you can't see a single light. Without my cane, I can barely move at all without crashing into anything. My voice gets shaky as I begin to panic. Please give it back. I really do need the cane. Entitled mother. No, you don't. You're a liar. My son deserves to play with this more than you. I hear her shuffle away and my expensive cane cracking into metal displays and such as they leave. I start crying and waving my arms in front of me to grab onto something, anything, and end up crashing and falling into a center aisle display, making a loud scene. Without fail, I somewhat curl into a ball and cry. I'm alone in public in the dark, and I had no idea what to do. Suddenly, I feel a hand on my shoulder, and it's a man's voice. He asks if I'm okay and to stay right there. I do stay there, but I begin to sit up and listen. This man must have been tall and built like a tank because his footsteps sounded like a giant, and I felt a suction of wind when he took off. Maybe about 30 or 40 feet away, I hear this loud bellowing like an angry lion and a loud crash. Then, before I know it, the man is back and helping me to my feet. He takes my hand and puts my cane into my palm and helps me pick up the items I dropped when I fell into the display. Me wiping tears from my cheeks. Thank you so much. I didn't know how to handle that. The awesome guy says, don't worry about it. Some people are just monsters. This guy restored my faith in humanity and even helped me finish shopping and helped me out of the store. As we're leaving, I can hear the familiar screeching of entitled mother, something about awesome guy grabbing the cane and pulling hard, flinging her little devil child into a shopping cart. I don't know if she was exaggerating or not, but it would explain the crash that I heard. It's easy to feel alone in the world without sight, but even through the sheer terror of being stripped of my cane, at least I know there are people willing to stand up for me when I need it. This was really sad. I was hoping that when she went into the grocery store, it was going to be a positive first experience, especially since she's so new to being blind. But what a horrible first experience to have to associate with the first time that you went out on your own into a grocery store, into a market like this. And thankfully that guy was there to help her. I mean, just like the OP said, I can't imagine that anyone would pretend to be blind and then stick with this whole character, and that you would take the chance to assume that they are pretending to be blind and then take something that only a blind person would have, a blind person's cane, and then just leave. If that guy didn't run off and stop her, then they would have left with her cane and she would have been there alone, and the husband would have had to search the entire store to eventually find her whenever he was done dropping off the rent. I know it's not directly related to the entire story, but one thing that was pretty shocking to me was the fact that it was a fungal parasite that over the course of a decade that caused her to become blind. I'm not really familiar with how common something like this could be, but that's a pretty horrible outcome for what it sounds like trying to help people after Hurricane Katrina happened, and then this ends up being the result of it. Surprisingly, a lot of people were questioning whether or not the OP was actually blind because she typed all of this out, but she even explains, because of the sheer overwhelming volume of people asking me, if you're blind, how are you typing? I'll answer first with my fingers, and secondly, I'm using a screen reader called Narrator that reads the screen. Wherever my cursor or finger is over the screen, it reads. And when I type a letter, it reads. Guys, just like Google it or something. So even in text form, people are still questioning whether or not she is actually blind, which has got to be incredibly frustrating. But if you guys have ever seen a situation like this, let me know what happened, or if not, what would you do if you're in a situation like this? Entitled Mother wants me to stop treating my young adult children as adults. So a little backstory. I have two young adult children living at home, ages 18 and 19. They both go to work and go to college. I trust my kid. I trust her decisions by making skills. When they graduated high school and turned 18, new rules went into place. No curfew. Just call me, let me know if you're going to be out all night so I don't worry. You can call me at any time for a pickup, no questions asked. Just don't be stupid and drink and drive. Yes, your significant other can sleep over or come over for the weekend. Just let me know what's going on. Pay a small amount of rent during the summer when you are working full time, and pay your part of the car insurance. You have your chores, I have mine, we all work together. I tell them if they're being jerks and they listen. In turn, I listen to them. There is very little fighting or arguing in my house. This is their time to spread their wings and learn how to be responsible adults and have me as a safety net. Lately, one of my kids' significant others has been spending a lot of time over at my house. He is here pretty much all the time. 2 days ago, I got a call from a phone number I didn't recognize, and I answered it, and it was my daughter's boyfriend's mother, who is the entitled mother. I answer and say, hello? Entitled mother says, you need to tell my kid he isn't allowed over at your house anymore. Me, who's this? This is Tommy's mother. I already know where this is going. Oh, Tommy's mother. I have to say, you raised a great kid. He is always polite and respectful. In fact, look, I don't care what you think about my kid. He is never home. He isn't spending any time with me. Me, okay, there's not much I can do about that. Entitled mother, yes there is. Tell him he can't come over to your house anymore. I want him home. And you set a bad example for my son. Your daughter has no curfew, and I'm sick and tired of hearing how nice it is at your house. I miss my son and I want him home. Me, speaking very lowly and basically growling into the phone. Are you done yelling at me? I will take that as a yes. Do you trust the way that you raised your son? Entitled Entitled mother.
What?
It's a simple question. Do you trust the way that you raised your son?
Of course I do. What does that have to do with anything?
Do you trust him to make good decisions?
Yes, of course.
She is starting to calm down now. Me. Mother to mother. I know things are not okay at your house right now. Her husband drinks a lot. I am trying to give your child a safe space for when things are not okay at your house. She starts to cut me off at this point, but I won't let her. It's not your fault. Entitled mother is silent. Me. He throws your son out for days at a time sometimes, doesn't he? Entitled mother.
Yes.
I can hear her choking back the tears. Me. Do you need someone to talk to? Would you like to go out to lunch? That way you can feel safer knowing whose house your son is at and that he is safe. Entitled mother.
That would be okay.
We were on the phone for about an hour after that. What started off as an entitled mother was just a scared woman, feeling very, very alone. Sorry there wasn't any righteous retribution, but I think it turned out okay. I'm going to try and get 19-year-old Tommy's curfew changed from 10 p.m. to midnight, and maybe he can stay over for a weekend. What do you think? This was way more wholesome than I thought it was going to be based on the way this was titled and the way that this whole thing started off. I mean, basically, it sounds like the entitled mother here is dealing with a severe lack of control, but luckily, the OP, the mother here, has a very, very high degree of empathy to not only get yelled at and not yell back at her, but also to kind of see through the veil of what's really going on and try to cut through to find some sort of solution, as close to a solution as you can. Obviously, it sounds in this situation that the true core of the issue is the father, but it doesn't seem like that's even a realistic thing to deal with without knowing the rest of the situation. So what she does instead is offer an alternative to get to know her so she can feel more comfortable about where her son is spending all of this time. It seems pretty rare to see a situation turn out like this, so much so that the OP actually apologizes for not having any retribution to end this whole story. But if you guys have ever been in a situation like this, let me know what happened. And if you haven't, what would you do if you were in this situation? Don't forget to drop a thumbs up, subscribe to the channel, and if you want to submit your own story to be shared here on the channel, check out the link down below in the description. In today's episode, we're going to look at some pro-revenge stories. Don't forget to subscribe with notifications on and leave a comment. She hated me and made me think I was an idiot. In high school, over 10 years ago, I was quiet and attentive in class. Teachers liked me. I wasn't popular, but I had good friends. I say this all to explain that in high school, things were relatively calm for me. I played sports, was on the student newspaper, and got decent grades. However, that all changed my second semester junior year. I've always been a voracious reader. My freshman English teacher recommended I move up to the honors English track, so I did for freshman, sophomore, and the first half of junior year. Then I was put into classical literature my second semester junior year. I've always loved Greek and Roman stories and had already read your typical high school classical reading list on my own. I didn't mind reading them again until I met Miss Umbridge. She put on a sweet facade, but she was downright evil. She also decided that she hated me. I still do not know why or what transgression I committed, but she hated me. I assume it was because of my habit of sometimes nodding off in class. At the time, I had undiagnosed thyroid issues and was getting up at 5 a.m. for swim practice. I say sometimes because it maybe happened twice a month total between all 8 classes. I don't remember nodding off in her class, but it could have happened. Anyway, her class was 50% essays/written reports. The rest were random quizzes and a couple of tests. I was on the student newspaper and I was a decent writer. I wasn't worried about maintaining a B or up. We wrote our first paper and I got a D. I was shocked. The only class I struggled in was chemistry, and still my lowest assignment grade was a C. After class, I asked Miss Umbridge what I did wrong because her notes were minimal. She told me my assessment of the material was uninspired. Okay, can you direct me to an example of an inspired assessment? Come back during study hall. Thinking she'd have some example materials for me to review, I got a pass to see her during study hall. Nope. She spent the full hour basically telling me I was an idiot. I remember leaving and crying because she didn't tell me anything constructive. My friend, the eventual valedictorian, offered to help me on my next paper. My friend and I spent hours on my next paper. She never got anything below an A- on anything. I got another D. My friend was furious. She took it to her AP English teacher and asked him to review it. She said she was entering a writing competition and wanted advice. He said said it was great, her typical A+ work. My friend, quicker on the uptake, asked me for a copy of my original assignment. She asked her AP English teacher to look it over too, and he said she should enter the first one. This one was still good. He'd probably give it an A-, but the other paper was better. My friend was convinced Miss Umbridge was treating me unfairly for some reason, and she must not like me. My friend wanted me to tell my parents or my school counselor. A teacher didn't like me? That had never happened. Sure, they all didn't love me, but none had actively disliked me. I decided I'd try one more time, but this time get Miss Umbridge to help me. Despite the previous horrors of spending study hall with Miss Umbridge, I went to her office during study hall 3 times before the next paper was due. She reviewed the paper and gave me tips on revising it each time. She did this in red pen. I took notes. By the time the next paper was due, I had 3 revised versions with her notes in red ink on each one. I got a D+. She smirked and congratulated me on my improvement. I was done. My friend was right. She had it out for me and was giving me bad grades on purpose. I'm a laid back person, but I was pissed. Never before been this pissed. I took my paper to my newspaper teacher. Sure, he didn't teach English, but our student paper constantly won awards because of his work. I told him I was having trouble in English, and could he please look over my paper and give me advice? He was a little confused as to why I didn't ask my English teacher, but he did it. He also told me it was great, but gave me a few minor changes to make. I asked him if he thought it was a B or better. He said he'd give it an A. Not 100%, but a solid A. I went to my friend and we brainstormed. I couldn't request a drop/add. This wasn't college. You don't just switch classes in my high school unless the teacher recommends an honor placement. That's not true, said my friend. The football and the basketball guys get moved to easier classes all the time to keep their grades up, so they are eligible for games. The athletics director was a friend of my dad, so I requested a meeting with him and my swim coach after school one day, and I told him I was in danger of losing my eligibility to swim because I was pulling a D in a class. I wanted to move classes, but I knew I'd need approval from administration, which I couldn't get without a good reason. They asked if I had requested help. I explained I had asked for help from multiple people, but my grade wasn't improving. I didn't know what to do. They asked to see my papers. I sat while they read them. They both looked at me confused. Neither of them could understand how those papers were worth only a D. The student vice president was brought in. He asked who helped me. I explained my friend. He knew who she was, again, a future valedictorian. And she had even asked her AP English teacher to look it over for advice. I had also asked my newspaper teacher to help me. The student vice president asked if I had ever actually asked my teacher for help. I smiled and handed him the 3 revised versions of the paper, number 3, with Miss Umbridge's red ink all over them. He frowned. The AP English teacher and my newspaper teacher were pulled into the meeting. They were each asked to grade the papers. All 3 papers got an A- or better. While this was going on, my dad was called in by the athletics director. My dad was pissed. He demanded I be moved to another class and that Miss Umbridge be put under review. Clearly, she wasn't grading students on their work, but on her own personal opinions. The school administration obviously bristled at the accusation that a teacher was treating students unfairly. A lot of arguing that I wasn't allowed to sit in on occurred in the vice president's office. I could hear plenty of yelling as 6 adult men argued over the appropriate next steps. It was decided that myself, my dad, the vice president, and athletics director would have a meeting with Miss Umbridge. The following morning before school, we all met. Miss Umbridge seemed to think she was going in to tell everyone why I was so stupid. The vice president explained that if I maintained a D in her class, I would lose my extracurricular eligibility, and we were all meeting to discuss what to do. She smirked and said I should be moved to the non-honors English class, and I had no business being an honors English. I didn't have the aptitude to understand the complex classical literature they were studying, and I would probably need a tutor to even get through basic English. I've never seen my father so red, and I half expected to see steam coming out of his ears. The vice president asked why didn't she try to help me improve. She said it was up to students to put in the initiative to get better. The vice president asked if that meant I had never asked her for help. She said that I had not. The vice president then pulled out 3 revised versions of paper number 3 and handed them to Miss Umbridge. Now it was her turn to be read. She called me a liar and said those notes weren't hers. Things got heated and I was asked to leave again. I sat outside the office. This time the secretary was there and we both heard the shouting. School was set to start in 30 minutes and they were all just shouting. The AP English teacher and the newspaper teacher were called again, more shouting. About 5 minutes to the start of class, the teachers left and I was called back in. If looks could kill, I'd have died then and there when Miss Umbridge walked out of the VP's office. I was being moved to basic English effective immediately. My current grade would not carry over. I would not need to make up any past assignments and my new teacher would be instructed to grade me only on the assignments going forward. My new English teacher, Miss Honey, ended up being the English department head. She was at least 65 years old and had been doing this for decades. After 2.5 years of honors English, this class was easier than PE. I barely had to try to get an A, but I refused to let Miss Honey think Miss Umbridge had been right. I tried harder in that class than any other class that semester. I finished projects so quickly that I was asked to tutor a girl struggling in the class. I spent half the class period just helping this girl understand the material. I helped her go from a C- to a B+. I got something like 104% in the class. At the end of the semester, Miss Honey called me into her office during study hall. She was recommending that I return to honors English for senior year. I must have looked panicked because she assured me Miss Umbridge would not be my teacher. In fact, she would not be anyone's teacher. She was leaving at the end of the school year. Miss Umbridge was only in her late 20s and unmarried, too early to retire, and my high school was still one of the best paying school districts in the state. I knew what leaving meant, but Miss Honey still explained I was put in her class on purpose. The school administration trusted Miss Honey to determine the truth of Miss Umbridge's claim that I was basically a lying idiot. Miss Honey stated that I very clearly belonged in honors English. She apologized if her class had not been challenging enough for me. I cried. I mean, full on ugly snot cried. I didn't realize it, but part of me had actually believed Miss Umbridge up until that moment. Miss Honey hugged me and consoled me. I spent senior year in honors English and spent my study hall tutoring Miss Honey's struggling students. To this day, I think about that awful woman fairly regularly. My career is strongly writing based and I still worry obsessively over my writing. I hope she never taught again because she wreaked havoc on my self-confidence. The very first question I have is why? I was really hoping that somewhere in this story we would understand exactly why was this OP singled out as opposed to everyone else when clearly other people were getting pretty good grades and the OP was a pretty good writer. The only hint we get as to why the OP was singled out is that it's the OP's opinions and not the quality of their work, but we don't really even know what those opinions are necessarily, and maybe it wasn't the opinion, maybe it was just something that happened outside the context of the assignments or outside of the school itself, and Miss Umbridge was just angry about that for whatever reason. Or maybe the OP just reminded Miss Umbridge of somebody that she didn't like. For whatever reason, she just really did not like the OP. I do think it's pretty cool and not very common for the OP here to go through all the steps to really isolate the variable, because not only did the OP go through and have other teachers grade these papers, the OP also went to Miss Umbridge directly to have her do it herself and also get the future valedictorian to come in and give her shot at it. So it didn't really seem like it mattered what she did, which is how the OP could know definitively for sure that the writing wasn't the problem. But if you guys have ever been in a situation like this, let me know what happened down below. Or if not, what would you do if you were in this situation? Can't you just unload around me? I work in construction as the foreman for a new house build. The location is kind of strange. The house is 250 feet up a hill via a footpath only. All of our materials have to come up this footpath by hand. It's a pain in the butt to carry manually, quite literally an entire house up this hill. One of our saving graces is having the 2 parking spots at the street at the bottom of this hill marked with official no parking signs. Unfortunately, there is an elementary school about half a block away, and the parents of children seem to regularly, at least twice a day, think it's okay to park in our spots. Now, I consider myself a reasonable person, so if someone is parked in the spots and we don't have a delivery or a need to park the truck, I will let it go. If we need the spots and there's someone parked there, however, I will ask them to move nicely, and most of the time they do so immediately. Until today. I get a call from the lumber delivery truck that is en route to our location. He says he'll be there in about 2 or 3 minutes. I let him know I'll meet him at the street and make sure he has a space to park. He's carrying all of the material to frame the roof of our house, which is a lot of really big lumber and will easily take an hour to bring up the hill. So naturally, I didn't want him parked in the middle of the street with his hazards on for an hour when we have a perfectly good parking spot for him. As I began my trip down the hill, I noticed there's a school parent sitting in her car idling. Assuming she's just waiting to pick up her child, I walk up to her car and politely let her know she's parked in a no parking zone and we really need her to clear it to park a delivery truck. She scoffs at me and rudely states back, "It'll just be a few minutes and your truck isn't here. Take a chill pill, dude." Before I can respond, a giant lumber truck comes around the corner and I wave to him and then gesture towards him to the woman in the car who has now put her window back up to ignore me. I put on my best customer service smile and wave at her through the window. She put it down halfway and angrily shouts, "What?" By now the truck has pulled up alongside her car and I politely ask her again with a stronger tone of voice to move her vehicle, reminding her that she is illegally parked in a tow-away zone. Then she gives me this wonderful idea. She says, "Can't you guys just unload around me? Jeez, it's not that hard." I give her another smile and walk away. A brilliant plan forming in my mind. I instruct the delivery driver to park as close to her as possible and block her in with the porta potty that is at one end of our reserve spots and the parked car that is parked just adjacent to our spot on the other end. He smiles because he immediately gets what I'm trying to do and proceeds to expertly block this lady and her car into a little 2 parking spot jail. We unstrap the lumber and my guys begin hauling material up the hill. Meanwhile, I call the police parking enforcement to let them know the situation. At this point in time, I wasn't trying to get in trouble. I just wanted a record of why we were blocking part of the street so we don't get in trouble with the city. The very friendly traffic officer lets me know that she can be there in about 30 minutes and deal with the situation for me. Wonderful. As we continue to unload lumber, the child of the parent shows up and wouldn't you know it, mom is just now realizing that the lumber truck is parked so close she can't get out of her driver's door to meet the kid. She awkwardly clambers across the inside of her car and stumbles out the passenger door, shooting glaring looks at me and the truck driver in the process. She loads her kid into the back and then begins to realize she has no way of leaving. She comes storming up to myself and the driver and states, "I'm in a big hurry. You need to move your dang truck right now so I can go." Before I can respond, the driver gets a grin on his face and says, "Ma'am, in order to unload the lumber on the truck, we had to unstrap it. And per our company policy, I'm not allowed to move the truck with any unsecured load on it. Sorry." This sends her into a near aneurysm level of blood pressure. Meanwhile, I can barely contain my laughter. "Screw your policy, I have somewhere to be," she barks back at him. At this point, with impeccably convenient timing, the parking enforcement officer shows up and parks behind the truck. She doesn't see the officer arrive, and while the officer is still getting out of her vehicle, I just casually say, "Can't you just pull out around it? It's not that hard," with the biggest grin I've ever had on my face, and I watch as she realizes that I just used her line on her. "F you!" she yells and storms back to her car, angrily clambers back into the passenger door and into the driver's seat. At this point, the officer is walking up to myself and the driver. Before she can even introduce herself, the mom in the car slams it into reverse, stomps on the gas, crashing into our porta potty and knocking it over, and then throws her car to drive and tries to mount the curb and drive on the sidewalk. The officer, driver, and I are staring in disbelief as she gets halfway over the curb and the car gets stuck. I can hear her screaming obscenities over the idling truck from inside her car. The officer promptly walks up to the door of her car and orders her out. My favorite part of this entire thing is watching her face go to shock as she realized she did it all in front of that police officer. She gets slapped in cuffs as the parking officer calls for a second unit and she is promptly sat on the very curb that she tried to drive over. She sits on the curb yelling to the now 2 officers about how we told her she could stay there and that we never asked her to move. The traffic officer responds that she was the only one who was originally called when she first refused to move and that she already knows what's going on. While myself and the driver are giving a report to the second officer, my guys finish moving the remainder of the lumber and the driver finishes his statement and takes off and goes back to the yard. By the end of the ordeal, she was arrested, charged with child endangerment because her kid was in the back of the car the whole time, reckless driving, destruction of property, the property being the porta potty, and driving on a suspended license. On top of all of that, she also got her car towed. The kid went home with his grandma and she went to spend some quality time in a cell. I never expected her to actually heed my advice to just pull around it, but I think next time she'll probably think twice about parking in a tow-away zone if she ever gets a license again. Was I the jerk? That is a lot of charges to get just because you don't want to move your car. I can't believe she actually drove straight into the porta potty, destroying it, and then thought somehow that her car could get over the curb with that little space to even get speed. Even if she had the space to get the speed, maybe it wouldn't have worked out, but this just seems so obviously not a good idea. At least she got child endangerment, because the entire time this was happening, I was thinking the poor kid is in the back seat that has no control over what's happening when his mom is just completely losing it, and he has to just live through it all. And also, you have to be pretty not aware of your surroundings to not realize that this truck was parked so close to your door that you couldn't open it until you're about to open your door. How could you not hear that truck or not see it in your peripheral vision to know that it was right there? That seems like maybe she was just on her phone the entire time and she was just totally out of it. But let me know what you guys would do in this situation, and do you think the OP here is the jerk or not? Am I the jerk for not telling my fiance I used to work as an escort? I'm a 35-year-old female. I just got engaged. I've been with him for over 2 years and he's amazing. And I think he'd be a great father to my children. There is, however, a secret that I haven't revealed. About 3 years ago, before I met him, I briefly worked as an escort. It wasn't long, about 4 months, and I don't have some sob story about how I felt abused and exploited, because frankly I didn't. Like any job, it had its good parts and its bad parts. I don't have some dramatic story about escaping it. I stopped simply because I didn't want to do it anymore. I didn't require therapy or rehab. I just moved on and got a normal job. I have been regularly tested and I have no STIs, nor do I have any emotional scars from it. So I told myself it's now no one else's business because it won't impact any other relationships. However, it feels wrong. I can't share this. He once asked how many partners I had, and I simply said a lot, and told him the technical truth, that I was prolific in one point in my life, but no longer am and don't intend to do so. I'm still scared to potentially ruin a great thing if I reveal it, but I'm also not looking forward to keeping this a secret for the rest of my life. Am I the jerk for keeping this a secret? The fact that someone would even be asking the question on whether or not they should bring this up to their fiance makes it pretty obvious that they know their fiance would want to know about this. And if your fiance or whoever you're about to be committed to for life would specifically want to know about this, and you know they do because you're having this dilemma, then how could you not tell them? She's not looking forward to keeping this a secret for the rest of her life, so it's better to just be open and upfront, like you can probably assume that he's trying to be, instead of dropping this on him 10 years into the relationship and then having it be an explosive thing where you hid something that was maybe a big deal to him, or maybe it won't be. But let me know what you guys think. What would you do if you were in this situation? And is she the jerk or not for not telling her fiance she used to work as an escort? Am I the jerk for canceling the family trip because my stepson damaged my plants? I grow indoor plants and keep them around the house, whether by the kitchen window or out on the front porch. I have a variety of plants like lily, aloe vera, and also flowers, and they all require care and attention. It's a hobby of mine, and because I don't own enough space, I just stick to indoor planting. I have a 16-year-old stepson, Sean, who loves to pull all kinds of pranks and has been trying some weird pranks on me lately. I don't mind it as long as he's happy, and also because nothing is too serious, just hiding my farming tools / replacing them with damaged ones and so on. He just keeps messing around like any other kid. Days ago, he posted a Facebook video of him spraying cold water on me while I was sleeping. It was embarrassing since he shared it with my family. I got mad at him and had him deleted despite him begging me to let him keep it. He kept skulking afterwards and had his mom try to convince me to let him repost the video, but I thought that was a crazy request. Sean suddenly became friendly and asked if he could water my plants. I was glad he asked and gave him the watering can and told him to start watering the plants in the kitchen. He was gone for a few minutes, then he got back and started watering all the plants in the house. Later in the evening, I was cleaning my tools and there was a weird smell coming from the watering can. It smelled like bleach. I freaked out and checked my plants and the smell was coming from them. I confronted Sean and asked what he watered the plants with. He acted dumb and said nothing, but I found a bottle of bleach in his room, which made me lose my temper. He admitted to watering my plants with bleach to get back at me for making him remove the video. I was mortified. I immediately canceled the weekend trip to the national park that he was looking forward to. He started crying, saying it was too much, and he made a mistake in a moment of clouded judgment. I refused to discuss it. My wife feels bad. Sean hasn't been eating well since I canceled the trip, but he damaged my plants and caused me hurt and pain. She thinks an apology was enough. He is a kid and made a mistake. She wanted me to let it go, but I said canceling the trip is his official punishment, period. I got called unreasonable and stubborn for this, and that I don't respect her as a parent too, and said taking away the only thing he cares about the most and looks forward to reeks of abuse. Sean has this mentality that if he admits doing something wrong, then he'll be forgiven. This isn't how it should be, but his mother thinks admitting to it and apologizing should be the end of it. So, am I the jerk for canceling the family trip because my stepson watered my plants with bleach? So, from the way the stepdad tells it sounds like the kid thinks he can get away with whatever he wants, so long as he does this little formulaic dance where he admits it, apologizes about it, and then I guess cries about it. But I can understand why the dad is so weirded out by this. I mean, he filmed him in a situation that he obviously felt was embarrassing. I'm referring to the stepdad, of course, and then posted it online for his own family to see, and then did something that is probably going to kill his plants. I don't think those plants are going to make it if he put a bunch of bleach on them, and I'm guessing he just didn't put a little sprinkle of bleach. To me, it seems like the punishment fit the crime. Canceling a trip for killing his plants seems like a pretty fair punishment to the kid, but what do you think, and what would you do if you were in this situation? Is the stepdad here a jerk or not? Am I the jerk for being honest about how I was bullied and how the teachers in my school did nothing about it while being interviewed by a current student? I'm an author of a mild success. I'm not incredibly popular, but my books sell enough. About 3 years ago, someone from my old high school reached out to see if a student could interview me. I responded that my time at the school wasn't the happiest, but I would give the student responses relating to my career. We had a great chat. She started asking questions about my time at the school, but I redirected. She caught on to what I was doing and she asked, "I'm sensing that you're hesitant to talk about your time at the school. Is this true?" I said, "Let's focus on the story." And she was like, "Actually, this could be a better story." So I said, "You know what? Sure, whatever. I don't owe the school anything. I'm not being paid. And even though it's been a long time and I've grown from what happened, it's still worth talking about." I mentioned a few names in specific and how I tried to ask for help and was blown off by everyone. Teachers in my school very strongly favored the girls in sports teams and would often be buddy-buddy with them and their parents. I mentioned a teacher who openly mocked the way I dressed, my lack of athleticism, etc. I brought up the time that a group of girls followed me around the school mooing at me, and when I broke down crying because they wouldn't stop and tried to tell a teacher, the teacher called me Mooly for the rest of the year when I yelled, "My name is Molly." She had me suspended for a week. She ended up publishing the whole interview. Nothing exactly went viral, but there were posts on Facebook with a ton of comments that caused some commotion in that community. A few weeks later, I was contacted by a school official who chastised me for bringing up old wounds and trying to paint veteran teachers as bad people when they were going through difficult times already. The teacher responsible for the Mooly incident had a local lifetime teaching award taken away from her after it all came out. So, was it really worth it? And maybe I did remember things wrong wrong? Finally, a handful of my old classmates, many of them stuck around town, found me, and I was barraged with a ton of messages telling me that I'm ruining the reputation of the school and of several prominent community members. This was X years ago, so why can't I just get over it? Some of them obviously haven't changed. It was a long time ago, yes. I don't really know how I feel about how this all went down though. I know times are tough for teachers right now. I didn't set out to hurt anyone. I was just telling my truth. So, am I the jerk? So, as a lot of people have already said, he's afraid of painting veteran teachers as bad people, but from the sounds of it, they were bad people. He's not painting them as anything. Or at the very least, their actions in these key moments were bad. Someone even thought that the teacher who called the OP Mooly deserved to lose that award and is probably now having a cow. And there's another response that she is utterly disappointed. The way that the OP Molly tells a story sounds like all the events that happened at the school have been eating at her for a long time, and maybe she could have just said this without mentioning any names, but it sounded like this is something that had been eating away at her, and she wasn't really the one to bring it up at all. It was the person interviewing her that noticed that she was trying to steer clear of all of this. And the things she describes aren't really subjective things, they're very objective. It's not like, oh, I feel like this was sort of the situation. It was just straight up, this is what happened, this is how it happened, and then this is how I felt about it. It sounds like the entire transcript of the interview was posted in this article that the student did. So if this was you, how would you handle it? And is she the jerk or not for being honest about how she was bullied and how the teachers at her school did nothing? Am I the jerk for throwing out my mom after she threw out my herb? So, I am a 30-year-old man. I'm single and I live alone in a house that I own. A few months ago, you know what happened and my mom lost her job, so I decided to let her stay with me. I have a medical herb card and I smoke every day. I knew my mom disliked herb, so I warned her before she moved in that I would be smoking herb daily and would not stop for her. She agreed and only asked that I smoke outside, which I thought was a relatively reasonable request. Herb has a strong smell, and many people don't like it. At first, this worked out fine, but she started making remarks about how I should quit, etc. I mostly ignored them / brushed them off. Then it evolved into her demanding that I quit, as if I were still a child and she could issue orders to. I refused and told her that she can move out if she doesn't like it. She started crying, saying that I don't love her, I have a problem, etc. The next day, I come home from work to find her waiting for me. She explained that she flushed my herb, about an ounce, for my own good, and then demanded that I go to treatment. Well, predictably, I was furious, and not even really about not having the herb anymore. It is pretty cheap. I usually buy an ounce for $125 and I can easily get more. It was about her total lack of respect for me. I'm an adult. I own my own house. I have a good job and have approval from the state to legally purchase and possess this. So someone I'm doing a huge favor for, demanding that I stop and throwing out my stuff when I refuse, is extremely outrageous to me, even if she gave birth to me 30 years ago. Anyway, we argued about this for a while and it became clear to me that she was not sorry at all and that she would probably do it again. So I told her she can't live with me anymore. I gave a month, but she was already packed and drove to my brother's house a couple of hours away. She obviously thinks I'm a huge jerk, and so does my brother, but I think that's mostly because she is his problem now. So, am I the jerk? Based on the way this went down, it's probably just a matter of time until the mom finds something that she doesn't like that the brother does and then destroys that. I mean, he already explained that it's legal and he sounds like he has his whole life together, but she wanted to impose her opinion on him kind of in a Trojan horse type of way where she seemed like she was going to be okay with it under certain requirements, and then once she was inside the premises, then she surprised him with this whole "you have to quit now" and then tried to destroy it, thinking that would help, which obviously it didn't. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and is he the jerk or not for kicking out his mom for doing this? Guy quits his job thinking he became rich. I work for a construction company and we do remodeling on homes. We have a rule here that we get to keep anything we find hidden behind the walls. We hired this guy. We really needed a worker badly who was a total jerk from day one. I've been working for this company for 5 years and this guy has only been doing construction for 1 year after he got fired from from his accounting job for getting a DUI. Anyways, he would always make fun of my clothes and my accents, and one day he went too far by telling my boss about my private Instagram account pics. He got on my phone and looked around through my Instagram page and showed my boss pictures of me smoking herb. Little did he know that my boss is my friend from 8 years ago, and we used to smoke together before we both quit. I was so mad that he violated my privacy that I made a plan to screw him over. He was the kind of guy who would always come in late and complain that trains or traffic is why he was always late. One day, I overheard him saying that if he won the lottery, he would quit his job for not getting the respect he deserves. You have to earn your respect here. One day, I bought some fake gold coins online and I put them in a metal box I found at the antique store and waited for a chance to hide it in a wall. Luckily, I did not have to wait long. The day he found the coins, it seemed like it was his best day ever. First thing he did when he opened the box, he called my boss an effing loser and he quit immediately on the spot and he said, "F this place, I'm rich." Lol. Little did he know that was the best day of my life. After he quit, my boss told us that he was going to fire him anyway for always showing up late, and I wish I could see the look on his face when he finds out the gold coins are fake. The best $40 I spent in my entire life. Was I the jerk? So basically, he didn't have to do anything at all. The guy was about to not be working there very, very soon. He just turned it into a very eventful exit rather than a commonplace one where the boss says, "Hey, you're late all the time. You got to get out of here." This is kind of like a more specialized version of those pranks you see where people buy fake lottery tickets and then they make people think that they won the lottery. And those are more sad than they seem like they would be, because you see the entire emotional spectrum flash through the faces of people that think that they've won the entire lottery and then they find out it was just a prank. So let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and is he the jerk or not for making this guy think he became rich and quitting his job? I was told either be fired or accept a massive pay cut. I answered, okay, I'll take the firing. I worked for a company for 14 years. I love working there. For 12 of those years, there were two main parts of the job. The first was the sales side of things. This was away from the office and the customer's location, and it involved quite a bit of driving and on a couple of occasions flying abroad to work face to face with the customers to deliver a high quality product. We weren't the cheapest, but we were the superior product, and I was the best employee when it came to delivering the product. I consistently got rave reviews from customers for my personal style when it came to delivering the product and executing the customer's vision. I got a huge amount of repeat business, and I got a lot of new business through word of mouth with customers recommending the company based on their experiences with me. The second part was the office side. This was my weaker side. I hated cold calling potential customers with numbers I found in the phone book. When it came to answering the phone and speaking to potential customers who initiated contact with us, I was fine, but I wasn't great at making the calls. This was my only real not great part of the job. So in the office, I wasn't asked to make any calls. Instead, I prepared product, designed new product, trained new staff members, which ended up being one of the biggest parts of my job. I was also the problem solver, helping out whenever and wherever, filling in for sick employees whenever I could. I liked the owner and I liked the manager. I liked all the staff who were around me. All in all, it was a great job that I was really good at and took pride in. The company had been doing so well that the owner slowly expanded over the 12 years I started working for the company. I had joined about 3 months after he started, so I had been a part of his expansion. I worked out of my nearest office, but often traveled to other areas to train their staff. I was loaned out, as it were, to other companies to help train their staff. At one point, I was a guest lecturer at a university teaching medical students how to deliver complicated explanations to people who don't have the base knowledge that you do yourself. After 12 years, I was on decent salary, not massive, but I was happy. Then the owner decided to sell off part of the company. He was selling the area where my local office was. He told me he would love for me to remain as his employee, but I would need to work from a different office. This would either require me to move or to quadruple at a minimum my daily commute. The other option was to remain working from my current office, but with a new boss. I chose the second option. Before the new owner bought the company, she worked alongside the staff for a couple of weeks to see how we operated. This was before any of us knew she was about to buy the company. As far as we knew, she was just another employee and she was shadowing us to learn. She came with me on assignments in the field and saw my abilities. When the sale was announced and we were informed that she was the new owner, everyone was surprised. She made some sweeping staffing changes. The manager left to start her own business since the new owner was also going to be the manager. A lot of the staff was let go. The secretary, myself, and a couple of new hires were kept kept on. The new hires were on the lowest wages, not salaries. Anyone who had got to a decent level was let go. Since almost everyone was on a 0 hours contract, she was able to do this. Whilst technically it was a new company for customers, it was the same old business. The company still had the same trading name. The only real difference was that there was a new owner and the registered business name was now different. As far as the customers were concerned, nothing had changed. My job for the first few months after the sale was to train up the remaining staff to replace the more experienced staff members who had been let go. I recommended a couple of new hires who I had experience working with in the past. I was open and honest with the owner and let her know that one of them was a close friend and one of them was my girlfriend. Both of them were more qualified for the work and both were happy to join. My friend had recently come back to the country after a year of traveling, whilst my girlfriend could only work during school holidays. She worked in a school. The owner gave them both interviews and then hired them since we needed the staff. Over the next 2 years, the business started to fail. The reason was simple. The new owner decided to try and maximize profits by increasing prices whilst decreasing the quality of the product. For new customers, this wasn't noticeable. They just thought we were expensive and the product wasn't the best. But for old customers who had been with us for 10 plus years, they immediately noticed. They were being charged more and were receiving less/worse quality. So the owner doubled down and increased prices again. 95% of our old customers left us. New customers almost never became repeat customers and complaints skyrocketed. Whilst this was all going on, our staff turnover rate was ridiculous. People left after a few months when they realized the minimum wage they were being paid wasn't worth it. Under the old owner, the average hourly wage for new employees was around 2.5x the minimum wage. This made people care about their jobs and want to keep them. My girlfriend quit, my friend remained but was looking for something new. Then I got a phone call. The owner needed me to come to the office. This was unexpected. I had just finished working on location with a customer. My next customer was in 2.5 hours. It was a half-hour drive away. The office was an hour and 10 minutes away from both locations. If I drove back to the office, I would have about 5 minutes in the office before leaving. My mileage was paid above my regular salary, so I was saving company money by doing this. Also, parking was a nightmare on the second location, so I tended to get there as early as possible to find parking and then read a book. The manager didn't care. She needed me to return to the office, so I did. I arrived back to be handed a letter by the owner. It was informing me of a disciplinary meeting to take place in a couple days' time. I could bring along a witness if I so desired. This knocked me for a 6. I was the best employee. I read through her list of complaints about my performance and started working on my defense. At the meeting, I declined to have a witness. Instead, I decided to record audio of the entire meeting on my phone without informing her. Where I live, this is legal and I didn't need consent. The boss's witness was her friend, who she had met at yoga and hired for an office role, firing the secretary who had been there long before the takeover. Every point she raised, I could counter. They ranged from the week, "You were unavailable to work for a week in August. I booked a week's holiday so I could attend my cousin's wedding on the other side of the country and turn it into a holiday," to the pathetic, "You were late for work on the 12th of May. Is that the day my car broke down and I called the office to let you know? I don't know. I do. Here's the receipt from the garage dated May 12th. To the downright lies. This one I can't write as a quote. Basically, she accused me of gross misconduct for breaking health and safety laws in the way I was delivering product for a customer. I hadn't broken health and safety laws. I knew exactly what I was doing since, as I mentioned already, I've been doing this for 14 years at this point. She had witnessed me do this on multiple occasions and never mentioned it before because it wasn't an issue. She even had me train staff in this specific delivery method because it wasn't an issue. She finished her list by telling me she doesn't want to lose me, but she can't justify keeping such a poor employee at my current salary. I had two choices. I could either sign a 0 hours contract and work for minimum wage, or she could fire me within 2 weeks notice. I countered that she would have to give me 12 weeks notice since my contract guaranteed me 1 week's notice for every year of employment, up to a maximum of 12. She argued that I had only been her employee for 2 years, since before then I had worked for the previous owner. I informed her that with how the business takeover had run, it counts as continuous employment. I quoted the exact long code that backed me up, and she asked for a 30-minute break in the meeting to let me think about her offer. She went to call her lawyer. When she came back, she informed me that since she was firing me for gross misconduct, she didn't have to give me any notice at all. But if I wanted to remain and move to a 0-hour contract, I could do that today. But if I didn't, she would have to fire me. Because she was being nice, she would give me the 2 weeks notice. I asked for a couple of hours to go home and think about this. She allowed this. I knew the reason she wanted me to remain for at least 2 weeks was because one of our few remaining bigger customers was set to have a product delivered for me in that time. They would only work with me. The owner had tried sending other staff in my place on several occasions, and each time there had been problems. It wasn't the staff's fault. It was just a very difficult delivery for a very specific customer which needed to be perfect. As a result, this customer would only deal with me. I called the office and spoke to the owner. I declined the offer of a 0-hour contract and said I would be leaving. She then said she was giving me my 2 weeks notice. I declined her offer of 2 weeks notice, and I informed her that if I was being fired for gross misconduct, surely I could not be relied upon to safely deliver the product. Therefore, it would be in the best interest for everyone involved if I didn't return to work. She panicked and said she needed me for those 2 weeks. I feigned ignorance and let her know I was just thinking about what's best for the company. After all, you can't have unsafe staff delivering your product to customers. However, if she wanted to rethink the gross misconduct accusation, I would work my 12-week notice. Those were her options, 0 weeks or 12 weeks. She chose 12. For those 12 weeks, I worked the same way I had for the previous 14 years. I didn't coast, I didn't slack, I didn't badmouth the company on my way out. I continued to train new staff, I continued to deliver product in my own personal, exceptional way. I also got in touch with a lawyer who was a specialist in employment law. For those 12 weeks, the owner barely spoke to me. She resented the fact that I knew my legal rights and didn't believe her lies. She hated the fact that I could defend myself. She was petty. She accidentally dropped my mug in the kitchen, breaking it. Most petty of all, she paid for every member of staff in her office to have a spa day, except for me. I was asked to work my day off to answer phones whilst everyone was being pampered. Nobody knew I hadn't been invited until they arrived at spa and I wasn't there. Here's the thing, I'm a big, fat, bearded guy. I have no interest in a spa day. If she had offered it to me, I would have thanked her and declined the kind offer. But by pointedly excluding me, she was making herself look terrible. For the last 2 weeks, I was training my friend to basically take over from me. At the end of the 12 weeks that my final day came around, the owner had nothing planned, not so much as a card. After 14 years, 2 of them being from her, the office assistant manager who had become a friend had got me some presents but had to give them to me once the boss was gone for fear of reprisals. The day after my final day, 2 things happened. The first was my friend who I had been training up to replace me quit. He was on a 0-hour contract, so required no notice. He was unhappy with her treatment of me and was unhappy that she expected him to do my previously salaried job for minimum wage. He hadn't informed me of his plans to leave. I only learned about it when he knocked on my door in the middle of the day when he should have been at work to let me know. The second thing was the owner received a letter informing her that I was bringing legal proceedings against her for unfair dismissal. I had arranged this with my lawyer to be delivered on the day after my final day. According to the office assistant, she went pale and started crying before leaving the office to call her lawyer. She refuted my claims for unfair dismissal, saying it was gross misconduct, tried to come up with some more reasons for firing me, but the truth was that the company was making less money because of her business practices, and I was the highest and only salaried worker. I had evidence that I was a great employee. I had evidence that she asked me to move to a 0 hours contract. She initially tried to deny this since the gross misconduct fabrication makes no sense if she wanted me to stay, but once my lawyer provided hers with a transcript of the entire meeting along with a copy of the recording, she knew she had messed up. Still, she let the case drag on for over a year. I think she hoped the legal fees would lead to me dropping the case. Little did she know my lawyer was working on a no-win, no-fee basis whilst hers wasn't. She ended up settling out of court. So the aftermath to everything was the office assistant who had become a friend quit a couple of months after I left. She hated how I was treated and didn't feel safe working for such an untrustworthy boss. Several former customers contacted me personally to inquire why I was no longer with the company. Apparently, the owner was just telling them that I quit. I informed them that I had been fired for cost-cutting reasons. They moved their business elsewhere. Several of these former customers offered me jobs. One went so far as to offer me a part-time job and pay for me to attend college to earn a degree required for them in order to hire me full-time. This was a lovely offer, but they were one of the customers who were a bit too far away to commute, and I wasn't ready to move. In the end, I found a job in a different industry where a lot of my skills transferred over, earning more than I was, working less hours, and for better owners. The business is floundering. COVID left the new owners desperate for cash. She canceled the orders but refused to refund customers' money, citing an act of God clause in the contracts. The business's reviews on Facebook and Google have tanked, and most staff have left. The business is still afloat, but barely. During the entire story, I really expected the OP to do some craziness in the office during those final 12 weeks, but it seems like this company is doing enough damage to itself without anyone having to do anything along the way. Either the company was already going to fail and that's why the original owner sold it, or this new owner is just mismanaging it so poorly that all of this was inevitable. I mean, this is another one of those situations where how can you let all the people go that you need in order to run this business? There's a reason why the business was presumably profitable this whole time, and then you're going to cut all of them for some other reason. If that was really possible or was really feasible, it could work, why wouldn't the previous owner have done it? Unless this new owner just thinks she's smarter and the previous owner didn't think of it for some reason. But as we can see, that is not the case. Especially for a business, which I'm assuming is some sort of medical device business, because he said he went to a university to talk to medical students, where you're really relying on the selling of a small amount of people, in this case the OP, and then you're going to cut even them after you've already lost most of your old customers and you're not acquiring any new ones. This whole thing seems like it's a giant lack of foresight on the part of the new owner. But let me know if you guys have ever been in a situation like this, and if so, what did you do? Also, let me know, jerk or not a jerk, and why. In today's episode of Malicious Compliance, people conform to the letter but not the spirit of a request. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel with notifications turned on and drop a thumbs up. You can't continue working from home because you go idle and chat too often. Sure, I'll do that, as maliciously compliant as I can. As part of the plan to return to the office post-COVID, my company has done a lot of redesignating of who can permanently work from home, who can hybrid, etc. I really wanted to work from home full time. I hate the office with a burning passion. It's distracting, it's a long commute, and there's no benefit to being there, so on and so forth. I'd rather just be at home. Well, when we thought May was going to be go back to the office time, they started giving out the new designations. I got designated as in office full time. It made no sense to me. I work on a team of 8 people, and each of us in different office somewhere in the country. I literally have never been to an in-person meeting or needed to do in-person work in 3 years at this company. Every single other person on my team got designated to work from home, so I brought it up with my boss and asked to work from home. When I started at this company and lived elsewhere, I got to work from home for 4 months before I moved, and the past 14 months during COVID have been at home. So 18 out of 36 months at the company have been work from home. What I was told is that I go idle too often to be trusted to work from home. Basically, we have a company-wide instant messaging system that shows you as available, idle, or in a meeting. If you don't touch your keyboard for 5 minutes, you're shown as idle. So they've decided to use this as a measure for who is working and who isn't. The thing is, like many people in many types of jobs, I don't have things to do for a full 8 hours every single day. The amount of work I have to do on a typical day takes about 3 to 5 hours of actual attention. There simply isn't something to do all the time. My performance numbers actually went up when working from home, and by all KPI numbers, key performance indicators, I'm a better worker at home. In fact, the key performance indicators that I don't flat out lead the team in, I come in second. There isn't work to do that I'm neglecting or procrastinating. When something comes up, I simply do it until it's done or until I can't do it anymore due to waiting on someone else, and then stop. And I've done that method long enough that my work queue stays empty because I work to get my queue down to the point where when something comes up, I can immediately address it and be done with it. But because I have other ways to spend my time and downtime, instead of messaging around online at my queue pretending to be working, meaning I show idle more often. I'm a worse worker apparently. I was told if it weren't for that, they would let me at home. So I wrote a 6-line PowerShell script that virtually inputs the keyboard period key every 4 minutes and then starts running every day at 8 a.m. and stops at 5 p.m. So now I literally never go idle. I do the same amount of work and still read books, watch TV, play video games on the side, but I have a shiny green check next to my name all day. Because of COVID complications, they eventually said no going back until after Labor Day. I just had a meeting with my boss and he said over time, they've noticed I go idle a lot less than I used to. So they're changing my designation to work from home, all because of a little icon in some software. This concludes my TED Talk on why low to middle level managers are the dumbest, most useless, do-nothing positions in all of corporate America. He then talks about the actual script that he uses and how he doesn't need to buy a mouse jiggler, because I guess a lot of people are suggesting he buys a mouse jiggler Ziegler. But the way the code is laid out is he has a thing called dummy shell, which equals new object, and a wscript.shell, and then it does dummy shell.send keys, and then it has the period, which is the thing that he's inputting. He says that's the backbone of the whole thing. There's different ways to implement it with for loops or scheduled tasks or whatever, but that part's up to you. That's all the PowerShell needs at its core to accomplish this. A lot of people have pointed out that sending insert or F13 instead of a period would be better, so change that up if you want. So that seems like the dumbest possible reason to force somebody to come in through a long commute because the idle icon on the chat software pops up too often. I mean, what is the point of having KPIs, the key performance indicators, if they're not used for stuff like this? Is it specifically used for payments, or what else would you use it for other than stuff like this? I mean, if you're doing a better job than everyone else, with the exception of maybe one person, while you're at home, then what does coming into the office actually do? I mean, there are certain jobs you actually have to be there. I get that. That makes sense. But in this case, it sounds like that wasn't one of them. But let me know if you guys have ever been in a situation similar to this, and what did you or would you do, whether it's malicious compliance or not. My neighbors wanted to call a professional to mark their property line, and my parents agreed. This was a long time ago, but I remember it clearly. We moved into a community with a tight space in between our house and our neighbor's house, and we didn't like them being able to see into our kitchen, so we put up a bunch of plants costing thousands of dollars, but my parents thought it would be worth it. A week later, my parents awoke to the plants completely chopped down. My father was furious and marched down to our neighbor's house. He told my father the plants were on his property line, therefore he had total right to take them down. He warned that if anything were to go on his property again, he would report us to the authorities immediately. Later that day, my father called the company that put in the plants, and with the warranty we could have them replanted next week for no charge. We made sure there was no way it was on our neighbor's property. However, a few days later we caught him chopping them down at 2 a.m. We called the police for obstruction of property, and after a chat with my neighbor, he decided to call a professional and mark his property line. My father agreed. A few days later, I got home to find orange tape in my neighbor's yard. Apparently, his fence was 11 feet over our property line. We watched as he took down his fence, completely furious. Within the next month, we were enjoying our new space and privacy in our backyard, and my neighbor ended up losing 1/4 of his backyard. My neighbor ended up having to pay almost $10,000 for the destruction of our property, and we got to plant our plants again. This whole property line thing seems to happen pretty often, and I'm surprised that the neighbor didn't know that the line was 11 feet into his yard. I mean, I wonder how this kind of stuff happens. Does the person who lived there before just move the fence out when the other neighbor is moved away and then hope they don't notice and then just do a little by little over time? Or is this something that happens at the very start when everything is built? There was a little mini story that was posted in response to this where they said something similar happened to my parents' house last year. New neighbors bought the house beside ours and started doing renovations without permits and complained that our fence was on his property and that the new stone walkway leading to the back my stepdad built the previous summer needed to be dug up and removed along with the fence. My parents tried to reason with him, explaining that all of the landlines in the area are all crooked and that everything had been this way for over 30 years without issue. He wouldn't hear it and insisted on the removal, so my mom called the city and requested a new evaluation after fighting with this guy for months. Turns out, not only was the fence on our land, but his new one was on our land as well. His back fence was on the land of the backyard neighbor and the same on the other side. My mom got the other 3 houses that bordered his to all get evaluations as well, so in the end, he lost almost half of his yard to the surrounding houses. These are the true land wars of our times. In the original story, I don't know why having the plants in front of the window would bother him so much, unless maybe he just wanted to look through the kitchen window for some reason. So let me know what you would do if you were in this situation when it comes to land. A police officer attempted to intimidate my patient, but loses the fight to physics. I'm a paramedic. A few months ago, we were coming back from a routine patient transfer when at an intersection about 4 blocks from the base, I noticed a woman sitting on the side of the road with her arms wrapped around herself and her head down. I nudged my partner who's driving and we flip all the lights and I see her head come up real fast and she looks terrified. I get out and she relaxes when she sees the ambulance. After I approach, I notice bruising on her wrists and other signs of domestic issues. She seems hesitant to get up off the curb and into the ambulance, so I decided that I would at least pull the cot out of the back and give her something a little more comfortable than concrete to sit on. Now, a few important details. All of the cots in my service are striker powered cots. You've almost certainly seen these before. They're bright yellow with black handles and have side panels. These cots have a motor and battery built in to allow us to raise and lower the cot at the touch of a button instead of throwing out our backs having to physically lift a cot after loading someone. They're usually paired with an automatic loading system built into the ambulance that lifts the cot up to the right height to be pushed inside and also secures the cot when loaded. There's a little red tab at the end of the track just inside the doors that you press down to free the cot and allow it to slide out. When you press this tab, it simply releases the cot and the loading carriage it's connected to, and it's up to you to keep it under control until it reaches the unload position and locks into place again. This can be problematic because these cots weigh about 125 pounds or 55 kilograms. As soon as I hit the release tab for the cots, I hear the lights and sirens behind me. It's a city police car, which is weird because we had not yet requested the police, and we were outside the city in the sheriff's department's jurisdiction. We merely informed the dispatch that we were stopping to check on a woman at such and such intersection. The woman says something along the lines of, "Oh God, he's here," and moves faster than me, seeing free food being distributed at base. She dashes past me and pretty much hurls herself into the ambulance, sitting on the bench seat. The cop is approaching and he's pissed. I put two and two together and slam the ambulance doors shut. Let's call this officer Police Officer Steve, or POS for short. Steve says,
Is that B? Is she in there?
"Me." "Who?" "Steve."
You know damn well who I'm talking about.
"Me. You mean my patient? I'm afraid I haven't gotten a name yet." "Steve."
Open those doors. I need to talk to her.
"Me. You're not using my rig as an interview room. You could talk to her at the hospital." We go back and forth like this for a few minutes, and my partner comes back at some point to see what the holdup was, but overheard my stonewalling and went back to the cab to call our chief. I continued my routine of deny and delay until a pair of deputies, likely specifically requested for this by the chief, arrive. Oh good, now I have witnesses. See, we had stopped on an upward incline. I had hit the release tab on the cot and it wanted to slide back. I had to close the door so swiftly, I didn't bother pushing the cot back up against the stops and locking it in place. Emboldened by the presence of the two deputies, he gets in my face.
Get out of my way or I'm gonna have to charge you with obstruction.
Okay. I step out of his way and he opens the double doors. Between the cot, the monitor, and the jump bag, I'd say there was probably close to 160 pounds contained by those doors, all of which comes barreling out and hits Steve, the officer, square in the chest. He goes backwards and falls on his butt. One of the deputies laughs out loud. The other walks up and kneels down beside the guy. He says, "Your shift captain is going to be here in 5. I wouldn't be here then if I were you." Officer Steve gathers himself up, scowls at me, and then stomps off. There is a limited amount that I can say about the aftermath as the trial is not settled yet, but we all know how well charges stick to cops. The woman is now living elsewhere. The cop is still a cop, and I have been getting pulled over at least twice a week ever since then. But the video footage of him getting body checked by that cop remains one of the best things I have seen. So I think the obvious implication is that the officer, Steve, is the one that was doing this to that woman, which is horrifying. The paramedic here, if he knew that or assumed that, I hope reported him or told someone in order to help this woman. Otherwise, she's going to have to keep going back to that. Unless I'm completely missing the point of this, and that is not what the implication is. And also, as other people have pointed out, getting pulled over twice a week is definitely harassment. They must have figured out the name of the paramedic, found out what his license plate is and what kind of car he drives, and then just constantly just keeps pulling him over again and again. Someone responded to this saying that, "I can't recall the case, but I do know someone successfully sued over this exact police behavior of pulling someone over twice a week." There's another story where somebody said, "I know someone who was pulled over 26 times in 1 week at the height of the harassment. This was 20 years ago, so he used audio recordings and a VHS camera for documentation. After a month or so, his lawyers got an injunction against the department. He would lock his brakes up whenever he saw a cop car, do a donut/burnout, and drive off, flipping them off as they couldn't pull him over anymore." Oddly enough, it was in a small town in Texas of all places. SWAT eventually raided his meth lab, and his days of joyriding were over, but for about 6 months, he was Mario Andretti all throughout that town. So anyway, the better outcome probably would have been to actually try and help the woman in the situation, if I'm understanding this right, rather than letting the cop get hit in the chest with 160 pounds that maybe could have been really severely dangerous. But let me know what you guys think. What would you do if you were in this situation? Or maybe you have been in this situation. Let me know what happened. Today's stories are from Malicious Compliance, where people conform to the letter but not the spirit of a request. Don't forget to subscribe with notifications on and drop a thumbs up. Our landlord advertises all of our company's equipment for sale to our competitors. Best follow our eviction to the letter. I work for a leisure company. Think soft play, indoor soccer, laser tag. Can't be specific. Prior to lockdown, managers and the big bosses were negotiating the renewal of the lease on one of our parks. Things were going smoothly, however, the landlords were difficult to contact. Then 2020 made everything hit the fan. All of our sites were closed and everything was thrown into a mess. Negotiations began to slip down the priority list. Nobody thought the landlord would push an eviction for an expired lease during this period, especially with it still getting rent despite the site's closure and the closure of every business and restaurant in the immediate area. We were wrong. A few days ago, we received a letter saying we had 7 days to leave the premises and take everything with us. We are reminded that anything left in the building after 7 days will become the landlord's property. That line is very important. Now, a lot of construction goes into installing our equipment into a new building, which makes emptying one even harder. At a lockdown with no staff and most businesses shut, it meant that saving much of our assets would prove to be extremely difficult. To lose a profitable site and all of its assets is definitely a blow to our company, but here is where it gets worse. A few days after our 7-day eviction, we find out that the landlord has been advertising our park to our competitors. But he isn't just offering the building, he's offering all of our stuff pre-installed, ready to go, just needs rebranding. The landlord has evicted us from the property in an attempt to increase rent and make a solid profit from our equipment installed because he thinks we won't be able to empty the park. We were furious. And here is where the malicious compliance came in. We were told we had 7 days to move everything we owned out of the property, so that's what we did. Local businesses from all around offered up free space to store our things. A few people came back out of lockdown and they all spent the rest of the week removing, selling, or destroying everything that was related to us. We didn't even leave light fittings. In every other site vacation we have seen, we always end up leaving thousands of dollars worth of disco lights in the ceilings because they're too hard to get. We leave at most the construction in, as well as things like the bars and kitchens that all stay intact, recognizable as what they once were, but not this building. We ripped up the flooring we installed, tore down the walls that were not a part of the original structure, wooden walls to divide up the space, ripped apart our manager's offices, and removed all the artwork and lockers. The landlord now has every new deal he had been making dead in the water, a large renovation bill to install new flooring, etc. Or a company will be willing to do it themselves like we were. Lockdown has been extended another 4 weeks, so he has at least another 4 weeks without rent we were paying, and he won't have any potential buyers. The silver lining is that the assets we got out of the site, the fridges, the TVs, equipment, food, tables, have all been sold, and the lack of rent and additional income has helped the business and paid staff wages. Wow, this is mass scale malicious compliance, but not really offensively. It's more of a defensive way because the landlord was trying to take advantage of the fact that he knew he was going to get more money by essentially stealing their stuff legally. But after this is all explained, there's actually an update to what happened next. We handed in the keys and it was probably the quickest handover we've ever had. The landlord clearly didn't want to make any kind of conversation, and there was definitely an elephant in the room, but he definitely said nothing about the lack of equipment. Complications did arise when we went to get back various deposits, but he had no case to withhold deposits from us as the building itself was in excellent shape. We had conducted much of the maintenance work ourselves, so the building was in a significantly better condition than we found it. We also cleaned up 99% of the rubbish and dirt from our demolition crusade, so he couldn't bill us for cleaning. A very minor bit of pressing from our legal team meant that we received everything owed back in full. The building is still vacant as of yet, and we don't know of any potential buyers. At this moment in time, our company is still standing despite the pandemic closures and lack of business, and our staff are still employed and doing well. So it looks like the landlord actually did get to see that all the equipment was missing before they handed over the keys, but it's just so strange that he would try and force evict them out of there if they were paying their rent on the place despite not being able to be open. Maybe he knew that they could only do it for a very short amount of time and he was trying to swap them up faster in order to make more money by advertising all of their equipment built in. But yeah, he obviously couldn't say anything if it's all their equipment and he thought it was impossible for them to just pull all their stuff out. And maybe he would have got away with it too if he was a little less greedy and didn't start advertising it publicly, saying that it had all of this equipment equipment in there, because it seems more likely that they would leave a significant portion of it there, because a lot of that stuff you might not get a return on if you just rip it all out as opposed to just leaving it there. The wholesome part of this story is that a lot of the other local businesses came together to help out this business by storing their equipment and doing everything they did in order to get out of there fast enough. That's really cool to hear any people doing that for any people, especially in situations where you need help. Even if the landlord tried to change his mind and say, hey, you can stay, just keep paying, it's probably too late at this point because they already have all their stuff out and now they don't want to pay for the overhead when they can't even conduct business at the time this was written. But let me know what you guys think. What would you do in your malicious compliance plan? Get rid of my vacation? Have fun replacing me with my malicious compliance. I worked at a company that gave out exorbitant amounts of vacation. Anyone who worked there for 25 years received 8 weeks of vacation and 2 weeks of personal time. This was a family-owned but rather large company. We ran 3 shifts totaling 250 plus people. Enter Jimmy. Jimmy was a grizzled old man. He started at the company when he was just 20. Now he is 63 years old and gives absolutely no cares. Jimmy also knew how to make a specific part for our product, him and no one other higher up in the office. One day the plant owner comes out and announces he's selling to a corporation. He's older and ready to retire. He promises that there will be very little change and wishes us all well. The new company comes in and immediately goes after many of the great benefits we had. The first thing they do is cut everyone's max vacation down to 4 weeks and do completely away with personal time. Anyone who's maxed out had until December 31st of that year to use it up, and they wouldn't pay it out. They then go into the office and clean house, firing anyone who's close to retirement, including Jimmy's backup. But they also do away with one very important rule. You no longer have to get vacation approved. You can just call in and take it. Jimmy is pissed, and they know it. They realize he's the only one in the building that can do his job now. So they hire a new kid for him to train, most likely to permanently replace him. So Jimmy does what anyone would do. He calls in the first training day for the new hire and lets us know he's going to use all of his PTO at once and promptly takes 10 weeks off. We had a backstock of parts he had made, so it wasn't too unnerving, but for 10 weeks, Jimmy went and applied to other jobs, found one, and started there. Fast forward 10 weeks, it's the day Jimmy's supposed to return. He doesn't. For 2 days, they try calling him and even go to his house. He's nowhere to be found. Finally, on day 3, he calls and resigns and they lose their minds. The parts he makes are specialized and patented by the original founder. You can't just hire someone off the street to make them. What eventually happened was they had to contract the original owner to come in and teach some new hires how to make them. And when he found out what all they had done, it pissed him off. The last I heard, he charged them a 7-figure contract to teach them how to produce the parts, and they had to pony up or close down. The moral of the story is, don't mess with people's vacation time. And for some more context on what the thing is Jimmy was making, he was making an electronic control module that was sealed and stayed fixed in a poured unit made of a 2-part epoxy. A lot of people were asking whether or not Jimmy missed out on this 7-figure contract, and the response to that was that Jimmy didn't exactly miss out on the 7-figure contract and had 0 chance to take one. He left, he said forget him, and moved on. When they contacted the previous owner and explained the situation, it was basically a, you need my help? It'll cost $1 million type of conversation. This is yet another situation where just straight up greed ends up costing the company more than if they had just treated people the way they expect to be treated. And if the original founder who sold the company really wanted to make it his priority to make sure everyone was taken care of, maybe he could have put that into the sale agreement of the situation, saying that they wouldn't change any of the vacation time or any of the other pieces that were vital to them. But I'm guessing if he did that, then he would probably make less money for himself. And the original founder here, even though it's not the point of the story, it kind of seems like he didn't really care what happened to them, because his demand wasn't give everyone their vacation time back. It was give me $1 million. The dumbest thing they did was firing Jimmy's backup. That doesn't even make sense. I don't know why they would do that in any circumstance, even if Jimmy was there and everything was going great. Maybe they thought that their paper-thin veil of trying to get him to hire someone else would somehow not be figured out, even though it's the most obvious play possible that they're trying to replace him. The saddest part of this whole thing is that the people that were close to retirement got fired by the new ownership and nobody helped them. Jimmy left, got a great job, I'm assuming. The former owner came in, made $1 million for himself, but nobody cares that the rest of the people just got let go because they were close to retirement and they didn't didn't want to pay the retirement. That part's just sad, but let me know what you guys would do down below in your own malicious compliance type of way. My manager forces me to get a doctor's note despite it being illegal to do so. The doctor writes him the most passive-aggressive note, signing me off for 2 weeks instead of 2 days to teach him a lesson in malicious compliance. When I was in my early 20s, I worked at a supermarket. I should note I was a pretty reliable employee. I was never late. In fact, I often got in early and I rarely called in sick. At the time this happened, I had not called in sick for 9 months, and even then the manager had sent me home. I had been up all night swinging between burning hot and freezing cold, so I was obviously feverish and I had been throwing up at both ends, shall we say. At one point about 2 a.m. I was on the toilet with my head in the sink, utterly miserable. I must have passed out because the next thing I knew, I was lifting my head off the sink and it was 7 a.m. I was due to start work at 12 that day, but obviously that wasn't going to happen. So I called up the manager. Let's call the manager Steve. Steve was known for being a big jerk. He never believed anyone who called in sick except his best buds, usually other managers, but never lowly staff, and often called in sick himself. A lot of the time we knew it was because he was hungover and not actually sick. The conversation went like this. Me. Hey Steve, I can't come in, I'm sick. Steve. With what? Me. I don't know. I think it might be the flu. I've been up all night sick and I have a fever. Steve.
Don't be stupid. If you had the flu, you'd be completely knocked out. I need you in. Come in or you're fired.
Me. I can't. I just told you I can't stop vomiting. I passed out. Steve, growing more angry.
Either come in or bring a doctor's note or you're fired.
In the UK, you are legally allowed to self-certify for 5 days. This means you can tell your employer that you are sick and you do not need a doctor's note. If you're sick for more than 5 days, then you do need a doctor's note. It is also illegal to demand a doctor's note during the self-certify period. I knew this, but I was terrified. This was during the recession. I couldn't afford to lose my job, so I got myself dressed, almost passed out trying to do so. Then I walked to the doctor's 25 minutes away. I ended up sitting in the doctor's office for a little over an hour, which for a walk-in was pretty good. I get in to see the doctor and she is furious at me for coming in. You're not supposed to come to the doctor's when you have a cold or a flu, and of course I knew I should be able to self-certify. She told me as such, saying I shouldn't be here and I should have stayed at home. I then explained what happened with Steve and how he threatened to fire me over this and how I couldn't afford to lose my job. I was struggling as it was. My doctor turned her anger towards my manager. She asked if I got sick pay from the company and I said yes. She said,
"Oh, he wants a sick note, does he? Okay, I'll give him a sick note."
Now, my manager just wanted a note confirming I was sick, but instead my doctor wrote something along the lines of this.
OP has come to the surgery because you have insisted he come in spite of the fact that this is illegal and all employees are allowed to self-certify due to being forced to make this unnecessary and highly dangerous trip when the patient is ill, having a fever of 39 degrees Celsius and almost passed out in the waiting room. I am signing my name off for 2 full weeks to recover. Had he been allowed to self-certify as is the law, they might have only needed a few days, but due to straining themselves, they now require 2 full weeks. They are not to be permitted to work until 2 weeks from today.
The doctor said she would have signed me off longer, but this was the longest she could do without requiring further evidence. So basically, instead of just being off for a few days, I was now signed off for a full 2 weeks and I'd be paid for it. I went to my place of work, at which point one of the duty managers saw me and asked what the heck I was doing here. Go home. I was obviously very unwell. I explained what happened. They agreed to help me downstairs to Steve's office and went with me inside. I handed Steve the note. He looked worried and tried to say,
I wasn't being serious about firing you.
Well, gee, when you angrily growled it down the phone, it sure sounded like you were serious. The duty manager then declared that they were going to drive me home. It was clear Steve wanted to argue, but had the sense to know that he shouldn't. The duty manager then drove me home, made sure I was okay, then went back to work where they informed our union rep of what happened. Steve had a disciplinary hearing where he was given a severe reprimand and a warning. Steve tried to argue that he never said I'd be fired and that I was lying and just decided to go to the doctors, but the duty manager said they heard him admit to it when he said to me that he didn't really mean it. I felt better after a few days and enjoyed my 2 weeks off, fully paid. I enjoyed the nice weather we had. Meanwhile, Steve was forced to work overtime because we were short-staffed. So thanks to that doctor, instead of being off for a few days, I ended up getting a nice 2-week paid vacation, and Steve was given a final warning, all because he insisted I get a doctor's note. I'm glad he was able to get a 2-week paid vacation, but it kind of sucks he had to go through all of that in order to make this happen and not just get his 2 days off by letting his manager know that he didn't feel well. I mean, if he would have went into the store, they would have probably figured it out pretty quickly that he was not okay, especially if it was coming out of both ends like he described in the story. But even that might have infected people along the way, just the same way that they're afraid that they might infect the doctor, and also why the duty manager was so worried when he showed up. If any of you guys have any stories about times you've been sick and had to call in for work, let me know down below, malicious compliance or not. And also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel with notifications turned on and drop a thumbs up. In today's episode of Malicious Compliance, people conform to the letter but not the spirit of a request. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel with notifications turned on and drop a thumbs up. My ex's divorce lawyer said, send 3 years of complete financials or else. I said, as you wish. This happened several years ago when my ex and I were going through a heated divorce/custody battle. While we were married, we had a couple of conversations about how rich people hide their assets to avoid paying taxes. I never had enough assets to do this, but she somehow got the idea that I was and told her attorney that I was laundering money and hiding income. It was more likely the heat of the moment, as divorce/custody battles often come down to. I couldn't even afford my own attorney, so I represented myself. Her lawyer wasn't a total jerk, but he clearly was out to get me, and he talked down to me like I didn't deserve to breathe the same air. One day I get a letter in the mail from him requesting an updated income declarations form and 3 years of financials. It had a long list of things to include. I own a communications tech company that was in a super startup phase back then. Money was already tight. I was trying to get this business off the ground with no financing. I was finishing my MBA with scholarships and loans, so paying for copies and postage or driving this 30 miles to his office meant eating peanut butter and saltines for a week. So I called him to explain my situation. He all but called me a liar and didn't believe that I couldn't afford it. I was put off by that and said I was taking time away from business I needed to handle. To which he replied, and I'll never forget this, well, according to your income declarations, you're not that busy. What do you do all day? He then said if he didn't get these documents, he would consider my previous filings as fraudulent, tell the judge, contact the DA, and also alert the state tax agency and the IRS. Probably an empty threat, but I'm no lawyer. eFax is one of the services my company provides, and at this time it was relatively unknown. So I asked him if he had a fax machine. He said he had a fax/scanner/copier device, then said, what law office doesn't have a fax machine? And I suddenly got an idea. Okay, I said to him, I'll put it together and fax whatever I can. Okay, jerk, you want 3 years of financials? You got it. I scanned to PDF every receipt I could find. McDonald's receipts from 5 years ago? Throw it in. Won't hurt to include. CVS receipt? It's 3 miles long. Perfect. They get the $1 off toothpaste coupons too. I downloaded every bank statement, credit card statement, purchase orders from vendors, and every invoice I sent to clients. I printed to PDF the entire 3-year accounting journal, monthly, quarterly, annual balance sheets, cash flow statements, profit and losses. Not only did I PDF 3 years of tax filings, but every single letter I received from the IRS and state tax agency, including the inserts advising me of my rights. It took a while, but I was a few days ahead of the deadline. I made a cover page, black background with white lettering. Wherever I could, I included separator pages in all caps, boldest font that would fit on the page, in landscape, 20XX receipts, 20XX taxes, etc. is how I labeled it. I merged everything into a single 150-page compressed PDF file and sent the document using my eFax system. Every hour or so, I received a status email saying the fax failed. That's weird. Well, they're getting this document, so I changed the system configuration to unlimited retries after failures to keep redialing until it went through. Weird. I was still getting status email failures. I'll delete the failure emails and keep the success ones after it eventually goes through, I thought. Problem solved. 2 days later, a lady from his office called and asked me to stop sending the fax. Their fax/scanner/printer/copier had been printing non-stop. It kept getting printer jams, it kept running out of ink, and they had to keep shutting it it off and on to print. I explained that her boss told me to send this by the deadline or else he would call the DA and IRS. Since I didn't want a call from the DA or IRS, I would keep sending until I get a success confirmation. I suggested they just not print until my fax completes, but she didn't like that. She asked me to email the documents, and I told a little white lie that my email wouldn't allow an attachment that big unless her boss in writing agreed to cancel the request or reimburse me for the costs to print and ship. I said I would continue to fax until they confirm they have received every page. She put me on hold and the attorney gets on the line. He said, forget sending the financials. I said that I would need this in writing, so I will keep sending the fax until he sent that to me. He asked me to stop faxing and he would send it in writing. I said, send it in writing first and then I'll stop. A long moment of silence and then click. About 20 minutes later, I received an email from his assistant with an attached signed letter in PDF that I no longer needed to provide financials. The letter then threatened to pursue sanctions in court or sue me for interfering with their business. Every time I saw him after that, the lawyer never brought up sanctions, lawsuits, criminal referrals, or financials ever again. This is a funny story, but it's kind of sad what this is actually a result of. He told her about how rich people hide their assets, and then it created this whole thing trying to make it seem like he's hiding assets. But the strange part is, of all people, shouldn't she know if he has money or not, if she was married to him and living with him? And I assume they have children since they're fighting over custody. And from the way he tells it here, it sounds like he was really in a bad spot financially, but nobody believed him, I guess. The actual repeated sending of the fax over and over and over again, somebody called paper bombing, and they said, I do this generally via scan and email when the entire record is requested. I ask if the receiver needs the entire record or just the most recent court orders, case plan, assessment, etc. Most of the time they say they just want the most recent set of documents plus the entire narrative. Easy peasy for them and me. But if they ask for the entire record, then that is what they get. It may take days in between my regular work, but if you want 4 banker boxes full, you get 4 banker boxes full. I never copy and snail mail. They waste my time for unnecessary paperwork. They can waste their own paper and printer toner / ink. In all the years I've done this, or 10 out of the last 19 times, I've only had to do the full paper bombing 3 or 4 times. So this is basically just office warfare. People spam sending faxes and emails at each other until they get overwhelmed and they want to stop requesting it. It seems like these malicious compliance stories are actually kind of just the guidebook manual on how to do all these little tricks, because this is something I wouldn't have even ever thought of. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, or if you have been in a situation, let me know what happened. My mother-in-law lied about my baby gender, and now I have to see my baby in the clothes they brought. I'm a 30-year-old female. In November of last year, we gave birth to our first baby. It's the first in my family and the 6th in my husband's family, who is a 32-year-old male. It's important to say that all 6 kids are boys, and mother-in-law is in some sick baby girl rabies. Ever since we made the announcement, mother-in-law convinced herself that I was pregnant with a girl. I told her that once we knew the gender, she would be the first to know. We told her it was a boy, and she was still convinced it was a girl. She told her whole side of the family that it was a girl. I corrected, but she told them I was just annoyed because I wanted a boy first. I just wanted a healthy baby. I didn't care about the gender. She also told them we are naming the girl after her mom, which we will never do because my husband hates his grandma. When the baby shower gift started to come, I noticed that a lot of things weren't from the register, embroidered things with grandma's name, and it didn't matter. We told them the gender and the name and made it clear we are not lying about the gender. Everyone believed her instead of believing us. Well, the baby was born, and imagine the surprise. It was a boy, just like we have been telling everyone. The problem for them was that now the baby has plenty of girly clothes, pink onesies, etc., and we are dressing our baby with them, specifically for his family video calls and for pictures for them. After a Saturday call, our mother-in-law called us to scream at us because we're making the elders uncomfortable for not sticking to a masculine color scheme for the baby clothes, and we have to stop being this childish. She just thought my belly shape was more like a girl than it was a boy. We told her we will not be able to change the baby's clothes and to just wait until the dresses fit. He will look adorable. Am I the jerk? Okay, first off, how can you tell the gender of a baby based on the belly shape of the mom who's pregnant? Is that even a thing? Is that just a made up thing, or is that really something that people know about? Secondly, I think for most people it's a bigger deal than the OP is making it seem like, where your baby shower, which some people are really counting on to get supplies and things they need for their baby, are all full of things that they don't really want for the baby because they want to dress the baby like it's not a girl. But what they're doing is kind of cool. They're just putting the baby in those clothes. So ultimately, the parents themselves don't even really seem bothered by it. They just say, hey, you gave us these clothes, we'll put these clothes on. Who cares? But it's the mother-in-law herself who's upset about it, which is the same person that made this whole situation come to be. So if anything, the mother-in-law should say, hey, let me help you return the clothes so we can get clothes that are for a boy baby, if that really matters, which it's a baby. I don't think the baby's going to care one way or another, but it really seems to be a big deal to the mother-in-law. So let me know what you guys think. Was the OP, the mom here, a jerk or not a jerk for handling it this way? And what would you do? They told me, I don't care if he's dead. Put him on the phone. My father died on Father's Day of 2012. He was divorced and living alone. And I am an only child, so that means I had to wrap up all of his affairs. This story centers around us trying to get his utilities canceled. I called in to see what we had to do to get them to cancel, and the lady I spoke with on the phone said that we need to send in his certified death certificate. I sent in the certified copy of his death certificate the next day. The next month, we got another bill. I called again and a new woman answered. She said that because I wasn't on the account, she had to speak with the account holder. I informed her that the account holder is dead, but she wouldn't budge. I had to make an appointment with a supervisor so she would speak to him herself in person. I showed up at the Board of Public Utilities with another death certificate and his ashes in the clear bag that they returned his remains in. I plopped them down on the center of her desk and said when she talked to him to tell him that I loved him for me. The woman went pale, flew out of her chair and called the cops. When the cops showed up, she claimed that I had assaulted her. And yes, my dad's remains were still in the middle of her desk with the death certificate. The cops questioned me as to why I would do that. I told them the story. The supervisor's boss was called in and they all stepped away from the desk for a private talk. While they were talking, the cops came over to talk to me. They said I shouldn't take human remains out in public, but there were no laws that were broken. I said that I agreed with them that it was extreme, but she insisted to speak to him in person. By the time they were done talking between themselves, the supervisor's boss kissed up to me and got it taken care of. But the story isn't over yet. I had to call back a few days later to get the utilities back to the house in my name. When the person on the phone saw the address in my name, I was immediately put on hold. The supervisor's boss that finally helped me got on the phone. She sucked up to me and waived all of the fees that come along with setting up utilities. Just as the call was ending, she informed me again that she was so sorry for the employee's lack of compassion. She said the employee was terminated, and again, she is so very sorry. Was I the jerk? So either this woman that was terminated didn't understand that he was dead, or she's reading off of some sort of call prompt that has some rule that says we must speak to him no matter what. I can't really imagine any other scenario besides those two scenarios that could even happen here, because she wouldn't logically make sense even to herself if she's asking to speak to somebody who's dead in order to turn off the utilities. That didn't even make sense. And it is sad because he has to bring the ashes to the building in person to kind of dredge all this up when it's probably painful. So let me know if you guys have ever been in a situation like this, and if you haven't, what would you do? And do you think it was too far to bring the ashes to the actual building? Jerk or not a jerk, and why? This story is from IDOWorkHereLady, titled I Am the Bank President. This was back in the 70s when I was in the military. I was stationed outside Little Rock, Arkansas, and I was in need of extra cash, so I got a job at a security company working overnight. There were 3 of us who worked security at a prominent downtown bank. 1 for day shift, 1 for swing shift, and 1 overnight. I was a swing shift guard. On the job, we had time clocks we had to punch in on different areas we were patrolling. There was 1 revolver for the 3 of us, and I found out it wasn't in working order. Not only dirty and a plugged up barrel, but the cylinder wouldn't rotate, but it didn't matter because the ammo inside had turned green, making it unusable. So it was my 3rd night. I had just taken over from the older daylight guard, and I started making my rounds with my privately owned weapon and the cleaning duty weapon between patrols. When I finished cleaning and putting in new ammo, I carried it along with mine. The daylight guard didn't pass any information on and didn't write anything in the log, so I figured nothing out of the ordinary. One of the time clocks was in the main lobby behind the cashier's cage. When I entered the lobby, I noticed the vault was open, a light was on, and some muffled speaking from inside. So I called for the police and proceeded to the vault with both guns in hand. Me, hands up, and they better be empty. They both put their hands up and slowly turned to me. They were in casual attire, had cash and books out, plus a good-sized hand tote next to them. Suspect 1.
What the hell do you think you're doing? Do you know who I am?
Me, it appears you're stealing money and that you are a thief. Suspect 1.
You idiot, I'm Mr.
Insert name here.
The bank president.
We're doing an audit.
Me, you got any identification to prove that? Now, this was before lanyards, and many weren't issued IDs proving their identities or where they work. Suspect 1, not on me. My code's inside my office. I can go get it. Me, nope. You gentlemen walk out to the lobby, sit down, and keep your hands up until the police show up. You could see the anger in Suspect 1's face, and Suspect 2 was shaking so hard I could have sworn the building was shaking. A minute later, 2 cops ran in from where the security office was. They had a key for that door, and police officer 1 asked what was going on. I told him my story while police officer 2 went to handcuff the suspects. Police officer 2, Dad? Police officer 1, you recognize one of these guys? Police officer 2, yeah, my father. Hey, Barney Fife, you detained the bank president? What do you think you were doing? Me, stopping a bank robbery? I meekly said. Suspect 2 then pulled out a government ID with a badge indicating that he was an auditor. He was still shaking and was so nervous he couldn't speak. The officers helped him up while I was apologizing, and Suspect 1 said they had to do a night audit for apparently there was some cash missing and they were checking the books along with the cash on hand to find out who had taken the cash or just messed up in the books. Feeling stupid, I went back to my patrolling, then wrote the incident down in the daily log. The next day, I found a memo for me to come to the company office, 8th floor of the bank building, and speak with the manager of the company. I thought, this is it. I'm going to get chewed out and canned. To my surprise, Suspect 1 commended me for my diligence, my observations, and the way I handled things. The manager gave me a pat on the back for my work. That is definitely not how I expected this to end. This is probably one of the very first stories where I've seen something play out like this, and then the person who was misidentified actually rewards that person. But I guess it makes sense. It's your bank. You want to make sure that your security guards are being as diligent as he was here, even if in this particular case he wasn't right. But you'd rather have him be like this in every scenario than just to let some robbers get away. He did say this took place in the 70s before a lot of people had lanyards, so it's pretty easy to see why somebody would be confused, and you're not going to just believe the words of anyone who could possibly be a bank robber. There's actually a couple of mini stories people have about stuff like this where people actually do come up and try and pretend like they're checking something. There's an example somebody gave where his father-in-law worked in a store and a guy walked in to check the safe and they let him do it. He immediately took the money and just left. And then the guy tried to come back a few years later, do the same thing again. They told him to get lost. In another situation, someone's heard the story of an IT security auditor who turned up to jobs and say that he was, quote, there to check security. Can you lead me to the server? 20 to 30% of the time, it would work. And when it didn't work, he'd then say, good, you passed the first test. Can you lead me there now? And then that would work about half the time. So if you were in this situation, let me know what you would do. And if somebody came to check your safe, would you let them in? Let me know down below. Next up in details from IDOWorkHereLady, my dad owns this place. You can't ban me from here. So this happened the summer after my sophomore year of college. Of all the businesses that my father owns, the only one I've ever gotten free service from is the drive-up coffee shop. I have always been allowed to stroll on in and pour myself a drip coffee whenever I want. If I wanted something fancy, I would have to pay, but I rarely ever did this. Well, shortly after coming back to my hometown, I stopped by to grab a cup. As usual, I walked through the door in the back to bypass the line and serve myself. The second I walked in, I hear, "What are you doing? You can't be here, get out!" The girl working was not here the last time I had visited at the end of last summer, and I realized that it must be pretty shocking to have some random guy walk into the small shack that you work in. I tried to explain that my father owns a shop and that I was just coming in to grab a cup before I was on my way. She was flustered, but just kept telling me to get out. So I went to my car, pulled around in line, and waited my turn. When I got to the window, she saw me and was pissed, telling me that she was not going to serve me. I again took the chance to explain that my father owned the shop and that I am sorry that I startled her. She told me that she knows past her father because she goes to his church and she knows his son, and that was not me. I had semi-recently come out as an atheist, so I did not go to my father's church anymore, and I had not met her, but my brother did. She told me she would call the cops if I didn't leave and that I was not welcome at the shop ever again. So I drove off, called my dad, and asked if he would want to meet for a cup of coffee soon, and he agreed. agreed. The look on her face when I showed up with my dad at the walk-up counter and he introduced the two of us was fantastic. I hadn't told my dad what had happened an hour ago, but I explained then and he thought it was the funniest thing. I did not have any issues after that, but made sure to come to the window if there was someone working who I did not recognize in the future to avoid such a situation. At least in this case, the OP wasn't a jerk about it. As soon as he knew he freaked her out, he left, came back around and tried to order from the window instead of trying to keep pushing the point on her when she was obviously freaked out by it. And it didn't really seem like he was trying to straight up embarrass her or something. He didn't call his dad to get her in trouble or something, but the way he did it was kind of funny. The whole situation about her knowing the pastor father because she goes to his church and that she knows the son was kind of weird because unless she's just mixing up her memory, it seems weird that she just made that up. But maybe that's all she could think of in order to get this guy who she thought was some weirdo coming around just to leave. Someone suggested having a picture of the OP in the break room of this shop, and underneath that photo have the text that says, "Give this man free coffee," and then below that have it say, "Unless it's fancy." So if you were in this situation and somebody came into your work and tried to get stuff for free and you didn't know who they were, what would you do? An entitled person demands that I be arrested for joking around with a police officer when he let me out of the back of his car. Apparently, I'm a criminal. No way I work for them. I work for a law enforcement agency in a pretty wealthy area, and the people can be a bit entitled, but not all. I have worked several jobs since I finished school, like dispatcher, records department, and finally moved into my current role, which is a hybrid of IT and equipment. I do all the testing and issue reports on non-tactical / ballistic items we use. My biggest task is the vehicles themselves. Now, currently, we are testing out back seats for patrol cruisers. If you've seen one, they are generally just plastic and very uncomfortable. They aren't made for comfort, but problems do arise in how slippery they are. The primary goal is easy to clean up and nearly impossible for someone to try and conceal an item in the crease of a cushion on a normal car. So a new vendor approached us with a new material that goes in the back. It's non-stick, it has some cushioning underneath, so they install it in one vehicle and I call up the officer who handles tactical / ballistic equipment purchases to schedule testing the vehicle out. Per our city's guidelines, we have to test it for a minimum of 12 hours in addition to testing that the manufacturer has done. So I arranged with the officer to spend part of 2 days driving around and alternating with me, sitting in the back handcuffed and also him in the back not handcuffed. I was simulating the role of a detained person in custody while the officer would be playing the role of a witness who was being transported. Also, we would get into trouble legally if I cuffed him for the simulation, so problem solved. The first day went by okay, but the complaint we both had was that it was a bit unrealistic to be sitting in the back of a car for more than 30 to 45 minutes, as it virtually never happens. So also, it's basically a yoga mat that you're sitting on, but denser material, so not much padding. So on the second day, I brought a pillow from home for my back. I have a fused vertebrae, and when we were just about finished with the second day, it was around lunchtime, we decided to get lunch. The officer parks in front of a restaurant and lets me out, uncuffs me, and I said, "Thank you, Jeeves. Can you please get the door and we'll be off?" Unfortunately, an older woman, probably in her late 60s, heard this and thought I was ordering a cop around and treating him like a servant. She screamed at the top of her lungs that criminals like me don't get to order cops around and that obviously I must be a criminal. The officer tried to explain to her that I work with him and it was a joke. Nope, she's not buying that, not even when I get out my ID and I show her. Nope, she's convinced I'm a criminal. She calls 911 and demands that the chief come out and explain these shenanigans. Yeah, that's not happening. The watch commander comes out, explains it, and scolds me and the other officer for making jokes while in an official capacity. The woman is absolutely incredulous that we weren't going to be arrested and terminated on the spot, so of course she smacks the watch commander and demands he do his job. So someone got arrested. Yeah, assaulting a police officer is not a good idea, in case that wasn't obvious, and maybe she doesn't even realize that's what that is, but smacking someone in the face is definitely assault. The lady wanted them to get fired on the spot. It wasn't good enough that they were already reprimanded in front of her in what I assume is probably an embarrassing way. She wanted them to actually lose their jobs because they made this joke. Because at that point, she had to have understood that it was a joke because the watch commander came and explained that. And so she hit him. I know that's a pretty serious thing, but I'm not sure how serious. If any of you guys have any insight on what do you think happened to her, let me know down below. And also, what would you do if you were in this situation as the OP? In this I Do Work Here Lady story, I'm your server and the manager. Checkmate, Karen. A few years ago, I started serving at a family-owned restaurant in my town. I quickly became close to the owner and the owner's daughter and helped them with more than just serving. I became a head server and then the bar manager. Since it was a smaller restaurant, I kept serving because I made way more money that way. We had a special every day for wine. We had a shelf filled with wine bottles. Each shelf was either 15%, 25%, or 50% off. It was a great deal, and typically we sold it for about $5 to $10 more than we were paying per bottle of wine. I don't know if this is well known, but a lot of restaurants upcharge their alcohol quite a bit in order to make a profit, so it was a great deal for people. One day, a lady comes in with her friends and immediately starts causing problems. I end up taking over for the server who got them right after they ordered their drinks because they were so rude to her, and it was her first full day of serving by herself. The lady ends up ordering one of the 25% off bottles, which ended up being around $7 more than you could buy it for from a liquor store. How do I know this? At the end of the meal, I can hear her talking to her friend about how she's going to get the bottle of wine for free. She knew I was right there and I could probably hear her, but I was just the server and probably dumb. Also heard at an earlier time. I may be dumb, but I'm not stupid. At this point, I'm so ready to tell her no that I actually wander by a few times so she can try her shtick. Sure enough, she snaps at me, and I mean literally snaps her fingers and calls me over and says, "I want you to get your bar manager. I looked online and found this bottle of Merlot for this much money, and you charged me this much money plus $7. I am not paying this ridiculous overcharge, and I also want to talk to them about the service here today too." Now, not to toot my own horn, but I was a good server. There weren't many people in the restaurant at that time, so I know I didn't neglect them. I substituted food for them and didn't charge them any upcharges, even though a double-baked stuffed potato cost more than a side of chips, but whatever. She looked at me with such a smug face until I smiled back at her and I said, "Actually, I'm the bar manager." I have never seen such a comical change in expression outside of a sitcom. She said, "You're the bar manager?" And I smiled and nodded and said, "Every restaurant will charge you more for products than they buy them for. This is how we make a profit. I'm not going to be discounting the wine, and as far as issues with service, I would be happy to listen to your complaints and take them into consideration for the future." She spluttered, grumbled, and told me, "Well, I'll never be coming back here." Okay, good riddance, lady. And she didn't come back. Her friends did though, and became some of my favorite regulars. They told me a few months later that the only reason they went out with her was because she was one of their sister-in-laws and didn't have any friends. I wonder why. On this episode of I Do Work Here Lady, I'm not a student. I'm actually a Nope, off to detention with you. I've recently started out as a teacher. I was 27 years old when I had my first teaching job. I did some other stuff before, and of course, as the newbie, not everyone working at that school knew me at the time. I look a bit younger than my age, and I usually wear a pair of jeans and a nice blouse/shirt. I was working there for a bit over a month when I was walking through the hallways of the school during class hours, picking up some paperwork and heading to the teacher's room as I had a free period. An older man, I guess in his 40s, stopped me, looking kind of angry. Unknown man: "Excuse me, young lady, where do you think you're going? Why aren't you in class?" Me: I'm not actually a student, but I'm a unknown man. "Like hell you are. I've seen you walking around with the older kids. Go to your class immediately." Me: "Sir, I'm really not a student. I'm actually a teacher. I'm new here, so you probably haven't seen me, but..." Unknown man: "Stop your lying. Go report to the office immediately. I will make sure your parents hear of this. And don't think I won't be looking for you in detention tomorrow." I then go to the office, as I needed to go there anyway, to ask something, and because this guy was way taller than me and looking really angry, my colleagues in the office: "What happened to you?" Me: "I got sent here because I was outside during class hours. Also, could you call my parents because a man expects me in detention tomorrow?" My colleagues basically died of laughter right there, and because there's usually more than one teacher keeping an eye out during detention, and thus I couldn't tell them who of the two males had given me detention, they actually sent me to detention the next day. I took some grading work with me. The unknown man who sent me to detention was looking smug when he saw me sitting in detention, and after a few minutes, one of my colleagues colleagues from the office came in and, in the most theatrical voice you can imagine, introduced me as their new colleague. And wasn't I a dear for coming into detention while busy grading papers in order to help them out with unruly students just roaming the hallways during class hours? You should have seen this guy's face. Priceless. For some reason, he never sat at my table during lunch. I can't believe the OP didn't try and resist this or explain further, but just accepted to going to detention in order to do this theatric entrance. I guess maybe she thought that would be more of a burn to this 40-year-old guy instead of just fighting it out. And I mean, how young can the OP really look? If they're 27 when they started teaching, and this is in high school, then this person, the OP, is looking probably 10 years younger than they actually are. I mean, that exists. It's just kind of crazy that it's that convincing that they're in high school to the point that the 40-year-old guy would actually give the OP detention. They really have to get some lanyards or some identification, especially if you're a new teacher in the school. But let me know if you guys have ever seen a situation like this where there was a teacher that was so young that somebody else working at the school thought that they were not a teacher, but instead a student. This next I Do Work Here Lady story has to do with a pretty similar subject titled Substitute Teacher Thinks I'm Only 14 years old. So the preface is, I am a brown 25-year-old male with tattoos up and down both arms with a younger looking face. I work as an instructional assistant at a high school in a large public school district. I support students in their general education classes who qualify for special education support. So here's the story. I arrive in geometry class to support one of my students. I walk in as usual and stood directly behind my student near the front of the class to chat while we waited for class to begin. The substitute teacher saw me standing there chatting and made a beeline directly toward me. Standing inches from my face, she yelled, and I mean screamed, "Get to your seat! Class is going to begin!" in the snarkiest, rudest tone possible. I looked at her inquisitively, held up my staff ID hanging on a lanyard from my neck and said, "I'm actually an IA and this is one of my students." She had a strange look of bewilderment on her face as if she didn't believe me, and then curled up into a frown. She then proceeded to continue screaming at me, only this time it was to tell me about how students from the class prior to this class were terrible, and how all students at this school were awful to her. She asked if I could get security to remove students from her class because they wouldn't listen to her. I stared at her dead in the face for a solid 10 seconds, said nothing, and then turned to ask my student to get up and go to the library to work with me. I feel terrible for any student who may have been forced to endure this lady as an instructor. I reported the incident to my department head and administrators, and she will not be returning to our school. She and many others are the reason I am currently back in college to attain my master's and teaching certificate. So thanks for that, evil lady. So this is pretty much what happens when you actually do have a lanyard or some sort of staff ID. But he seems to think this lady was an evil lady. It sounds like she's probably just overworked or she's really overwhelmed because she's immediately going into screaming, which is not the right move at all, regardless if it's a kid or if it's an adult. But then tries to justify it by saying that the class before her was so horrible that they wouldn't listen to her. So it just seems like she's really overwhelmed with a bunch of terrible classroom situations, even if this isn't the right way to handle it. And I'm guessing the school probably stopped calling her back in to do substitute teaching because she couldn't handle the classroom. If she's asking this guy to go ask security to remove students, I'm assuming that's probably because she has already done that herself many times to the point where maybe they're annoyed that they have to keep having security handle her class for her. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation and if you would handle it like this or not. This next one on I Do Work Here Lady is, "Lady, I'm the teacher. Please stop yelling at my student." While I was 21 years old and studying for my languages and teaching degree, one of my teachers had a languages school and offered me a job to teach English and French since I'm fluent in both. I would teach 4 times a week and work with the 4 group ages: children, teens, young adults, and adults. On Wednesdays, I started my afternoon with children and ended it with adults. Most adults were over 40 years old and professionals who went to class after work, and some of them wore very formal clothes because of that. One of the kids from the children's intermediate class loved learning English and was a fast learner, so we recommended her to attend an extra children's conversational club class on Monday, the higher level one. While still attending her normal lessons on Wednesdays, she was very excited about it, and her dad, who she had divorced parents, was fine with it. I don't know what the kid's mom understood, but she thought we were somehow setting her back, and the woman decided she couldn't wait and needed to argue with us that same day. So the adult lesson started at 7 p.m. and it was around 6:55, so some of the adults were chilling and talking about their week before class when the lady arrived. She looked around the classroom and went directly to Paul, a very shy, suit-wearing bank manager, and the crazy mom said, "How dare you to pull my kid out of her class and put her on a level for beginners?" Paul said, "Huh?" I said, "Miss, please." Crazy mom, "Be quiet, I'm talking with the teacher." Some of the other students were laughing. Crazy mom, "Stop laughing, you losers. My kid is 9 years old and knows more English than all of you." This is enough. Please, get out of the classroom. Crazy mom, "Don't tell me what to do." I'm not telling you this again, but please leave the classroom and stop yelling at my students. Crazy mom points at Paul crazily. "Look, miss, we can talk in my office, but you need to leave this room now." One of the students who owned a restaurant made a joke about dealing with annoying people like her on a daily basis, and the crazy mom got even angrier, but I managed to get her out of the room. I explained again that I was the teacher, but she refused to talk to me because, quote, "You are so young," and yelled a popular yet ridiculous saying about young people. That really pissed me off, and I wasn't very kind when I told her, "Look, miss, I'm their teacher, and I'm your kid's teacher, so if you could please stop acting like a child and say what your problem is, I might be able to help you." Somehow, that snapped her out of her tantrum, and she left slowly and loudly stomping downstairs. It literally took her 5 minutes to get down 16 steps. I went back out to the classroom and apologized to the students, and we had a pretty nice conversation about how culturally here, it is quite common for middle-aged/old people to look down on younger professionals. Some of them even accepted that in the past they acted like the lady in this situation but would never do it again, and others say they would give extra support to their younger colleagues. Somebody actually pointed out that some of the young adult students saw themselves in her poor behavior and decided to never be like that again, and how that was a nice result, along with the question of, did the mom ever understand that the daughter was getting extra opportunities? And the OP responded to this saying that they did. The conversation was a pretty honest chat, and we even ended up using a lot of our mother tongues because some of them were struggling to put their feelings into words. I never talked to the mom again, but apparently she called her ex to tell him how rude I was and to tell him that they needed to get a new teacher. The parents were divorced and the girl lived with her dad but talked to the mom every day. She happily told her about the lessons, but her mom misunderstood her. The poor girl felt terrible about it and constantly apologized, so I had to talk with her about how I know it wasn't her fault. One part that seems kind of ridiculous is that it took her 5 minutes to get down 16 stairs. I thought that was maybe an exaggeration or something, but the OP actually added to that saying, "That's the funniest part for me. She was stomping on every step, yelling something that I wish I remember what it was." And apparently the saying she was saying that had to do with young people had something to do with, if you lie down with dogs, you get up with fleas, or something like that, or the one who goes to bed wakes up wet. And she said, but to me it sounds super weird because it's always used against young people. A lot of these I do work here ladies scenarios seem to be based around the fact that certain people expect other people to look a certain age for their jobs, and in these ones, some people expect teachers to look a certain age. So let me know what you guys would do if you were in the situation, if you were the teacher and somebody barged in and did all this. And the last episode of our I Do Work Here Lady story for today is, "Give me your name right now, you are in big trouble, mister." Right off the bat, he says that he's not a native English speaker, so take everything into context in regards to that. When I was 20 years old, I was going through my studies, and to make it possible, I used to work often in my father's small construction business that has around 40 employees. I've been working there all summer since I was 16 years old, doing various jobs like warehouse clerk, plumber, accountant, etc. At one time, I was managing HR, contracts and part-time employees and such, and was often working after office hours since I needed to attend class during the day 3 days a week. One day at 8 p.m., I get a call from one of our customers asking details about a work site and employees working there. I politely declined, saying that I'm not allowed to give him that information since I'm only working part-time and I don't know him and I can't confirm his identity. I also remind him that the office is currently closed and advised him to call back the next day during work hours when a manager can give him the information. He immediately gets angry and says, "Listen here, I know the owner of this company personally. I need this information and I want it right now." I respond, "Well, if you know him, I'm sure he will gladly respond if you call him on his personal phone." Apparently that's not what he wanted to hear because he he went berserk on me. I'll spare you all the details, but he was basically shouting at me. Him.
How dare you speak to me like that? Give me your name right now. You're in big trouble, mister. I'll get you fired for that.
Me. Sure, write it down. I gave my name, which is the same as my father's. Him. Okay, wait, this name? As in, insert my father's name here. Me. Yes, I'm his son. Don't let that stop you though. Needless to say, I never heard back from him after that. Turns out he was who he said he was, and we stopped working with him. That is one quick way to lose a business relationship, to start just randomly yelling at people, assuming you know who each person is when you clearly don't because you're asking the guy for his name. In this situation where it was actually an emergency, like it had to do with some sort of critical safety thing, you probably should have just have explained that and said, I need the number of this person and this is what's sort of going on, even if you can't speak on everything, because it's hard to imagine somebody would call and be this urgent unless there actually is an emergency or if they're just trying to scam you in the quickest way possible. So if you were in this situation, somebody called you while you were at work and this happened to you, what would you do? Today's stories are from IDOWorkHereLady. A lady called the police because I was wearing a hoodie. I work at a somewhat large gas station. While we're given a single jacket with the store logo on it, there are 8 cashiers, and even if the illness wasn't a thing, it's just not sanitary. Our normal uniform is a pair of black pants and a bright polo with the store logo. So it was pretty cold yesterday and I was wearing my hoodie because the store is built very cheap and isn't insulated. The ceilings are just bare metal. I was sitting in the chair for a couple minutes by the eating area because it was pretty slow when I saw a car pull in. So I went back behind the counter. Here comes the delusional lady. She walked up to my counter and asked,
Excuse me, where is the cashier?
Me. You're looking at him. What can I do for you? Delusional lady.
I come here every morning and I've never seen you. You don't even have the uniform.
Now, the reason that's relevant is because I always work late evening, so I've never seen this lady in my life. I probably haven't been awake before 2 p.m. in a year. Me. Oh, sorry about that. It's just cold in here and the heat doesn't really work. So I took off my hoodie just to prove to this lady that I did in fact work there. She then pulled out her phone as 2 other customers walked in and a line formed behind her. Delusional lady.
This guy doesn't work here. I think he's stealing. I'm calling the police.
She walked off to the sitting area and dialed for the police. Meanwhile, I guess the other 2 people realized she was an idiot and let me ring them up. She watched the entire time telling the police I was pocketing money. When they arrived, we ended up having to call my manager to the store to explain that I did, in fact, work there. They let her off with a warning and banned her from the store. The police wouldn't let the store stay open for the entire hour it took the manager to get there. I was never detained as it was obvious I worked there, but they insisted on talking to the manager. And also, did I mention that I am the assistant manager? This is the definition of I do work here, lady. I get that she might be confused that the OP maybe didn't work there because the OP didn't have the uniform on and everything, but why would she tell the police that he's stealing or that he's pocketing money? That just seems very strange. I mean, that's something that's really easy to disprove. You just show them the cameras in the store and you can see that there is no pocketing of any money. So why would she go with that? Maybe it was just to get them to come down more urgently. Who knows? It's a shame the whole place had to be shut down for an hour because that business lost an hour of business time because his lady just called the police on them. This one has to do with his face being on the building, but somehow he's not the owner. I love a lot of the I Do Work Here Lady stories, and I feel for all the employees out there, and wow, you've got some doozies. I own an IT services business, now serving corporate clients, but several years ago, I also had a small chain of computer repair stores and took customer walk-ins. I was a pretty active owner and would work the front counter regularly because I like to interact with customers, and when I can, I like to stay close to what the front line is struggling with since they understand the business way better than me in some key regards. I also think pretty highly of myself, so I used to plaster my face on all of my advertising, which resulted in my ending up as sort of a walking billboard for my business around town. So I'm working the counter at one of my shops, and this fellow I'd never seen before walks in and brings his computer to the counter and tells me that his computer is not working and that I need to fix it. He was a second language learner, so you can't always assume someone is trying to be rude if English is not their first language. Sometimes it just sounds that way, so patience is important, and so is not judging someone. I thank him for coming in and explained to him the diagnostic fees we charged and that the diagnostic fee went toward the repair, all the standard stuff, and he immediately flies into a rage. He tells me that he had already paid the fee and the computer still wasn't fixed. Oh no, I said. When did you bring it in? He said he couldn't remember, but that it wasn't long ago. So I looked it up in the computer system, and sure enough, there is his customer record complete with the serial number of his system. It had been a full year since that computer was brought in. When I explained this to him, and that it had been too long by anyone's standards, most new consumer computers only have a 1-year factory warranty, and this was not a new computer, he flies into another tirade about what a ripoff we are and how I need to fix this computer because it never worked right after he got it back. I explained that it had just been too long, and that sets him off screaming and threatening me. Fortunately, there was a counter between us, so I tell him to get out of my store. I used profanity. It was not my finest hour, but profanity is a strong suit of mine. He won't leave, and he says he isn't leaving until I fix his computer for free, and he says he'll call the police if he has to. I pick up the phone and dial the police for him, explaining to the dispatcher that I have someone in my shop who threatened me and refuses to leave. So the police show up, and by this time the guy had calmed down a bit and even seemed thankful the police had arrived. After a short interview as to my job role and the situation, the responding officer says, "Hey, sorry the owner wants you to leave. You're gonna have to leave." This sets the guy off even more, and he starts screaming, "He's not the owner! I know the owner! The owner would never treat me this way! He's not the owner!" So the policeman says, "This is the owner. I happen to know he's the owner." The guy continues to argue with the officer, but the officer remains calm. "Okay, how about we talk about this outside?" To my surprise, the guy grabs his computer and goes outside with the officer, still ranting on and on about how I had no authority and how the officer had no right to throw him out, and he wants to speak to the owner. I could still see and hear the two of them outside the retail glass doors as the police officer calmly points to the 9-foot tall retail window on the front of the store with my photo taking about 2/3 of the space and my name and title in about 9-inch bold letters under my giant ugly face. So the man goes silent, packs up his computer in his car, hops in, and drives away. I never saw him again. I was really thankful one of my clerks didn't have to deal with that guy, but when I messaged them all the story, they all wished they had been there. Apparently there actually is an entire subreddit dedicated to I know the owner stories, and this would definitely be one of them. So a year ago, or more than a year ago, he gets his computer back, it's not working right, and then he doesn't say anything for over a year? That seems like a very bad move. And even if the guy wasn't the owner, it didn't really make a difference here because I'm sure the policy that he signed when he was doing this whole computer process probably said this is covered up to a year, and they could see the date, they could look back and see the charges or something and know that this is way outside the realm of being able to get another free repair for it. Running a business like this seems really tough because you're probably going to have to keep repairing the same people's computers over and over again, and they're going to think that you're doing something weird when in reality it's probably whatever they're doing that keeps making the computers fall apart over time or get filled up with spyware or bloatware or whatever the problem actually is. So let me know what you do if you were in this situation. This next I Do Work Here Lady story has to do with a lady who claims to be the owner's daughter. So a little backstory on where I work. It's a very small family business where we sell pools and pool chemicals. Only 2 desks in our office which can fully see into the showroom. 1 desk for the manager and 1 desk for me. Also, when I say small business, I mean it. Normally, it was just me, the assistant manager, and my mom. I had been in this business since I was born, therefore knew a lot for my age. However, we had just recently hired someone new that was a little older than me. I was 21 years old at the time, and my new coworker was 28 years old. The manager, my mom, had to go pick up some office supplies for us and mail off some bills, so it was just me and my coworker Matt. We weren't very busy at the time since it was a weekday and fairly close to closing time, so I was sitting at my desk and he was at the manager's desk since he didn't have his own, on our phones waiting to hear the door open. We hear the door open and my coworker starts to get up, and I tell Matt that I've got this one, so he sits back down. I stand up and see this lady, Karen, and her kid come in and start walking around. I walk out into the showroom and welcome them to the store and ask them if they need help finding anything. Karen says, "We're just looking right now. I will let you know if we have any questions." Karen's kid says, "I want a pool. Where's the toys at?" Me, "Well, the pool toys are right over there in the aisle by the door and on that wall." I motion to the wall where all the displays were. Karen says, "I told you that we didn't need any help right now." I just stepped back and walked into the office, not wanting any confrontation this close to closing. They continued to look around for another few minutes when I heard the kid hollering from the front of the store. I looked up and the kid was climbing on our ladder samples, which clearly have a neon green sign that are 8 by 11 that say "Do not climb on." So I walk up to the front of the store and politely told the kid that he couldn't climb on them. Karen says, "You can't tell my son what to do." Karen's kid kid says, "I just want to climb on them." He then starts to cry. This kid was about 10 years old. Me: "I'm sorry, but it's against company policy to have anyone climbing on them for safety purposes." Karen: "Well, maybe you should have a sign on them that says you can't." I point at the sign that says you can't. Karen says, "Well, you should have made the sign bigger." I'm not the best at containing my frustration, and when I get frustrated at someone, my sarcasm comes out with absolutely zero filter. The kid had been running around our store screaming like a banshee, and I was getting very annoyed. Me, under my breath: "Well, maybe you should try using your eyes next time." Karen: "What did you say to me?" Me: "I said to look for a sign next time you want to let your son climb all over displays in a store," and I walked away. She continues walking around with the kid, still crying, until she gets to one corner where we have some Legos for kids to play with while their parents wait to have their water tested or be helped. Mind you, the test lab was closed and the area roped off with all the lights shut off in that corner. Karen's kid screaming, "I want to play with those Legos!" Karen: "All right, just go ahead." I wasn't even in the mood to say no, as long as it stopped him from crying. Then he starts carrying them out from the designated area and throwing them down the aisles at our toy displays. I had enough of this little kid because I knew I was going to have to clean it up. I've been told that I'm pretty scary when I'm angry too. Me to Karen's kid: "You are not allowed to take the Legos from the play area. Please put them back where you got them from." Karen: "Who do you think you are talking to my son that way?" Me: "I am simply telling you both that what he's been doing is not allowed in our store and needs to stop." Karen: "Well, how dare you talk to us this way? I'll have you know that I'm the owner's daughter and I will get you fired for this." Mind you, the owners are my grandparents, and she sure as hell isn't my aunt. She walks up to the counter that looks into the office before I could say anything. Karen to Matt: "Have you heard how your employee talks to me? He is the most rude employee I've seen in here, and I'm the owner's daughter, and I demand that you fire him." Matt: "Well, I can't do that." Karen: "Why not? He's a rude jerk." Matt: "I can't fire him because he's my boss." Karen: "What? No, he isn't. You're lying to me." She's droning on and on. Now, we have an employee picture on the wall celebrating our business's 50th anniversary with everyone labeled in the picture, including the owners and all their kids. Karen finally shuts up and looks at me while I'm grabbing the picture frame off the wall. I slide it in front of her and point to my label. My name, assistant manager, with grandson underneath my name and title. Her face turns every shade of red under the sun. Me: "So you mean to tell me that you're a long-lost aunt of mine? Because if not, you can get out of this store." She practically dragged her kid out of the store while trying to run out the doors. She kept pushing on our doors trying to get out, but they're pull doors. Me shouting at her, "Maybe try to pull the doors, you jerk." Somebody suggested shouting at her when she was pulling on the push doors or vice versa, "Still not using your eyes?" Or when she said, "Well, you should have made the sign bigger," say, "Sorry, we don't sell glasses here." The ultimate moment is when Matt said I can't fire him because he's my boss. But either way, you shouldn't have to take out the family photo to prove that you can't be fired like that upon meeting somebody for the first time in the store when you're asking them to do perfectly reasonable things. But let me know what you guys would do in the situation. How would you have handled it? What are some not so fun facts? These answers are from Ask Reddit, but let me know if you have any not so fun facts down below in the comments as well. And subscribe. First up, for generations, the indigenous people of South America used blow darts laced with paralytic plant extract to hunt their prey. In the 1800s, English physicians who interacted with these indigenous South Americans recognized the possible uses of the paralytic agent, now known as tubocurane, as an anesthetic agent for surgeries. Physicians noticed that animals under the influence of tubocurane would become temporarily immobilized but would recover after a period of paralysis. According to these physicians, this discovery would revolutionize surgery as an anesthetic agent. So confident were they in their discovery that one of the physicians volunteered to undergo surgery under the influence of this to demonstrate its effectiveness. Unfortunately, he failed to realize that although the drug was an effective paralyzing agent, it did not have any effect on the sensory receptors of the body. So he felt every cut of the surgery without being able to move or do anything about it. And this is from the MCAT biology book, apparently. One of the books you use to study for the MCAT, which is the exam you take to get into medical school. That's got to be one of the worst possible things that could happen to any human being. It's almost like being buried alive, but in this case, you feel everything. If you guys have ever seen Tales from the Crypt, I think there was an episode about this exact thing where the guy was paralyzed but he could feel everything. Next up is a fact fact about elephants. When another elephant dies, its pack makes a little funeral for it. They pick up rocks and put it around the body and stand there for a while before they keep going. Male bed bugs impregnate female bed bugs by penetrating the female's abdomen with their hypodermic dick, meaning that it goes under the skin, hypo beneath dermic skin of the female abdomen. The smell of vomit comes from butyric acid, as does the smell of Parmesan cheese. When given a sample of butyric acid to smell, test subjects were either disgusted or pleased, depending on whether they were told it was puke or Parmesan cheese. During an inspection in 2015, the TSA missed 96% of contraband. I can't believe they would miss 96% of everything when everything is running through those x-ray machines and they pull people aside and check inside their bag, but somehow I guess they missed the vast majority of everything according to this. In order to remove a human ear, it takes roughly 8 pounds of force. That just makes me think of Diablo 2. When you fight somebody and then you take their ear, it takes 8 pounds of force. Horses can't throw up. If they need to throw up, they'll die. Armadillos can carry leprosy and pass to humans just by being in proximity. If you've never seen leprosy, like the biblical leprosy, it is horrible. And a lot of times disease can't pass from animals to humans other than the really popular examples we know about. But somebody added here that most humans are immune to leprosy now and very little armadillos carry it. Still, you don't want to go around touching armadillos. Next up, if you shine a flashlight on a newborn sea turtle for too long, which could only be even a few minutes, it will start crawling around in circles. This is known as the ring of death. It means that the turtle's eyesight has been permanently damaged due to mistaking your lights for the moon that guides it to the sea. By doing this, you have doomed the sea turtle to the death ring right after birth. And according to this guy, this information is from the Sea Turtle Preservation Society in Indialantic, Florida, from one of their presentations. So I guess Xbox 360 isn't the only one that has a ring of death. Crabs eat their babies and sloths can die from starvation with a full stomach. And as a follow-up, apparently a lot of sloths also die because when they're swinging through the trees, they grab their other arm instead of another branch and fall to their death. There's a whale that's named 52 Blue who sings at a strange frequency, so strange that he's unable to communicate with other whales. Someone added that there was an Octonauts program about it, and they actually made him a special translator, so he lives happily ever after. Gingivitis is contagious. If you have a collapsed lung, even once it's resolved, you can never go scuba diving again. There's a 1 in 3 chance it will happen again within 12 months. When it comes to heart disease, the very first symptom in roughly 1/3 of all cases is sudden death. Meaning you could be perfectly healthy and drop dead because you had heart disease and didn't know it. This one is sad, and I've heard people talk about this a lot over the years, but the original voice actor for Ducky in the Land Before Time series was murdered by her father, and then the father torched her body. I believe her tombstone has Ducky on it, as well as one of her lines from the movie. And that actress is also the one who did the voice for Anne Marie in All Dogs Go to Heaven. Criminals that are considered unattractive usually receive 50% longer jail time than attractive criminals. Brain aneurysms can happen at any time in your life and you won't know it until it's too late or if a doctor accidentally finds it. There's actually a first-hand story about this where someone said, my cousin had his first brain aneurysm at 23 years old in 2003. The week prior, he complained of headaches. He was taking a hot shower and collapsed. Made a flight to the hospital and the doctors operated on the brain and managed to save him. Told us he would be like a little kid for the rest of his life. But he managed to pull a full recovery within 5 years. He learned to walk/talk again, everything. It was amazing and unimaginable at the same time. Only reminder was a scar on his head. He had his second and fatal brain aneurysm in his sleep at age 36 in 2016. This time there were no symptoms. He was always living on borrowed time. We're just glad we got an additional 13 years with him before he left us for good. Some whales, when old, no longer have enough strength to swim for as long, so if they swim too deep, they might not have enough strength to swim back up to get air, so they end up drowning. And there's a clarification that it's technically not drowning, they instead suffocate from the lack of air. This is apparently because whales have to manually breathe instead of it being done automatically. Babies can die after consuming honey. The botulinum toxin, like the one in Botox, will paralyze their muscles, causing floppy baby syndrome. And to clarify, the bacterial spores, basically a super resistant sleepy form of the microbe, are in the honey, not the actual toxin. After going into the human, they start the party and begin to produce the toxin. Some dogs have to get their anal glands squeezed by veterinarians or their owners if too much fluid gets stuck in them. Dogs usually help themselves with the issue though by pooing or rubbing their butts on the floor. And if your dog isn't the type that drags their butt on the carpet to let you know things are getting backed up, the glands can abscess and explode. Then for a few weeks, it looks like your dog has two butts. An estimated 60% of heart attacks are painless. There's a plant in Australia called the gimpy tree that has hairs all over it that are small enough and are compared to hypodermic needles. Whenever a person touches the plant, these hairs stick into your skin and inject a toxin. This causes the affected area to be covered in acid and feels like it's set on fire. And what makes it worse is that pain lasts for months to years. Apparently there's a story that a lot of people know where a guy used this thing for toilet paper and ended up not being able to handle the pain anymore. Japan used to use prisoners to test how many bodies their swords were. They would stack prisoners on top of each other, and however many bodies a sword went through was how many bodies the sword was. You can die from Alzheimer's due to the brain forgetting how to swallow or breathe. The sun occasionally lets out supermassive bursts of plasma energy called coronal mass ejections. These could knock out our satellites, power grid, and internet for decades if it caught us off guard. One barely missed us in 2012, and another has about a 10% chance of happening in the next 10 years. People have heard that we can prepare ahead of time by shutting down electricity for a few days when the strike hits. So people may be without power for a few days, but it won't destroy the infrastructure if we do this, supposedly. This next one is about coal fire plants. You may have heard on several occasions that coal fire plants release more radiation than nuclear plants, and it's true, but the reason why is a bit disturbing. Nuclear power plants are a closed system, so whatever radiation that comes from it has to punch its way through several tons of steel and concrete. Coal fire plants are not closed systems. They dig stuff out of the ground and burn it, releasing all the waste into the air. Coal goes through very minimal processing before it's burned compared to other sources of fuel. After it is dug, the coal is washed and mostly gets rid of its impurities such as sulfur and rocks of various minerals. However, there always remains a trace of impurities, and those impurities can be made up of naturally occurring radioactive elements such as radium. The presence of radium in coal is usually in very small trace amounts, but when a coal fire plant burns 9,000 tons of coal every day, it adds up, which means it releases more radiation than a nuclear power plant, and it's more dangerous because that radiation is coming from particles that are just out there floating in the air, which you can inhale. If you guys have ever watched the Chernobyl HBO show, that's obviously not a coal fire plant, but you see how horrifying the effects of radiation can really be. It's way worse than probably most people think if they haven't looked into that or thought about it. For any of you that ride a motorcycle, apparently you are roughly 30 times more likely to die in a motorcycle accident than a car accident. This factors in the odds of being in an accident per mile and the odds of the accident being a fatality. The Spanish flu was one of the most lethal pandemics in history. People who caught it bled from their ears, experienced nausea and extreme fear. Their skin turned shades of blue and experienced extreme pain from the slightest touch. It caused internal hemorrhaging. 18 to 35-year-old adults' immune systems, which would typically be considered the strongest, would react so strongly that their bodies would fill up with antibodies and fluid, literally drowning the infected with their own defense mechanism. That specific line had a clarification from someone saying a more accurate version of it with the comment, 29-year-olds had by far the highest death rate, but go older or younger by 10 years and the death rates are similar to other bad flu seasons. What made the 1919 Spanish flu so deadly to those specifically born around 1889 was actually the 1889 flu strain. If this was the first flu strain you were exposed to as a young child, those antibodies stayed with you. If it was those specific antibodies that went into overdrive against the 1919 strain, in effect, people died from the 1919 flu because the 1889 flu had been in their first flu strain. This effect was predicted and seen again in Hong Kong in the 60s. Interestingly enough, it was also seen in Canada in 2009. At the start of the 2009 flu season, parts of Canada had chosen the wrong strain to vaccinate with. It was quickly remedied, and parts of Canada never used it, but those who had gotten that vaccine were more likely to be hospitalized. The Cavalier King Charles Spaniel, which is a dog, I didn't know that, I had to look that up. It's one that has droopy long ears on both sides, a pretty small face, and from all the pictures I've seen, they're all long-haired, not short-haired, but maybe there are short-haired ones too. Anyway, those dogs, have been inbred to the point where 70% show signs of syringomelia, which is a condition when its skull is too small for its brain. As its brain grows, the pressure on it causes extreme distress and pain, and they flop around looking like they're having a seizure until the vet drills a hole in its skull to release the pressure. Also, bulldogs can only give birth via a C-section because their heads are too big for their mom's hips, and pugs are struggling to breathe their whole lives. The OP on this one also reminded people to get dogs from a shelter and not a breeder. Almost every human on earth is a host to some type of parasite. A dentist in China was once executed for comparing mangoes to a sweet potato. I tried digging through to see if there was any context on this, and the best thing I found was because Mao received a gift from Pakistan of a bunch of mangoes, loved them, and then made them a symbol of the Communist Party for a while. So for a dentist to compare something rather foreign to something he knew better, a sweet potato, to something so plebeian was considered an offense to the Communist Party. The male anglerfish fuses into the female until there is basically nothing left of him, all for the sake of reproduction. Sounds like a toxic relationship there. It also kind of reminds me of the praying mantis who, after mating, the female kills and consumes the male. But going back to the anglerfish, apparently for a long time scientists didn't believe there even were male anglerfish because they could never find them. The Japanese giant hornet's venom is so powerful that it can actually dissolve human flesh. That also sounds horrifying. Genetic diversity in lions and cheetahs is so poor that a single epidemic would wipe them out in a few months. If you have two pregnant cows that give birth at the same time, and one of the cow calf dies, and the other mother cow dies, leaving her calf orphaned, you can skin the dead calf and drape it over the skin of the living calf. Then the living mother will believe the orphan calf is hers by smell and pattern of the skin, and feed the calf, keeping it alive. If you get a roach infestation bad enough, the roaches will eat your skin while you sleep. They will also crawl into your ear, which is a horrible experience. To which somebody commented that it sounds like it's coming from experience, him saying it's a horrible thing, and the OP replies, unfortunately it is. He describes a scenario where if you have neighbors and those neighbors are all slobs and they have tons of roaches in their house, but for some reason they get evicted, so all the stuff gets taken out of their apartment, all the roaches that live there will travel, so they will come to the nearest place that has people. That is how you can end up with a horrible infestation. Bad enough that the roaches will chew through plastic wrap on crackers, bread, etc. just to get to the food. You know how roaches scurry when a light comes on? Well, if you get enough of them, they won't do that. And then he shows a picture that I'm not going to show here because it's very disgusting of cockroach bite marks. He described the roach crawling into his ear while he slept, saying that he tried flushing them out with peroxide, but the way that it feels, the best he can describe, is imagining the noise of nails on a chalkboard, the feeling of steel wool against your teeth, and the feeling of sand in your butt. Roll into a ball and put that against your eardrum. The reason you shouldn't eat raw cookie dough isn't because of getting sick from raw eggs. You're pretty unlikely to get sick from eating raw eggs, according to this. The real reason is because you shouldn't eat raw flour, as it contains fecal matter from all of the birds that pooped on the wheat while it was growing in the field, and there's practically no way to remove it during processing. This one about dogs I feel like I've heard so many times at this point, but in case you don't know it, the reason why dogs love squeaky toys is because it sounds like a tiny animal dying. On Mount Everest, there is a literal mountain of poop and trash because once it freezes to the mountain, it becomes a part of the mountain. And people won't stop coming in droves to Mount Everest, so it continues to grow. And also, I'm guessing that because it's so cold, nothing can really decompose, if I had to guess. You can shrink a head by sewing the eyes and mouth shut, as well as closing any other openings, and then filling the head with hot sand in order for it to shrink. There's obviously a lot more to the process of head shrinking, but that's kind of like the 101 version. Let me know which not so fun fact you like the most and leave your own down below in the comments. Drop a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. People who used to do burglary for a living, what is the scariest thing you've seen in someone's house? It wasn't really a burglary, but unlawful entry simply because I could. I decided to try my luck on an older house after I noticed they went on vacation. There was a room hidden behind furniture that I managed to get to, but not into because the door wouldn't fully open without completely moving the furniture. The smell inside was unholy, like death and bleach. I sent an anonymous tip to the police. It turned out they were basically luring people's pets in and dissecting them alive. To those that are curious, I used to do this kind of as a form of joyriding, except in houses. Break in, walk around, and leave everything more or less untouched. Not the best thing to do as an early teen kid, but when you have a friend's dad who thought it was smart enough to teach kids how to pick locks, you kind of feel you need to use it. In this case, him committing burglary, or more accurately unlawful entry, probably ended up saving the lives of tons of animals in that neighborhood, because how else would people have figured this out ever? He also added that he stopped a house or two after finding this because he was afraid at that point of what he might find. The next example is from someone who said, when I was 14 years old, I broke into a neighbor's house and looked around. I found a big stash of Polaroids of some of my friends naked. Most of them were younger than me. I just stayed quiet for about 2 weeks trying to figure it out. Then I broke back in and took a couple of pictures of my best friends and asked them about it. Neither of them had a clue how they were taken and couldn't even remember being over at that couple's house. One of my friends told his older sister, who then went and confronted the wife. She said she didn't know anything about it, but when he came home that evening, all hell broke loose. She had her bags packed and was gone that night. The next day, the guy stopped on his way to work and threatened us for messing up his marriage. His house burned down a couple of days later while he was at work. We never ever spoke of it again. What? So I guess the OP here didn't exactly figure out how this happened, because how could the kids not know about it unless he was sneaking around where these kids were, or maybe he somehow lured them in while they were unconscious, something crazy like that. It must have been something bad enough that the wife would pack all of her bags and leave, but to have the idea in your mind that it was the kid's fault for messing up his marriage when he was doing this to kids in his neighborhood is sick. Next up is a story about breaking into a building and experiencing something pretty scary. The university I went to was a very old campus built around 1850. It started as a women's college with one building and grew over the last 150 years to include a few other modern buildings. The central old buildings were always empty and constantly under construction, but it seemed like progress was very slow. It was strictly off limits, with threats of being expelled to any other students caught within. I broke in 3 to 4 times with a friend. The first time we did some recon. The building was a squared U shape with a fenced-in courtyard where the school kept landscaping equipment. It was snowing quite hard, dampening the sound nicely, and it was around 1 a.m. We hopped the fence and looked for access. Everything was locked and we didn't want to break anything yet to get in. We took some pictures and noted the rooms we would try to break in through. My friend went to hop back over the fence, lost his balance, and checked his groin while I attempted to spot him. At that moment, I heard a young girl's chuckle standing next to me, clear as day. I looked over my shoulder to see nothing, but heard another giggle. I jumped over the fence and sprinted back to my dorm. The second time we actually accessed the building, we broke a window to unlock and crawled into the basement. We found a large 3-story spiral staircase that was beautiful and began to climb on top. We could hear the eerie sound of what reminded me of a record skipping over and over mixed with chanting. We got to the top and found a plastic divider blocking the wall, presumably for dust or asbestos. The sound was pretty loud at this point, seemed to be coming from the opposite end of the building, maybe 50 yards away. My friend sticks a knife through the plastic to crawl through, and everything goes silent. We continue and find a room full of several hundred dead pigeons. We decide to leave. The last time we broke in, we took 2 more friends with us. Again, we made it to the top of the staircase, but decided to explore the rooms at the top. We found a very large room with high ceilings, a huge fireplace with a beautiful mantle overlooking the campus. I see campus security in their patrol vehicle about a block away, but I don't think he sees us. Suddenly, we hear the sounds of footsteps coming up the staircase. We freeze and line up against the wall closest the entry to the room. The steps clearly come within feet of the entry and then stop. My heart is pounding. I'm thinking it's security and we're caught. I'm closest to the entry and the guy behind me is poking me to look. I lean forward and around the door frame into the hall to see nothing waiting for us. Well, that one was a lot more scary than I expected. The very first time they broke in, when he heard a little girl laughing, that's when I would be out of there and never come back. How did he hear that while his friend was trying to jump over and then think, oh yeah, it's fine, I'll come back here, no problem? I mean, did he not tell his friend what he heard? Did his friend hear this sound? I mean, this whole thing sounds horrifying. And if that wasn't enough, how could finding a room full of hundreds of dead pigeons not be enough to just get out of there and not come back? Or at least try and come during the day. Maybe they didn't want to come during the day because they didn't want to get caught, but this was a very creepy one. Let me know what you would do if you were in this situation and you looked around the corner and there was no one there. This next story starts off with someone saying they're not sure if this applies because it technically wasn't burglary, but it definitely was trespassing in private property and probably breaking and entering too. I was around 16 years old at the time and went to my grandma's house to hang out with some friends who lived nearby for the weekend and take care of her dog while she was out of town. I showed up at around 4 o'clock and it was around 4:30 p.m. when my friends showed up on their bikes. We started out riding down the dirt country roads for a few hours and got so hot we decided to ride back toward town to buy something to drink. As we were riding, we passed this huge dilapidated farmhouse. For some reason I had to stop and stare at it. I asked my friends if they wanted to explore it and the barn behind it after we got our pops and Arizona teas, and they agreed because they had never went in before either. An hour or so later, we had got our refreshments, went back to my grandma's, got a backpack for flashlights and a small bolt-action .22 rifle in case of animals like coyotes or any other predators that may be living inside by now. We entered the house through a shattered basement window, and all three immediately turned on our flashlights to cut through the pitch dark. It smelled like any 100-plus-year-old basement would smell like, I guess, and the house was definitely spooky but nothing out of the ordinary. Our other friends showed up, so we exited the house. At this point it was getting dark, but we didn't care because we had a rifle, flashlights, and an extra person. We also weren't too worried about the predatory animals at this point because there seemed to be no sign of any of them. We were also close to finishing half a gallon of peppermint schnapps between the four of us in the 45 minutes since my third friend had been there. We kept swinging the bottle and talking amongst ourselves as we walked towards the big red 4-floor barn. It was huge, so we couldn't tell exactly how far it was, and by the time we actually got to it, the bottle was gone, the sun had fully set, and we had quit talking, and we were just silently walking with our flashlights wanting to get there so we could stop walking and smoke. As we got within 100 feet or so, we see a light coming from a small round window at the top of the barn. 50 feet, we notice an awful smell that I cannot describe in words. We keep walking. 25 feet, we hear loud rustling and smacking sounds from inside the barn, and the light was visible through the small hole in the wall on the right side of the barn shining into a bush, and we were dead. Silent. We crept to the hole behind the bush, and I wish I wouldn't have looked inside because I'm still not 1000% sure what I saw. There was blood, lots of it, covering every inch of the dirt floor, splattered like paint on everything I could see, and many clumps of what I could only imagine was some type of flesh. It took about 2 minutes for all of us to collectively process what was happening and all start running back towards our bike at the house. The 25 to 30 minute walk was sprinted in what seemed like 30 seconds. I was third in line and never looked back once. My friend in front of me did, and the look of horror on his face in my flashlight assures me to this day that I'm happy I didn't. My friend behind me also looked over his shoulder while running. We got back to my grandma's house in record time, all sloshed as skunk still, shaking and out of breath. As soon as we got to the breezeway door and locked it, and the one on the opposite side of the breezeway, we all simultaneously slumped against the wall and sat down trying to calm ourselves and each other and talk about it. I asked my friend who was in front of me and the friend who was behind me on the mad dash back to the bikes what they saw when they looked back. They both gave me the same description of multiple black outlines chasing us through the almost pitch dark night. Needless to say, we couldn't get any sleep until the sun came up. This one sounds like it's straight out of a horror film. The multiple dark black outlines, I mean, what are they trying to say? Are those monsters? What was in that hole? What kind of flesh was that? There's so many questions I have after seeing this. He actually added afterwards that he's happy he didn't look back. He could hear the footsteps on the gravel behind us, and when he pointed the rifle in that direction, he didn't see anything still coming towards them, but he was sure they were still watching because he could feel it. And also that he had nightmares for about 5 to 6 months after this happened, but he's pretty much over it, he thinks. Yeah, so if these were actually killers that were in this hole doing something that involved killing, and then they found these kids and they were chasing after them, I don't really think that having a .22 LR would stop them if they're running full force at them trying to stop these kids from leaving. I think probably what they did was the best thing to do, was to just run as fast as they possibly can and get out of there. This whole situation almost kind of reminds me of the plot of Jeepers Creepers, where Justin Long and his sister stop at that little barn that has a hole also, and inside of that there's all the bodies where Jeepers Creepers, I guess, collected them. This next one has to do with breaking into an old lady's house. Back when my friends and I were stupid teenagers and horribly influenced by gangs, we thought it would be fun to break into someone's house as an easy way to get money. We broke into this old lady's house through her window, and she had lots of valuable jewelry and a wallet filled with $100 bills. We were all saying, "We hit the jackpot, guys." My friends were taking her jewelry and money, and I saw that there was a door at the end and had a big sign that said private. Me being stupid, I opened it. My heart dropped. This lady must have been a part of a cult or something, because she had the star on the floor, candles, posters of people I didn't even know with faces smeared in blood or scratched up, and worst of all, there was a cross with a body and a deer head on top, bleeding with its eyes sewn up. I yelled and told them let's go. Before we left, we put everything back. Didn't even bother to take her things because Lord knows how she got the jewelry and money. I obviously closed that door and left. That was the only and last time we did that. Yeah, these guys probably would have been cursed if they stole this money. The next thing they know, they start having all sorts of weird symptoms from different curses that could happen. There's no way you're going to rob somebody and they're not going to have some sort of vengeful plan to get back at you. And if she found out who they were, then that's going to be a GG. So those were a lot more creepy than I expected, but what do you guys think would be the scariest thing to find inside of a house during a burglary? Leave your suggestions down below in the comments for the next video. Subscribe to the channel with notifications turned on and drop a thumbs up. See you guys in the next one. I slept with Tom Holland a few years ago. When I was nearing the end of my time in uni, I was given the opportunity to work on a big film. As an assistant, my professors were saying, so obviously with this news I was freaking out a bit. I was made to sign NDAs, which is when I found out that the movie was a new Spider-Man, which just got me more excited. Fast forward, I was flown out to Atlanta and I got to meet a bunch of cast and crew. One of them being Tom Holland. We were both around the same age at the time, so we naturally bonded over him being a young fish in the industry, and he sort of mentored me and helped me around, which was super sweet of him. A few weeks into filming, I was getting him some juice, and he was doing his hair. As sort of a throwaway comment, I said, "Oh, you look cute." Then he said, "You're pretty good looking yourself." I blushed, since he is a pretty attractive guy, and said, "Thank you." And he said, "You know, you can come to the hotel and hang with me if you want." I agreed. We met, and you could sort of see where things went from there. This story sounds like it's straight up fan fiction. I know that this was submitted on the confessions, but it seems like somebody that would go through this probably wouldn't write about it if they didn't have something specific to say about it. I mean, if this were true, all she's really saying is really nice things about him. Sounds like she got what she wanted, but maybe she just feels like she can't bring it up in real life, so she has to do it through the confessions. I don't know. Let me know if you guys think this is true or false. I was curious about where Spider-Man was actually filmed, so I looked up the Spider-Man No Way Home Wikipedia, and it says that Watts, McKetta, Summers, and Holland began filming in October of 2020 in New York City before moving to Atlanta later that month. And for Spider-Man Homecoming, apparently principal photography began in June of 2016 in Fayette County, Georgia, and then continued in Atlanta, Los Angeles, and New York City. So let me know what you guys think. Is there any chance at all this is true, fact, or fan fiction? Am I the jerk for suing my ex? So I dated a YouTuber, we went out for about a year and it was alright, but they were so emotionally invested in their channel that they constantly neglected me and made me feel like I wasn't a priority. Not really important why we broke up, but we broke up. Then I got a bunch of messages from friends about 3 months later telling me to go to their channel. I'm pretty much done with them, but I do and realize they made a video about me where they claim I was emotionally abusive. I continue to get messages from strangers telling me how awful a person I was and how they hoped I died through various means. So I sued my ex. It ruined them. I knew they were financially in a bad spot and likely couldn't afford court fees, but the case dragged on. They made a video about not being able to afford court costs and such and how it was going to ruin them. After which, a bunch of friends started telling me to just let it go and move on, but I had sunk money into the case as well. It wasn't cheap for me either, so I didn't just let it go. Eventually, the judge ruled in my favor and I received a total of nothing from my ex, but it meant I could link to the results in the comment section of every video she tried to frame me as the bad guy because in our state, court proceedings are public record. Suddenly, her viewership dropped and she blamed me for ruining her life. A bunch of my friends said I went too far and should have just taken the court win and left her alone. Was I the jerk? There are a lot of unknowns in this story. Whether or not what the YouTuber said was true or what this person said is true, it's hard to say. But since this is from the perspective of the OP, and we are going to assume that they weren't everything bad that the YouTuber said, it still kind of seems like a lose-lose for both parties because the goal of the OP is to have their ex, the YouTuber, stop making videos about them, especially in ways that are so identifiable to people who are reaching out to the OP. That seems kind of crazy. But rather than going through this long, expensive court situation, it probably would have been much more cheap on both ends to have the OP go to the YouTuber and say, hey, stop doing this or I will sue. But maybe part of the goal at the time was just pure spite and this was the way they wanted to go. But turns out, as they put here, I received a total of nothing from my ex. I'm not sure what OP thought the reward would be, but they probably didn't expect to get rich off of this lawsuit because they already stated that the YouTuber could barely afford the court cost as it was, and it was going to ruin them. So it doesn't seem like the financial gain was the goal, and having the YouTuber stop doesn't seem like the goal because that probably could have resulted from just communicating. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. Am I the jerk for telling someone that his art sucks and he won't amount to much in life in front of his friends and family? I have a small group of close friends, all males around the age of 25 years old, that I hang out with almost every day. We've all known each other almost all of our lives, and recently, about a year and a half ago, we got a new addition to our group, John. I never really liked John. He was rude, obnoxious, and would always talk like he knows everything. He was also incredibly pretentious. A friend of mine said Einstein once, and John interrupted to say, I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you mean the renowned scientist Albert Einstein? I once put up on Snapchat a story saying, I love college football, and he replied to my story with, it's called Gridiron, you moron. I don't understand how, but my friends readily accept him into our friend circle. One night about 5 or 6 months ago, we had a little get together and we were just drinking and having fun. John was kind of tipsy. We had some new girls show up, so I was kind of working my charm on them. They asked me what I did and I went, I'm a biomed engineer. I don't know why that triggered John so much, but he went on this hour-long tirade about how I'm just a drone in a rat race. He kept telling me about how I'm just like every other person and lacked creativity. He later passed out, but his little tirade became a running joke in our group. Every time I mentioned work or anything, John would start roasting me. He nicknamed me Drone and kept calling me that, even though I expressed multiple times that I don't like to be called a drone. He would keep telling me about how easy engineering is. He watched some intro to engineering courses online and that any monkey with a brain can do what I do. That really pissed me off. I once told him to STFU, but he was like, what are you gonna do? You gonna fight me? I dare you to swing. I didn't want to fight him, so now I started referring to him as a pansy. Over the last few months or so, I kind of went front page a couple of times on Reddit and everyone was like, whoa, OP, you're famous now, as a joke. That triggered him even more. He'd say stuff like, his posts suck, they're not even funny. Reddit is just now filled with stupid Facebookers who upvote stupid clickbait things and downvote meaningful talent. At this point, it's relevant to bring up what John does. He's a photographer who works as a barista at Starbucks. How good is he? Well, honestly, he started off as an annoying kid with a DSLR, no talent, and a Facebook page where he uploaded 3 out of 10 pictures. Over the years, he got slightly better, but it's still terrible. I'd say he's more of a 5 out of 10 now. 2 weeks ago, he got rejected from his dream job and made an Instagram post about how National Geography discriminated against him because of his skin color, brown. Last week, we had a surprise party at his place with his family. He lives with his parents, and at the party, I apologized to him. I hadn't met him since the post and said, hey man, I'm sorry I didn't get Nat Geo. To which he got really angry and said, I'd rather eat my own poop than be a drone like you. What I'm doing is making real art, and it's something your robot brain won't ever understand or now or in the future. So I actually feel sorry for you. He said stuff like that, in front of a girl who I was with who got so enraged that she left and told me to tell them that she's sick or something. That's it. I lost it. We were handing out microphones to talk about our favorite memory with John, and I took an opportunity to say, well, John, all of your pictures suck. No wonder National Geographic rejected you. You're a 27-year-old barista with no college degree, mooching off your parents, and taking worse pictures than any jerk with an iPhone camera. You're not going to amount to anything in life. So just, and then I got cut off there. His dad grabbed the mic and shoved me. John came charging at me, but everyone just held him back. The rest of the guys were like, get him out of here, and I got kicked out. No one has talked to me since the incident, and John blocked me from all social media. Our group chat has been pretty silent too, and John also apparently made a roast post about me. I don't know if I should apologize to him or not. I know that John is a jerk, but am I also a jerk? John seems incredibly antagonistic. I don't know why he's going out of his way to keep calling the OP a drone. He's nothing but a mindless drone. When, who cares if you think he's a drone or not? He's doing what he wants to do as an engineer. It's weird when people seem to care about that so much when it has nothing to do with them. Like, are you going to go out to random people that you are friends with or not friends with and just choose to specifically keep criticizing what it is they do for work again and again and again? It just doesn't even make sense. What are you trying to get out of it? What's even more weird is that John kind of sounds like a very pretentious nerd art type, but he's trying to provoke the OP to fight him because he's going, what are you going to do? Fight me? I dare you to swing. When that seems exactly not the type of person he is because he's not pursuing a fight with the OP anymore. But with everything you know here, what would you do if you were in this situation? And jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for banning my mother-in-law from the house? I'm a 39-year-old male and I lost my late wife 6 years ago. I have a 16-year-old son named Daniel and I recently got engaged to my fiance of 2 years. Her mom and I aren't on good terms because of how she behaves. She's a controlling, self-centered Dolly Parton wannabe. I learned to ignore her crap, but she's been annoying Daniel and criticizing his personality regularly. He's a private kid and still hasn't gotten used to the new family dynamic, but he's in therapy and he's doing fine. She keeps diagnosing him left and right, calling him antisocial, autistic, and other stuff. The fact is, Daniel is a shy, well-mannered kid, but people confuse this with being antisocial. My mother-in-law tried several times to force Daniel to open up by embarrassing him with personal questions on family dinners and test his personality type. I've realized the effect her behavior had on Daniel, so I gave him a choice to no longer be in the same room/house as mother-in-law, and he appreciated this a lot. My mother-in-law didn't like that Daniel kept his distance and no longer visits and kept complaining about how spoiled he will become for her daughter to deal with. I told her to stop bringing it up, but she just cried, "I'm doing this for Danny." Last week, she visited unexpectedly and wanted to say hi to Daniel. After Daniel greeted her, he went into the bedroom and she went into the living room with my fiance. I was in my bedroom when Daniel came and said his journal was gone. We looked for it, but didn't find it. I asked my fiance, who was alone in the kitchen but didn't see it. I paused for a second to ask where my mother-in-law was. My fiance said, in the living room, but I saw her coming down the stairs. I asked where she was and she said, the bathroom. I saw her purse in hand, so I bluntly asked if she took Daniel's journal. She looked offended and called for my fiance when I insisted to see inside of her purse. She wanted to leave, but I didn't let her. My fiance told me to stop it, but I insisted, and the journal was there. My mother-in-law tried to explain this was her only chance to get to know Daniel better because, quote, she cares about him. I blew up at her and berated her for stealing from my son and told her she's banned from my house for the stunt she pulled. She argued with me, then left. My fiance apologized for her, but said banning her from the house was over the top. It backlashed, and my father-in-law argued and hoped his daughter realizes how bad I am and call off the wedding for refusing to apologize to my mother-in-law. My fiance said her family won't be coming to the wedding until I reconcile with her mom and cancel the ban. But I won't let my son be disrespected in his own house and ask my fiance to understand. I'm refusing to reconcile, but I'm aware that this could ruin my relationship with all of my in-laws, not just my mother-in-law, and my fiance thinks I'm selfish to cause this drama. Am I the jerk? The mother-in-law stole something from the room and then tried to pretend like she didn't. How is this not black and white? This seems so obvious, but there are a lot of emotions tied up in this because I think a lot of people's egos are also tied in this, namely the mother-in-law and the people surrounding her. But just because of who she is in the family doesn't absolve her from something that's so obviously wrong. She not only invaded this kid's privacy, but then lied about it and pretend like everything is fine. And even after she was found out, wants to pretend like this didn't even happen. At least that's how it seems through the father-in-law and the surrounding family. One of the top opinions on this whole thing was the suggestion that if I were you, I'd put off the wedding until you know for sure that your fiance understands and will stand up for you and your son to her family when stuff like this happens. I think the ban is 1000% justified. Yeah, if something like this happens and the fiance is already folding when it's clearly in the direction of the person who's wrong, what's going to happen if the situation is much more serious? If you can't even count on your own fiance to see objectively what happened here and tell the truth about who's in the wrong and who's in the right. Because in that case, the fiance is just going to be influenced by her mother no matter what happens, it seems like. There's a lot of people that had a lot to say about creating a will because the son is going to be in a bad spot if the father dies. And in many areas, the wife will receive everything, even if there are children, if there is not a will. If there is a will, delineating how property is to be divided then is how it should be done. So there are a bunch of legal opinions, and one person says, in my state, if there are children from someone other than the spouse, they get half and the spouse gets half, but I agree that OP is no longer in a situation where the default is probably fine. Some people are, particularly if there isn't much left at the end, and that is why it is there. However, OP is past that. Of course, as a widowed parent, OP should have had a will that includes guardianship in place since his wife died. Probably still does, but if he goes through the wedding, he will need to update it. So let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. This is a pro-revenge story where a coworker harasses someone for having implants, which she only got because she had cancerous cells. She calls her out, reports her to HR for calling her out, and then got her fired instead. It's somewhat of a reverse Uno type of story. So let's jump straight into it. Coworker tried to get me fired over breast implants, so I pulled a reverse Uno card. 4 years ago, when I was 24 years old, my mom died of breast cancer. And as both of my grandmothers had also died of it, I saw a specialist for a screening. I found out I had some cells in one of my breasts that could have turned into cancer at any given moment. I was told I had a few options. Number one, I could have regular screenings every 3 to 4 months until it does develop into cancer. I was told the risk of the cells becoming cancerous was very high due to family history, but it could also potentially never turn, so I'd be getting these screenings for no reason. Option number two, I could get a single mastectomy on the breast with the bad cells, but they need to keep an eye on the other one, so I need regular checkups for the other breast. Or option number three, I could get a bilateral mastectomy and remove all of my breast tissue, basically eliminating the risk. I went for option number three, the bilateral mastectomy. It was admittedly the most drastic option, but after seeing what cancer did to my mom and my grandmothers, I did not want to risk it. I was warned about scarring, but told it should be fairly minor. It wasn't, and I left with 2 huge, pink, jagged scars on either side of my chest, each about 1 inch long and ½ inch wide. This caused me to go into severe depression, where it got to the stage of me not even leaving my flat because I didn't want people to see me. I was throwing out my mirrors and getting physically sick of looking at myself. I went to a therapist who suggested a plastic surgeon. The therapist said they never normally do that, but it was clearly something I was struggling with and I might not ever get over it. And the therapist could see why I struggled with it. Although I'll admit, the therapist did send me to ask about scar reduction. The plastic surgeon suggested a cream, a laser, or implants. The cream did not work. The laser was both expensive and risky, so I went with the implants. My natural boobs were an F cup, so I went with a slightly smaller double D. Since then, my mental health has improved a lot, and I feel a lot better about the way I look. My confidence has gone up, as has my self-esteem. I know I shouldn't put so much into my appearance, but I wasn't exaggerating about these scars. Huge, bright, pink, jagged rays, just really awful to look at, and I hated seeing myself. And now they are nicely hidden away and you can barely feel them. In the present day, I am 28 years old and I work in an office. I'm doing a lot better than I was then. My coworker Jill found out I had a boob job, but not about the cancer thing. when myself and a friend from years before the mastectomy were planning a holiday, and she made a joke about me going on a plane with my implants, and Jill overheard. By the end of the day, the entire office knew I had a boob job, but not why, and half a dozen people confirmed Jill had told them. Over the next few months, Jill made many jokes and comments about my chest to coworkers when I was in earshot. At one point, saying I had, quotes, more plastic than Barbie, and calling me fake in 2 ways. I didn't hear this one myself, but a friend in the office told me Jill had at one point referred to me as a sack of silicone. I don't know what her problem was exactly, but at one point she mentioned the NHS, so I assumed Jill thought that I got my boobs done for free on taxpayer money. I got the mastectomy on NHS, but gone private for therapy and implants. As a side note, the NHS is the National Health Service, a publicly funded healthcare system in England, and one of the 4 systems in the United Kingdom. Apparently, it's the second largest single-payer health system in the world after the Brazilian system. But back to the story. I asked her to stop more than once, but unfortunately the places I talked to her were places like the lift and the women's bathroom where there weren't any cameras, and Jill just kept making comments no matter how often I asked her not to. I wouldn't say it was every single day, but I heard at least 3 comments per week for 3 months. I hit my breaking point when Jill, me, and a few other coworkers were having lunch. I referred to something as being shallow, and Jill said, "You'd know all about being shallow," while gesturing to my chest. I snapped, and I said, "Do you know why I have these, Jill? A few years ago, doctors found potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I was advised to get a mastectomy and left with huge, ugly scars on my chest. I went to a therapist who sent me to a cosmetic surgeon who advised me to get implants to hide the scars, and I did just so I could look at myself in the mirror without crying. So maybe next time you want to judge someone for having cosmetic surgery, you should ask them why they had it first." And feeling like that was a mic drop moment, I picked up my food and left. For the rest of the day, I had about a third of the office come up to me and offer support. And the rest tell me that Jill was just joking and I was being a B. I replied that Jill was being a B long before I was. I then got an email from HR saying they wanted to talk to me the following day. And when I called for clarification, they mentioned a hostile work environment. Note, this is apparently an American term and holds little weight in England, but it's what was said over the phone. I knew the person who signed off the email I'd spoken to. Her name was Debbie, and she was Jill's friend in HR, so I was fairly confident who had reported me. I realized that if this was already being sent to HR, I needed as much ammunition as possible, so I went about collecting my information. As Debbie had dealt with me so far, it was safe to assume that she would be the person reviewing the complaint with me, and if that was true, I was truly in a bad spot. However, I vaguely remembered a section of complaints that was in my contract when I first signed with the company. I flicked through the contract and there was a part in the complaint section that said I was contractually allowed to request change of reviewer if I felt my allocated reviewer was biased. It was called an impartial overseer. I photocopied the page and highlighted that part. Then I messaged the people who had offered their support over Facebook and said basically, HR, Human Resources, have asked to see me. Do any of you remember Jill insulting me to your face, and are you willing to write and sign something saying what you heard and when? Not everyone was willing to help, as Jill is somewhat feared in the office due to her befriending Human Resources and management, but about 20 people were willing to help me. I guessed roughly when I asked Jill to stop previously, the 4 asks over the few months. Some timings were easy to guess as they happened over my break or when I'd first arrived at work, and I wrote them all down, along with the rough time of when the lunchroom confrontation happened and a list of names of who was there for that lunchroom confrontation. I got to work slightly early the next morning. I went around to everyone who had messaged me, and most of them had managed to give me a printed and signed letter. Some didn't manage to write one, but no big deal. This isn't exact words as there's 16 letters, but to sum it up, here's the gist. My name is, insert their name here. I work with Jill and the OP. On this date, at this time approximately, I spoke with Jill, during which she referred to the OP as, insert insult here. I felt this was inappropriate as it directly related to OP's appearance, and I'm willing to go on record further to establish that Jill has been discussing OP in the workplace in the same manner for 3 months now, causing me discomfort and creating creating what I feel is a hostile work environment. Signed, insert their name here. I wound up with about 16 letters from all different people, and one of them was in the lunchroom for my conversation with Jill. Some even had bullet pointed lists of everything Jill had said to them about me or other people, and as it turns out, Jill had issues with a lot of people's appearances. She apparently made comments about one of the coworkers' weight, something anti-Semitic about a different coworker's nose, all of which were put in these letters. There are about 45 people in the office, so while 16 wasn't a majority, it's still a decent amount. The letters weren't hugely long, most were only about a paragraph, but they had all the necessary information. I was asked to come to HR at 10 a.m. I took the letters from coworkers, the photocopy of the page of my contract, and my dates and times in a little folder with me. I got there and Debbie was the one overseeing the interview. She got up from her desk, ready to lead me to another room. I immediately turned to the other HR worker that was currently there and said, "So, is my meeting with you then?" Debbie said, "No, you're with me." I replied that this wouldn't sit well with me, as my contract states I have a right to an impartial overseer, and as I said this, I took the contract page out of my folder. Debbie read it. I wouldn't let her take the paper when there was a shredder so close by, and she said she could be impartial. I replied that I didn't mean to be a pain, but I had it on good authority that the person on the other end of this complaint is her friend, and my contract does say I'm allowed an impartial overseer. Debbie stomped off to get a supervisor. The supervisor asked how I know she can't be impartial, and I tell him that I have it on good authority that Jill, who was on the other end of this complaint, is a close friend of Debbie. He asked Debbie if this was true, to which she only replied, "I can be impartial." The supervisor took a deep breath, asked the other HR rep to come with him, and the four of us all went to review the complaints. I thanked them for being so accommodating. I was worried I'd annoyed them. Debbie took out the complaint and all three of them went through it with me. Debbie looked homicidal the entire time the interview was happening, as she had clearly anticipated firing me, or at least recommending me to be fired. The interview went something like this. It took like over half an hour and they kept asking me the same questions but phrased different ways, so this is a really drastically condensed version. Question:
You said outside that you think Jill reported you. Why is this?
Answer: Jill had an issue with me for about 3 months now. Question:
Well, why didn't you come to us when you realized Jill had an issue?
Answer: I had no issue with her. Question:
What issue does Jill have with you?
Answer: 4 years ago, a specialist identified potentially cancerous cells in my breast tissue. I had surgery to remove my breast tissue, thereby removing the cells and the risk. After the surgery, I was left with large scars on my chest. I went to a therapist for low self-esteem and depression. The therapist suggested a plastic surgeon who suggested breast implants to cover my scars. All of this is in my medical history, which you have a copy of in my file and have my full permission to review. Jill found out about my breast implants and didn't know about the cancer. Jill had a problem with my breast implants and decided to communicate this problem to our coworkers.
Why do you feel this is true?
Answer: Here are 16 signed statements, all from different coworkers, all testifying that Jill told the entire office that I had breast implants on the day she found out, and has since made comments about these implants frequently. They have quotes of what Jill said to them about it and rough dates and times. Question:
Rough dates and times?
Answer: No one knew this would be escalated to such an extent, so no one really took notes as to when exactly it happened. Question:
What event or events do you think directly led to this complaint of harassment?
Answer: For me, the harassment began when Jill told everyone about my breast implants without my consent. But as to the complaint against me, it would probably be what happened at about this time yesterday in the lunchroom. Jill made a comment about me being shallow while gesturing to my breast, and I replied, giving her an abridged version of my relevant medical history and ending with a comment about the importance of getting the full story. There are cameras in the lunchroom, so I'm sure you'll be able to find that conversation. I'll admit, I could have handled the situation better, but after 3 months, I felt I had to put my foot down. Here is a list of names of people that were also present. There were 6 people at the table, including myself and Jill. One of those people is also in those letters and has written their account of the conversation and signed it. Question:
Had you had a conversation with Jill prior to this regarding her comments about you?
Answer: Several. Spaced out over the last 3 months. Each time I communicated to her that I felt uncomfortable and upset with these comments she was making, and that I would appreciate it if she were to stop. Question:
To your knowledge, was Jill made aware of your former cancer at any point in this time?
Answer: No, it wasn't mentioned in the conversation with my friend she overheard, and I didn't need to tell her because frankly it's none of her business, and I did not feel the need to detail my medical history to a coworker in order to avoid further sexual harassment. The supervisor stands up and says, "Well, I think we're done here." He shakes my hand and sends sends me back to my desk saying that I'd hear from them after they reviewed the evidence, the letters, the CCTV, medical history, and anything they had already, and made a decision on the case. I got back to my desk, pulled up my CV, and prepared to start the job search again. About an hour goes by. Then the person who wrote the letter and was there for the lunchroom conversation gets called in for a meeting with HR. They come back 10-ish minutes later. The other people who were also there for the lunchroom conversation get called in one by one except for Jill. All of them were gone for about 10 minutes and they come back, find a coworker, and say that HR wants to see them. Then the people who wrote the letters but weren't there yesterday are also called one by one, and each are gone for about 10 minutes, some longer, some shorter, but by 3:30 p.m., it looks like everyone who wrote a letter or was there in the lunchroom has been interviewed. Then, finally, Jill gets called in. She's gone for about 30 minutes and comes back fuming. She glares at me while I work, but I ignore her. At 4:30-ish, Jill gets called into HR again. 5 p.m. rolls around and everyone is either leaving or getting ready to leave when Jill storms back into the office. She glares at me the whole time and packs up her desk. She then starts telling anyone who is willing to listen that I got her fired before shoving her way into the lift. An email comes in from HR and my case is closed. So without all of this documentation, maybe she wouldn't have had this been so open and closed. It's a good thing in this case a lot of people actually stood up and said what was going on instead of just remaining shut, because it seemed like only a small portion of them that were actually in the lunchroom when this happened actually said anything. I think it was 1 out of 6. Whereas a lot of the 16 seemed to be carried from other events outside of the lunchroom scenario. But pretty much keeping well documented evidence of all this stuff was the smartest way to go. But it is kind of crazy that they would scrutinize her on the fact that there were rough approximations of when things happen and not exact. I think it would be even more weird if she did have exactly the time and down to the minute of when everything happened, because she probably would have either made that up or was trying to orchestrate this from a long time ago. At least that's how they could interpret that maybe. One of the popular opinions says that paper trails are often the undoing of petty, vindictive people. I've seen it several times in my life, providing said paper trail usually, and it's always satisfying. This one was exceptionally satisfying. Bonus, you can now tell people that your boobs are so magnificent they get people fired. And there's actually an example that someone included where they said paper trails are awesome. It's why I keep a copy of every email sent to me or by me at work. And in the SIA email, it says, "Hi, insert name here. Following our meeting today, I just want to confirm we are on the same page. You want me to insert stupid task here that will impact the company massively have done by insert worst possible method. I'd appreciate a confirmation before proceeding as the development time on this is substantial. Regards, insert name here." I've had bosses try to throw me or the dev team under the bus many times with stuff like, "They didn't tell me it would take 6 weeks of dev time." We didn't. Interesting, because here I have an email saying, as discussed, we estimate the development time on this to be 6 to 8 weeks. Get it in writing, people. Keep meticulous backups, and remember, work friends frequently aren't friends. Also, meeting recap emails are really good to avoid innocent miscommunication as well, so are worth doing as a positive thing anyway. It's a shame that you have to go through all of this just to cover your back instead of actually just working on the thing you got to do. But I mean, if you didn't do stuff like this, then you could be in a situation like the OP here, but one where she didn't have all of this ready to go. As for Jill and the story, I cannot believe that she wouldn't know this would eventually lead to her getting fired. She probably had full confidence that her friend in human resources would cover her back and didn't know about this exception clause where she could petition to have an unbiased person from HR. They probably thought they had this whole thing in the bag, with Jill saying, "Oh good, well I'll call my friend Debbie in human resources and this is a done deal," not realizing how this would all get spun out. And Debbie didn't even answer the question if Jill was her friend. She just kept saying, "I can be impartial." So this whole thing was stacked against her. Luckily, the OP knew about this part of the contract, whereas I think a lot of people probably wouldn't have even realized that's an option, or maybe they don't even have that as an option. That might be unique to this specific job. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation. Don't forget to drop a thumbs up, subscribe, and we'll see you in the next one. You can't do anything. You're just a passenger like me. I've posted in IDOWorkHereLady before about some girls that thought I was following them from the station. Sadly, I've had another encounter. It was my my day off and I went to my local station to travel to see a friend, fully masked, obviously. I was waiting by the rear end of where the train would arrive as it had covered seating out of the way. I heard a group of people yelling and screaming and I tried to ignore it. They continued to get louder, but one girl in particular was obviously the ringleader. After a few minutes, the train arrived and we all got on. I was in the very last seat at the back of the train. The ringleader started getting aggressive to a fellow passenger for no reason and my ears pricked up. I stood up and told her to calm down, that she's being an idiot and to just let others be. That was obviously the wrong thing to do. She came close to me and started yelling at me.
What are you gonna do, big man? Huh? You gonna cry to mommy? You gonna go find the police? Huh?
She obviously thought she was untouchable, and I said, look at that screen. What does it say? There was a scrolling LED screen that repeats in writing what has been said over the loudspeaker. She looked at it and said,
so what? What are you gonna do?
I replied, nothing. Just wanted you to look directly at the CCTV camera so there's a clear shot of you. She got angry.
Oh, you think you're a big man, huh? You think you're gonna get the police involved, huh?
I pretended to think about it and then said, you know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. I then use the key I have on my house keychain that accesses pretty much all UK railway property and enter the rear cab, where I quickly close the door, use the cab-to-cab communication to speak to the driver to let them know what was going on and to ask for BTP, which stands for British Transport Police Assistance. I then came out and told her BTP were on their way and the train won't be moving until they arrive. She didn't believe me at first, but then, after the train wasn't leaving the next station, I could see she was getting a bit frustrated. When they did arrive eventually, I gave them my work ID and my side of the story, and they were all taken off. She really is the one who suggested calling the police multiple times, and having her face on CCTV apparently wasn't enough for her to chill out, so she kept asking him what he was going to do, but I guess she didn't actually think he was going to be able to get the police involved because she didn't know that he would have access to the cab-to-cab communication to talk to the driver to tell him to call BTP, the British Transport Police. One good question somebody asked was whether or not he was wearing his uniform, because it seems she would have freaked out and calmed down the moment you opened the door. To which the OP responded, yeah, you'd think, but no, it was my day off. I wasn't wearing the uniform. I'm of a higher grade, so pretty much all the other drivers in my depot know me and know that I live at that station. Not sure if she saw me going in. There's an emergency access smashed glass panel, so she could have thought that I used that. To be honest, I hadn't thought about that bit, considering the rest of the interaction wasn't that much of a highlight to remember what she was doing at that time. This whole thing just gets weird when she ends up getting really confrontational when he's asking her to calm down, but what would you do if you were in this situation? Am I the jerk for regifting my kids their own tablets for Christmas? My kids, 6 and 7 years old, each had an iPad mini. Over the summer, they were having a rough time constantly fighting with each other and just being brats in general. I lost them one day and I took away their iPads, saying they were being sold, never to be seen again. Tears were shed. The iPads were cleaned up, put back into the original boxes, accessories packed away, ready for sale, but I couldn't do it. They went back into a box in the closet. Summer passed, fall passed. The kids have been great and I feel they've earned them back. Christmas is coming. Money is super tight this year. Am I the jerk for wanting to clear the iPads with a factory reset, buy a couple of new cases as a distraction and re-gift them their old iPads as new ones? I mean, the kids are 6 and 7 years old, and if money is tight, money is tight. I don't think that having kids this young, 6 and 7 years old, to have that ever-present consumerist mindset is a good idea, so I don't see anything wrong with this. Even if money wasn't tight, there are other ways to celebrate the holidays without constantly buying things, and it sounds like they're probably going to get a lot of joy out of this regardless if they're used or not. I don't think you really even need to pretend like they're new iPads. You could just tell them the truth that they're getting the iPads back because what they did was bad enough to have them taken away for so long, and now they've been good. This is a gift back to them. I know that's probably not the most popular opinion because it seems like most people do the exact opposite of that, but what do you think in this situation and what would you do? Jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for giving my deceased son's college fund to his best friend instead of my nephew? This has been causing a conflict with my entire family, and they think that I'm being selfish and unreasonable. Let me explain first. I'm a 39-year-old male and I lost my son in 2019 due to a chronic heart condition. He was 15 years old. It was devastating. I just couldn't take it, especially when my family did little to nothing to support me during these difficult times. They didn't bring my son meals when he was at the hospital. They didn't let me go home and rest for even a few hours. They didn't take care of other things while I had a lot to deal with and I wasn't offered any help, just words. They talk but do nothing. Despite the struggle, I've created an account for my son's college fund and kept putting whatever I could get at the time, and me and my son would talk about that a lot. He was depressed, but he always believed he was going to get better and continue his education and attend college. I started saving money to keep him motivated and to make him feel like he could be like any other kid with hopes for a good future. He had a very close friend that's about the same age as him. They were friends for 5 years, and I can't express how his presence in my son's life helped him through the worst days. Sometimes his friend would spend the night with us and try to get my son to do activities and lighten up his mood all the time. To be frank, his friend was closer to him than his own family. He never stopped visiting and asking how I'm doing after my son's death. He'd show me handmade projects he made for my son as a way to remember him, and we'd sometimes just sit and talk together or cry together. Last week, while I was with my family, my sister asked me what I was going to do with my son's college money. I didn't want to mention this, but since she asked, I told her I will be giving the money to my son's friend. She barely even recognized his friend and was confused and said that my nephew deserves the money since he's family. My mom agreed that I wasn't thinking straight and that I should help people close to me, family, and that my nephew has a right to go to college and I was wrong for giving this opportunity away to someone else. I didn't know what to say, and they kept pointing out that I was making a mistake and how my nephew will resent me if he finds out. Thing is, my nephew wasn't close to my son, and I don't even know why he'd be bothered. My sister went on about not being able to afford my nephew's college, and I told her this is my decision and I felt more comfortable that way. She started lashing out, constantly texting me, constantly wanting to talk to me, and ended up arguing. When I snapped, she had my mom calling me, basically guilt tripping me and telling me I'm wrong and that I needed to think about this. It's just too much pressure and I'm feeling lost and unable to figure out how to deal with this. So am I the jerk for giving my deceased son's college fund to his best friend instead of my nephew? When someone suggested that he should ask the sister what her son's college plan was if his son hadn't died, and once she tells him to respond and say, just do that then, and that he isn't obligated to do anything with the money whatsoever. The OP actually said that she says I'm supposed to help since she's struggling, and neither her nor my brother-in-law are doing well financially. I'm not being bitter and getting back at them as they say. I mean, that somehow just feels wrong in a weird way. It's almost like they're using the death of his son as some sort of opportunity to get something out of it. That's probably not how they see it, and it's probably not even how the OP sees it. It just feels off. But I guess in a situation like that, maybe you just can't help but think of the financial aspect of it. The part that's the most shocking, and it kind of is self-evident of the reason why he's not going to give the money to the nephew, is because his sister barely even knew who his son's best friend was. His exact words were that she barely even recognized his friend and was confused. So that's basically saying that she wasn't there in his greatest time of need. When he absolutely needed people the most, this friend was there and his own sister was not, to the point that she doesn't even recognize who that is when this friend was there all through the process of his son dying at the hospital, trying to keep his spirits up and everything that's described in the post. I mean, when you think about it like that, it's just even more sad that she doesn't recognize who that is and then is still asking for money out of the situation. If I had to guess, she'd probably say that she wasn't there because she was busy with her own stuff, but still, that's gotta hurt. So, what would you do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for laughing uncontrollably at my son when he asked me to replace a Christmas gift he broke out of anger? My son is almost 17 years old. This Christmas, we bought him an expensive computer gaming chair as he plays a lot of online multiplayer shooters. My son has some anger issues, which he's currently in therapy for. These shooters tend to bring out his temper more than normal. However, for the past few months, he's been keeping it together well, so I figure the chair might be a fair present. I was wrong wrong because the day after Christmas he was gaming, started to have bad luck, and apparently people in game were messing with him because he was losing his patience. This culminated in him screaming insults, then picking up his chair, slamming it into the ground and breaking the back of it. After talking him down, we had a very serious conversation about him no longer being allowed to play multiplayer games while under my roof until his therapist feels comfortable with his progress. Talked about coping mechanisms, etc. However, I made it very clear that this was unacceptable and he would be grounded. We've had these heart-to-hearts many times, so it's not like every time he has an outburst I'm making light of it. It's a serious issue and it's treated as such. However, when he came to me later in the day, he told me he'd like me to replace the chair because it was a gift. He really liked it and it would only be fair. The frustration and disbelief and disappointment in his behavior boiled over and I started laughing hysterically, as in a full laughing fit, barely able to breathe or talk. The more he'd plead his case, the harder I'd laugh, repeatedly asking him how it was fair in his mind to have me replace a gift I paid for that he broke in anger. This obviously pissed him off more, which led to him getting emotional, but I just couldn't seem to stop myself. I tried walking out of the room asking him to drop it, but every time he'd say, "But I need a chair," or "What am I supposed to do now?" I'd laugh again. I tried explaining that I'm not laughing at his feelings, I'm laughing at how absurd it is for him as a teenager to expect me to replace things he can't be bothered to treat with respect and then whine about it when he broke it. He's still pissed about it and feels slighted. I feel bad for laughing and honestly wonder if I had some sort of mini stress break myself because it's never happened before and I couldn't seem to stop. But at the same time, I stand by the fact that his request was ridiculous enough to make most people want to laugh. How badly did I mess up, and am I the jerk? I don't think that the OP was trying to mock his kid when he was doing this, but that's probably how it came off. I mean, he's describing it as a full laughing fit, barely able to breathe or talk. So it makes sense why the son still feels slighted about this. But I mean, it is a ridiculous request. Somebody's going to give you a very expensive gaming chair for Christmas. The next day you're going to break it. You're banned from playing games in the house, and then you ask for them to replace this very expensive chair again. It is absurd. I mean, it sounds like this kid is extremely coddled or something. He's going to leave into the real world and realize that that's not how life works. You're already in an amazing situation where somebody would care about you enough in order to get that gaming chair in the first place, but why would you think that you have the right to get that again after you destroyed it with your own hands? I think it just says a lot about the mindset of the son himself, because there's no way somebody would ask that if they didn't think that that was actually a possible outcome to the scenario. And he wouldn't think that that was actually a possible outcome to the scenario if his mindset wasn't fundamentally capable of that. So with that said, what would you do if you were in the situation, and jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for not forgiving my fiance for missing the birth of our daughter? I'm a 27-year-old female and my fiance is a 28-year-old male. And my fiance's girl best friend, we'll call her Madison, has never liked me for reasons I guess we'll never know. Anyways, my fiance, let's call him Michael, and I were having a hangout with a little bit of the friends that we shared. It was nearing the end of the night and Madison was the only friend left when Madison came out crying with Michael looking angry. I was around 9 months pregnant at the time. The thing that really caught my attention is when Michael called me a raging B and a C. Myself, being a hormonal pregnant woman, started crying at the name calling. I asked through my tears what was going on, and he proceeds to tell me about a text message I sent to Madison. In the message, I told her to F off and about how Michael and I would not allow her to be near our children. I will admit that I did send this, but it was taken completely out of context. I only sent this text after the many racist text messages she sent me talking about my child and I. I am biracial. Instead of hearing me out, Michael kicked me out of the house that we shared. His name was on the lease. Without arguing, I decided to leave, not wanting to start anything else. As I was walking out the door, I felt a cramp in my lower abdomen. I thought nothing of this because I was not due for another 3 weeks. When I flinched from pain, Michael told me to stop faking. On the way to my mom's house, I felt a gush of water and immediately turned the car around so that I would make it to the hospital. While driving, I took out my phone to call Michael, but was quickly declined. At this point, I was in too much pain to call anyone else and arrived at the hospital. I pushed for 2 hours without an epidural and gave birth to a beautiful baby girl named Grace Noel. Giving birth without my fiance by my side was the final straw for me. I decided to do something and post all the hurtful messages Madison sent me on Facebook. Maybe 45 minutes to 1 hour later, Michael calls me asking me if we could talk. I inform him about my whereabouts and he shows up 42 minutes later. He has tried to apologize multiple times, but I don't think I can forgive him. I went through the pain of pushing out an 8-ounce baby by myself, all because he chose to believe his best friend without listening to his fiance. Am I the jerk for not wanting to forgive him? Wow. So he didn't answer the call because he was mad at her, but this was a situation where it was an emergency where she really needed him. I mean, what if it was a situation where she couldn't drive the car at all? Or what if her car flipped over and she was calling him for help, and just because he's mad at her in the moment, he wasn't going to answer when she's in arguably one of her most vulnerable states right before she has to give birth? Keeping that part of it in consideration is more important than any individual argument, but Michael's, I guess, mad because his friend felt offended. But what about the whole situation made it so that Michael didn't want to hear her out before kicking her out? And on top of that, calling her all those different names without actually hearing her side of it or trying to hear her side of it, because maybe he would have understood if she had an opportunity to tell him, but it sounds like he didn't want to hear that at all. So what could possibly be going on that he wouldn't want to hear that at all? And as a result, missed the birth of his daughter, missed an emergency phone call from his fiance, and now he's in apologizing mode for all this stuff when he could have avoided this just by trying to hear her out. It's a really gloomy situation, but let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. This story is straight out of IDOWorkHereLady, titled "Just Cause I'm Young Doesn't Mean I Can't Be the Boss." I worked at a very popular nightclub, multi-level, younger crowd downstairs, big spenders upstairs. We're talking $70,000 a night on our biggest nights, averaging around $30,000 on normal nights. We used to get a ton of applications as the staff made great tips. I started at the bar as a bouncer for a summer job when I was 19, ended up liking it and being good at it. Anyway, fast forward a couple of years, I'm 22 years old and I've been made general manager of the bar with a staff of about 50 people. We opened during the week for deck drinkers, and I would usually be dressed to impress on some of the days as I wasn't in the office all the time, or I would be doing some work around the bar, minor fixes, painting and such. Anyway, I came down to let the staff in so they could get to work, and before we opened, a girl knocks on the door. You know the type, looking down her nose at everyone with a holier than thou attitude. I open the door for her and ask her how I can help her. She takes one look at me in my boots, work jeans, and t-shirt and walks right past me without so much as a "how do you do" to the bartender to tell the bartender she's looking for the manager so she can pass in a resume. I had the distinct pleasure of watching her face go red as I tell her I'm the manager and tossing her resume immediately without looking at it. A lot of customers we have that spend big money look like nobodies. So in this case, was I the jerk? How much worse of a first impression can you possibly make by ignoring the person who asked you a question and walking past him, and it turns out they are the actual general manager of the entire place? I can understand why he tossed out her resume before he even looked at it because of that behavior straight up. I think he actually points out the fact that a lot of people that spend the big money look like nobodies, because he's saying that in this case, she shouldn't treat people that are dressed like nobodies like they are nobodies, because he was dressed like that, but he's the general manager of the entire place. And as other people pointed out, it is really weird that people are rude to any member of the staff. Even if he was just some entry-level position, why be rude to him? And why would you want to hire somebody that is rude to other people in the staff at all? Someone pointed out a good point that said, if I'm not the first person to be approached by an applicant, I always ask my staff what their interaction was like. I don't invite those who like to rock my boat, so snooty gets the booty. And there's other examples of this. There's a guy who says, I'm pretty sure I got my current job as a bartender because I was polite to the bartender on the way in and on the way out. While he didn't specifically say it was why he hired me, the owner months later told me that the guy who was bartending that day said I would do good working there. And another example of this is a guy who says, definitely, it's especially important to get feedback from first contact people such as a receptionist. How they treat them tells you a lot about an applicant. And I think that's very true. If you're only fake nice to the people you want something from, then everything is so obviously transactional that would you really want to work with a person like that? But let me know what you guys think and what you would do in this situation if it was you. Jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for telling my autistic brother the truth when he asked me why women don't like him? I've got a younger brother. He's 24 years old with Asperger's and he's very high functioning, albeit with his quirks. Recently, I've moved back home during the stay-at-home orders to look after my parents. My brother still lives with them. I found out he's been trying to date in recent months and confessed it's been pretty unsuccessful for him. He even got to go on a first date, but his date literally got up and left after about half an hour. I know exactly the reason why, and it's not flattering. For one thing, my parents coddled him since he was a kid because he was on the spectrum and was the only boy in our family. My mom in particular always told him he was smarter and more advanced than everyone else who's neurotypical. This has led to his belief today that he is genuinely smarter than everyone else, especially women who he thinks are inherently irrational, illogical people. So I know how he interacts with women like me or his sisters. He tends to say very hurtful things first, and when we get upset, he will say things like, "You are being irrational / hysterical / illogical. I'm just being honest and you can't accept it." This is like his catchphrase over the years and it drives us absolutely insane. Anyways, when he asked me, I basically said, "Listen, the truth is your way of talking to women can come across extremely demeaning and borderline sexist." I told him he acts like he can read every woman perfectly and he's pretty much always wrong. This struck the wrong nerve in him, and he later complained to my parents that I attacked him over things he can't control. Now, I'm in hot water for ruining his confidence, and I feel both bad and kind of relieved at the same time. This was the first time in my life I told him how annoying his behavior is, because growing up, our mom had always blamed us whenever he got upset. Maybe I was being too harsh. So, am I the jerk for telling him what I said? The way that she said that is not insulting at all. She says, literally, "Listen, the truth is your way of talking to women can come across as extremely demeaning and borderline sexist." There's nothing about that that's a statement that should make him feel bad about him as a person. She's making a comment on the way he speaks. And maybe, even if he can't control the way that he thinks because he says it's something he can't control, she's probably telling him that because if he knows what to identify, he can identify what would come across as being demeaning and then change the way that he speaks, even if he's not changing the way he thinks at first. I mean, to me, it seems like she's saying the most useful and helpful thing, because if he's getting into situations where people are literally leaving him 30 minutes into a date, it's probably because of something he said, not the way he looks or some other thing like that, because she would have done that right when she first got there. So he's asking for real honest help and she's giving him real honest help, and then he's offended by it. It's kind of a strange scenario here, but if you were in this situation, what would you do? And is she the jerk or not for ruining his confidence? Am I the jerk for making a punny wall of shame for people who stole from my mom's garden? My mom is really into gardening, and sometimes people have come by and stole potted plants, yard statuettes, and even dug out whole plant bulbs with plants out of the ground, or cut all the roses off her bushes because they were too cheap to buy from the florist, I guess. Anyways, my dash cam of my car, which I park in the driveway near the garden bed, has caught all of them close up, and as a way to help my mom not have her plants stolen, I printed all of their pictures out and made a poster that said, "Oh hey there, don't be a daffodil and steal, or else you might end up doing hard time. We hope this'll be a lesson to you." And then I put pictures of everyone stealing from the garden around the border. Also, gave each person a funny fake name: Mr. Potato Head, Dill-ante, Pothead, Prick, Sucker, I peony in my pants, Froundless, Dirtbag, Infertile, and Root Boy. I thought it was funny and cutesy. Like, how can you be offended with dumb plant puns? My mom thought it was hilarious and she wanted me to hang it up because she was sick of seeing stuff stolen. But I got a couple of complaints. One neighbor said I needed to take it down because I had a picture of his son, a minor, who did something dumb, yes, but was just trying to bring his sick girlfriend flowers, and that it was disproportionate and rude to publicly shame him. I told him it wasn't that big of a deal, and he told me I was being petty. I called this kid a little birch, which pissed him off and honestly might have been petty. Another guy came to the house and returned a cutting his wife apparently took, thinking it would be no big deal. But yeah, it damaged the plant because she cut off like a quarter, and asked if we'd take down the sign because she was on the board of directors or something from the town or whatever. My mom answered the door and told him to make like a bee and buzz off. Anyway, I guess they both know each other, and now both of these families are annoyed. Am I the jerk for making a petty sign about people stealing from my mom's garden, hoping to get them to stop? I mean, they stole the plants and the pots. Both of those things cost money. And with gardening, it not only costs money, but it costs time and effort as well. There's nothing different here between this and somebody just walking onto your yard and stealing something that you have there, regardless of what it is. I mean, it's not like they're calling the police on these people and trying to press charges or something. They're doing it in a lighthearted, memey type of way. I mean, the part about the sick girlfriend, it's like if the parent was that concerned, they would help the kid get the roses, but it just feels pretty wrong that this entire community keeps abusing this garden. We don't really know what the setup of this is, but maybe you could also just actually have a fence around it, or if there is one already, then some way that makes it not so easy to jump over and just grab whatever they want from there. But it is crazy that everyone just thinks that they're welcome to help themselves from this garden that they are not funding or putting the time and energy into. It probably wouldn't happen, but this seems like a good scenario to make one of those community gardens where everyone has a little plot of land, a really, really small one, and they can plant whatever they want in there. And that way they can grow what they need to grow, and they all have respect for each other's little plots. So what would you do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for making my daughter sleep in a tent? I'm a 34-year-old female, and I'm a single mother to two girls. Jasmine, who's 16 years old, and Jessica, who's 14 years old. Their dad died when I was pregnant with Jessica, and I had to work hard. We hit rock bottom, and I was barely making it paycheck to paycheck, but I somehow managed to get a degree, become successful, and we live well. The point is, I know how hard it is to be at the bottom of society, and my daughters know this, which is why I was livid at my daughter's actions. Yesterday, Jasmine showed me a video of Jessica cussing at a homeless man and telling him,
"Stop asking me for money. You'd earn it yourself if you weren't so lazy spending what you earned on substances."
When the homeless man complained about the cold, we live in the northeast of England, Jessica responded,
"Yeah, people camp for fun. Even in December, you can't complain. You're living someone's holiday."
Fury was an understatement for what I felt, as I thought I had raised an empathetic daughter. Along with finding the homeless man and making her apologize and help pay with a hotel room for the night, she paid £20 of it, as well as signing her up to volunteer at a food bank, I decided to take her up on her offer of sleeping outside. I locked her bedroom door so she couldn't go in, put a sign on it that says, "Closed for the holidays," and pitched a tent in the garden and filled it with blankets and the sleeping bag I used when I was camping in Norway on a family holiday as a teen, aka really bloody thermal. I slept in the room closest to the garden for that night, so I was nearby if anything was to go wrong. She was reluctant to do it, but chose it over the option of not having access to her phone until the Christmas holidays are over. In the morning, she was crying about how horrible it was to wake up on a cold mat and getting disrupted sleep due to birds. After comforting her, I asked her, would she like to do that every day like the homeless man? It struck a chord with her, and she was crying over her actions, while even after the £20, she was rolling her eyes and her apology was not sincere. This afternoon, I came home from work to Jessica making a big meal to donate to the homeless people who live on the road near our house. I was proud of how she turned over a new leaf, and after taking the food to people, my sister came over. Apparently, my nephew and Jessica were talking at school, and he asked her about her plans for the afternoon. She said that she was going to go cook for the homeless. My nephew asked what triggered that, and Jess told him everything, which relayed back to his mom. My sister said that my punishment was too harsh, and just the £20 payment and the food bank would have done the trick, and I was acting irrationally due to my past. Now I'm second guessing myself. Am I the jerk? Honestly, a lot of people have a severe lack of empathy for the homeless, so squashing that out now, especially in a safe way, is not a bad idea at all. Even without having to live out in the garden in a tent, just volunteering a lot, especially around people that are in desperate need, can totally change someone's perspective on life in general. Not every single homeless person is a raging addict or something, and even those that aren't worth less as human beings, especially if they're not hurting anyone, they're just trying to mind their own business and stay alive. That's not a crime. But it seems like what the parent did here was actually effective. I kind of didn't expect that to be the outcome of this when I started going into this story, but that's what happened. I'm curious to see what had the greatest impact on her mindset, whether it was volunteering at the food bank, sleeping outside, making her apologize. Some combination of that clearly had some sort of transformative effect, but I think something that probably would have just as strong of an effect is just talking to the homeless person, hearing what they have to say and treating them like they're actual people and not just objects that are cast on the floor like trash. So let me know what you guys think. The sister thinks that her mother went way too far, but what do you think? And what would you do in this situation? Jerk or not a jerk, and why? Am I the jerk for starting my wedding on time and not waiting for my parents? I got married on Saturday and it was an absolutely amazing experience, except one thing. My parents showed up late. They knew the ceremony time, and my husband and I made it very clear to everyone, both in the invites and in person, that we were going to start at exactly that time. The venue cost us a lot of money. We paid for the entire wedding ourselves, and we were only able to use it for a limited amount of time, so we wanted to make every minute count. So the wedding day came, and half an hour before we were scheduled to start, my parents still hadn't showed up. My husband and I both called them multiple times, but nobody answered. We waited and still heard nothing. Finally, the start time arrived and my parents still weren't there. I was really pissed off at this point. The wedding coordinator asked if I wanted to go ahead and start the wedding, and I said yes. All of our guests were already there, and we wanted to be considerate of their time. My parents showed up 15 minutes later and missed the entire ceremony. It turns out they did leave early, but got rear-ended at a traffic light and had to deal with insurance, police, etc. They only have a landline, no cell phones, so they couldn't get in touch with me. Obviously, there's no way I could have known this. I'm still frustrated with them for not making more of an effort to get to the venue early, and they're furious at me for not delaying the wedding 15 minutes so they could be there. Am I the jerk? Oof, this is a hard situation to be in because not having a cell phone on the parents' part makes everything a lot more complicated. If the parents had a cell phone of some sort, they could have called and said, hey, we're this far away, we'll be there soon. But without that, the OP couldn't possibly know how long it would be. I mean, is she supposed to wait an hour for them to get there if she has no idea when they're going to get there? And what is she going to tell people? Let's just wait another 45 minutes when it sounds like the venue is charging them for their time. And as she emphasizes here, what seems more important is the time of the people that came to her wedding. It would suck very much though if it was your kid and you missed the entire wedding because you got rear-ended, something that is also not really your fault. This whole situation isn't really the result of doing anything wrong, even though I know the OP is kind of suggesting that they should have left even earlier, expecting that maybe they'll get into a rear-ending, but really, I mean, nobody did anything wrong here. The parents left with enough time to get there if they had not been into an actual car accident, and she couldn't have known how long to wait. So it's not really the direct result of anyone's actions that made all this happen, but what would you do if you were in this situation? Would you have delayed the wedding? Would you have taken the blame? And jerk or not a jerk? This story is from IDOWorkHereLady, titled ID Please? I Work Here. BS. ID Please? This happened 4 years ago when I was starting my senior year of college. I started working at this really popular bar at my university as a cook, fresh out of a crappy catering job. It was the beginning of the school year and thus the beginning of college football season. I was ecstatic because I had just turned 21 a week after I started there, and I got free drinks as well. As dumb as that statement is, this is importance later. About 3 weeks into the job, our college had their first home game, and as usual, the entire university is absolute pandemonium between traffic and everyone and their mother heading for the restaurants before the game. My shift started after the game, so I started heading to the bar around that afternoon. Remember when I said the bar was popular? There was a line of like 16 or 17 half-sloshed college students waiting outside the door to get in while a bored-looking security guard took their IDs. Seeing as how I was new here, I wasn't sure what to expect expect on game day or how busy it was. Normally, I would use the back entrance to get into work, but the entire back lot, and by extension the entire back entrance, was blocked off to be used as a party area / dance floor, so the front entrance was my only option. I started making my way to the front entrance to walk through when all of a sudden the guard stopped me. This woman had a permanent scowl of someone who doesn't get paid enough to deal with slosh college kids all the time, along with an type of attitude. Guard: well, where do you think you're going? Me: I work here. My shift is starting. Guard: nice try. Now get in line. Me: ma'am, I'm not kidding. I actually work here. Guard: you got any ID or a badge that proves it? Probably worth knowing that I didn't even have a uniform on. The cooks wear dish shirts over regular clothes. Me: size. Here, hands over ID. Guard: okay, so you're 21. Still ain't gonna let you skip the line unless you prove you work here. Me, getting irritated: look, can you just get the manager or something so he can prove it? Guard: you see this line? I ain't going anywhere. If you want in, y'all gonna have to wait in line. At this point, students are getting pissed off at me, supposedly holding up the line. I'm getting pissed off because I can't even get to work without being late, and I was running out of options. That's when I realized I was late, but that turned out to be my saving grace. My manager called me around that moment. Chris: OP, are you almost here? Me: I'm actually here, but security's not letting me in. Chris: give me a sec. He hung up, came outside a second later. He chewed out the guard for not even attempting to check with him to see if I was telling the truth and making me late, and he got me into the bar to start working. Chris and I have had a good laugh about me getting carded to go to work, and the fact that this would have been a lot more complicated if I didn't turn 21 a couple weeks ago. Good times. And was I the jerk here? I mean, in this case, you really can't blame the security guard. There's total pandemonium out there, as he said, and there's somebody trying to get in. Maybe at a previous job, that's how people snuck in or something, and there was no way of her verifying it. So she probably should have called, but with all the chaos, maybe it didn't seem as obvious as it does in retrospect. He also admits that he's not even wearing work clothes, so it would be hard to tell one way or another. So I kind of feel bad for the guard getting chewed out, but she should have checked with him if there was enough time to do so. Am I the jerk for insulting a girl's weight after she went off on me for touching her purse on a crowded train? The train is packed, it's hot, I'm tired and looking for a place to sit. Everything was occupied, but at one point I see an old lady get up and start making her way to the doors. I went over to sit in this new place, but found a purse in it instead, belonging to the girl in the window seat. I asked her if she could move the purse, but she didn't respond. I noticed she had headphones in, so I figured I'd pick up the purse and hand it to her as I'm sitting down. As soon as I touched that thing, she went off on me with the most disgusted look and tone, asking me what the heck was I doing. I explained. She then had the nerve to lie that she was keeping the seat for her friend. I told her I knew for a fact she was alone because I just saw the old lady get up, to which she did not respond. So I started making my own way down, forcing her to pick up her purse if she didn't want it crushed under my butt. This released an even bigger tirade and series of, "What the heck is your problems?" I saw an older lady looking for a seat in approaching hours, so I figured I'd had enough of this pettiness. I turned to the girl, who was slightly overweight, locked eyes with her and told her, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you actually needed 2 seats to be able to fit. My bad. I'll get up now." I got up and offered my seat to the old lady, who took it with a smile, seemingly ignoring the huge storm of rage that was spewing out of the girl's mouth as I was walking away. I noticed that some people gave me dirty looks, but others were chuckling, so I kind of wondered if I stepped too much out of line there. Am I the jerk for insulting a girl's weight after she went off on me for touching her purse on a crowded train? Well, in most places, if there's anyone who's elderly, they are the ones who get the seats anyway. So if somebody comes onto the train and you're sitting in a seat and all the seats are full, you're supposed to offer it up to the elderly person regardless of this whole weird situation here. Probably what he should have done is, instead of just picking up the purse and trying to pass it to her, he probably should have tapped her on the shoulder and motioned that he wanted to sit there, but it sounds like she wanted to keep her purse on there even though the train was full. There was one of these investigative reports where they had some news station go on a train recently that I saw, where they find full trains where nobody can sit, and then they have people that are putting their feet or luggage on the seats in front of them that somebody else could have sat at, and they run up on them with cameras and stuff and ask them, "Why are you doing this? Don't you realize it's a full train?" And they basically embarrass people into not being jerks about it and giving up the seat, the extra seat. So I can definitely see why the OP would be very frustrated here. That last little zinger probably wasn't the most helpful, but let me know what you guys think. What would you do if you were in this situation? And jerk or not a jerk, and why? Am I the jerk for allowing 2 teenagers to be spit on by a llama? I work at a petting zoo here, and this weekend we had 2 teenagers, around 16, a boyfriend and girlfriend, who were antagonizing a llama. I told them, you might want to cut that out. Llamas spit in self-defense. But they kind of laughed off my warning. Now, I knew that llama spit was a whole lot worse than they probably thought it was, but I decided not to tell them about that. I figured if they persisted, I'd trust the llama to teach them a lesson. The llama was being patient. At one point, it gave them a warning spit, which is just saliva, and they went, ew, and laughed about it and brushed it off, and then kept going at it. Finally, the llama had enough and unleashed its green, defensive spit that llamas are known for. It got the girl square in the face. She dropped to her knees and started retching, and eventually threw up. Her boyfriend was gagging and ran away towards the building that I was in. To make things worse for them, I didn't even let them come in to wash up in the petting zoo's only bathroom. It was a slow day, so I just locked the doors. I told them I didn't want that smell inside and made them leave the farm without washing up. Am I the jerk? The girl's parents called me the next day and yelled at me, saying that was too harsh. Maybe it was. I knew that if you don't wash out llama spit right away, the smell sinks into your skin and it becomes extremely hard to remove, but I wanted the lesson to sink in as well. So, am I the jerk for allowing 2 teenagers to be spit on by a llama? I have never heard of this before. Who knew llama spit was so brutal? I mean, really, as some people pointed out already, they had 2 warnings. The first one was a verbal warning, and the second one was the saliva warning. And it is really weird that after getting spit on with the saliva warning, that they thought it was normal enough to just keep going, doing whatever they were doing to mess with the llama. And who's even messing with llamas to begin with? The llama's probably just trying to mind its own business. If anything, I think the most messed up part was locking the bathroom doors, but I can understand not wanting that smell to be in there, especially if it sticks around for a long time. Somebody actually brought up the point that they didn't learn their lesson if they got their parents to call and complain. And the OP actually said that I think the mother complained mostly because her whole house stunk and her daughter wasn't able to remove the smell. She agreed that her daughter was in the wrong, but said that I should have warned her or let her wash it off and that this was too harsh. She said that the smell seemed to be getting worse over time, even after multiple showers, which I had heard secondhand that llama spit can do. It soaks into your skin and continues to rot. I think that the smell was the main reason she got mad. I just told her there's not really anything that can be done once it's soaked in, and that I wasn't about to let my bathroom stink to high hell so her daughter could try and fail to wash it off after multiple warnings. I wonder how long this actually stays in your skin. If any of you guys have ever been spit on by a llama, let me know down below in the comments. And also, was there not a water hose or anything at all, a water fountain where they could have at least tried to wash it off before it soaked in too deep? Maybe the bathroom really was all that there was available. But what would you do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for gifting my sister pictures of my dog? I'm a bit of a jerk, I will admit, but hear me out. So today I was at my parents' house to celebrate Christmas Eve with my side of the family, as this year I will be spending Christmas with my girlfriend's family. Anyways, we opened up presents early this morning. Something I should note about my sister is that she loves her children, which is great, and I do love my nephews, but every year she gets me magnets, pictures, blankets, and pretty much anything she can plaster her kids on. While it's nice, I don't have a shrine in my house dedicated to them. And I know this might sound selfish, but I don't really want them. Also, as I don't know what to do with them, they end up in a drawer or something, because one year she got me a really large tapestry thing with her kids on it, and it was huge. Obviously, I didn't want to hang it up as it quite literally covered the entire wall. I never say anything to her as I don't want to offend her and ruin Christmas. So that's when I had the genius idea of doing the same thing, but with my dog. I put him in a little tie, took his picture, put it in a frame. I love my dog as my child, so I figured I'd gift it to my sister. I also got her a $25 Starbucks card as she's obsessed with them, and I wasn't trying to be petty. Anyway, she opens it up and her face drops. Then she goes to me and says, "What the F am I supposed to do with this?" Without thought, I said, "The same thing I do with yours. It'll look good on your coffee table." Long story short, she got mad. My family is pretty much on my side, except for a couple of people who thought it was funny, but in the end, quote, "dogs aren't comparable to humans," which I don't necessarily necessarily agree with and wasn't the point of the gift, but whatever. I thought it was funny, but I need unbiased opinions. Am I the jerk for gifting my sister pictures of my dog? The wall-sized tapestry is kind of nuts. Even if they were your own kids, having an image of them that takes up the entire wall is kind of strange. At that point, you might as well start getting brass statues of your kids. Just line the entryway to your house with giant blown-up versions of your children all along the way. And while you're at it, get some big posters so you can put on the ceiling so when you're lying in bed, you could stare at images of them on the ceiling. His sister probably didn't mean anything weird by it, but it is weird. And maybe he should have led with the Starbucks gift card first, because she might have been offended thinking that this is all you got me is a picture of your dog. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. Am I the jerk for telling my daughter to cancel her marriage? I have a 27-year-old daughter who was with her boyfriend for 7 years and they got engaged not long ago. Just a small party, not many guests. She always talks to me about how she loved him, how he always listens to her, and how he was made for her. I have agreed with her since I found him to be a good-natured man. He was kind and humble and always respectful to the family. We've met his parents for dinner twice or thrice, and they hit me as a little sexist, asking questions to my wife like, I don't know why you're working. Isn't that the husband's job? It's the mother's job to be taking care of the children. Now that they wanted to make it more serious, they planned a marriage. Anyways, we were planning the marriage, and one day her boyfriend comes to me and says his parents want to talk to me. I was going to call my daughter too, but he said that she wasn't allowed. I went with him and his parents started talking with me about a dowry. I was confused and said there was no dowry, and in 2020, who even gives a dowry? But the boyfriend and his parents started lecturing me about how necessary it was and how my daughter would be a stay-at-home wife. My daughter has always told me she wanted to continue her dreams, so I don't know what this is. Anyways, they told me that I should give it a thought and told me not to tell my daughter for the time being. However, I immediately told my daughter about it and she started crying, saying she didn't know her boyfriend was so sexist. She asked me what she could do now, and I told her that she wasn't being forced and could cancel her marriage if she didn't want it. Well, that is exactly what happened, and her boyfriend and his parents are calling me saying I took away the love of his life, etc. On top of that, some of her friends, of which many were bridesmaids, said that I was a huge jerk for breaking up what would have been a healthy marriage. But it's my daughter's happiness that matters. Am I the jerk for telling my daughter to cancel her marriage? If the daughter thinks that she's going to get into the marriage and continue to follow her dreams, but the husband thinks that she is going to be a stay-at-home wife and just surprise the daughter with that after she's already married, then this whole arrangement doesn't make sense. How can you possibly be with somebody for 7 years and not know that that's what the boyfriend's expectation would be when the girlfriend, the wife, doesn't seem to want that at all, at least from the way that the parent is telling it here? I mean, I guess the plan was trap her in the marriage and then all of a sudden spring it on her that, hey, by the way, you're going to be a stay-at-home wife now. Surprise. Ultimately, this boils down to a situation that people tend to do where they're taking away the choice of the other person without them knowing that their choice is being taken away. Because the girlfriend, the daughter here, doesn't know that this is what it's going to be like, it sounds like. So you're taking away her choice to say no, that she doesn't want this, by withholding this information from her until she's married. So how could the parent not tell the daughter that? Let me know what you would do if you were in this situation as the parent, and jerk or not a jerk, and why. This story is from IDOWorkHereLady. I was the boss's son. I had an entitled employee in my crew that made a mistake. A little background. My father owns a telecommunications repair company, and before that, he worked in the industry for years. And since I hated daycare, I spent every summer helping him learn to weld, rig cell phone tower antennas, stuff like that. By the time I was 19 years old and dropped out of college, I decided to get my certifications and asked my dad for a job. Well, he got a huge contract and hired 5 brand new guys with myself and another veteran that's been working with him for years as crew leads to run all the repair projects. I ended up with this massive D-bag who got fired from multiple different physical therapy clinics and is now 40 and unhireable by any other industry, but he has a massive superiority complex because he has a bachelor's degree, and that somehow makes him better than a tradesman. On to the story. We are on the first site on the first day of a job for a major client taking down old antennas and putting up new one. The other crew lead and I drive up to the site after morning meetings at the hotel with my dad and the client over Skype, and we've brought lunch for everyone. The other crew lead realizes he forgot his hard hat at the hotel and tells me he'll be back in half an hour. No big deal. It's a simple job that I've done before with my dad. I drop the sandwiches in the refrigerated server room and go to the D-bag, who using a trailer hitch winch to haul a brand new antenna up to the tower where our other guys were, who are 700 feet up at the top waiting to install it. He's got the antenna about 150 feet up at this point. Me. Hey, D-bag, I think you've got your fasteners on backwards. The fasteners have to be perfect because the higher the antenna gets, the more wind, the more tension on the winch. D-bag. They're fine. Me. No, they're definitely backwards. D-bag. They're effing fine. Go away, little bootlicker. I guess that was his derogatory term for me being the boss's kid. Me, no, they're backwards, and by the time it gets up there, the winch is gonna slip and the antenna is gonna drop. Bring it back down and fix it. D-bag. I don't have to do squat for someone who's half my age and can't make it through a year of college. The only reason you're here is because you're daddy's kid and can't make it in the real world. Right as he finished the sentence, I hear the winch crack. So I grab DB and run both of us into the server shelter, smashing all the sandwiches in the process while the winch flies out of the hitch mount and the antenna drops like a rock onto the truck, carving straight through the cab and into the ground underneath. Me. Ah, man, so you can't rig right and you don't have the common sense to put the pin in to secure the winch to the truck. There's no way, that was my fault. Me. Not only is it your fault, but now I get to explain to both OSHA and our insurance how we managed to damage over $70,000 in equipment and $30,000 in our client's equipment on the first day on this job. I spent the rest of the day calling OSHA, my dad, our insurance, and my mother, who's our accountant, to make sure that all the right reports get filed and our butts are covered on all bases. I'm assuring the other crew guys their paychecks aren't going to be affected and that I'll get them some more sandwiches. After the end of the day reports are finished, my dad calls me up and tells me to fire D-bag for negligence. So I go up to him. Me. Hey, you're being let go. Sorry, but this incident is just something we can't afford to have happen again. And since it was obviously D-bag, you can't fire me. The other crew guy. Pretty sure he can fire you. And if you don't believe him, I'll fire you. If you don't believe either of us, then we can go see the boss tomorrow. D-bag. Forget it. Let's go talk to the boss right now. It's like 4 p.m. So we drive 3 hours, interrupt my family's dinner, and then sit there smugly on the couch in my dad's home office while he literally screams at this guy about costing him $100,000 and maybe a lost contract, and basically tells the guy he's filing a civil suit for negligence since I specifically came and told him he was doing something incorrectly. D-bag. What does he know? He's just a kid. Dad, I taught him how to rig a winch when he was 8 and he did it right. You're a 40-year-old man who managed to crush an entire truck. Get out of my house. So the first thought I wonder is there actually going to be a lawsuit from this? And on top of that, the first question people asked was, how much did his insurance go up? And the OP kind of answered both of those things. They said, we were able to provide the insurance company that with him gone, there was no reason our rates should go up since the other crew guy and I had pretty solid records as crew leads, and that was our first incident in 2 years. My dad's company actually has one of the cleanest incident records in the industry because he focuses on training and safety more than profits. I guess coming from the perspective of car insurance or something like that, I feel like there's no way in a car insurance scenario that your rates wouldn't go up, but maybe insurance in this realm of things is a lot more reasonable and they're not going to increase the rates that much for something that you can prove is no longer a part of the equation. In this case, the guy they let go. This definitely seems like a situation where the guy that was let go was probably frustrated thinking that he knew better about this industry when it seems like he's pretty new to this industry, whereas the boss's son, although he is very young, he's been doing this since he was 8 years old. I mean, this guy's basically an expert at this point, but I don't think he wanted to give him a chance. So what would you do if you were in this situation? Am I the jerk for being upset with my husband for using my bonus on himself? Here's some history. My husband is a 28-year-old male and I'm a 27-year-old female, and we've been married for about 4 years now. We dated in college and got married after. He finished college with a finance degree and thought he would go into accounting. Well, he quickly found out that it was not his passion, so he bounced around jobs and ideas like business, becoming a teacher, a lawyer, but nothing really kept him saying, this is what I want to do. This was all pre the global illness. And since the global illness has started, he has not attempted anything. He says after the pandemic there will be create booming jobs and he can find something that he's passionate about. I have been working full time and thankfully my job became remote and pays the bills while keeping food on the table. Here's the incident in question. After the fiscal year closed, my work had done really well. We were selling medical testing equipment, so it was a big product of 2020. I was given a promotion and I got a little pay raise and a small bonus. I was really excited because I could finally repair my purse and replace my shoes. My friend's puppy destroyed it, but I acknowledged I should not have left my purse on a low stool in front of the puppy's bed, so it was my fault. I was so excited to tell my husband, but he seemed more excited than me over this promotion. He started going off how he could redo his game area and get new systems since he was tired of his others, and I was dumbfounded. I got really quiet because I could almost not believe what he was saying. He eventually goes out and gets himself a new system, chair, and mouse. He basically spent my entire bonus. I was so upset and ultimately hurt and numb. We ended up getting into an argument and he called me selfish for not being happy that he finally got to achieve his dream, and I am spoiled for being upset I couldn't spend this money on myself first. I basically called him an ungrateful jerk and asked why does he deserve new stuff when I have been providing. He got really quiet on that one and stormed out saying he would be staying with his family, only about an hour away. I have been getting angry calls and texts due to the fact that he didn't feel supported in his own home, and if I am making the money, I can get whatever I want and I shouldn't throw it in his face since he doesn't have income, which is not true. I'm trying to keep a roof over our head and food on the table. All of his friends and family think I way overreacted to something that makes my husband happy, and that the next time we get a large sum of money, my husband said he would let me repair my purse. I haven't responded and I don't think I will for a few days, but I've gotten so many "you're such a B" and a jerk, I'm starting to wonder if I really am. So, am I the jerk for being upset with my husband for spending all of my bonus money on himself? So before we even get into any of the conversation about this, there's actually an update on this where she says that she took the weekend to reflect on what she wants, and she sees a lot of people's points and she can't keep treating this like a marriage if he doesn't. So here's to today and my first steps towards freedom. I am separating the finances immediately and contacting a local lawyer to see my options and rights, as well as therapy options for him. I will present this to him and he gets to choose, but I refuse to baby an almost 30-year-old. If he wants that, he has his mother. So she's not explicitly saying the word divorce, but that sounds like a divorce to me if she's contacting a local lawyer and she's separating all the finances. Way before you get to that step, I think there should be a lot of conversation that's had, because if this is the only thing that's happened like this after a long time, who knows what this guy is going through? The global illness has changed a lot of people in a lot of ways, especially people becoming more depressed than they expected to be, and maybe not able to communicate that because it's the first time they've ever been depressed, or something else that's come up during the global pandemic. We really don't know. We don't have enough information about the husband because we're hearing it from the wife's point of view, but it seems like she's seeing it that he's just staying at home and doing nothing, but maybe this guy is struggling inside or there's something going on, and instead of trying to have a conversation with her and explaining that to her, he did the dumb option, which is just to take the money and spend it on all this stuff that he thinks will make him happier, when if that is really what would have made him happier, he should have said, hey, I think I'm going through this thing right now, and I think this would help a lot. What do you think? And then they could talk about it together. Maybe instead of getting all that stuff, a chair and the systems and all this other stuff, I think she said a mouse, maybe one of those things so she could also get her purse repaired or whatever it is that she needs. The only reason I say this is because people don't usually just do stuff totally out of nowhere. If this is out of character enough for her to write a whole piece about it, then something has probably changed within the husband given the circumstances of the world, because people don't tend to just do something like this out of nowhere if that's not how they were before, if there was nothing that caused it. So rather than jumping straight to a divorce, it's probably worth figuring out why is the first step. But maybe none of that matters. Maybe he's just a jerk. If that's what you think, let me know down below in the chat. Jerk or not a jerk, and what would you do? Am I the jerk for choosing my brother over my marriage? My parents divorced when I was 3 years old and went into separate marriages. I had a rough childhood being split between two different households. It was really messy and made me not want children at all. When I was 20 years old, my parents reconciled after their second marriages had ended and had my brother soon after. I had already been dating my now wife for a year and we were eventually married. She agreed with me about not wanting kids. 5 years later, and my brother is now 6 years old, and all is not well in my parents' marriage. My mother had an unexpected heart attack and died. My father did not take it well and drank himself to death. Obviously, my family is in mourning, and I've been trying to find a home for my brother. None of my half-siblings want him. The only other option would be for him to go into foster care, and I'm not going to let that happen. I told my wife that I was going to be his guardian, and she did not have to stick around in this marriage if she didn't want to. She did not take it well and is furious that I would choose my brother over her. I doubt my marriage will survive, but I can't let my brother go into foster care. Am I the jerk? The way that he described presenting this to his wife seems very adversarial. He told her that he was going to become his guardian and she didn't have to stick around in this marriage if she didn't want to. Is that on the first explanation or is that after a long argument? Because there's no context as to when that came. If he just said that out of nowhere, that's really weird. And maybe the wife would have been okay with it if he would have just said, hey, if we don't do this, my brother is going to have to go into foster care. Are you open to this? If he did say all that and she said, no way, send him to foster care, then yeah, I understand that. I understand him saying it like this, but it seems weird if he just said that as the first way of bringing it up, even if he knew she didn't want kids. There are moments like these where even if you don't want to be a guardian of someone, you have to step up and do it. I mean, the alternative is your brother is going into the system. And why would you allow for that to happen if you had the means to prevent it from happening? If that ended up being the case, your brother would probably resent you for the rest of your life. And that is not the most important part. The most important part is that he had to go through it when it was totally avoidable. But let me know what you guys think. Jerk or not a jerk for choosing my brother over my marriage? Am I the jerk for refusing to RSVP to my sister's wedding because I'm required to write an application essay just to attend? Yes, I know this sounds insane, but I'm living in it. So my sister is getting married next February, destination wedding no less. I have doubts whether this wedding is actually going to happen with the global illness and everything, but she is totally set on moving forward. Anyways, because of the pandemic, her original venue has made her cut down on guests because they're cutting capacity by half. As a result, she's sending out re-invites that asks everyone to RSVP again. But in order to figure out who to invite and who to cut, she's asking all confirmed guests to submit 250-word essays to 2 questions. The gist is that they'll use these essays to choose who can come or not, based on people's enthusiasm. People who don't write essays at all will be automatically disqualified. I just feel really insulted by all of this. The questions aren't even pandemic related. It's broad topics like, why do you still want to celebrate this day with us? And what will attending our wedding mean to you specifically? So she's blatantly looking for people to kiss her butt and tell her why they really want to go. Anyways, I told her in advance, I'm not writing 500 words on why I need to attend her wedding, spend my own money on plane tickets / hotels, and buy her a present. This has really rubbed her and my parents the wrong way. She said that to keep things fair, if I don't fill out the RSVP correctly, I won't be saved a spot. I said, fine with me. Then my parents said if I don't show up, I'm going to be in big trouble with all of our relatives, so just write the essays. Am I the jerk if I stay stubborn on this? I'm already annoyed at the thought of spending thousands and coming home to quarantine, but I will not belt out 500 words on how this is totally my choice. Am I the jerk? She also mentions that she's a 27-year-old female and that she doesn't live with her family, but this is her only sister. And that the sister has framed these essays as surveys, but there's a word limit on them. So if you don't reach the word limit on Google Forms, you can't even submit it. And apparently her parents think this is perfectly reasonable, nice even, because her sister is letting everyone have the chance to attend. The best idea of what to do here that I've seen so far is to send a copy and paste of the text, "Mom and Dad said I have to come or I'm in big trouble," over and over and over and over again until it hits 250 words, and then submit that. And at the end say, "I'm your sibling." Which makes sense because, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having an immediate family exception about this. I mean, is she making the parents write this essay as well? And if she is and they don't write it, is she going to tell her parents that they can't go? I think the same should apply to the sibling as well. I mean, it's her only sibling. So the parents and the sibling are all immediate family. Anyone outside of that, maybe you can apply this to them, but it doesn't really make sense if you actually want this core group of your family to be there. So let me know what you guys think, jerk or not a jerk, and what would you do? Today I messed up by pretending to be deaf for a year. So at the start of quarantine, I started an online course for a few subjects. To provide some background, these aren't my school classes or anything, and I've never met these people before. There are maybe 10 other kids in class, and the teacher is actually pretty great. So the first 2 days go pretty well, but on the third day, I mess up big time. We were in between a physics class that had already been going on for an hour, and I'd completely forgotten and got distracted halfway through. I have an incredibly low attention span, and this was already too much for me. When the teacher called my name to answer his question, I had no idea what he'd been talking about, so I tried to Google it. However, I have terrible internet, so it took a really long time to load, and the teacher was getting pissed as to why I wasn't responding and why I was typing. So, completely freaking out, I decided to text him on the Google Meet chat and make an excuse that my laptop's audio and microphone were not working today, and I've been reading the subtitles, which take quite some time to load, so I hadn't gotten his question. In my immense panic, I phrased this somewhat vaguely and said, "I can't actually hear. I've been reading the subtitles and they take quite some time to load." To which the instructor said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't aware that you are deaf." In my intense panic and anxiety, I just went along with it. Dumb as hell. It actually worked out fine. I typed out all the answers sent to me and even brought a hearing aid that I sometimes wore in class. Now I say sometimes because I don't actually have the focus and commitment to remember to put it on every class. When asked about it, I told the people in class that even with the hearing aid, I can't hear much, so I usually don't bother wearing it. They bought it. Everyone in class likes me a lot now too, and they find me very endearing. There's a girl, Carla, who says I have the most beautiful smile she's ever seen. So this was actually going really well for me. But like most of my antics, this backfired on me big time. When I made this godforsaken decision all that time ago, I was sure I'd get away with it. We were never going to meet in real life. However, about a week ago, the instructor decided to meet in real life as the lockdown in my country has been lifted. I spent all night watching videos of deaf people trying to figure out how to behave. I decided to pretend to also be completely dumb so I wouldn't have to try to speak like them. It seemed very hard and I didn't want to try. So anyway, we meet up and everything goes well. No one uncovers my secret or anything. I spend the entire in real life meeting with Carla, who is completely stunning in real life. She's smart, she's funny, she's kind. We keep handing each other notes on tissue paper and it's the cutest thing ever. I haven't been this attracted to anyone in my entire life. Toward the end of the meet, however, Carla hands me a tissue paper with one little heartbreaking sentence on it. "Will you date me?" Damn. Panicking, I tell her I need some time to think and she's chill with it. I'm supposed to be meeting up with her tomorrow. I can't pretend to be deaf and dumb while dating her. It's impossible. But if I have to keep up this charade, I'll have to let her go and I don't want to do that either. There's also the other option where I tell her it was all an act. The best case scenario is the extreme embarrassment plus an amazing girlfriend, and the worst case scenario is she thinks I'm a jerk and I lose her anyway. So, what do you think I should do? There is no way this guy can pretend to be deaf for the rest of his life. What if he ends up marrying this girl, Carla? He's going to pretend to be deaf for his entire life? Eventually, that's going to come out no matter what. And if he really likes her as much as he says he does here, it's a no-brainer. You have to tell her and accept the consequence of lying about being deaf in order to get out of that one awkward situation. That probably will be one of the weirdest reveals ever, though, because why would anyone ever pretend to be deaf for this long? Or any period of time, really, but especially when it was this entire length of time. So I was very curious to see what happened, and I wanted to follow this to see if there were any updates, to see if he actually did tell her one way or another and what ended up happening, and luckily there were updates on this. So he said yes to a date, and when talking about that, he said that she just texted me what time to pick her up. The date is actually tonight, not tomorrow, so I have less time to make this decision than I expected. I'm like a disaster that keeps on happening. Anyway, you should have an update in about 6 to 7 hours, which is when I'll meet her. So here's the update. This is the update y'all have been waiting for. I just got back from the date with Carla. Basically, I prepared really hard for the date. I Googled what the appropriate flowers for apologizing for your lies are, and I got her white orchids. I then put on my best clothes and set out. She'd come to the date with a cute little notepad and 2 pencils for us to write notes in, which melted me instantly, but I was so anxious and nervous at first that I couldn't bring myself to tell her. But as we sat waiting for our order to arrive, I kind of snapped because of guilt and scribbled down into the notebook. This is what he wrote. Hey, there's not an easy way to break this, but I'm actually not deaf, ... or dumb. To which she replied, I know you're not deaf, but you are pretty dumb. At which point I said WTH out loud. She then laughed and explained that she thought I was so cute that she'd Googled me long ago and found my Instagram, which has highlighted stories from concerts where I'm screaming and vibing. So she only asked me out to figure out for how long I'd keep this going. She was playing with me the whole time. I was feeling pretty bummed that she only wanted to date me for that, but nevertheless, I apologized profusely and showed her the Reddit post to explain myself. Best move ever. She found the post funny and cute and adorkable, and I told her I totally understand if she wants to end the date now, but she didn't. We had a great time, and we aren't officially dating or anything, but we did set a second date for next Wednesday. She also told me that while she understands why I did what I did, and that anxiety, especially social anxiety, is so hard to deal with, she also believes that I was a little offensive, especially with a hearing aid. She explained to me why that was so insensitive, and I'd like to apologize for anyone I might have offended on here. It really was not my intention. For our second date, we're planning to volunteer at the Center for Deaf Kids so I can redeem myself. Thank you all. You all might have just gotten me a girlfriend. Wow, I did not expect that to be the outcome of that. And when he said that he was preparing before this date, where he was actually talking about what type of flowers to get for apologizing for lies, I thought he was going to say I was preparing by watching videos of deaf people knowing how to act, because that seems like the direction it was going in. But I do wonder what it was exactly that gave it away to Carla that made it so obvious to her that he wasn't actually deaf, where the teacher or nobody else in the class seemed to know that. If you were Carla in this situation, what would you do? Would you give him a chance, continue dating him, or would you just end it right there? Let me know down below. Am I the jerk for blowing up at my friend who constantly makes comments about my boobs? I have big boobs. I'm currently 52 kilograms, and there's nothing I can do to change the size of these things unless I have surgery. I'm also extremely shy and from a very conservative family, so my resentment and shame towards my bust is an ongoing issue. My friend Sarah is one of those unfiltered free thinkers who says whatever is on her mind. She's also slim, and her chest is very much in proportion with the rest of her body. We work together, and I'm always secretly jealous of how great shirts and tops look on her, whereas I feel I look very sloppy and unprofessional with oversized, ill-fitting clothes. Sarah has this way of always bringing up my boobs in conversation, starting off complimentary, but often ending with a subtle insult. She knows they're a physical feature I'm uncomfortable with, but doesn't let up. Examples of things she'll say is how my boobs look good now, but give it a few years and they'll be down to my knees. Ha 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 ha. Or she'll show me comments on Reddit where people are discussing chest size preferences, and most are commenting how they much prefer a smaller bust over a large. Or just a general reminder of how work or men will never take me seriously because of my cartoon boobs. I know she's trying to have lighthearted fun, but it gets to me, and I've told her a few times to drop it before. Now, we're working from home. We all have daily video calls and meetings. Uniform is not necessary, and we can wear what we like. A few days ago, it was extremely hot, and I was wearing a lighter, more revealing top than my usual baggy cover-ups. During this video call, in front of 6 other colleagues, Sarah starts vocalizing her thoughts on my appearance.
Holy cow, put those away. You look like you're in an adult film. We don't need to see that first thing in the morning.
I was mortified. One colleague laughed along, but the rest looked uncomfortable. I felt close to tears. I made an excuse and I left the meeting. Sarah called me up half an hour later asking me what was wrong, and I went off on her. I told her to screw herself, and I was sick of her and her constant jabs at my appearance. I went on a 10-minute tirade and hung up. Sarah has been off sick since that day, and we haven't spoken again. I'm wondering if I was too harsh and maybe I should call and apologize for my outburst. Was I the jerk? Yeah, so as many others have pointed out, saying that on a work call is straight up sexual harassment. It doesn't matter who's saying it, it's the fact that it was said at all. So if she wanted to, and they have an HR department at her work, she could probably go there and tell them that. And right after I thought that, I saw that she actually put an update to a lot of commonly asked questions, starting with number 1. She said, I've contacted HR with my complaint. I have a lot of old text messages and emails with comments and memes Sarah has sent me making fun of my chest size. John and other colleagues are fully supporting me as well as my manager. It will take a while for them to get back to me, but I'm confident things will be sorted and Sarah will be dealt with. She also then clarifies that her overall weight is 52 kilograms, not her boobs alone. And she also says that she can't lose any more weight to make a difference on her bust size. She won't get surgery, but she's been working on her body image issues, which her shyness and upbringing did a number on. I mean, the first thing that pops out to me out of all of this is that maybe Sarah is just jealous in some weird way. Maybe not directly that she wants to have this type of body, but maybe she's jealous that it gets a lot of attention. Or maybe she thinks that in her own mind, the OP gets some sort of unfair treatment in a positive way, and Sarah doesn't like that, so she's always pointing it out in order to take it the other direction. I mean, that's just a theory based on the fact that she's always bringing it up according to this post, and not only in verbal conversations, but like she just said in the update, also in text messages and other things outside of that. And the OP already asked her to drop it, to stop talking about it, and Sarah continues to do so. So there's got to be something going on there that is pushing her in that direction. So with all of that, if you were in this situation, what would you do? And is she the jerk or not? Would I be the jerk if I called off my wedding because my fiance does not want my son to bring his boyfriend to the wedding? My son was born when I was only 15 years old, and I've been a single dad since I was 18. It was hard living for a long time money-wise, but I always try to do the best by my son. Today I own my own gym, and my son is now 22 and going to college and works at my gym full-time. He came out to me when he was 14 years old, and I've always been supportive of him and his identity. I've been with my fiance now for about 2 years, and while she does come from a very deep religious and conservative family, she has never had any issue with my son, at least nothing she has ever expressed to me. My son has been dating his boyfriend since he was 18, and I've gotten to know him really well. However, my fiance told me recently that she does not want my son's boyfriend to come to the wedding, nor does she want her parents to even get the inclination that my son is gay, that if they found out, they would have a complete fit. This really bothered me because I refuse to ask my son to go back in the closet. What is going to happen in the future? When my son gets married himself, will they want him and his husband barred from other family events? He's my son and will be the best man, and it would be unfair to deny him a +1 because her family has an issue with gay people. When I told her this, she got very angry with me and told me that I was being selfish and over dramatic, that it would just be for this one day, that she wants the perfect wedding. I told her this was unacceptable, and I was not going to ask my son to not bring his boyfriend. It's my wedding too, and I want his boyfriend there. After that, I got the silent treatment for a day, and since then, it hasn't been discussed again. However, it has left an extremely bad taste in my mouth and has me contemplating calling the wedding off. I do not want to marry into a family that would potentially discriminate against my son. I love my fiance very much, but my son will always come first. I told my brother and he said I was being the jerk here, that it was just for one day, and that since my son is an adult, it's unlikely that he would have that much interaction with his step-grandparents in the future anyway. I still don't feel comfortable about the entire situation, and I'm really thinking about calling the wedding off. Would I be the jerk if I did this? Am I being unreasonable here? The fiance here seems more concerned with what her family thinks about the situation than she is about how the actual son, who you're going to have to tell this to, would feel about it. It almost seems like she's mad that the dad, the OP here, is saying something that is perfectly reasonable, and that's why she gave him the silent treatment. But he does have a good point. If she's going to be like this about her son's boyfriend now, what are they planning on doing? Hiding it for the rest of their lives after they get married? It doesn't really make any sense. Eventually, somebody's going to find out, and then what? What's the big grand punishment? They're going to make them get divorced? This whole situation seems like something you definitely want to have worked out before you get married. But if you were in this situation, what would you do? And jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for telling my husband that I won't punish my daughter for speaking another language in the house because it upsets his son? Me and my daughter Anya are from India. Our native language is Hindi. She is 11 years old now. Her father died when she was 5 years old, and I immigrated to the States because everyone was trying to get me remarried to a 60-year-old sleazebag because, oh no, however will a woman live or raise a child alone? I started dating my now husband when Anya was 6. He had a 5-year-old, Ben, who he has 50% custody of. Me, Anya, Ben, my husband, and Ben's mom get along really well. The kids were very well adjusted, and they were genuinely happy when we got married. Whenever tensions arose, we dealt with them patiently. Let's just say after walking through the minefield of Indian family / drama, diffusing these toy bombs were very easy. Anya has a habit of talking in Hindi when she gets really excited. Sometimes, while talking to me, she starts talking in Hindi without even realizing it. This wasn't a problem. If she does that while others are around, I would remind her to revert back to English. A few months ago, Ben's mom passed away and he came to live with us full time. He has a room already and we put Ben into therapy immediately. A week ago, Ben walked in when me and Anya were cooking and we were talking in Hindi and he started crying. He told me he's feeling bad, that he can't understand what we're saying. I hugged him and consoled him and assured him that we didn't do it to exclude him purposefully. And then Anya started crying and apologizing. The whole thing was just heartbreaking. Since then, Anya has been making a conscious effort to talk only in English, and I can tell that it puts Ben at ease. Yesterday, however, she was frustrated and started lamenting about schoolwork in Hindi to me. Me and Ben were in the living room and Ben and husband were in the kitchen and they heard it. Later that night, my husband told me how he thinks we must start thinking about giving punishments whenever she speaks Hindi unconsciously until Ben starts feeling better. I was horrified at this suggestion. I've never pulled the "she's my daughter, not your" card, but this is the hill I'm willing to die on and use that card if necessary. Whether he likes it or not, it's her first language. Expecting her to always converse in her second language, even when she's feeling some extreme emotions, is just cruel, especially after she is genuinely making an effort to make Ben feel more comfortable. It's almost like punishing her for her heritage or for being Indian. Of course, this is a huge point of conflict between me and my husband, and I think it's unfair to do this to Anya even temporarily. He thinks me and Anya are unnecessarily making Ben feel bad while he is mourning his mother, while we can try and prevent it. Both of us are conflicted here. Who is the jerk in this situation? This sounds like the perfect opportunity for Ben to learn Hindi. He gets to live in a house where two people speak a language that he could learn from. But punishing the daughter for speaking her native language and she's only 11 years old is terrible. I think a lot of people probably don't realize what it's like to learn a second language and have to speak that language all the time. I mean, even to the point that she has to speak it in her own home. There's no sanctuary for her to go to where she can just speak the language that she's most comfortable with. That doesn't really make sense. I think if it's really bothering Ben, they should just remind Anya, because she's already making the effort to do this. So if you just remind her, she'll probably do it. I don't know what kind of punishment they had in mind for her, but this doesn't seem like something that's even anywhere near deserving of punishment of any kind. But let me know what you guys think. If you were in this situation, what would you do, and jerk or not a jerk? Today I messed up by accidentally using an innuendo with my dentist again. I'm a 32-year-old woman who can never go back to my new dentist after 2 visits because I'm an idiot. My dentist is a very nice, professional man. Our first appointment was going pretty smoothly until he made some innocuous mark about us being strangers. My immediate reply was, "Oh, you're not a stranger. You've been inside of my mouth for 20 minutes. I did not intend to make an innuendo. His face turned red, and he was clearly embarrassed, but he continued on like a true professional, and we were both probably relieved when the appointment was over. I had my second dentist appointment today. I actually mentally prepared myself to be a model patient who didn't say anything weird. Thank you very much. He had been working in my mouth for about 5 minutes when he started to seem really uncomfortable or something. His face was red and he was breathing a little heavier. I was a bit concerned and also confused. Like, how could I have embarrassed him this time? I had hardly spoken. So he keeps working in there and I realize what is happening. My dentist was wearing grape-flavored gloves and I had been absentmindedly licking his fingers the whole time. I am never going back. But was I the jerk? I mean, if he's wearing grape-flavored gloves, he has to be used to people absentmindedly licking his fingers this entire time. This girl can't be the only one that has done this so far. So I don't really know what he would have expected. I'm guessing that she's probably just misreading his face being red. Maybe he was just really focused and his breathing gets heavy because he's focused on doing what he's doing. But I mean, what do you expect if you're wearing grape-flavored gloves in somebody's mouth? Someone actually said that they looked over their dental folder when they were a kid and it said that they had a strong roaming tongue. Not sure how I feel about that. So apparently the dentist and the people working in the dental office are making notes on what kind of roaming your tongue is doing. Am I the jerk for getting frustrated with my mom for being in the kitchen at the same time as me? I'm an 18-year-old female and I have a super repetitive and predictable routine. Every morning at 9:55, I go into the kitchen to pack my lunch for work. Every morning at 9:55, my mom decides she absolutely needs to be in the kitchen as well, emptying the garbage, rearranging stuff in the cupboards, wiping down the counters, whatever. But it's like she waits for me to go make my lunch and then comes in. The kitchen isn't very big, so she's always bumping into me while I'm cutting stuff up or standing in front of cupboards that I need to get into. I've asked her politely a couple of times if she could wait until I'm done. I take 10 minutes max, but she snapped at me for ordering her around in her own house. Yesterday, I was cutting up vegetables and she came in to wash dishes and ended up bumping into me while I was using the knife. I got a small surface level cut on my finger. It honestly wasn't bad, but I was so frustrated with her that I snapped and said, maybe if you didn't insist on being my personal backpack every morning, this wouldn't have happened. My parents are saying I'm the jerk for snapping at her like this, but my sister is siding with me. I feel bad for being rude, but I also think it was partially justified on my end. So, am I the jerk? I get why she's frustrated, maybe not to the point that she snapped on her like that, but maybe the mom just thinks of this as spending time together somehow. In some strange way, even if they don't speak, maybe she just sees that as a way that they can bond without bonding. And she's just not verbally acknowledging that. Someone suggested doing a little experiment where the OP would go into the kitchen earlier, like maybe at 9:30 a.m. to pack your lunch. And if she goes out of her way to be there even earlier, then you know that she's trying to get there at the same time, because maybe this 9:55 thing is also just a really weird coincidence. She actually tried this, and it turns out that no matter what time she goes in, the mom follows her in at the same time. Someone suggested because she follows you into the kitchen no matter what time you go in, try to psych her out, go in at 8:30. When she follows you in, tell her she can have the kitchen, and just to let you know when she's done. That way you can go about getting ready for work while waiting for her to finish. A lot of these seem like really complicated solutions for something pretty simple. I think just talking to her and figuring out what's going on would probably be the very first step here. But let me know what you guys would do if this was you, and was she the jerk or not? Am I the jerk for kicking out my brother, who our parents have previously disowned because he told my now ex-fiancé that I cheated 9 years ago? For reference, my brother Connor is 19 years old and I'm 26, and my now ex-fiancé Hunter is 28 years old. Also, for reference, already mentioned in the title, my brother was kicked out when he was 16 years old because our parents snooped through his phone and found out he was gay. Connor had a birthday last weekend, so he invited his friends over and they were all drinking and playing games. All of his friends were between 18 and 22 years old. Hunter and I were about to head out to let them have the place to themselves when Connor asked if we wanted to join them. I initially refused. I'm a bit too old to be playing drinking games, but he insisted, and Hunter thought it would be fun to act like college students again. We all got pretty sloshed, and Connor had the idea of playing Never Have I Ever. A few rounds in, the statement "never have I ever cheated" came up. Now's a good time to mention that Hunter is staunchly against cheating. His ex-fiancée cheated on him and emotionally wrecked him, and unfortunately, as a lot of dumb, immature 17-year-olds do, I cheated on my boyfriend of 5 months. It was a stupid mistake. He found out and understandably ended things. That was almost a decade ago. I obviously learned my lesson and look back at that time with shame, and obviously have never cheated since. Well, my brother knows about this, so when I didn't drink, he went,
Hey sis, what the hell? You know you cheated on insert X's name here. You have to drink to that.
My boyfriend paused, looked at me, looked at him, and just walked out of the room. I followed him and tried to tell him that it was a stupid teenage mistake, but he wasn't having any of it and ended things on the spot. I am numb. I'm heartbroken. He was my everything and more. And I still don't know how I'm going to move on. Connor tried to apologize, but I feel nothing but sadness and emptiness. This morning, I served him an eviction notice. He begged me to stay and said he didn't mean to ruin my relationship. He just didn't think when he said those words. I just can't look at him right now. He ruined my life. After I raised him and cared for him like he was my own, I feel so hurt. Am I being unreasonable? Am I the jerk? So this is all awful. Obviously, she's upset that her brother betrayed her trust when she didn't want her brother to say this thing about her past. But the strange part here is that if she knew the fiance had this history with cheating and knew that she had blatantly done this type of cheating in the past, even if it was a long time ago, it probably would have helped if it was brought up and at least discussed to show the context of it, that she thinks she was a kid at the time, or however she phrased it. She was a teenager, I think, and that she's totally different now, as opposed to burying it away, which maybe that wasn't the intention, but that's kind of how it came out here. There was actually some points made about the fiance being the jerk in the situation, or at least the biggest jerk of them all, where they say, I get being hurt in the past because of cheating. I know that pain all too well, but he's holding a mistake you made when you were a teenager against you. Assuming you're being honest, you never cheated on him, you've never given any indication that you did, and the relationship was otherwise fulfilling, breaking off an engagement over something you did a decade ago is overkill. And to add to that, beyond breaking it off in general, I think breaking it off in the moment without actually being able to talk about it or hear what she has to say isn't a very helpful way to deal with it. When it comes to her brother, the OP actually said a little bit more by saying that she knows that her brother wasn't trying to hurt her, but he just doesn't think sometimes that she loves her brother and she wants to forgive him, but every time that she looks at him, she just sees sadness and anger. But really it all boils down to what I said earlier, which is that she knew that he was not going to tolerate any cheating, but yet decided not to bring up this obvious and blatant cheating in the past. So in this case, even if she didn't tell a direct lie, she didn't tell the whole truth, which is still a lie because it's not the truth. And there was another good point too, that Hunter, the boyfriend or the ex-fiance here, was probably doubly shocked by the whole situation because number one, he found out that she did cheat in a major way, and that number two, she concealed it from him. So it's a double whammy right out the gate. And that's assuming she didn't straight up lie to him about it, if she just failed to mention it. This one's a little bit of a complicated situation. So who do you think is the jerk in this situation? The brother, the OP, or the OP's ex-fiance? And what would you do if this was you? Am I the jerk for not telling my wife that I am dying? I'm a 31-year-old male. For the past 15 years, I've been dealing with a medical condition that requires constant medication and consistent doctor's visits. I had always been projected to live until 50 to 60 years old. However, a recent complication has cut that down to 12 months, 16 months at best. In about 10 months, my condition should start getting a lot worse. After 12 months, I'll essentially be living in the hospital. I am married of 4 years, no kids, and I haven't had the heart to tell my wife the news. I don't even know how. We always knew I'd die younger than I wanted to, but we never expected it to be this soon. As much as I know I should tell my wife, I don't want my last year to be plagued with impending doom. My wife and I have always talked about living abroad somewhere, maybe Australia, but we've never found the time or money to do so. I've been saving up to go to graduate school, however, I don't see much point in that now. So here's my idea. Take some of that money and take my wife to Australia for a few months and enjoy the time together. I have a job I can work remotely from anywhere, and she has a job she can easily find work anywhere. We can work part-time and enjoy our time together. When we get back, or maybe towards the end of it, I will break the news to her. I just wouldn't want the trip to be ruined for us by constant reminders of me dying. I know my wife, and she's very emotional, to the point where I feel like she will be crying every day and not enjoying herself. I want this memory to be a good one for her, and not plagued by my time ticking down. Am I the jerk for putting off telling her that I am dying? Also, side note, I do have life insurance that will take care of her, so I'm not too worried about spending this money now on this trip. And I plan on talking to her about a sperm bank in case she decides she wants my kids in the future, as well as premised birthday cards and other things for her to have. This sounds very sad. And people are very split on this one, probably more split on this one than most of the stories we've ever done. It seems obvious that it's only right to tell his wife, but the way he sees it is he doesn't want to take away that last year of happiness, not only for her, but probably for himself too, because if he knows that she's thinking about him dying constantly, then maybe he won't be able to have the last year of his life the way he wants it to be. But on the flip side, what a horrible way to find out at the last second that your husband knew he was about to die and didn't tell you until it was right about to happen. Also, it seems very strange that she would want to have his kids after she knows he's already dead. I mean, I guess maybe there's somebody out there that would want that, but I feel like most people wouldn't want that option where you're guaranteed not to have the person with you in order to raise those kids. But maybe that's something they've talked about and that's what she wants for some reason. But he did make sure to include that part of it in there as well, along with the life insurance aspect of it. I mean, honestly, I feel like if he doesn't tell her, she's probably always going to hold that against him or hold that against the memory of him. Even if that last year is really, really great, I can't imagine that she's just going to be okay with it thinking, oh, well, you didn't tell me because you wanted me to enjoy this last year of his life. This is a pretty tough one, but let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and is he the jerk or not for not telling his wife that he is dying? Am I the jerk for being surly, rude, and mean at a wedding and leaving early? I was asked to be a member of the wedding party. Despite this, I was the only person, not only in the wedding party, but also at the ceremony, who wasn't allowed to have a +1. This was an outdoor wedding with unlimited seating, and these people don't care about the global illness, so it wasn't about that. I was told it was because my relationship wasn't serious enough, despite us being together for a year, that only engaged or married couples were invited. They didn't want to, quote, have to look at some random guy in their pictures, even though he wouldn't have been in any of the posed pictures at all. Maybe just in the background of crowd shots. There would have been no conflicts between them and my boyfriend, and he's a nice and mild-mannered guy who gets along with everyone, so I don't think it was about him personally. I get to the ceremony and find out that literally everyone else has a +1, not just married couples, but there are couples who have been dating for less time than me. This is when I started feeling surly. I smiled and played my part during the ceremony, but inside I was very surly and angry. We then get to the reception, which had way more people than the ceremony. This is where all the more distant friends were invited, and everyone there had a +1. I was literally placed at a table as the one single person, and everyone else at the table was a couple. Some at the table were other members of the wedding party, but others were random distant acquaintances. People started asking me where my boyfriend was, and I said I was told he wasn't invited. They asked why, and I said I had no idea why. This is when I started letting my surliness show and started acting rude and mean because I was humiliated. And then I was brought into conversation with the couple's male friend, Dean. I was previously told that Dean has a crush on me, and I made it clear I wouldn't be interested even if I were single. Even after that, he kept trying to message me, and I ignored him. But now, the people who brought me into the conversation with Dean were like standing around staring at us, giggling behind their hands, like they thought they were Cupid matchmakers. Dean was absolutely a participant in this. I was meaner to Dean than anyone I've ever been to in my entire life. I was fully as rude as I'd ever wanted to be when being the target of someone's romantic interest unwantedly. It's true. I don't really know if I was being set up, but I was already furious before that happened. Everyone was silent and awkward. I just went back and finished my meal, and as soon as I was done, I picked up my purse and I left. I went straight to my boyfriend's house, skipping most of the reception, cake cutting, speeches, and everything. I'm now being told by the couple that they're hurt and confused as to why I left so early. I haven't replied, but am I the jerk? The OP really likes the word surly in this one, but I can see why they used it so many times. I actually didn't expect this to be some giant setup for her to be hooked up with somebody else. I just thought that maybe they changed their mind on the rules at some point and let everyone else, or that they specifically didn't like her for some reason. But it turns out the whole reason they did all of this big orchestration, was to get this guy Dean to be with her, which makes no sense because she already is with someone. So the fact that they said that they're hurt and confused is even more confusing, because clearly they must have known that this was the plan, or whoever was the one that was giving out instructions for this wedding, because it seems pretty obvious. A lot of people are telling the OP to cut them out of her life, and she said she's still so angry about the entire thing. She wished she told them to back off the minute they called her boyfriend some guy that she might not even be with in the future. She says that her relationship is one of the most important things in her life, and her boyfriend is precious to her. To which somebody responded, which I find absolutely hilarious considering they didn't want some random guy in their photos, but now when they look back at them later in life, they have to look back at photos with some random girl they're not friends with anymore. So if this happened to you, you were invited to a wedding, they didn't let you bring your significant other, all in a big roundabout way to get you to hook up with someone else, what would you do, and is she the jerk or not? Today I messed up by agreeing to an open relationship. To put this in perspective, I'm a 20-year-old male, my girlfriend is a 21-year-old female. We've been dating for 4 and a bit years. Typical high school sweethearts, and we wanted to move away and start our own lives after college. We decided to spice things up a bit and open up our relationship a little. It was pretty much a joint decision, but looking back, she was kind of insistent on the whole idea. One night, she is out with some friends and she phones me and asks me if the whole open relationship thing is still cool, explaining she's met a guy, a 24-year-old male, and asked me to pay for a hotel because she wasn't working at that time. I agreed. I tell her to go for it, and she does. She texts me to say she had a good night and that all was well. Then, the week after, she mentioned she's meeting up with this guy again. I wasn't expecting it, but I'm cool with it. Again, she asks me to pay for their hotel, a decision I would live to regret. She doesn't text me the entire night. Weird, but okay, maybe she's just having a good time. The next day, I receive a load of messages about how she needs a break from everything right now. Meeting this guy has apparently opened her eyes. A little more conversation and we're over. She completely cut me out of her life. I check her Snapchat story and of course she's with him. I've heard from her friends that they're dating now. What? And this guy paid for all of this. It seems almost obvious, especially how he wrote this when he said that in retrospect it seemed like she was more insistent about the whole thing, that she probably already knew that this guy was interested in her, the 24-year-old guy, and that she wanted to go through this whole process to see if she liked him or he liked her, rather than breaking up with this guy first, just so she would definitely have a safety net no matter what happened. Maybe that's not what happened, but from the way that it was written here from the OP, that kind of seems like what he's implying. But the weirdest part is why she would ask him to pay for all that when she's with this 24-year-old guy who I guess doesn't want to. One of the top comments says she dumped him for a guy who didn't even have money to pay for a hotel. And somebody else said in response, no. She dumped him for a guy with a girlfriend that she doesn't know about. Why not his place? So this is a pretty awful situation, but let me know what you would do if you were in this awful situation. Am I the jerk for taking back my nephew's Christmas present and giving it to my son? My sister and I have always had a strained relationship. I usually just let things go and try to keep the peace. We both have sons who are around the same age. My nephew is 13 years old and my son just turned 11. For my son's birthday, I bought him the new gaming system he has been wanting. He was absolutely thrilled and plays it non-stop. My sister is bad with money. I usually have to lend her money for bills and stuff for my nephew. I know my nephew doesn't always get the best Christmas gifts, so this year I went a little crazy and I purchased the same gaming system for him for Christmas. I already had it ready and wrapped under my tree. Yesterday, my sister's family came to visit. My son asked me if they could go play video games. I said yes and reminded them to be careful. About 30 minutes later, my son comes running to me crying. I asked him what was wrong and he led me to the front hall. When we get to the stairs, I see the new system smashed on the floor. Someone had thrown it from the upstairs and now it was smashed into pieces. I asked my son what happened and he sobbed and pointed at his cousin. I asked my nephew if he did this and he started to laugh. He said that it was a stupid baby toy and that he saw people can break them online. My sister came in and I told her what happened. I explained that this was an expensive system and that her son needed to be disciplined for what he did. I told her I wanted her to pay for what her son broke. She laughed and said no. She says I shouldn't have let them play unsupervised, that it was my fault and that I am a bad parent. She said my son will get over it and that was not important. Seeing my son sitting on the ground next to his broken system trying to put the pieces together tore my heart out. I walked over to the Christmas tree and grabbed the system that was meant for my nephew. I pulled the gift wrapped off and I gave it to my son and told him to go upstairs and set it up. My sister asked why I was making such a big deal when I already had another one. I then laughed and I told her that was her son's Christmas gift and that since it wasn't important and it was just a stupid baby toy, then obviously they won't miss it. I then told them to leave. My nephew realized what happened and began to cry that my son had stole his system. I said no, his was the one that he smashed. My sister was livid and told me I will never see them again. I just said, okay, and slammed the door. Other family members have now been calling me nonstop saying I am a jerk and I ruined my nephew's Christmas. I don't think so though. My nephew is 13 years old. He is not a stupid kid and he knew what he was doing. I don't care that it was over jealousy. He is old enough to know better. My sister was not going to make the situation right, so I just did what I had to do. They all think I should buy another new system for him, but I don't have that kind of money. I'm starting to feel bad about this and wondering, am I the jerk? Just like she said, the kid here is 13 years old. He's not a little baby. He knew exactly what he was doing, and if he was jealous, that's not really the age where you can't control your jealousy and you just start destroying things that are in front of you. You're 13. You're almost in high school. It is really weird though, the way that he reacted, meaning the cousin and the cousin's mom. The cousin saying it's just a stupid baby toy, I'm guessing is some sort of defense mechanism because he really wanted this thing and that if he can't have it, nobody can have it. But the mom's reaction was even more strange. She's asking why it was such a big deal if she had another one already, but did she not see the mom pull it out from underneath the Christmas tree and unwrap it? It's not like she had a reserve closet full of these things. It sounds like their relationship might be a little bit strange to begin with. Maybe the mom also has some sort of resentment because, as she said earlier in the post, the cousin's mom, her sister, is bad with money and she's lending her money from time to time as well. So maybe there is a little bit of a weird animosity there before any of this even happened, and this is kind of just a boiling point of it all. Someone actually wrote a response that the OP can use and presented it by saying it's entirely possible that your sister has spun a lie to the extended family. So be sure the flying monkeys have the full story in your responses to them. Your nephew's jealousy ruined his own Christmas, not you. So this is the response that they're suggesting. What part of my nephew's deliberately smashing my son's console, telling us he'd seen it done online and insulting the gaming system is acceptable in your eyes? How was my sister refusing to take responsibility for the damage or disciplining her son acceptable in your eyes? I bought 2 consoles. My nephew deliberately smashed one, and I won't be buying a third. If you think that sort of behavior deserves to be rewarded, feel free to buy a console for my nephew yourself. Check and mate. So let me know what you guys think. Jerk or not a jerk, and what would you do? Am I the jerk for helping my friend get a girl removed from the soccer team? I'm a 16-year-old female, and I have a friend named Aisha, a 15-year-old female. Aisha is a Muslim and she wears a hijab to school, which often causes people to give her dirty looks, comments, etc. I don't know why, it's just cloth. Anyway, the worst instance possible was this girl named Megan, who's also a 15-year-old female. When we were sitting together at lunch, she came up to Aisha and I and told Aisha she dared her to take off her hijab, taunting her, saying she would look so pretty without it. This was with malicious intent because I told her one time that she was just clueless and wanted to educate her. Then she forcibly tried to remove her hijab. I moved her hand away and we went to the principal. Instead of getting a punishment, Megan made up a sob story about how it would harm her position on some prestigious soccer club she was in. Fast forward to a few days ago, she makes a TikTok that said, when you get called into the principal's office for telling the Muslim girl to take off her do-rag. I was so livid for her. Aisha is very shy and didn't want to seem like a buzzkill, so she asked me personally to email the soccer organization. Well, I did, and she was immediately kicked off the team, and other organizations in the area were notified of her behavior. Now, all of her friends are in my DMs saying how horrible I am, how I'm a jerk, how I need to take a joke, etc. My parents think I should have stayed out of it, but I think I did the right thing. So, am I the jerk? It's strange that Megan would be bothered by this so much that she would get to the point that she would physically remove the hijab, or at least try to, and then after she gets away scot-free, she needs to gloat about it by making a TikTok. That's a very weird position. And I'm surprised actually that these organizations took an email seriously from another student, but in this case, I guess they must have just believed her instead of trying to get an answer from some sort of authority like the school or the principal. A lot of people brought up the fact that the jerk in this situation is actually the principal. Instead of protecting a student from a potential assault and a hate crime, he protected the bully because sports are more important. Somebody else also brought up, you can take a complaint about that to the school board, by the way. The only thing that saved my band director from getting fired when he threw a chair at the drum line in front of me was tenure, and he was convinced to retire the next school year. There was also a little bit of debate on whether or not this was assault or not, and someone came in and said that wasn't potential assault, that was assault. Often people don't realize unwanted touching, grabbing, slapping, pushing, shoving, etc. is legally an assault, a crime. The principal at OP's high school just didn't reinforce the bully. She failed to help Aisha understand her rights as a victim, but schools often choose to overlook assault and similar activity, just smooth things over so there's not a big hoopla that reaches the public. It's one way we create more and bigger bullies and worse. So, based on everything you guys have seen, was she the jerk or not for doing this and getting her kicked off the soccer team, and what would you do? Am I the jerk for forcing my boyfriend to do the dishes? I'm lactose intolerant, Every time I make tacos, my boyfriend always makes jokes about how I'm disrespecting Mexican culture by not having cheese in my tacos. I've told him multiple times that I'm not going to give myself the runs just to make him feel better about my tacos. He's not even Mexican, by the way, he's white. This came to a head last night when we were having tacos again. I got up to go to the bathroom, and when I came back, I noticed my taco looked tampered with. I go to inspect, and lo and behold, there's cheese buried underneath the other ingredients. I told my boyfriend he was a raging jerk and went to bed, leaving him to do the cleanup. I still haven't spoken to him all morning, and he's complaining about how I forced him to do the dishes because normally I do them. Am I the jerk here? It's always unbelievable when somebody will tamper with your food knowing that you can't have a certain type of food just to do whatever it is they're trying to do, in this case to prove a point or to be funny or to have a prank. It's really strange that people think that that is okay to do. I mean, in this case, maybe it gave her the runs, but in another case, maybe there's an allergic reaction where she has to be hospitalized for some reason. On top of that, a lot of people are actually pointing out that adding a lot of cheese to the meal is more of a Tex-Mex thing rather than a traditional Mexican part of the cuisine. You guys let me know if that's true or not, but people said things like cheese doesn't actually go into real Mexican tacos. That is full-on Tex-Mex. And then somebody else had said, I'm Texan, but I had a lovely lady from Mexico visit my house and she wanted to make us traditional Mexican food, and she was very firm about no cheese. So this guy is being a big jerk for trying to control how somebody else needs to make their food. And then, once again, yeah, cheese is more Tex-Mex. Understandably, people conflate Mexican food and Tex-Mex, but they're very, very different. Mexican food is so good and surprisingly hard to find even here in Texas. So was she the jerk or not for forcing her boyfriend to do the dishes? And what would you do if you were in the situation and somebody put something in your food that you couldn't have? Am I the jerk for accidentally calling out a new colleague on lying about her language skills? Last week, a new colleague, Kathy, a 33-year-old female, started in my workplace. I'm a 25-year-old female. She instantly stood out in the team because she seems like someone who is very loud and assertive. Two of my colleagues, me and Kathy, were having coffee in the break room. We were the only ones in there and we were sitting far apart when the subject of travel was brought up. My colleague said she wasn't booking trips anymore because it'll probably get canceled because of the global illness anyway. Kathy immediately cuts in about how sad she is because she travels so often and she goes on these far exotic trips to Europe as her hobby. When I think exotic, I think Bahamas or something instead of Europe, but cool. Kathy then jokes about how all this no travel business is making her fear that she'll lose some of her foreign language skills. I ask her what languages she speaks. She claimed to be fluent in 3 European languages, among which were French and Dutch. Kathy said she was at a native speaker level and went on about how people in Europe were always surprised when they found out she wasn't from there. I was excited because I never get to speak Dutch over here. I was raised in Belgium, which has 3 national languages, French and Dutch, which are my mother tongues and the most commonly spoken there, and German. It's quite common to be pretty fluent in at least 2 out of the 3 languages in Belgium because you're required to learn them at school, along with English from a young age. I told Kathy, oh look, dan hebben we iets gemeenschappelijk, which means, oh fun, we have something in common then. She immediately pulled this sour face and then asked me if that was supposed to be Dutch. I said yes. She laughed awkwardly and said that she couldn't understand me because I have a terrible accent and must not be that good at speaking it. Now, see, I don't have an accent. I speak Dutch more fluently than I speak English. I told Kathy that I grew up speaking Dutch and I speak it to my family all the time. She got miffed and asked what languages I speak and where I'm from. I told her I'm from Belgium, so I also speak French. And then I added, which you just said you speak as well. Cool, we can speak French instead. I acknowledged that I was a bit of a jerk here because by that point I knew she had probably lied about speaking French as well. She then shoved her chair back and angrily got up and said, whatever, and stomped off. It was awkward. My other colleagues just kind of shrugged and said that she shouldn't have lied. However, she later approached me and told me that I embarrassed her by acting superior about my European heritage. I told her there was no way for me to know she'd lied about speaking those languages. She rolled her eyes and told me I was immature. A colleague told me that Kathy had called me a little B-word who enjoys bullying new colleagues behind my back. I don't think I was a bully at all, but I don't want this to turn into a huge thing. Do I just apologize to keep the peace? And am I the jerk? So Kathy straight up lied. If she knew French or Dutch, she probably would at least try to speak a little bit or pick out some words or ask her to speak slower, but she just got mad and shoved her chair back, which makes it obvious that she didn't know this at all. She just chose 3 random European languages and then hoped nobody in her life would ever speak them. But little did she know she would meet somebody who knew 2 of those 3 languages at her own work. And if she's going around calling the OP a little B, as she says here, she's being a lot more of a bully than the OP is, because that is what Kathy is calling the OP, a little B word who enjoys bullying new colleagues. I don't think there's anything to apologize here, since she didn't do anything wrong. She just tried to speak the language with her that she said she spoke. And a lot of people here were actually talking about escalating this to HR. There's a bunch of people that suggested this, and she responded to that saying that I'm not sure about escalating this to HR, which a lot of people have told me I have to do. I feel like this might make me look immature to the rest of my colleagues, of which I am the youngest. And it might not need to go that far. It depends on if Kathy is willing to put this behind her and be professional. If all else fails, I do have witnesses who would be honest about what happened. So I think I might be in the clear if she tries to twist the story. So if you were in this situation and somebody spoke your native language and then this happened, what would you do? And is the OP the jerk or not for accidentally calling out her colleague about lying about which languages she can speak? Today I messed up by banging my first cousin. This actually happened last weekend, but I'm finally getting around to processing it all, and I guess I'm trying to deal with it. I went out for drinks with my girlfriend and met up with my younger cousin at the bar. We'd all hung out before and had a great time. My cousin invited a couple of her friends to the bar too, and we did some bar hopping. I got sloshed pretty unintentionally. The last bar, I swear, was not putting any mixers, they were just pouring straight spirits. So anyway, we're about to leave and my cousin's friends are trying to get her home because she is sloshed too. Well, my girlfriend was our designated driver, so we offered to let her stay in our spare room. Everyone was cool with that because who's safer than family, right? Wrong. We get home, and I had to piece together some of this later because I blacked out for most of it. Apparently, initially everything was cool. My cousin went to the spare bedroom and my girlfriend got her situated. The problem started a little later when I, in my infinite wisdom, decided to walk straight out of my bedroom with my girlfriend in it and into my cousin's room. I don't particularly remember much except for 2 details which I guess are not important to the story. Well, okay, so one might be. I remember my cousin giving me a very enthusiastic act on third base, which as you can imagine makes a lot of noise. Apparently my girlfriend came out of the room wondering where I was because I just disappeared. She didn't barge into the room or anything, but she heard the noises, which is pretty obvious. So at that point, she left. Like me. She left me, and I don't blame her. Anyways, that means I wake up in the morning, having blacked out, oblivious that my girlfriend was gone already, but I'm naked next to my cousin. There's obviously no hiding this, but I'm still half sloshed, so I went to try and sneak back into my room, which I found empty. So yeah, I haven't heard from my girlfriend all week, and I'm sure we're done. And I don't blame her. All I can hope for now is that this doesn't get out to my family, because I would probably implode. No, my cousin and I are not going to start hooking up regularly. It's actually super awkward, and she has hardly said a word to me either. Again, I don't blame her. So, am I the jerk? So, I don't think that cheating on your girlfriend with your cousin is something you can ever recover from. And I don't even know where you would begin to rebuild that relationship with your cousin after this. So I don't know what you would do in either of those relationships other than try and talk to them, but I'm pretty sure the girlfriend is probably never going to talk to him again. Maybe the cousin will. The cousin seems like she's not cutting him out completely, but if he cares about that familial aspect of that relationship, you should probably talk to her first. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. Am I the jerk for saying my sister needs to stop bringing up her miscarriage for attention? My sister is 30 years old and I am 22 years old. 10 years ago, my sister had a miscarriage. Obviously, it was devastating for her and the whole family, and it took her a couple of years to fully heal from it. We're still not 100% sure why it happened, but it was a one-off, and she's since had 3 very healthy, beautiful children, including a set of twins. So, here's the thing. My sister and I don't really get on. She resented me as a kid because she had to share mom's attention and because she thought mom left her dad to be with mine. She never really grew out of that resentment, and she was pretty much my biggest bully throughout childhood and my teenage years. One thing she absolutely cannot stand is when mom and I do things without her, or when mom pays more attention to me than to her. When this happens, she calls my mom and says she's feeling really upset about the miscarriage, and without fail, mom goes running. This includes a trip to Paris I took mom on for her birthday earlier this year, which she cut short because sister said she needed her. This also includes when I had a manic episode so bad I was hospitalized, and my sister managed to need mom every time she was planning to visit me, and so she never did. Note, these times when mom is spending more time with me than her are the only times my sister brings up what happened, and certainly the only time she gets so upset about it. Recently, I was sick. I didn't leave the bathroom for days. Can only keep watered down sick. Didn't manage to get the doctor, but I think it was norovirus. It lasted about a week, and mom was popping in daily on our way home from work to check on me and stuff. On the last day of being seriously unwell, when I felt I could eat again, mom offered to make me some soup while she was there, which I accepted. She was halfway through making it when sister called saying she was upset about the miscarriage and told me I'd have to finish it myself because she had to go. I didn't say anything to mom, and I finished making the soup, but I sent my sister a text saying she really needs to stop bringing it up for attention because she can't bear me getting some instead. I guess she told mom and her dad because I'm hearing from all sides what a horrible, insensitive, selfish jerk I am, and how dare I say that to her. I understand she may still be traumatized. I just think it's getting really weird how that trauma solely manifests whenever I'm getting attention and she isn't. Am I the jerk? I'm guessing that the older sister here is probably telling the mom something that's more serious than the OP realizes here. Like maybe she's saying things that are much more extreme than it seems like she is by just saying, I'm having a hard time dealing with the miscarriage. And so that's the reason why the mom is rushing off. I mean, being affected by something like that can last the rest of your life, but it seems like the OP is trying to imply that enough time has passed and she has enough kids that it shouldn't be a big deal to her. But we only really know this from her perspective. The timing seems to be the main issue, that it strategically happens to be exactly whenever she's getting attention from the mom. There actually seem to be a lot of people that have had experience with this, and one of the top comments said that they've seen this type of behavior a lot. They say, we had a very late miscarriage at 28 weeks and we never bring it up, not even in the 2 years afterwards when we have no children. My good buddy is going through a divorce right now where an early miscarriage is being used as a reason against him because he didn't give his wife enough attention, even though they got pregnant immediately after and now have 2 healthy children. It's definitely being used as a manipulative tool. Okay, so when I first saw this, I didn't actually think that's what he was saying. I thought he was saying that the behavior of being affected by miscarriage for a long time can be common, but he's saying that using it for something like this is common. When it comes to the timing, the younger sister probably should have brought that up to the older sister in person, especially if she's implying that what she's going through isn't real or it's being used against her for taking away quality time from her mom. But they should probably just talk about it, because whether it's true or not, some people do take a long time to process things that are that serious and other people don't take as much time. So talking about it seems like really the only place to start here. But let me know what you guys think. Jerk or not a jerk, and what would you do if you were in this situation? Am I the jerk for saying my daughter inherits my house no matter what? I'm a single mom in my 50s with 1 daughter. I got very lucky in that I bought a home in the Bay Area nearly 30 years ago for around $230,000 before the tech boom, and now the house is worth about $1 million. I have a 23-year-old daughter, Camilla, who grew up in that house, and she moved out last year to go live with her boyfriend. I've never explicitly told my daughter the house will be yours, nor has she asked anything about it, but just sort of common sense. That's my daughter. Who else would I give it to? One important note, there are 2 homes in my neighborhood that are owned by lower middle class people, me and a neighbor who's been there as long as I have. Otherwise, our neighbors are engineers and software developers. The Bay Area is simply unaffordable if you are not in tech. My daughter is a hairstylist. My fiance Steven and I have been together for 2 years. He has 2 young children, both in elementary school. He has joint custody of them, and I adore both of them, and I'm excited to help raise them. Steven and I don't have a ton in the bank, so a prenup seems silly if it weren't for the house. I told him I'm ready to combine finances and plan long-term with him, but I wanted a prenup agreement just just for the house. It's non-negotiable for me that my daughter inherits the house. He was not happy with this. He said that $1 million split 3 ways is enough for all 3 kids to get a head start in life. I disagree. I paid 80% of the mortgage by myself, and Camilla is my only child. She can have her dream life working as a hairstylist living in the Bay Area with this house, but will be unhappy to have to move out to a less desirable area if it's split. I spoke to Camilla about this, and she agrees that she should get the house and said she always planned on inheriting it, just like I always planned on giving it to her. So am I the jerk for saying that my daughter inherits my house that is worth over $1 million no matter what? I mean, in this case, she already said it's non-negotiable. So even if he's unhappy with it, it's something that she's not willing to do. And like many people have pointed out, they've only been together for 2 years. She points out that she paid 80% of the mortgage herself, and I'm assuming that's because either Steven has paid in the last 2 years, or maybe somebody else was living there before, like her ex-husband or her baby's daddy. But either way, she has paid the majority of this $230,000 from 30 years ago. Since this takes place in California, one California law student said that this is definitely lawyer territory. I'm not even sure you can disinherit a spouse like that in California. It's a communal property state, so even though the house itself is separate property, he'd be entitled to half of the appreciation value since the wedding date in the event of a divorce. And it doesn't sound like OP would be liquid enough to pay him if that marriage dissolves, since obviously she said that they don't have very much money in the bank. And then in the edit, they say without a will, half of her separate property would go to him and half to her daughter. Her kids are not a part of the equation. She can specify in a will that all her separate property goes to her daughter. What I'm really not sure of is whether in that event, the daughter would end up owing him half of the appreciation value after they got married. A lot of opinions are focused around the fact that they think it's ridiculous that somebody that was dating her for only 2 years would be asking for 66% of her over $1 million house. But somebody in the opposite end of things said that there are 2 separate topics here in my mind: having the house on a prenup and willing the house to the daughter. If they get divorced in 5 years, she absolutely needs to keep the house 100% uncontested. If they live together in the house, married for 40 years at some point, I can understand where this dude wants some stake/equity to pass on to his biological kids. Other scenarios are bad too. What if OP dies in 5 to 10 years? The daughter can just move in and force this guy out and his kids. I totally agree with OP that she wants to protect this valuable asset, but I empathize with the guy also. And people are acting shocked that he has the nerve to mention the house after they have been together for only 2 years. They are talking about combining their assets. When else would he get a chance to speak his mind on the topic? You can disagree that he deserves a stake in the house, but people are acting like he's some sort of conniving snake for having a discussion about a valuable asset while discussing their assets. So there are of course a lot more complex legal interpretations of this whole thing, but just on the big picture, do you think she is the jerk or not for saying that the daughter will inherit her house no matter what? Am I the jerk for taking a 3-hour nap every afternoon and expecting my husband to look after the kid and only wake me up for emergencies? My husband is a 38-year-old man and I'm a 34-year-old woman. We've been married for 5 years. We have a 4-year-old daughter and a 3-month-old son. Our son has a health condition and needs to be fed every 40 to 80 minutes. I work in IT and I can easily work from home and generally make my own schedule. My husband works from 6 a.m. until 3 p.m. I get up every hour at night to feed our son so my husband can sleep. I drop off our daughter at kindergarten in the morning and then work and look after our son. I obviously don't get much sleep during the night, so I have started to sleep from 3:30 to 7 p.m. and I made it clear that I'm not to be woken up unless it's an actual emergency. My husband looks after the kids and cooks tea while I'm asleep, and at 7 we all eat. After that, we take turns reading stories to our daughter as a bedtime ritual. She's usually down for the night at 8 p.m. Then my husband and I have us time from 8 to roughly 9:30 p.m., which is when he goes to sleep. After that, it's only me looking after our son so my husband can sleep through the night. I usually do some more work and go to sleep at around midnight, but obviously very interrupted sleep since I have to get up every hour. My husband has started complaining recently. He doesn't think I should sleep in the afternoon because during that time, childcare is completely on him. He wants some time to relax when he gets home. But the thing is, I need a few few hours of uninterrupted sleep, otherwise I'll go crazy. Our son will most likely outgrow his condition and should be able to live like a normal toddler by the time he is 18 months old. I can't possibly not sleep for another year and 3 months though. My husband isn't happy. I should clarify that I don't actually sleep at night due to the feeding pattern. My nap is the only sleep I get. My husband doesn't want a nanny and he also doesn't want to be a stay-at-home dad. So, am I the jerk? So the math here doesn't really seem like it makes sense. The guy is able to sleep all night and then works from 3:30 to 7, and she doesn't really get a sleep at all. There were some breakdowns of other comments she left in other threads, as well as just trying to do the math on it. So it pretty much works out to this. She works 20.5 hours a day. He works 12.5 hours a day because you're including the childcare watch time. She sleeps 3.5 hours a day. He sleeps 7.5 hours a day. In one of the comments, she actually said that his mother doesn't like me very much because I choose to keep working after we had our daughter. But when I make $150,000 a year and he makes $50,000 a year, I can't really be a stay-at-home mom. My husband doesn't like my family, so I can't really have them help out. And then she also says about the husband that he doesn't work a hard 8-hour shift. He's a personal trainer, but spends a lot of his time on his shift watching Netflix. She then says, I have a full-time job, not an easy one. I have a whole department I'm responsible for, and I care for the kid. So this seems pretty cut and dry. She's doing a lot of work and watching the kid, and he's not. She should probably just suggest switching hours. Hey, you try feeding him every hour, and I'll do this if you don't like the arrangement we have now. Probably the part that is the most surprising is where she says, in response to another comment, that I suggested we get a special needs nanny for the mornings, but my husband doesn't trust strangers in the house. I also offered to pay him $50,000 a year if he would quit his job to become a stay-at-home dad, but he didn't want to be paid by his wife and wanted to keep a real job to feel manly. I mean, even from the way she's writing this, it sounds like she's a little bit resentful of him making this decision, but it makes sense because she has a lot of solutions and he keeps turning them down. And then in response to that, of course, there's a ton of guys that are saying, man, I wish I could be a stay-at-home dad. A bunch of people saying that they wish they had that option. But in this case, do you think that she is the jerk or not? And what would you do? I gave someone retribution for tampering with my PlayStation Network account. I was very young at the time, but here's how it starts off. I had a good friend on the PlayStation Network and he was my friend for months. But one day he told me that he unlocked the Platinum Trophy for Cars 2 and that he was willing to give it to me. I accept his offer, but before I give him my details, I changed all my personal information to fake details except my email. I even changed my password. After that, I gave him my sign-in ID and password as I was stupid to believe him. At first, he didn't do anything. He told me to deactivate my PlayStation 3 system, and of how much I trusted him, I went ahead and did it. When I told him I deactivated my system, he goes on my account and activates his system on my account just to freeload digital add-ons and games off of me. I was very young at the time, so I didn't know much about deactivating and activating systems. When my system was deactivated, I realized I couldn't play any of my digital games, so I got pretty furious, but I tried to stay cool with him. So I asked him nicely to deactivate his system on my account. This is where the chaos begins. He signs back in my account while I'm sleeping, and I wake up to see he changed my login details. I was pretty upset and cried over it. I was 11 at the time, so I didn't know how to handle things well. I didn't know what to do in order to get my account back, so I called PlayStation to get my account back, and they informed me that my PlayStation account has been permanently suspended for violating the terms of use. I confronted him on my new PlayStation account. He played dumb and said, "What are you on about?" So I insulted him and he threatens to brute force me. I wasn't stupid to fall for his threat. After a while, I learned how to hack PlayStation accounts, so this was my chance to get him back. I had a program to find the date of birth of a PlayStation Network account, and as I had his email, I got his date of birth. When I got his date of birth, I contacted Sony to lie and say, "My account has been compromised, can you please help me?" I give Sony the date of birth along with the email and online ID. They handed me the account. I logged into his account on my PS4 and he was playing while I hijacked him basically. He called Sony as well to claim his account back, but I kept contacting Sony over and over to claim the account back. After a while, Sony thought he was game sharing because his account kept getting compromised a ton because of me. So they threw a permanent ban on his account. I was extremely happy and proud of myself. It made me crack up when he wasted all of that time getting those platinum trophies, but they remain null and void in his life. So am I the jerk for getting a permanent ban on his account? Man, for being 11 years old, I'm surprised he came out on top of this whole thing. Well, at least in order to get the revenge that he was trying to find. It sounds like he never got his account back, which really is a lose-lose for both people. The net outcome is that both people lose all of their digital games. And I didn't realize that Sony would just straight up ban you for something like this, which would be pretty horrible because a lot of people have their entire collection in digital form. But I'm guessing back in the PS3 era, there was probably less people that had only digital games as opposed to the physical ones. The part that I don't get why he would even be interested is that he had a platinum trophy for Cars 2 that he was willing to give to him. Can you even do that? I don't really go after trophies, but how can one person give another person a trophy? I thought the only way you could get a trophy is if you did everything yourself on your account. Or maybe what he was trying to say was that he would log into his account and give him the platinum trophy for Cars 2, the most random game to get a platinum trophy for. But let me know what you guys think. If you were in this situation, what would you do? And jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for getting upset that my sister's fiancé pulled me aside and patted me down at their wedding? I'm 24 years old and I'm an addict who's been in recovery for the past 6 months. I used and used until I was basically in poverty and my older sister helped bail me out more than once. She's my best friend and I know it hurt her a lot to see me like that. She also met her fiancé 2 years ago and he really only knew me as the junkie brother then. He's not my biggest fan to say the least considering how much I put my sister through. Despite this, she still invited me to her wedding last week because I am her brother and she wanted me to be there. When I get to the reception, my brother-in-law is greeting people as they walk in. When I walk by, he pulls me to the side and in front of everyone starts patting me down and says that he needs to check me to make sure I didn't bring anything in. I instinctively pull away because why wouldn't I? And I tell him not to touch me. He tells me to calm down and that if I want to be there, then he needs to do this. I tell him he's being ridiculous and I push past him. He stops me and tells me that he doesn't want to throw me out, but he will if he has to. I told him that he's trying to look tough, but he's just making himself look stupid. At this point, I'm getting more and more angry and I'm practically yelling in his face at this point. Bystanders came between us and separated us and told my brother-in-law to just drop it. He said he would, but that they can deal with it when I get out of hand. I just went to go find a seat after that. After the wedding, my family told me that I should have let him just do it and that I was acting like a huge jerk and that I had something to hide. I don't think he had any right to pat me down, especially in front of people, and I don't think my reaction was over the top. If anything, he was the one acting like a huge jerk by starting drama so he can look tough. My sister has refused to take any sides in this. So, am I the jerk? The brother-in-law doing this is obviously a jerk move, but weddings are kind of always an exception for a lot of things. And in this case, he probably didn't want to take any chances that something would go wrong at the wedding. And the OP probably should have just recognized that. Maybe if the brother-in-law said that, he would have realized it, but the OP was obviously offended, and rightfully so, because it's kind of implying that he's still not clean anymore and that he's going to be trying to bring something into the wedding. But given the circumstance, I think this is something that would happen given the history of the OP and knowing what his sister has been through, like he says in the post here. I still don't think the brother-in-law should have done this, but if he felt like he absolutely needed to do this for some reason, then he should have done this in private. Because from the sounds of it, this was in front of everyone to the point where bystanders came between them and separated them. So it's almost like the brother-in-law didn't even plan to do this and just thought to do it instinctively in the moment without thinking it through and just thinking it would be normal when it's obviously not. But what would you do if you were in this situation? And jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for replacing myself with my twin brother at my in-laws' Christmas Eve party to see if anyone noticed? I'm 31 years old and I have an identical twin brother. For a while, I've told my wife that none of her family members notice me or care about anything I do on Christmas Eve, but they insist on me attending. She told me that that's not true, that they genuinely like me and enjoy talking to me. But I know that the only times they've included me, I basically had to insert myself into conversations and it feels awkward and unnatural. So I had a wager with my wife. Bring my twin brother Steve instead of me and see if anyone notices. I purposely did not prep Steve on anything. He went in completely clueless. He knew why we were doing it and it was a game and I gave him $20. As I suspected, Steve confirmed that he wasn't approached all night, nobody could tell he wasn't me, and he admitted that he even felt excluded and he could only imagine how I felt. So this morning on Christmas, I invited Steve to join. Normally he's with my mom and dad every year as he's not married or in a relationship. They know about him obviously, but didn't know about the switcheroo. That was when I revealed that last night I was Steve and expressed disappointment that nobody noticed and said, "This is why I stopped trying. Nobody talks to me." My wife drew the line there. She was hoping we would keep this between the two of us as a funny prank. But how can I expect her family to see what jerks they've been if I don't expose it? So, am I the jerk for replacing myself with my twin brother at my in-laws' Christmas Eve party? It kind of seems like him and his wife weren't on the same page about this. She obviously saw this as some sort of lighthearted joke, and he saw it as exposing them for the terrible people that they are. So I don't think they went into this thinking the same thoughts at all, which becomes even worse when he tries to expose them without even talking to his wife, and then it probably makes it seem like the wife was trying to expose her own family in this whole thing. It does suck that the in-laws don't include him or try to have him involved or have conversations with him for whatever reason, but it also sucks to test the people around you to see if they passed your test or not. That's definitely not going to make people like you more if that's what your goal is, and it sounds like that is his goal. He wants the in-law family to like him or appreciate him or something. So rather than talking to him about it, he's trying to embarrass them about it, which does not seem very effective here. I think also he probably has a different idea of how a family should be. He thinks that they should be more warm and welcoming and trying to involve him, whereas obviously from the way he sees it, her family, the wife's family, doesn't necessarily include people by default. It's two different ways of being, and it sounds like they don't really notice him that much at all. So it kind of sounds like it's terrible on both sides. But let me know what you would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. Am I the jerk for canceling my son's birthday party upon discovering that he ruined his stepbrother's deceased brother's hoodie? This is a complex situation, but I'll do my best to explain. I'm a 45-year-old male, and I have a biological son, Leo, who's 16 years old from my previous relationship. I married his stepmom, who is a mother of two boys, Connor, 20 years old, but now deceased, and Derek, 12 years old. I never had the pleasure to meet Connor, who tragically passed away from a motorcycle accident. Derek, the 12-year-old, was so devastated by this loss, and although it's been years, he's pretty much still grieving. I've seen tons of pictures of Connor and made efforts to get to know who he was as a way to share Derek's grief and to be there for him, to lend an ear and a comforting shoulder. It's safe to say that Derek and I grew a strong bond in no time. But my son, Leo, isn't close to Derek. Understandable, because not all siblings and step-siblings are the same. Leo and Derek are different in everything, which isn't a bad thing, but Leo calls himself the brutally honest type and makes insensitive comments about Derek most of the time, and they tend to be under the guise of advice. Derek never complained, so I had to step in and tell Leo to stop being insensitive towards his stepbrother, especially with everything regarding Connor and his memory. Leo would say, "Okay, I get it," and "I won't do it again." Days ago, Leo wanted to hang out with friends and asked Derek if he wanted to join. Derek agreed and put on Connor's hoodie before going out. Leo commented on the hoodie and called it ugly and asked him to put on something else, but Derek insisted on wearing it or not go. Leo dropped it. Hours later, Derek came home crying with his hoodie in hand. He said Leo and his friends cut it into pieces while he was in the bathroom after they convinced him to take it off. I was furious. I asked Leo and he said it was his friend's idea, then said he had to do it, since Derek wears it everywhere and it looks old and embarrassing. I reminded him who this hoodie belonged to, and he said, "So what? Maybe this will help him move on in life." I told him his birthday was canceled and his friends aren't welcome anymore. He pitched a fit, saying his birthday was a right, not a privilege, and I can't cancel it. He had my ex criticize my decision and wanted to host his birthday party, but I refused because he's grounded, so no party anywhere. She and her family called me awful and ridiculous and asked me to think about how Leo will hate me for this, but I insisted he needed punishment for putting his stepbrother through this. So, am I the jerk for canceling my son's birthday upon discovering that he ruined his stepbrother's deceased brother's hoodie? He cut the hoodie into pieces? Something is seriously wrong in the mind of Leo. There's something way deeper here than just randomly cutting up a hoodie. He specifically chose this hoodie and is justifying it by saying that maybe it'll help him move on with his life. Leo, I guess, just feels nothing about this. He doesn't have any empathy at all for Derek going through this ridiculously traumatic event and then destroying one of the things that he's holding on to as a memory of his brother. And also, it's weird that Leo's mom, who I'm assuming is the ex that's being referred to here, doesn't seem to get the gravity of what this means. She still wants to have a birthday party knowing that her son took someone else's memento of their dead relative and then cut it up. And that's just normal. I mean, even if this was just a totally random person, this would be a very extreme act of cruelty, but it's his own stepbrother, somebody that you have to physically live with. So if you were the dad in this situation, what would you do? And is he the jerk for canceling his son's birthday for destroying the hoodie? Am I the jerk for pressing charges against my son? My son is 28 years old and was visiting us for a couple of days and was at my house alone babysitting my daughter's kid. According to my son, the other day, my 4-year-old granddaughter, his niece, pulled down the TV and broke it. My son told us that he took the TV to the dump as it was shattered and useless. My daughter and son-in-law, my 4-year-old granddaughter's parents, felt very bad for what happened and paid the cost of the TV that day. My husband was watching our security cameras and our son's story doesn't hold up. We never see our granddaughter breaking the TV. All that we see is our son taking away the TV that is not shattered. We asked our son about this and he said that the security camera must have cut the part that shows our granddaughter breaking the TV. Eventually, I got a call from my son's girlfriend that lives with him. She said that she knew what was going on and felt guilty. She basically told us that our son had made up the story about the TV breaking and stole it and took it to their house to watch. I filed a police report and his girlfriend let the police into their house to get us our TV back. We do plan on pressing charges against him. He stole our TV and made my daughter pay for it. That is messed up on so many levels. Am I the jerk for pressing charges? I mean, the son is obviously denying this even though it's on the security camera footage, and I assume is going to continue to deny it when they remove the TV from his house. But what will he say? I don't know. I don't know what you can really say there. Somehow I doubt he's just going to admit it and say, yeah, I lied to everyone. I stole the TV and had your daughter pay for it. It's probably going to be some other random thing. But one thing that would be good to know is, has anything like this happened before? Because it's not even a necessity of life. It's a TV, a luxury. There's a difference between stealing this and doing a cover up for it versus I need food for the next day or else I won't survive. So this is just weird that he would do this over a television, that it sounds like he was just going to watch TV on, not like he was selling it for food or selling it for something that you would need. He just stole it just to watch on a bigger, nicer TV, it sounds like. One of the opinions said that unless violence is involved, he's extremely opposed to getting the messed up U.S. justice system involved in family matters. This could have been handled in a way that did not involve police and a permanent record. I mean, how much was the TV? Is the son now a felon who can't vote, rent property, or get a job? To which somebody else responded, or they are people who have lived through these experiences, tried to handle things within the family, and were burned for it. Like both of my half-siblings financially took advantage of my mom. Talking with her 8 years down the line, had she just pressed charges when things weren't so bad, things probably would not have only turned out better for her, but for my half-siblings as well. These behaviors escalate. They don't stop unless you nip it in the bud. My mom tried the whole "you aren't welcome here anymore," and do you know what happened? My siblings repeatedly broke into her house, broke through the locks on her bedroom door, broke through the lock on her closet, stole her safe, and then pawned all my grandmother's jewelry. So if you were the one who found out that your own relative lied to you and stole anything from you, in this case a big TV, what would you do? And is she the jerk or not for pressing charges against her son? My hag of a stepmom gave away my PlayStation 4 while I was away in college, so I rent out her house while she was on her honeymoon with her newest husband. I am an only son. My mom died of ovarian cancer at only 55 years old 5 years ago. It broke my dad's heart. They had been together since college and they were the same age, with my dad being a month older. Now I'm 22 and I'm about to graduate college with my degree in chemistry when the main events start to occur. I went to college on a full ride scholarship. This is important later. My dad met my now stepmom when she was my mom's nurse at the hospital where she spent her final days. My stepmom, Grace, played all the right notes to gain my dad's trust. She was empathetic to him, nurturing, and comforting after my mom passed. I was 17 and old enough to sense that she was just trying to weasel her way into my dad's resources, but it was up to my dad if he wanted to be in a relationship with her. I was in my final year of public school and I had just won a scholarship to attend college out of the country the following year. My dad mourned my mom for a year, and that whole time Grace would check in on him by phone every month or so, in my opinion, to scope out the possibility of sinking her hooks into him. After a year passed, Grace took off the gloves and went hard after my dad. Grace was only 40 years old when she and my dad started seeing each other. I didn't like her, but at the same time, my dad at least didn't seem so depressed anymore. So I tried to be a little less pessimistic about her and gave her the benefit of the doubt. In my gut, I didn't trust her though. But we are Scandinavian, and at least in my family, the son does not tell his father what to do or even offer any opinion. Grace is from the Czech Republic, if you're wondering. My father was a very successful banker during his career and amassed quite a portfolio of wealth. I'll spare you the details, but after 6 months of dating, Grace and my father were married. My dad never really got over my mom though, and he was getting weaker and weaker even though he was only 57 years old. Since his health was fading, he called me to him and asked me point blank, "Boy, what do you need to set you up in this life?" I told him, "I don't need anything. I'm a man and I can take care of myself." "But what are you even talking about, Dad? You're going to be around for decades yet." I did remind him that he had living sisters that had children, my aunts and my cousins. I also reminded him that I had a full scholarship to go to college, so don't worry about giving me any cash. He was dead only a year later at 59 years old. I, of course, have seen lots of Hollywood movies, so I consider the conspiracy theory that maybe my dad's wife poisoned him, made him sign over all his money to her, but I really honestly do not think that's what happened. Other relatives didn't like Grace either, but they knew my dad was totally in love with my mom and that her death utterly broke him. Well, long story short, my dad bequeathed his 5-bedroom house to me, even though I wasn't expecting it and didn't ask for it. He gave a small endowment to each of his sisters and their children. He left about 80% of all of his existing money to Grace, which amounted to several hundreds of thousands of dollars. My dad ignored me because he's generous to a fault and still gave me several tens of thousands of dollars, which of course were very useful to me. Grace tried to put on a friendly front, but I could tell she was angry that she didn't get my dad's big house too. That belonged to me and I had the legal papers to prove it. She was especially mad because we live in an extremely upscale, trendy location, and houses are hard to come by and easily sold for massive profit. During the first few months after my dad's death, I had the nauseating, creepy experience of knowing that Grace was trying to feel me out to see if I might be into a relationship with her. Gross. She still stayed at the house though, because over the last 3 years she had gotten used to living there and acting like she owned it. And even though I officially owned it, I was always away at college, but only visited my dad's old house once every couple months. And even then it wasn't to see Grace, but to see my cousins who lived just a few miles away. I downplayed the fact that it was really my house, and over the months I think Grace gradually forgot that she had no legal right to the house at all. She probably believed that sooner or later, because I never asked her for any of the hundreds of thousands of my dad's dollars she now had, that I was somehow independently wealthy and would just give up my house to her. I knew eventually I'd have to drop the bomb on her when she started dating some new guy only 5 months after my dad was in the ground. And one time I came home from college after graduating, she and her new boyfriend, some sleazy looking D-bag named Ivan, who was only a few years older than me, were acting like I was a guest in my own house and that they owned it. I played along. Grace told me she gave away my PlayStation 4 to Ivan's cousin because I'm too old to play with video games. I don't even know this MF, and you give him my PS4 to give away to some other person who I also don't know. I quickly changed all my network passwords that same day. I smiled, but I knew what I had to do eventually. She also said that she and Ivan were getting married because, quote, I can't just mourn your father forever. I have to move on with life. I tell her that I graduated college and I already secured employment with a local firm and will soon find a new place to live. She looked thrilled, especially the part where it looks like I'll soon have a new place to live. Then, in a patronizing way, she tells me, "You always have a place in our house though. You are welcome to stay here whenever you want." Thanks, Grace. Really generous of you. What I really say is that I will probably have a new place in 3 months. She says that's wonderful because she intends to go to her homeland to have a wedding with Ivan, and afterwards to have her honeymoon. She assures me it's a local affair because otherwise I'd invite you, honey. And anyway, I know you're so busy. I congratulate her. She asked me if I can watch the house for her. Watch my own house? Sure. What I really say, of course, is that I will take care of the house, and I am careful not to say your house. She and her D-bag fiance, who I am 100% sure is only there for Grace's money, go on their trip, and I immediately put out advertisements and rental websites offering to lease my house. I hire movers, and I have all of Grace's furniture and possessions boxed up and put into a storage rental facility. I retain all of my parents' furniture that they had before my dad met Grace. Locks? I changed them. All of them. Within days, I am inundated with dozens of inquiries about my amazing furnished house with fantastic views. I rent it out to a wonderful young family, a barrister and his school teacher wife with their 2 preteen children. They pay me their first and last month's rent and sign a lease for a year. I warn them about my crazy stepmom who thinks this is her house, but I present them with contact information to my lawyer, the same lawyer my dad retained, in case they need any assurance that I'm on the level. I also give my lawyer the information about the storage facility, including the fact that I generously paid 4 months of storage in advance, which is a whole month longer than Grace's Czech honeymoon adventure. I then found a great apartment in the city near my new place of work where I met a woman in a restaurant that I frequent at night after a long workday. We've been dating for 6 months now and are engaged to be married. Grace, of course, tried to shriek and cause trouble when she realized she got kicked out of my house, but my lawyer quickly shut her mouth without my having to ever speak to her garbage face again. From what I hear, her and her trash husband left the country, and I assume they're blowing through all my dad's money and will soon be broke when they taste a little bit of what they think is the good life. So maybe Grace will go and try to exploit some other lonely man into giving her his money. Speaking of money, the house I rent out is generating so much money that not only am I able to pay for my cousin's college, but I moved into a larger apartment of my own together with my fiance. I love my job, but really, I could survive solely on renting my dad's old house. And to think, if Grace had only been cooler and nicer, I might have let her stay at the house just to be a good sport. And definitely if she stayed out of my room. But no, she had to act like this, so I had to make her homeless as a wedding gift. Postscript, I did buy another PS4 even though I didn't use the older one that much. It didn't matter. It wasn't for Grace to give away. You don't give away other people's things, you give away your own things. Which is why I choose to kick Grace out of my house, because it's mine and I decide who stays there. Am I the jerk? The first thing I wondered when going through this is if he would have said that he needed a lot of money when the dad asked him how much does he need in order to live, I wonder if he would have given the money to his son and given less to Grace. And the dad, I'm guessing, probably wasn't seeing very clearly towards the end because he was so full of grief over the loss of his wife. So maybe he didn't realize what was happening with Grace, that she was there to get his money from the way that the OP tells it. Or maybe he did, and he just realized this is what I want to do, this is helping me with my grief, and that's the whole reason why he asked the son to begin with, how much do you need in order to live? It's just wild that Grace would take her new man and bring him into the house and then tell him, oh, you can still stay here if you want. I mean, before blowing all the hundreds of thousands of dollars, she could have maybe gotten an apartment in the city as well, in the same area if that's what she wanted to do. And that way she could have somewhere to live, but then she wouldn't be able to buy luxurious things or live the high life as he put it here. This was a pretty detailed, thorough story. So let me know what you guys think. If you were in this situation, what would you do? And jerk or not a jerk? My mom is an influencer. I am sick of being part of it. I had no photos, hoodies printed for me and my little sister. I am a teenager. My mom is kind of famous on Instagram and blogging. She had a mommy blog all when I was growing up, and of course, me and my sister were always involved. It sucks because there's so much out there about us, and it's what's going to come up when I'm looking for a job, when I'm dating, and when anyone looks up my name. I found a website that will print custom jackets, print all over the front and back of the arms, and I ordered some hoodies that say a bunch of phrases on them. No photos, no videos, I do not consent to being photographed, no means no, respect my privacy, no cameras, no profiting off of my image. It sounds silly, but it actually looks pretty sick. I got one for me and I got one for my 9-year-old sister who started to not always want photos. And I guess the idea is that my mom can't take good looking pictures, even candid ones, with us in the hoodies without them having a pretty strong message that we don't want to be in the photos. My mom was mad when they showed up. and really mad when I'm wearing mine. Like, she says she just wants pictures to remember my young years by. She won't post ones without asking. But I know that's a whole mess anyway. She always says that and then negotiates me into letting her post. Like, either by saying that's how she makes income, so if I want money for something to stop arguing about pictures, or posting without asking and then just saying I thought it would be okay because your face wasn't visible / you're just in the background, etc. And I'm always like, no, you didn't think. If you thought at all, you'd remember what I said I want. No new pictures of me or mentions of me online. Remove all pictures that include me you've ever posted and delete any writing that mentions me. I am just so fed up. And my mom is mad at me for wearing my new hoodie every day. She's mad I won't take it off for any event and thinks it's inappropriate to wear to certain things. I know it's really weird looking, but it feels like my only option. She also says all the mentions of consent, no means no, and this body is my own, implies something more inappropriate, and that it is really inappropriate to wear those words out in public. We've fought about me wearing it to family events and school events with a generally dressier dress code because it looks like a quote gangster hoodie. I don't know what to say to that, but I don't agree. So, am I the jerk for always wearing my no photos hoodie? What would possibly be inappropriate about having a hoodie that says no means no and this body is my own? That part at the end seems like common sense. It's not that shocking of a concept. But this seems like it's going to be the dawn of a new era of influencers growing up, having kids, and then using their kids constantly for content. And then the kids are probably going to grow up to be like this. I mean, obviously there already are influencers that have kids, but I think that's going to be a bigger and bigger and bigger thing. And this is just nuts. There's no ambiguity. The daughter does not want to be photographed or written about or anything. It's not that complicated. Maybe the mom feels like she can't pivot into something else, or maybe there's some other desperation that's here, but the daughter seems like she knows exactly what she wants and it's not being a part of this. If the hoodie works and that keeps her out of the photos, then that's great for her. But from the way the mom is constantly prodding, it seems like it's only a matter of time until she finds a way to get her back into her blog or whatever it is she's doing one way or another eventually. So if you were in this situation, what would you do? And is she the jerk or not? Am I the jerk for wanting my daughter's boyfriend / soon-to-be fiancé to know her dark secret before marriage? I'm the dad of a 25-year-old young woman who I love very much. I've been able to have a good relationship with my daughter and I enjoy my time with her, but there's one thing about her that would give many people pause. She is a diagnosed sociopath. She exhibited odd, disturbing behavior at a young age, and after a serious incident towards her younger sister, I realized she needed professional help. Throughout her elementary years, she struggled heavily, getting in lots of trouble in school for lying, cruelty, and all other types of misbehaviors. With an enormous amount of therapy and support, her bad behavior was minimized as she grew older. She received an ASPD diagnosis at 18, and I had suspected it for long prior. After her aggressive behavior was tamed, her following years were much more fruitful. She's law-abiding, has a decent job, and a good education. She has many good friendships and admirers, especially male admirers. She is very, very charming and adept at attracting guys and maintaining their interest. She uses that old dating guide, The Rules, like a Bible. She currently has a boyfriend of about 1.5 years who's crazy about her, and who I have a very strong relationship with. We live in the same area and spend a lot of time together regularly. He is a great guy, very kind, funny, and intelligent, but I doubt she loves him. We've had some very honest, in-depth discussions about her mental health since her diagnosis, and she's been open with me that she doesn't feel love or empathy towards anyone, even family. When she acted very sad and broken up over the death of one of her closest friends at the funeral, she confessed to me privately that it was all a put on, and that she felt pretty neutral about the whole thing. She has also stated that she has never once felt guilty about anything she's ever done, and doesn't know what guilt feels like. While she enjoys being around her boyfriend and is attracted to him, I highly doubt she feels much of anything towards him love-wise. Her boyfriend, who might propose soon, has no idea about her diagnosis, and she's been very upfront with me that she has no plans to tell him ever, thinking it'll scare him away. I've made it clear that she needs to tell him the truth before they marry, that he has a right to know and consider it, or I will. To which she always responds, I know you wouldn't dare. I actually would. I really like and respect this young man and would feel awful keeping this secret from him and letting him walk into a marriage without this piece of knowledge. I am not trying to sabotage my daughter's future. Maybe her boyfriend's love of her personality and other aspects is enough that it wouldn't end the relationship. It's his decision to make, but he deserves all the facts. Someday he's bound to find out she's a bit off. It can't be a secret forever. Am I the jerk for wanting my daughter's boyfriend to know her dark secret before marriage? Yeah, this guy should definitely know about this before he goes into an actual marriage. It's one thing if you don't want random people to know about your situation or what you have going on, but you're really taking away a crucial piece of information that somebody needs in order to make a decision. So in other words, you're kind of taking away his full ability to make a decision. Like the dad says here, maybe he'll know and he'll be fine with it, but he at least should know. The reason why the situation is more difficult than it probably needs to be is because the daughter doesn't want the boyfriend to know at all. And I'm guessing that won't change because she says she doesn't even know what guilt feels like. So in this case, it's almost like the thing that she's trying to hide allows her to hide it, as strange as that sounds. Because even if it didn't come out in the form of guilt, for everyone, a lot of people probably would feel something close to guilt if you're about to go into a lifelong relationship with someone and you don't even bring this up or mention it at all. So if you were the dad in this situation, you really like the guy, would you stay on your daughter's side and keep it quiet, or would you break that silence and tell the boyfriend even though your daughter doesn't want you to? And also, jerk or not a jerk. Am I the jerk for not letting my sister see her kids? I'm a 28-year-old female and I obtained custody of my sister's kids. She's a 35-year-old female and the kids are 9 years old, a male, 4 years old, and 2 years old, both females, back in 2018. After she left them alone for 2 weeks to go on a trip, read a bender, of course, this was a huge transition for the kiddos. They had to be moved schools and daycares, and most of all, they couldn't see their mom anymore. Now, the kids are doing better and definitely lead happier lives. Recently, though, my sister was released from prison and wants to see the kids again. She called me begging to have a visit with them and telling me that I could give them back because she was now out of prison. I've had a talk with the 9-year-old and he says that he doesn't want to see his mom yet and that he still hates her for leaving him alone. The girls have no memories of her, and the smallest one was only 3 months old the last time she saw her mother. I do feel like I could have helped them foster a better relationship with her, but I don't want to force the oldest into meeting her when he absolutely does not want to. Still, my closest family has told me that the oldest doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's my fault the little ones don't remember their mother because I didn't take them to see her when she was in prison. They also told me that it's my responsibility to force them to meet her even when they don't want to because that's what's best for them and they shouldn't grow up without their mother. I've spoken to a professional about this, specifically the oldest's therapist, and they have advised that it should be up to him. I just want to know if I'm being a jerk to my sister. Also, I have adopted kids and I have full custody of them. So, am I the jerk? I guess this comes down to what is the intention that she has by letting them see her or not. Is the reason why she doesn't want the kids to see the mother because she thinks the kids are going to be built up and then ultimately be disappointed? Or is it because she's an addict and she doesn't want that to rub off on the kids? Or is it something else entirely different? Because without knowing that part of it, I don't really see a reason why you wouldn't want the kids to see the mother at all. I mean, I get not wanting the kids to live with her, but to not even see her at all, there's got to be some greater fear here that something's going to happen that she's not really explaining in this. Or maybe it's obvious and I'm not seeing what that fear is. I mean, she could be around them while they visit the mom, so she's not going to take off with the kids and run away or something. But all of that would be if the kids didn't have any opinion on it. Everything changes when the kid adamantly says he does not want to see his mom mom yet, that he still hates her for leaving him alone. I think that listening to the kid should override a lot of this, because the kid has got to feel some sort of agency in all of this when he didn't have a choice that the mom just left him and went to prison. So at least it could probably help in order to have the kid make this decision. And even if that decision only applies to him and the two daughters are able to see the mom, at least to listen to the kid who's actually speaking and being clear about this. And also, I mean, of course, the professional advised that it should be up to him. So the OP even has a professional opinion on this. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation. Would you allow the kids to see their mother or not? This all takes place in a game called Ark Survival Evolved. It's an online multiplayer PvP game with dinosaurs. I only play on unofficial private servers due to server mods I enjoy. I hadn't played in a while and was starting a week-long staycation. One of my friends popped up and asked if I wanted to jump on a server that had just white. Everyone would start over from scratch. I end up in a tribe with 4 other people, 2 I had played with, 2 I hadn't. I put a lot of time into that game and I am very good at starting on freshly wiped servers and building up fast. I find the grinding relaxing, so I don't mind the hours of gathering and crafting. My tribe quickly outpaced every other tribe on the server. Most players were still using bows and arrows while we had ascended, highest quality, rocket launchers, and max level perfect tame dinosaurs. At this point, there's a server event my tribe attends. It consists of an admin tossing random goodies to everyone. One of the people I didn't know started breaking the event rules by trying to kill people. They refused to stop and we kicked them from the tribe. We will refer to that player as Mrs. S. So one night, we get raided and wiped. We knew there was no one in the tribe with the resources, and when we checked the logs, it was obviously an admin. The owner gave us some supplies and let us rebuild. We doubled our efforts and had full tech armor for us on our T-Rexes. We occasionally raided other tribes when they talk trash or kill us in the open, but mostly we just built more and more. During all of this, Mrs. S had cozied up with the owner and was now dating him. We attempted to inform him that he was being catfished since Miss S was actually a dude. He refused to believe us, so we let it go. Then we found out that an admin was funneling materials and dinos to other tribes to try and get them to take us down. We let this go because we were that far ahead and it was fun fighting them off. The owner brought in a large tribe from another server to try and get them to destroy us. They saw our base and allied with us. So for some reason, I can enter the admin's private text channel on Discord. I find out the owner is selling things in-game for cash or CSGO skins. We already knew he was accepting donations to pay for the server, but I found out the server was hosted on a spare computer and he wasn't paying $150 a month. I let some people in my tribe know, but we didn't need to donate anything and it wasn't really hurting us. Throughout this time, I had been recruiting people through various other websites and had a few streamers I know advertise the server, so it took off and hit top 75 in the world. The owner decides since the server is so popular, my tribe being the largest is what's keeping him from getting an even higher ranking. Plus, we didn't donate any money or buy any items, so we all got banned. I immediately air the dirt with screenshots that I had gathered and the server ranking starts tanking. 2 days after my tribe was banned, they dropped to 600. It then comes out that the owner found out that Miss S was a dude and had a meltdown on Discord. We talk it out and decide we are going to create our own server. We spend a week testing it to ensure everything went smoothly. I do some advertising and within 4 days of going live, we are top 20 in the world. We ended up getting almost every single player from the other server and many more. The other guy did everything he could to harass and troll us, but it doesn't work and we just ignore him. I was able to find out his name and look him up on Facebook. He was begging for money and started a GoFundMe to pay for his rent, which got a whopping $5. So, am I the jerk for destroying the server owner's only source of income for banning me and my tribe? I do feel kind of bad for the server owner in this case, but it seemed like he needed a way to monetize the server and wasn't really being clear about how he was doing it other than saying he had open donations. He probably should have said, hey, I'm hosting the server on my PC in my bedroom, but I want to be able to get it to some sort of 24-hour-a-day uptime server. This is what I need in order to get there, and so on. But I don't really know what you would do in order to solve the whole problem of him thinking that the ranking of the server wouldn't go up if there was this superpowered tribe that was too powerful to take over. I don't even know why that would necessarily make people not want to join the server unless they think it's just so impossible. They're so far ahead that they can never possibly catch up. And if that is the case, and that's the reason why people wouldn't join, that's why the server wouldn't go up in ranking, then I'm not really sure what the solution would be to that. But let me know what you guys think. What would you do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for telling my husband that his culture is garbage and I won't compromise by incorporating it into our family life? My husband and I live in the U.S. Northeast where I am from. John moved here for work several years ago from the deep south of the United States where he grew up, raised with Christian holidays but never attending church. Coincidentally, shortly before everything hit, John's parents and his childhood best friend Dan and his wife decided to move here as well. This past weekend was the first that us three couples have gathered together since any of us moved here. We had a distanced picnic at our house. John sat down 2 to 3 minutes after I did. As he was settling our kids into his pen in the yard with us, Dan and my father-in-law immediately started to jokingly rip on him for being whipped and doing my job of parenting our children while he was supposed to be allowed to just catch up with the 2 other men. I was trying to politely deflect when it turned to how mean I was for not fixing him a plate and serving him before serving myself. If I thought a certain dish would run out before he got to it, or if he had asked me to, I, of course, would have. Dan and father-in-law continue to brag about how their families do it right, where they handle the outside chores while their wives handle the inside chores, including the care of Dan and his wife's 2 children. I think it's important to note here that both currently live in rented condos that by their nature do not have outdoor chores, and both their wives already work full-time as I do. The whole day was kind of wrecked by that start, and I was frustrated when John left with Dan and the father-in-law to go for a walk and left me to do all the cleanup alone while also looking after our kid. I expected John to apologize when he returned a few hours later, but instead he got mad at me for making him look bad in front of his friend and his dad. He brought up how a traditional division of labor is a huge part of Southern culture and how I was being disrespectful to his background by forcing Northern culture onto him and his family. He said he's been building up a lot of resentment the past few months that I make him do half of the chores and childcare, since in his culture, women do the chores and the hands-on childcare. Men do the fun parenting, the discipline, mow the grass, and bring cars for oil changes when needed. I was stunned, but honest, and told him Southern culture is garbage. It's bigotry. I lived in John's home state for 8 years, and I saw how Southern hospitality is reserved only for those in your in-group. Deviate from the norm, be a non-Christian, a POC, a liberal, a non-traditional woman, and they turn on you viciously. Does every person act like that always? No, but it's the culture. John is livid and says that his culture is just as valid as those of other global regions, religions, and ethnic groups. So I am the bigot for not compromising with him here and incorporating aspects of his culture into our family life the way I would if his culture was Islamic or Asian or whatnot. So am I the jerk for telling my husband his culture is garbage and I won't compromise by incorporating it into our family life? How do you not know this about a person before being married and having kids with them? This is not a small detail. She said that she lived in his state for 8 years, and I'm guessing she knows his friend and his father-in-law pretty well. I'm surprised that this would get to the point of marriage and kids to begin with, because it kind of seems like this is just out of nowhere. They've never had the culture talk before until now. Or maybe it's the context of how this whole thing is set up, because Dan and the father-in-law are in this new place for the first time and they're focusing inwardly on the people that they know, and maybe they're giving him a hard time when they went on this walk and he felt embarrassed, and so he went back to tell his wife all this stuff that probably didn't bother him until he was being made fun of for it. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is because we don't know what happened in these conversations when Dan and the father-in-law and the husband all went on the walk together. It's hard to know for sure, but it sounds like the husband wasn't really pushing this culture onto the family all the way up until this point, and now that he was embarrassed or it was pointed out to him or whatever the case, he's probably thinking to himself, yeah, it should be like that. Yeah, why am I doing all this stuff? When I'm guessing he was probably fine with it up until this point, and this wife wouldn't have been so surprised because she would have known already. I don't really see how this gets better, because now that the 2 other couples live there, it's probably going to be something that's continually brought up all the time. But let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. Am I the jerk for outing my ex as gay after she told everyone that I cheated on her? My ex and I were together for 5 years. I decided to propose, but she rejected me. The next day we had a talk. She realized that she was gay since, quote, I've been trying too hard to please myself from men. We broke up. The very next day, I get bombarded with messages. My friends ask if this was true, and they link me to a post. It was a Facebook post exposing me about cheating. She said that's why we broke up. Now, usually I am not evil, but this pissed me off. She was destroying my reputation for God knows why. I simply commented that the real reason we broke up is because she is gay. People didn't believe me until my ex literally screamed at me for outing her. Then a lot of people started to call her out for her lies. I know I'm probably a huge jerk, though I feel she deserves it, but I did not cheat on her. Am I the jerk? You should obviously never out somebody that doesn't want to be outed so they can do it on their own if they choose to, but this ex-girlfriend is just straight up lying, saying that he cheated as the reason. It's just a strange thing to come to. Instead of just saying, hey, it didn't work out or some other reason, why would you choose he cheated of all things? Of course, he's not going to go along with that. I mean, what did she think was going to happen? Oh, we broke up because he cheated. And he's going to be like, oh, yeah, I cheated. No big deal. I mean, as he describes it here, it destroys his reputation, especially for something that's not true. So what would you do if you were in this situation? And is he the jerk or not? Am I the jerk for reporting my car stolen when my sister took it after I told her not to? My sister's car broke down 6 months ago because of her own stupidity. I won't go into it here, but she ignored the advice of a mechanic, and because of that, her car broke. I decided to be nice and offer my sister my car until she could get hers fixed, as I could bike to work while she needed to drive. She did not get her car fixed for some reason. She claimed to be saving money to do so, but every time her paycheck came, she spent it. My parents have even offered her a loan to fix her car, but she refused. Along with all of this, she has been abusing my generosity and taking my car all day and all night. I told her she could use it for work, but it seems to her that it's a free pass to use my car, not fill it with gas, and take it when I specifically tell her not to. Recently, I've been needing to get to work very early, and I don't feel like riding my bike 6 miles at 3 a.m, so I told my sister she had 30 days until I took the spare key from her, and she is no longer allowed to use it. That was 32 days ago. Yesterday morning, she woke up specifically before me to take my car at 2:30 in the morning. I called her and demanded she bring it back, but she just hung up on me. Because of this, I reported it stolen. My sister was arrested 30 minutes later, and my parents had to go bail her out. My sister is now facing charges for unauthorized use of a car, and my parents and her are pissed. They claim I went way too far here, but honestly, I feel justified. My parents are worried if she's found guilty, she will lose her job, but in my opinion, it's her own fault. Am I wrong here? Am I the jerk? So the parents even offered to give her a loan to fix her car, and she refused it. Bailing her out of jail might not cost as much as fixing the car, but that's a lot of wasted money that could have gone into just actually fixing her car. And also, 30 days is kind of a far way out to remember something, so maybe you would say that she forgot about it, but clearly she didn't, because she's waking up at 2:30 in the morning to leave with the car, knowing that he has to go to work. No normal person is just waking up at 2:30 in the morning just to start driving for no reason. She's obviously leaving because she doesn't want him to have the car. And then it's even more clear when he calls her and then she just hangs up on him when he's asking her to bring back the car because he needs it for work. So what would you do if you were in the situation, and is he the jerk or not for reporting the car stolen to the police? Am I the jerk for objecting to Girls' Day? I'm a 28-year-old male and my immediate family is all women. Mostly this is because I was raised by my mother and have no contact with my father's side of the family due to a messy divorce when I was young. My 2 sisters in their early 30s and my 3 aunts, 2 who are my mother's sisters and 1 married into the family and married my aunt. And they have an assortment of close friends of the family, all of which are women and go to these events. About 3 years ago, my mom had an idea to do a girls only weekend. Originally, this was to see one of the Magic Mike movies, and because it was such a hit, they started to do these weekend outings once or twice a month. Originally, it didn't bother me because I'm an adult and I have my own life and my own house, and I really didn't even think about it. But an incident recently made me annoyed at the whole concept. My aunt's birthday was in January, and usually we go to her favorite restaurant for her birthday, which also, incidentally, is my favorite restaurant. So I bought a present and a card, and I waited for an invitation, and none came. When I asked what was going on for her birthday, birthday, I was told they celebrated it early on their girls' day because she was going to be out of state during her birthday. This kind of irked me because when I mentioned I bought her a present, my mother told me just to drive it over to her house and give it to her. I felt pretty left out since I am the only male in my immediate family. Having a girls' day is the equivalent of saying, hey, let's celebrate my birthday, but not invite him. I griped about and was told that I was basically being self-centered and that she can celebrate her birthday however she wants. I agree with that, but once again, I am the only one being left out and it feels bad. The proverbial straw that broke the camel's back was I was also just informed that they were planning a summer vacation this year as a girls only too. When I asked my mother about the vacation we normally take as a family, she told me that they can't afford to do both, so this year they are only doing the girls only vacation. At this point, I was very annoyed and had a loud argument with my mother and sister, telling them that it's really awful that twice a month they have group activities and specifically exclude me, and that on top of that are now even taking vacations excluding me. Nothing came of the argument and they wouldn't budge. So I decided I needed a break from my immediate family because I don't consider my feelings relevant. So I removed myself from the family group chat and deactivated my Facebook. Now my phone is being blown up and I'm being told that I'm immature and I need to grow up. I responded that a lot of grown people don't see much of their family at all, and I'm just going to follow that example. Am I being the jerk here? This is another one of those situations where there's nothing wrong with taking girls' nights or guys' nights or whatever, but when the person is trying to explain to you why it bothers them, it sounds like in this case they don't even want to hear it. It's not even an option to hear him out or to really try and understand what he's saying, especially since this is a little bit beyond the norm. He missed her birthday, not because he didn't know when it was, but because they didn't tell him about it. They celebrated it early. And then the vacation that he's looking forward to, he doesn't even get to go on with them. I'm assuming from the way he tells this that he really values his time with his family, but for some reason, they just want to do family things without him. So maybe there's something else going on here where they're annoyed with him or something about this guy that makes him not want the family to have him around all the time. And maybe that's why they stumbled upon this excuse, this very convenient excuse of, oh, it's girls' night every night. See ya. I'm not sure, but it seems like he's expressing what he wants to say to them, but they don't really care. So pretty understandable that he would be upset by it and try and remove himself from this whole situation, which they think is immature. But what do you guys think? If this was you, what would you do? And is he the jerk or not? Am I the jerk for telling my stepdad and mom that they shouldn't be surprised at what my little brother said to them when they pulled a prank on him? I'm a 20-year-old female, and I'm the oldest sister to my little biological brother, who's a 17-year-old male. He finished high school last year. My little brother and I are really close. He says I'm the best friend he has, and he loves me more than anyone. Of course, this is not true. He has many friends of his own. My brother has been asking our stepdad/mother if he could get a new car for his grad party since last year, and he said he'd pay 50 to 75% of it with his own hard-earned money while they pay the rest. They said no. I have a car, but I've been working for one. They helped me pay off for it. So my brother's arguments with our parents got heated after a while. One time I told my brother I'd help him pay off expenses for a good car once I got my own. He hugged me and said I didn't need to worry and that he owed me way more than I owed him. But he continued to press our parents all of last year until eventually they gave in and said yes like they did for me. Note that our stepdad and my brother have a negative relationship for the most part. Our biological mother and our stepdad got together soon after our biological dad and mom divorced when we were little. My brother thinks that stepdad and mother were seeing each other before our real parents divorced, and to be honest, I think that might be true. Not certain though. Anyway, my stepdad, mother, and brother compromised and said they'd get him the car in 2021 so that people don't gawk at him at the graduation party. June this year, my brother and stepdad/mother are still on about the car. Now, the arguments are getting loud and lasting hours until evening. My stepdad was getting into screaming matches with my brother over it, but they reached a final compromise of the car being bought last week. The fated morning comes and my brother wakes up to our stepdad and mom guiding him outside to a car, but not his, our mother's. Stepdad used his and my brother's money on a dumb prank, bought a completely different model of car, and said it was for our mother. Our mom and stepdad just laughed and kissed each other. My brother didn't lose it. He didn't even look angry. He just looked dead in our stepdad's eyes and said, and I'm not joking, verbatim, "You might think I'm effing stupid. You might think whatever, but I'm better than you, bro. You know what? You know that. I know that, and our mom is an idiot for staying with a jerk like you, but I'll make you wish you never met us, I promise you. You might be laughing now, but you'll be crying later." He then walked off, not even looking back at them as they stared horrified. They asked me what that was about, and I, feeling terrible for my brother, said that they had it coming and not to be surprised. So now they grounded both of us. I've had to explain the situation to my friends and I can't see them anymore, but I feel so bad for my baby brother, and they back me up on this and ask me to comfort him as much as possible. But our parents are so mad, and they can't see that my brother has had his heart crushed. Am I the jerk for telling my stepdad and mom that they shouldn't be surprised at what my little brother said to them when they pulled a prank on him? So is it really a prank if it's real, if it's actually what's happened? Because this part that says the stepdad used his and my brother's money on a dumb prank and bought a completely different model of car and said it was for our mother. The way that this is written is a little bit confusing because you can kind of read some things here in a few different ways. But the part that seems clear is that the stepdad took their collective money and then bought a completely different model of car for their mother. But as a prank though, this is really weird. Is the implication here supposed to be that he gets the other car, or that he gets no cars at all and he just spent the money of the son? I mean, if that's the case, then this is really crazy because the brother has been saving the money for this entire time, and then the stepdad just spends it on something totally random and for the wrong person. It seems like not really a thing to make a prank about, especially if it's not your money and it's not reversible. I mean, if it was, they would have said that. So it's not really a prank. It's just that the dad just did this thing. Yeah, so in a nutshell, the stepdad takes the money from the kid, spends it on a car for the mom, and then laughs about it. The brother makes this threat and they're confused by it. The parents are confused by it. Weird situation. What would you do if this was you and somebody spent all your money on a car for someone else after saving up for that entire time? And what do you think? Jerk or not a jerk on this one? Am I the jerk for telling my childhood bully, who is a male to female transgender, that she will always be the boy who bullied me? When I was in middle school, I was viciously bullied by this boy, Z. He spread rumors about me, called me stupid and useless every chance he got, and made school a living hell. It's been over 12 years, and Z has since come out as a male to female transgender. She messaged me over social media asking me to meet up. We went out for coffee where she apologized for bullying me. It was along the lines of, "I'm sorry for being mean. I was young and I was struggling with my gender identity." I thanked her for her apology. When she asked if she was forgiven, I tried to avoid answering. I am still not over what she did to me. What Z did to me impacted me greatly, as I was an impressionable young girl. I struggled with self-esteem for years afterwards. Z started getting defensive. She told me that I was being petty and that I should forgive her. I told her, "Why? You will always be the boy that bullied me. An apology won't change that." She got really offended when I said the word boy and said that I was misgendering her. She called me petty, transphobic, vindictive, and ignorant, and then stormed out. Am I the jerk? There's something that's always funny when somebody apologizes and then demands you to accept their apology. I mean, that's not really what an apology is. An apology is you're just apologizing, and whether or not they accept it is something that they have to deal with and figure out on their own. And maybe the OP here will accept this apology eventually, but it's a lot less likely now that the OP is feeling pressure to do so because Z is getting defensive and kind of rushing for the apology to be accepted instead of actually listening to the impact that this bullying caused the OP. I think that what set this off is that the OP said, "You will always be the boy that bullied me," which I don't think was meant to misgender Z. I think it was more meant to be like how the OP sees the whole situation in her mind, but Z definitely didn't see it that way. Z probably saw it as some sort of attack and saying that Z will always just be a boy. So there's definitely a disconnect there in terms of what they were trying to say, but it sounds like the OP is mostly frustrated because Z is not really listening to the OP in the way that the OP needs her to. What would you do in this situation if it was your bully? And jerk or not a jerk? I am a 24-year-old female vegan and have been for a good 10 years. I have not eaten meat since I was roughly 3 to 4 years old when I found out where meat comes from. Spoiler alert, there were a lot of tears. This is no secret and everyone in my life knows and respects this, or so I thought. 4 nights ago, I was at a party and I will admit I got white girl wasted. My friends thought it would be funny to feed me chicken nuggets as a prank. I checked with them before chowing down, are these vegan? To which my friends replied, yeah, they're sun-fed, which is a type of vegan chickenless chicken. They tasted off to me, but I figured it was just because I was sloshed. I was wrong. I found out the next day when my sister sent me a message telling me to check my friend's Snapchat story. The story was them showing the nugget packaging and then showing them giving them to me, including the conversation where I asked if it was vegan. Then later, them mocking me and pretending to be me when I found out I ate meat. Things like fake crying and yelling, "The chickens!" I took a screen recording of the video and I took it to the police on the grounds of food tampering, and now 3 of my ex-friends are facing charges. They all think I'm overreacting to a harmless prank. So, am I the jerk? In my view, they took advantage of my sloshed state, tampered with my food, and publicly humiliated me. In their view, it was just a prank. I'm actually really surprised that the police would do something about this, like charging them. Messing with someone's food is always something that people take really seriously, especially if they're vegan or they have an allergy or they have something where they have to build that into their lifestyle. I've heard that people that are vegan for a really long time that accidentally have meat or they have something that has meat in it, like maybe ingredients spill over or something, can actually get kind of sick from eating that food because from the way that I remember it, the way that I understand it, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong here, but since you haven't had to make the enzymes to break down the food, specifically meat-based food, then you don't have those anymore, so you can have stomach aches and you can be in a really uncomfortable position. But even without all of that, that's still pretty messed up to trick someone into eating something that they are either medically not supposed to have or ideologically. So let me know what you guys think, jerk or not a jerk, for going to the police over this chicken nugget prank. Am I the jerk for not accepting my sister's relationship with my ex despite her having cancer as a teenager? I'm a 25-year-old female, my stepsister is a 23-year-old female, and my father married my stepsister's mother when I was 4 and she was 3. We've lived together most of our lives and are a family. She and I were extremely close. She developed cancer when she was 14 and was sick for about 2 years. She's since made a full recovery. During that time, my parents became understandably overprotective. They also asked a lot of me. I quit my extracurriculars so I could get a job. The money went toward her medical bills, and so I could drive her to her appointments. I didn't go to dances and any fun activities I did needed to include her. I did almost all of this willingly, the exception being having to quit my high school volleyball team. I did throw a bit of a tantrum about that, but was swiftly punished. And I think having one emotional breakdown was pretty chill given the circumstances. Anyhow, I go to college and I meet my ex, Ben. This was when I was a junior. We fall in love. Blah, blah, blah. He and I move in together when we graduate. So we've been living together for about 3 years. We were serious until July when I walked into my bedroom and saw him boinking my sister. I broke it off. Tears were shed. He moved out, etc. My sister apologized at first, but then backed off. I thought she was giving me space, but last week she called and asked if we could meet up. She told me that she and Ben were in love and were just telling me as a courtesy before they started posting photos online. Distraught, I left her in the restaurant by herself and did not pay my portion of the bill. She later Venmo'd me asking me for the money. She told my parents, who then called me to their house telling me how disappointed in me they are for not supporting my sister's relationship with Ben. They brought up the fact that because she had cancer as a teenager, she never learned proper social etiquette and has a hard time meeting people. I don't buy this, in part because I've seen her socialize just fine since we spent a good chunk of the time she was sick together. That would also mean that I should have bad social skills as well by that logic. They then told me that if I don't accept my sister and Ben's relationship, they may have to go no contact with me. I reminded them that I'm also their daughter and they should understand my point of view, but they are adamant that this is about me being jealous of her. For the record, I am not jealous of her. I'm not upset that Ben picked her over me. I'm sad about the end of the relationship and I do feel betrayed, but Lord knows I don't want to be with a cheater. What I'm upset about is the fact that my sister chose Ben over me, that she slept with Ben knowing that he and I were in a long-term committed relationship and continues to be with him knowing how much it hurts me. Now, no one in my immediate family is talking to me and I'm getting messages from aunts and uncles and cousins telling me that I'm a jerk and a selfish bee. Fast forwarding through time, during the update, she says, it turns out my sister was not only in a relationship with Ben, but 4 months pregnant, which means she and Ben were sleeping together for longer than I had even guessed. Apparently, my parents are so adamant that I forgive her because I'm already ruining their experience of their first grandchild. That's right. I'm less important than my stepmom posting ultrasounds to Facebook. This is where we're at. So, am I the jerk for not accepting my sister's relationship with my ex despite her having cancer as a teenager? What a horrible excuse. Having cancer is awful, don't get me wrong, but the parents and the stepsister are all saying that because she has bad social skills that she has to cannibalize her own family. I mean, does the family not know that this guy Ben was cheating on their daughter with their other daughter? Are they missing that part of the story? Because it's hard to imagine any parents being like, oh yeah, this guy's good, we vouch for him. But maybe it's because they already knew that the stepsister was pregnant and they just want a grandchild that bad that they don't care. They say, he's a cheater, he's whatever, who cares? He's giving us a baby. And maybe they never expected the stepsister to ever have a baby because of her so-called bad social skills, which seems like such a terrible excuse. But let me know what you guys would do if this was you in this situation, and jerk or not a jerk. This first story is a tale from retail. So this happened a couple of weeks ago. A guy comes in with their son to trade in a PS4 system and their games with it to buy an Xbox One. It happens pretty often, so no biggie. We get the trade settled and now it's time for them to decide which system to go with. Now I can see the son, who this is all for, is starting to have doubts about if he really wants to go through with this, so I tell him the pros and the cons and tell him I've got some pre-owned systems in which he could have a 7-day satisfaction guarantee, so if he doesn't like it, he can come back and return/exchange, no hassle. But they decide to settle on a new system that comes with a game bundled with it. Alright, their choice. And they sign the paperwork saying that they are selling their items and giving us ownership of them, and they finish the purchase and leave. Nothing exciting yet. Then an hour later, while on my lunch break, my associate gets a call from Angry Dad, telling us how he hates the system and is bringing it back, and before we can explain the policy, he hangs up. So we brace for impact. He comes in, slams the system on the counter, wanting us to return it and give us his old system and games back. Something to know about our location: because of our city's laws, we're considered a pawn shop, and we have to follow pawn laws, which means any electronics traded in with a serial number has to be held for 10 days. And there is nothing we can do about it. They're pretty much in limbo. The only way it can be taken out of trade hold is for there to be a police report and a confiscation order. So I explained to Angry Dad the pawn laws, and also for the fact that the system had been opened, we couldn't return it. Go to any other big box retailer and they'll have the same policy. Angry Dad: I don't care about the law, just give me the system back. I don't want this, call your manager. He must be able to do something about this. So I call my district manager and explain the situation. He tells me pretty much there's nothing that can be done, and if he doesn't accept that, leave and call the police. The next thing I know, when I get off the phone, he's dialing his phone. Angry Dad: I'm calling the police, this is robbery. Me: fine, saves me a step, my district manager, to call them if you wouldn't leave. Now, what makes me laugh about this is that he called the emergency line over a video game system, and after speaking to the dispatcher, he tried to argue with them on the line, and the dispatcher told them to wait outside and to not speak to us. So the police came. After hearing both sides, very polite gentlemen they were, they gave Angry Dad his system that he left on the counter that we couldn't return, and the number for corporate. And the only thing I heard from him is that the man left a 1-star review on Google about our store, and in the review is incoherent complaining about how the cops wouldn't do anything. So this angry dad decided within 1 hour that he really hated the Xbox that much. I mean, what can you even really do in an hour? I mean, he's gonna take a while to set it up and then put a disc in and download the game for the disc, because most of those games are not going to just play just by putting it straight in. So if the reason he doesn't like it so much is because you have to download in order to play a game first, that's with a lot of modern consoles. So maybe it's just modern consoles in general, but he already had a PS4, so I'm not sure what he would be so upset about. Maybe what happened was he heard about the 7-day satisfaction guarantee policy for the used systems and thought that that would apply to a brand new system, and that's why he was so upset. But hopefully the Xbox that he got still works, because he slammed it on the counter before the police got there. Let me know what you guys would do if you were in this situation, and is he the jerk or not? Would I be the jerk if I told my brother that I know about his orientation? I am a 24-year-old straight male. My brother is 17 years old. We grew up in a deeply Catholic household, so our parents are very, traditional. It came to a point where I was watching Game of Thrones and there was a gay scene, and my dad asserted that we would never watch that show again. Fast forward to yesterday, my brother usually borrows my iPad for some schoolwork. He naturally used a messaging app to talk with his classmates, but he often forgets to log out. No biggie, I just log it out when it's my turn to use it. However, last night I saw a notification I didn't mean to read. It said, "Goodnight, babe," followed by a kiss and heart emojis. This was from a guy who we thought was just his best friend. Now, I know that he could be gay or bi or whatever, and I don't have any problems with that. I also respect his privacy, and I totally understand that I should not out him if he is not ready. However, with all the news about the mental health of teenagers lately, I'm afraid of what's keeping this to himself would do, also because of my parents' disposition about these things. I'm afraid that my brother won't ever have the courage or be comfortable enough to ever open up to us. I just want him to know that he has an ally in me and that I'll love him no matter what. We're a close family, but we're not vocal about emotional things. I've never said I love you to anyone at home, we just know it. That's why no matter how subtle or casual I try to talk to him about this, it would surely be a big moment for us, and he might just feel really unsafe and or uncomfortable. So, would I be the jerk if I told him I know about his orientation? I think in this case, being upfront about what you know is probably the best thing. It wasn't like the OP went out of his way to invade his privacy from the sounds of it. It sounds like this just happened because he forgot to log out. But just saying that straight up is probably the best way to go. Saying that, hey, this happened, I know about this, and I support you. We can talk about it or not talk about it, whatever you want, but this is how I feel about it, even though our parents don't feel the same way at all. I think that saying that would say a lot, and also emphasizing the fact that it's his choice to tell whoever he wants to, and just because you found out in this certain type of way doesn't mean you're going to tell anyone, because it's not your choice. So, with all of that, do you think he is the jerk or not if he tells his brother that he knows? And what would you do in this situation? Am I the jerk for not wanting a ring my fiance already gave another girl? My now fiance was engaged a couple years ago before we got together, and they broke up, and she gave the ring back. We've been together a few years, and a few days ago, he proposed, and I was super excited. The ring looked kind of familiar, and when I asked him where it was from, he said it was the ring he gave to his ex-fiancée. I immediately took it off and was like, I don't want a ring that you bought for someone else. It wasn't meant for me. He got upset and said it didn't matter because it's not hers anymore, it's mine. My family and friends are split in saying that I'm the jerk and I'm justified. I don't want him to spend a whole other $1,000 on a ring for me, but I still want a ring that was meant for me, not for someone else. Am I the jerk? This is a situation where that single symbolic ring probably holds a lot of connotations and representations of how he felt for another person. So I can understand why she's kind of freaked out that he's giving her a ring that all of that thought went into for someone else. For her, it probably comes off as like the leftovers of his past. If you guys have ever seen the show 90 Day Fiancé, there was also a situation like this on that show, and that girl was not at all happy about this also. In that case, I think it was over 10 years that he was holding onto the ring until he gave it to her, so the way he saw it was the ring was in a totally different light. But in this case, it sounds like this relationship just ended relatively recently, and now he's giving the ring to her. In this case, it sounds more important for her to have a ring that's all her own rather than having one that's fancier. So this ring that he's giving her from his ex might be a much more expensive fancy ring, but it sounds like she'd probably be more happy with a very plain, simple ring that's hers and hers alone. But let me know what you guys think, jerk or not a jerk, and what would you do if someone gave you a ring that was meant for someone else originally? Am I the jerk for suggesting / letting my 17-year-old son get sloshed? I'm a 46-year-old male, and I live with my wife and my 17-year-old son. My wife has been on a different continent for about a month taking care of her dying mother, so it has just been me and my son for that time. My son and I have a very close relationship where he tells me almost everything going on in his life. On Saturday, he told me he was going to his very first ever high school party this upcoming weekend. He was a bit nervous since he had never really drank before, but he knew that he was going to on that occasion. Not sure if this is relevant, but this is in Canada where the drinking age is 19 years old in my province, and teenage drinking is very common. I asked my son if he wanted to have a few beers with me while we watched a sports game that night as a test run of sorts. My logic was if he goes into the party with zero awareness of his tolerance that it could end badly, and it would be best for him to find out his limit in the safety of his home with me. We had some beers over a few hours in the night, and I cut him off at 6. He has had beer in his past, but never more than one at a time. He was pretty sloshed, but he was okay and slept it off. We talked about it the next day and we agreed that 6 was too much for him, and now he knows to have fewer than 6 at the party. I was actually pretty content with this whole situation since he had his first experience drinking in a safe environment, and I feel much more comfortable with him going to a party now. However, in an effort to be transparent, I told my wife about it over the phone and she was livid. She thinks it was reckless and irresponsible. Am I the jerk? On this one, people seem to be pretty split. There are certain people that think that it's just the dad teaching the son to binge. In other cases, there are certain comments where people said things like this. Yeah, I wish my parents had done this. The first time I did, I blacked out and threw up. It seems like the dad's intention was to keep the son safe by putting him in a safe environment so he could know what his limit was, and apparently they went over that limit. And I'm guessing the wife is probably more upset here that he didn't communicate this with her before doing it. Maybe even more so than actually having the son go through all this. But let me know what you guys think, jerk or not a jerk, and what would you do if you were in this situation as the wife or the husband? Am I the jerk for telling this college guy's mom that her coming into his interview cost him the job? I'm a hiring manager at a tech company and I was hiring for summer internships a little while ago. We had a guy about 19 years old applying for a summer internship between his freshman and sophomore years of college. It was a virtual interview over Zoom because of COVID. A minute or two in, when I was introducing myself, his mom came in and introduced herself and started talking about her son's work ethic. I thought it was a little strange. I said something polite about wanting to hear from him. She just didn't get the hint and kept coming into the camera frame during the interview and interrupting her son to answer questions for him. I asked a few technical questions, which he seemed to answer well, and then cut the interview fairly short. I thought that was all over and done with until I had gotten an email from a woman a month later asking about her son's application. She seemed offended he hadn't gotten an acceptance or a rejection. It bothered me. I felt bad for the kid, honestly. Way back when I was a teenager, my mom used to pull the same stuff, but luckily she only did that when I was 15 and working for a day camp, not when I was an adult applying for engineering jobs. But I felt like this poor kid was getting his chances ruined because his mom wasn't giving him the chance to apply on his own. I sent an email back saying I was not at liberty to send information about an applicant to anyone but the applicant. I also asked HR to send an email to the kid saying sorry, but we're not making him an offer. It is something we usually do, but his rejection email must have slipped through the cracks with all the COVID craziness. Anyway, we sent that. I got a call from his mom. She had a forwarded copy of the email and she was demanding answers. I said I could not comment on the guy's performance in the interview to her as she was not the applicant herself. If he wanted to reach out to me, I was happy to give him some feedback. However, I could say that regardless of his performance, her presence in the interview took him out of consideration for the position. We were looking for an independent and self-driven person for the position, and for that reason, it is important to see an applicant speak for themselves, follow up themselves, etc. I also said that as a piece of advice, every hiring manager I've ever met in my career who sees someone other than the applicant answering questions during an interview, following up on the applicant's behalf, etc., would also put their resume into the do not hire pile. Since while the applicant may be skilled and motivated, they need the ability to demonstrate those traits themselves. She blew up at me over that, cussing me out to the point where I hung up. So, am I the jerk for how I handled this? Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut way earlier. This is something the mom needed to hear eventually anyway, and if it wasn't from him, it would be from somebody else down the line at some point. So it kind of seems like he's the one saving everyone's time, saving the 19-year-old guy's time, saving the mom's time, and saving his own time just by saying the straight up reason why, even if he was an amazing fit for the job, it didn't make sense to hire him. And hopefully, once she knows that, she'll stop interrupting his own interviews and let the 19-year-old guy speak for himself, so that way he can even have a chance to get a job. I mean, it really does sound like the guy may have gotten the job because he answered the technical questions in a proficient way from the sounds of it, but the mom came in and stepped on that before he even had a chance. So let me know what you guys think. Is he the jerk or not? And what would you do if you were him or the son in this situation? Am I the jerk for asking my husband to turn down his dream job for my career? I'm going to be very vague for privacy reasons. I'm a 33-year-old female and I'm the breadwinner of our household. I have multiple highly specialized degrees for a niche industry. I make $200K plus with the potential to get into the $600 to $1 million range. My company has not been hit badly by COVID, so most of us have kept our jobs, but we're still held to strict standards. My husband, a 36-year-old male, has a broad degree / work experience. He quit his job right before COVID hit, hoping for a better job in the meantime, and I was supportive. He spent a ton of time applying to various jobs and finally landed an interview at Organization X. This is his dream job in almost every imaginable way. I can't be detailed. However, it's paying about $65K a year, which would be fine, except this job directly puts my job stability at risk. My company and this organization are adversarial at best. My field is extremely secretive, and if clients discovered my spouse was working for a competitor, I would be permanently tainted. I wouldn't be able to get a job in the industry ever. I know this sounds like an exaggeration, but I promise you it is absolutely not. It would be like if I worked in protecting the privacy of celebrities and he worked for TMZ. If he tapped my car, got into my work devices, he could use that to advance his career, and any trust I have in this field would be gone. Even if I trusted my husband not to do any of that, my clients and the company do not. Worse, because my background is so specialized, this is the only field I can work in. I asked him to drop from consideration for this job, since if he got it, we'd lose my income. $65K cannot support us in this city. Plus, he does not have to work for this organization. Even if the job market is awful right now, his background gives him access to a wide range of jobs. But I only have this one niche field. He was extremely angry and said I was selfish and only cared about money. I told him that if he wanted to go back to school for an advanced degree or just be unemployed for a while, I would support him, but taking this job isn't possible. He continued the process behind my back and got the offer. He wants to accept it because he says his career needs to take priority and I wasn't being supportive. I feel so betrayed, and I've contacted all relevant higher-ups in my company to inform them. I notified them as soon as he got the interview because it's better coming from my email than from a background check. I told him he could decline the offer, with me watching him physically decline it, or he could accept the offer and move out immediately. I would pay for him to stay 2 weeks at a hotel, and we would begin divorce proceedings. My company is willing to take care of all my legal fees. I feel awful. I still love him. I moved decisively because this was the best way to cut my losses, but it still hurts. He called me heartless and cold. It's true that I was prioritizing my career over his, but it felt like the only option at the time. Am I the jerk? The first strange thing in this whole situation is that she seemed like she was very clear about exactly what was okay and what was not okay, but yet the husband went behind her back to continue the process. So despite people thinking it's weird that she gave him two options at the end of all of this, to either physically watch him decline or move out, it's probably because she doesn't trust him, because he did this gigantic elaborate thing behind the scenes of doing whatever he needed to do to have everything ready, to do the interview, to do all that stuff to get the job, all while hiding him from her. That's a very strange way to be, in contrast to her seemingly being so open and upfront about how she feels about it. So rather than him responding to her and saying, no, that's not okay or communicating how he actually feels. It seems like he just let her think that they were on the same page and decided to do it in secret, which seems like the worst way to go of any possibility. There are definitely a lot of people saying that the wife here only cares about money and that she chose her job over the husband, but it seems like she did give him a ton of options. If she's being honest about this whole offer to allow him to go back to school, to get another degree, or to be unemployed for a while, it's not like this guy has his back against the wall, but the counter argument to that is that this is supposedly his dream job. I'm not exactly sure why your dream job couldn't be somewhere else that's not exactly in opposition to the wife's only job, but it's hard to say without knowing exactly what they're talking about here because of their privacy. Someone put this pretty well where they said that even though a lot of people are saying that the wife has decided her job is more important than her husband, on the flip side, the husband has decided his job offer is worth more than her entire career, because she's emphasized multiple times that if this happens, not only will she lose this current job, but she'll lose her entire career because she'll never be able to get back in again because nobody will trust her because she didn't disclose who she was married to and what job they had. So on both sides, both of them are choosing a job, but one really is losing her entire career, that being the wife. But let me know what you guys think. Is she the jerk or not a jerk in this situation for essentially giving her husband the ultimatum to decline his dream job opportunity or divorcing him and having him move out? This story is a tale from retail. I work at a game store. The other day, a woman called and asked if we had a specific game available. I was dealing with a customer at the register already, so I told her I would check for her soon and put her on hold. Out of nowhere, there's a rush of people and I forget she's on hold. About 10 minutes after she first called and the rush is over, she calls again. "I was on hold for 20 minutes. You forgot about me," she yelled. I was slightly embarrassed. "Oh, I'm very sorry, ma'am. It got quite busy and I forgot I had you on hold. Let me check on that game for you." "No, I don't care about that game anymore. What you did was very rude." I'm kind of at a loss since I've already apologized to her and I'm not sure what to say. I'm sorry, ma'am. It was an accident. Is there anything else I can do for you?" "What? You want me to ask you a question so you can put me on hold and never come back again? I don't think so." Click. It was a rather strange interaction. Not the strangest though. I thought it was over until about 30 minutes later when she came into the store. "Are you clever?" I always give my name when answering the phone at work, as I'm sure we all do. "Yes, how can I help you?" "I was the one you forgot about on the phone." Now, I'm a bit socially awkward. In certain situations, I don't know what to do. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it happens hard. I try to process what's happening. This woman called on the phone, I put her on hold, accidentally forgot about her, she was upset, didn't want help anymore, and now she's in the store. I figured she was just trying to be funny, and did in fact now want the game she had inquired about. It was the most logical possibility. "Oh, sorry about that again. It was really busy when you called and things got a little bit out of hand. But I think we have that game for you." "I don't care about the dang game. I wanted to confront you for what you did." She wants to confront me. Now I'm really confused. Like, does she want to fight me or something? I honestly had no idea why she was there if she didn't want to buy something. I'm sorry? "You heard me. You were rude to me on the phone and I want to speak to your manager." I'm part of the managerial team, but not the actual manager. She is right beside me though and comes over when she hears. "Hi ma'am, I'm the manager. How can I help you?" "Your employee over here was rude to me on the phone." I can see that she is also confused. "Oh yes, sorry about that. I was here and it was pretty busy." He was actually pretty embarrassed about forgetting about the phone and I reprimanded him about it. She hadn't, but she could tell this woman wasn't going to be satisfied by anything less. Little did we know, "Well, what good does that do me? I want to see you yell at him now. He needs to get in trouble," she demanded. I thought I was on candid camera. She actually wanted to see me get yelled at because I accidentally forgot about her on the phone. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but I'm not going to do that. He's apologized to you and I've apologized to you. It was an accident and I heard him still trying to help you. What else can we help you with today?" She looked defeated. "Nothing. I just wanted to come here and give you a piece of my mind." She turned and left in a hurry. My manager and I looked at each other and kind of laughed, while another customer made fun of her as soon as she left. "Oh, you were rude to me. I want you to yell at him." What a crazy witch. I really think there are people out there that gain some sort of pleasure from seeing employees in painful situations. She actually wanted the manager to yell at the employee in front of her. It wasn't good enough that he was already reprimanded, but she needed to see that he was being yelled at. There was a really good technique that somebody did in one of the stories from a while back where every time somebody like this would come into the store, the manager and the employee would coordinate and make it so that the manager would start yelling at the employee, and then they would stage the manager firing the employee on the spot to make the customer feel horrible. And in every situation in that story, the customer always said, "Oh, no, I'm sorry. Please don't fire them. I didn't mean it. It's not that big of a deal. But I have a feeling that this person who wanted the manager to yell at the employee in front of her would just be happy about that. They'll go, "Yeah, you get fired. Get out of here." I'll try and find a link to that story if you guys haven't already seen it. But let me know what you think. In this situation, what would you do? And jerk or not a jerk? Am I the jerk for kicking a friend out of my house for what she said? Earlier today, I had 2 friends over to watch a game and catch up as social distancing rules eased up a bit in my area. We're all women in our early 30s. One friend, let's call her A, has had a very tough couple of years. She lost her husband last year. He was on deployment when he passed away, and tragedy struck again when her 6-year-old son passed away from cancer a few months ago. Needless to say, she was and still is devastated. And this was the first time she felt like hanging out since the loss of her son. My other friend, let's call her B, is very traditional and religious. And while friend A and myself are not religious at all, our differing views have never been an issue, and we've gone along just fine with friend B because we met her 4 to 5 years ago. Friend B has brought up what she believes are the benefits of religion to us a few times in the past, but always dropped the subject when we weren't responsive to it. Neither friend A nor I ever held any ill feelings towards her about this, as she wasn't too pushy with her beliefs. On to the situation that took place today. We were listening to friend A pour her heart out and doing our best to console her while being a shoulder to cry on. Friend A, through tears, said, "I don't know what I did wrong in my life to deserve to lose my husband and my son." Instantly, friend B exclaimed, "Well, I can tell you that. You didn't allow God and the Bible into your life, so God punished you for that. Can you blame him?" Friend A just looked at her in awe. And I lost it. I yelled at her that what she said was totally uncalled for and unbelievably hurtful. Then I got up, opened the front door, and told her to get the heck out of my house and never contact me again. She tried to backtrack and say that she wasn't trying to be hurtful, but I wasn't having any of it. I just yelled, "Get out of my house right now and don't make me throw you out like a piece of trash." She huffed and left. Friend A was bawling at this point, but said thank you. We continued talking and she calmed down after a while. Looking back now, I realize I possibly could have handled the situation better. Both friend A and I never thought friend B would say something like that. Maybe I overreacted. I don't know. Am I the jerk? That is a horrible thing to say to somebody who's grieving in probably one of the most extreme ways you can even grieve. To lose your child and also your husband in such a short period of time, that doesn't help. If you wanted to bring up the idea of religion in some way, there are a bunch of ways you can maybe do it, maybe as a way to help them through it. But to say that she deserved to lose her husband and her child because she didn't let God into her life is probably the worst possible way to get somebody interested in whatever religion you have. I mean, what did she think was going to happen? She was going to slap her forehead and go, "Oh, I'm such a dummy. I guess I should have let God into my life. Then I wouldn't have lost my child and my husband. Now I know. I feel much better." It's just such a bizarre way to handle a situation like that that's already so terrible. Yeah, it's not like the OP in this situation insulted her or made fun of her or did something. She just told her to leave, to get out of her house and leave. And it sounds like that's exactly what friend A needed. She needed somebody to just remove friend B from the situation because she's already having a hard time and friend B is not helping at all. But let me know what you guys would do if this was you, and is she the jerk or not for kicking out friend B for what she said? Am I the jerk for leaving my wife by herself when she talks in a cringy manner? Ever since we had a baby, we're 27 years old, my wife has been talking like a baby herself. Rather than teaching the baby to talk like a person, it's as if my wife's language has become baby-like. She would make noises between conversations like bo-be, bo-dee, choop, and woo woo woo, fata wah 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 wah, even when talking with adults. This is especially embarrassing when I'm in public with her and she talks like that to complete strangers. I have been telling her nicely not to do that, but she would just laugh it off, totally oblivious to how people around us stare whenever she talks like a baby. I have to point out that she is not on the spectrum, she's just a crazy new mum. In fact, too crazy sometimes. It was a day off for us when we have my parents babysitting the baby and we finally have some time to ourselves. We went out for dinner and she's done it again, talking to the waiter, something like this. Yippee, thanks, yeah ha ha ha, oi 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 oi, by the way, can you give us an extra plate for this? The waiter stared at her as if she was mentally challenged and I rolled my eyes and told her, I am taking a break today. I don't need another baby who cannot even talk properly to look after. Please excuse me. Then I left the restaurant without her. I don't know what occurred to me, but I probably shouldn't have done that. But I guess I just kind of snapped. Am I the jerk? What? He didn't like the way she was talking, and so he just left her at a restaurant? The person that he has a baby with? If it was really that big of a deal of her talking like this, and he already talked to her nicely as he put it, and she didn't seem to get it, you just have to keep trying to explain that at least a little bit more. Say, hey, I know I explained this. I know you seem like you don't really think it's a big deal, but this really, really bothers me. I don't think that most people would try and annoy the person they're with if they knew you're really serious about that. And maybe the mom has her own things that she's going through and this is some sort of coping thing, or maybe she just likes it. But it sounds like they're not on the same page at all about this whole baby talk thing. But none of that makes it okay to just leave her at the restaurant. What did he do? Did he take the car and leave her there so she had to take a taxi back? Anyway, what would you guys do if your partner started talking like a baby one day and never stopped, even when they were nowhere near a baby? And is he the jerk for walking out of the restaurant after she talked like a baby in front of the waiter? Am I the jerk for blowing up in my stepsister at her comments about my lost weight? My stepsister, a 20-year-old female, and I, a 24-year-old male, have never gotten along. Her mom and my dad got married when we were 6 and 10, so we've known each other for a long time. In my stepmom's eyes, she could do no wrong and anything bad that happened was pinned on me. My dad is a complete pushover, so he would always fall over to whatever my stepmom would say. When I was about 15 years old, I started gaining weight. My girlfriend broke up with me, woohoo, high school romance. I started failing some classes and I quit baseball. I started to stress eat and ballooned up from 125 pounds to 162 pounds. I guess at that point she decided she was cooler than I was and started mocking me and making fun of me, calling me names like fat butt and chubster. I would constantly go to my stepmom about it and she would tell me she's just teasing. She's so much younger, why are you getting upset? I got pissed to the point where I started avoiding her and locking myself upstairs with a bag of chips. At 22 years old, I hit 270 pounds and I knew I had gone too far. I was way past my weight limit and I was bordering on obese. So as a New Year's resolution, I decided to start losing weight. I cut out all junk food and started hitting the gym. Around this time, my stepsister started to overeat too. I really don't know why, but she gained over 30 pounds. She was still constantly belittling me about my weight, which admittedly was still way over hers. By the end of this year, I lost 120 pounds. It felt amazing. My stepsister now weighed more than me. Over Christmas dinner, all of the aunts and uncles and cousins were complimenting me on my weight loss, telling me how I looked so much better. My stepsister just sat there smoldering. Every time someone said something, she'd add, he's still pretty big, and well, he didn't get rid of that face roundness, and maybe lose a little more weight around that gut. It was infuriating, and I was getting angrier. Now, here's where I might be the jerk. At her last little snide, look, you know you'll just put it all back on, why do you even bother? I flipped out and I yelled, why can't you just be happy for me instead of getting on me for every little thing? She said back to me, defensive much? I said, oh, I'm sorry, did I hurt your 200-pound feelings? I asked her. I probably should have stopped there, but I kept going. You're calling me a fat butt? Look at your plate. You've eaten half the table, fatty. She started crying and left the table. My stepmom screamed at me saying, just because I was insecure, I can't take it out on everyone. I said, oh, now you're talking. Not in the past 10 years of constant fatty and lard and porker have you stopped her. But you're way older, she whined. I left the table and went home. I woke up to 1,000 messages from my stepmom, my dad, and my stepsister. They were saying I wasn't welcome to their house until I apologized. I'm not going to. Am I the jerk? It's the classic tale of somebody dishing it but not being able to take it. From the way he tells it, it seems like he was holding it back for a very, very long time until the point that he just couldn't contain it anymore. And now that he finally has made some huge progress by losing 120 pounds, he probably couldn't handle the hypocrisy of it all for a moment longer. It's just weird that somebody would make these sort of comments about somebody else, but then not be okay if somebody makes them back to you. And I'm assuming it's because maybe he said it in a more hurtful way, or maybe they think because he's older that he should take it and that because she's younger she shouldn't, or maybe it's based on the gender. I don't know, but for whatever reason the family all seems to think that it's okay if the daughter, his stepsister, does it, but it's not okay if he does it when she's done it for years and he's only done this once, from what he says here. It is really weird that the stepmom is calling him insecure at the end of this all, because he's made huge improvements to his own health and his own life, and she has to throw that in there at the last second. It seems like the stepmom herself maybe has some resentment to the son, the OP here. But let me know what you guys think. What would you do if this was you? And is he the jerk or not for blowing up at his stepsister at her comments about his weight loss? Am I the jerk because I ate more than my share of a 6-foot party sub last night? What I thought would be a total non-issue has ballooned into a huge problem, and I'm up at 7 a.m. dealing with it. I figured while I wait for a text, I could post here to see if what I did was really that bad. There's no way around it. I love to eat, which probably borders on addiction, but I figure since I'm only hurting myself, it's better just to live my life. I have some great friends, and although there is no doubt that I'm the harmless, funny, token fat guy of the otherwise pretty good looking group, I guess that sets the stage enough. Last night my friend hosted UFC, and I was invited. He got a 6-foot party sub. I brought homemade wings that are sort of my specialty. Well, of course, people flocked to the food, and I had basically one serving of the sandwich, but people devoured my wings and I didn't get to have a single one, which is totally fine. That's why I brought them. But maybe an hour later, I was starving. I kept eyeing the sandwich, and I'd say there was about 3 feet of it left. I waited an hour, and then I waited another half hour, and no one had touched it. They were still munching on chips and pretzels and whatnot, so I was like, screw it. I took about half of what was left and I ate it. Then the last half sat for another 10 to 15 minutes and no one said anything, so I ate the rest. Well, to be sure, I was swallowing the last bite. The host's girlfriend asked me where the sandwich was. Like I was the guilty party. Pretty much everyone pointed at me. I guess they noticed me eating the sandwich. She was furious and said that I was an incredible pig and that I had been super selfish to eat 3 feet of a sandwich. I felt so bad, and I tried to explain to her that I really did wait over an hour and thought people had lost interest. I also explained how everyone had ate my wings, and she said something along the lines of, "You brought them to share, Alan. If someone had eaten over half by themselves, that's not sharing, is it?" I left to order pizza or even go get Subway, and she said that it was a pathetic offer because the party sub had been from a local shop owned by their friends. I said I was sorry, but the night was so tense from then on out. I woke up this morning to several texts from my twin sisters, the host's girlfriend's best friends, saying that I had to get my act under control and that everyone is really mad at me and that I embarrassed myself last night. I tried to explain to them what my mindset had been, and they haven't responded. Was I the jerk for eating that much of the sandwich last night? I mean, in this case, the guy should have just said, "Is anyone else going to have any more? If not, I'll finish it." I think that everyone that was watching me eat the sandwich probably thought there was no way he could eat 3 feet of the sandwich because, as he says later on in one of the comments, that this party sub is from a local place, so it's 1.5 times the width of a regular sub. But all that would have been cleared up if you just said, "Hey, is anyone else going to have any more of the sub?" Even if you didn't say that when it's still 3 feet, when there was a foot and a half remaining, he could have said that and avoided all of this trouble. I think that bringing up the fact that people ate his wings is probably not going to be the thing to get people on your side, though. Someone pointed out something that's actually worth considering. The fact that the sister texted him in this way makes it seem like him eating way more than his share is a common occurrence. Eating 3 to 4 feet of a sandwich may have just been the final straw. And then they say that OP should take this as the wake-up call that his food addiction is not as harmless as he thinks it is. Someone else also pointed out that those type of 6-foot-long subs cost over $100, so he ate more than $50 worth of a sub sandwich by himself. himself. Which maybe nobody would have cared if he just would have brought it up and say, hey, is somebody going to eat this? Because having somebody eat it is always better than letting the food go to waste if they were going to throw it out or they weren't going to save it for leftovers or something. But let me know what you guys think. Was he the jerk or not for eating half of this 6-foot party sub? And what would you do if you were in this situation? This first story is a tale from retail that takes place at a video game store. A few years ago, I was working at a used video game store. I was behind the counter doing morning inventory when a teenager came in. Teenager says, hey, I pre-ordered a copy of insert game name here last week. Is it in yet? Me. Let me check that for you. Do you have an ID? Checks his ID and he's only 16 years old. The game he pre-ordered was rated M, so I couldn't sell it to him. Me. Sorry, buddy. It looks like this game is rated M. I can't sell it to you because you're under the age of 18. Is one of your parents in the car? Teenager. No! I paid for the game. I want it! Me. Believe me, I want nothing more than to give it to you. You are right. You are paid on it. But company policy restricts me from selling it to you. Teenager. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father is? Me. Buddy, I'm on your side. I want to sell the game to you, but my hands are tied. Just come on with your parents or a big brother or even an older friend and I can give it to you then. Teenager. Enjoy the unemployment line. He exits and I think nothing more about it. This happens once a week. The next day my boss calls me and asks me to meet at the coffee shop next door before my shift. He commonly does this to go over monthly numbers. Manager. Thanks for meeting me. Me. Sure thing. Manager. Yesterday, did you have a kid come in asking to purchase a game that he pre-ordered? Me. Sure did. He was underage, so I didn't sell it to him. Then I go over the conversation with my boss. Manager. I know you follow policy, but that kid's father is a well-respected businessman in the area. The boy's father called my boss's boss, which in turn called me. I'm sorry. I have to let you go. Me. Are you serious? For following the company policy? Manager. Yeah, it sucks, but the father is an influential in town, and he suggests we let you go. And here I am. But you get 2 weeks severance. Don't worry about your shift today. I'm covering for you. I need your key and your badge. And just like that, I was unemployed. All because I followed corporate policy. This is unbelievable. Probably one of the most cringeworthy things a person can say is, do you know who my father is? And in this case, the teenager said it and told him enjoy the unemployment line, and this guy loses his job. That is so sad. All for a minor inconvenience that this kid couldn't get the video game he wanted at that exact moment when he wanted it. I mean, what would happen to this video game store if they didn't let him go? Are they going to burn the whole company down? I mean, is there some implied threat? What exactly could possibly happen in order to make it so that they had to let him go for following the corporate policy? He probably didn't sell it to him because he didn't want to risk his job, but he probably never would have guessed that by not selling it to him, that would cost him his job just the same. I mean, most people who say stuff like this, do you know who my father is, don't actually have a father that would make you lose your job. But in this case, he did. And it sucks because it seems like the guy was being pretty nice to him, given the circumstance. But let me know what you guys think. What would you do if you were in this situation? And do you think he was the jerk or not? Am I the jerk for ruining game night by telling the truth? A few nights ago, I hosted a game night for a small group of friends. We had all been quarantining and following the proper guidelines in my country. It was only going to be 5 of us, including me. But one of my friends texted me last minute that she was going to bring a coworker from work, Matt. Fine with me. We started playing a card game where you answer questions about yourself based on the level 1, 2, or 3. The question could be extremely surface level, for example, what's your favorite color, to something deeper, like what characteristic of yourself do you not like? Everyone was enjoying themselves and I was happy with the way things were going. Cue a question I drew, what's the hardest thing you've ever had to go through? Some backstory. My sister passed away a few years ago when I was in high school. I was pulled out of class and immediately to her college and watched her die in the ICU. Needless to say, this is probably the hardest thing I've been through. 3 of my friends in the group knew about this, the other 2 and Matt did not. I didn't want to bring down the mood, so I answered that the hardest thing I'd been through was transitioning, going to a college in a different state where I knew no one. We were all ready to move on, but Matt immediately piped up and said, "Wow, if that's the hardest thing you've ever been through, you've lived an extremely privileged life." Everyone got quiet. Now, if he had said it jokingly, I probably would have let it go and moved on. However, the way he said it was in a very condescending and patronizing tone, and I will admit, it rubbed me the wrong way. Instead of letting it go, I said, well, the hardest thing I've ever been through is seeing my sister die in the ICU and having to watch her being lowered into the grave when I was 17 years old. I just didn't want to bring the mood down. If things were quiet before, they were dead silent now. Matt mumbled an apology, but game night ended shortly after. After my friends all left, my friend who had brought Matt texted me and told me I was a jerk for making Matt look bad, and I could have just let his statement go. I do feel bad about what I said and being the cause of game night ending so soon, but I also feel like I was just making a justified statement. Am I the jerk? The OP clearly didn't hear this in a joking tone, what Matt said about him living a privileged life, but there's a chance that maybe Matt thought he said it in a joking way and it just landed weird, because it's hard to imagine somebody that you don't even know trying to come at you really seriously when they first meet you like that. I mean, it is possible, it does happen, but I feel like the more likely thing is he probably was just joking along. It just probably landed terribly. And Matt probably had his own traumas on his mind. Everyone in that group, I'm sure, carries their own traumas. Everyone in the world carries their own traumas. And Matt probably had his top of mind. And if he was trying to be a little bit antagonistic or vindictive, it might have been because he was thinking of whatever his hardest thing he had to deal with his entire life was. But I don't think there's anything wrong with the way the OP responded. I mean, in a way, it's kind of like Matt asked, he prompted him to say it, whether it was direct or indirect, and so he said it. I don't think that necessarily makes Matt look bad. Matt said what he said and the OP said what he said. But here's a new question for you guys. What is the hardest thing you have ever been through? And was he the jerk or not for ruining game night by telling the truth? Am I the jerk for ignoring a coworker who refused to learn my actual name? I've worked in my office for 8 years. I'm on good terms with management and most of my coworkers. 5 months ago, a new guy was hired on a 6-month probationary period. I'm not a supervisor, but I'm definitely a senior employee. I'll call the guy Ted Farrow because he's a jerk. The supervisor was going around introducing Ted to people, and when he got to me, he said, "This is John," and described my job. Ted: "Hi, Jack." Me: "It's John." Ted: "What?" Me: "My name is John, not Jack." Ted: "Well, it's close enough for me." Supervisor: "His name is John, not Jack. Let's move on." This continued on for a few months. Despite reminders from supervisors when he referred to me when I wasn't present, he continued to use the name Jack. I finally told him, "You either use my name or I ignore you completely, no matter what the situation is." His response was, "Sure thing, Jackie boy." Since I don't work directly with him, I figured, forget it. I'd ignore him. Recently, he had a 2-day business trip that required car rental. I work late some nights, and Ted came to me and said, "Hey, Jack, I'll be dropping the rental car off at 7 when I get back. See you there before I lift back to the office." They closed at 6 and there's a drop box. As promised, I ignored him. 7:15 rolls around on the night he's dropping it off and I get a call. I recognize his number, so I ignore it. He called me 7 more times, then starts emailing. The first one was along the lines of,
"Jack, I'm at Enterprise. Come pick me up."
Emails pour in every 10 to 15 minutes addressing me as Jack, Jacko, Jackie, Jackie boy. The emails also start being laced with profanity and a couple of threats. I signed out and went home. It was raining hard. The next morning, I saw that Ted had sent a few more emails. I printed them off. At 10 a.m., he storms to my desk and screams,
"Where the heck were you? I told you to pick me up. I had to take a cab. Do you know how much that cost me?"
He goes on like that for a bit until a supervisor came and hauled him away and asked to speak to me. Supervisor: "Ted tells me that you ignored his request for a pickup when he dropped off the rental. He was caught out in the rain." I relayed what happened and showed him the printed emails. I'd highlighted all the threats. Supervisor: "I can see why you wouldn't want to spend time around him, but it was still kind of inconsiderate to leave him stranded in the rain. That's not the greatest neighborhood and he could have been hurt." He sighed and said, "With the threats and him being on probation, he no longer works here. Just try not to be a jerk in retaliation to your coworkers." A few people in the office commented that I'm the jerk for ignoring Ted and getting him riled up, which got him fired. Am I the jerk on this? There really are people that exist like this where it's like their gimmick or something to purposely call you the wrong name on purpose. Not like a nickname, but the wrong name. And this is especially weird when somebody goes out of their way to specifically ask you to call them by their actual name. I mean, the OP here didn't surprise Ted at all. He just said, if you don't give me common courtesy and call me by my name, I will ignore you. So it's kind of strange that Ted is that surprised and didn't understand why he wasn't getting picked up, when I guess maybe he thought that John would fold and just give in and pick him up anyway. It seems like Ted here was maybe calling him by the wrong name as some sort of power move to try and put John in his place by not even giving him the dignity of calling his own name, but it's kind of hard to tell without seeing more of how he said it, why he said it, and his exact request from John to be called his real name. Later on, the OP said that this guy probably wasn't going to make it past the 6-month mark, and he heard off the record that they were going to can him anyway. And some other people seem to think that the supervisor probably phrased everything like this in order to cover the management. So what would you do if someone you worked with did not call you by your actual name when you were requesting it? And do you think John is the jerk here or not? Am I the jerk for pretending to be an Appletarian, eating only apple-derived foods and drinks for 3 weeks as a prank, causing my friends to have an intervention for me? I got the idea a few weeks ago to prank my friends, pretending to be an Appletarian, meaning someone who only eats food products that are derived from apples, and I would only drink apple juice or apple cider. I told them all that I had read on the internet that eating only apples was the healthiest thing for you. When I first told them, they thought I was joking, but they underestimated how committed I would be to a joke. So whenever in the presence of one of my friends, or friends of friends, or coworkers, etc., who knew them, I was very careful to only be seen eating apples or drinking apple juice / apple cider. Apples whole, apples diced, apple sauce, inside of an apple pie, baked apples, candy apples, apples with the chocolate shaved off, etc. Finally, after about a week, they thought I had become an Appletarian. They started giving me information about how it was unhealthy to only eat apples and growing increasingly exasperated by it. Some of them even got angry, but I wanted to stick with the joke. Finally, after the end of 3 weeks, I walked into what I was told was a movie night, but it was actually an intervention for me. They were all super concerned about my well-being and had all sorts of information or whatever. Finally, I started laughing hysterically. They were confused as hell, so I told them I had been faking it this whole time and had been eating real meals outside of their knowledge. I even took out some beef jerky from my pants pocket to prove it, and I munched on it. I thought they'd appreciate the joke, but they were actually really annoyed. My girlfriend even broke up with me over this because a few days ago I had ruined our date night when I told the waiter I only wanted apples because I was an Appletarian and had embarrassed her for a dumb joke. In my opinion, the joke was solid and they should have appreciated my commitment to the prank. But did I go too far? This is actually kind of awesome, but weirdly specific. I wonder why he chose becoming an Appletarian of all things. Was there something in the friend group's history about apples, or did he just choose this out of nowhere? The girlfriend breaking up with him is probably a good thing. If a girlfriend's gonna break up with you over something like that, it's probably better just to break up now than to break up later. About halfway through this story, I thought that maybe he was gonna tell his friends that it was just a joke, he's not really an Appletarian, in order to better hide his own apple obsession. And maybe he is. Maybe this beef jerky was actually apple jerky that is made to look like beef jerky so we can continue eating apples. In Steve Jobs' biography, there's actually a section where they talk about him only eating apples or carrots for a long period of time. And it wasn't a joke, that's actually what he did. In an NBC article where they talk about Steve Jobs' diet at this time, they said another drawback of an apple-only diet or a carrot-only diet is you aren't gaining enough fat. And then they quote a doctor who says, without enough dietary fat, your body's fat stores become depleted. Your skin may suffer, you may feel cold more often, and your organs and body tissue may be more vulnerable against injury, especially risky for those with chronic illness. So probably not a good idea to go on an apple-only diet. But let me know what you guys think. Is he the jerk or not a jerk for pretending to be an Appletarian? Am I the jerk for getting mad about my boyfriend's guy nights? So me and my boyfriend, C, have the same friend group. There's 5 guys and 3 girls, including myself, who are all dating guys in this group. For context, I was introduced to the group 4 years ago and started dating C over a year ago. He joined a year before we dated. Anyway, on to the story. So the boys in my friend group have a thing called guys nights, where they go out and do everything we all do together, but without us girls. Here's the thing. All of my friends are the boys. I don't know the girls in the group too well, and while I have friends outside the group, I'm nowhere near as close with them as I am this group. They say they need to spend spend some quality time with their friends, and that if I went, they'd have to invite their girlfriends. And it's not ever so often, it's every 2 weeks on a Saturday, which is the one day I can go out. So basically, while my boyfriend goes out with all my friends, I have to be stuck at home by myself. And what's worse is when we all do hang out, they constantly bring up the stuff that happens on guys' nights, saying you had to be there. This had been going on for months. Last night, my boyfriend came over to mine from guys' night really happy and was texting his friends when I asked him why I couldn't go. He made a vague gesture at my chest and crotch saying I wasn't a guy. I then asked him why he couldn't skip it to spend the night with me, and he rolled his eyes. I lost it. I started crying and screaming and calling him a jerk for allowing me to be completely isolated when I've told him how terrible it is. He ended up leaving and calling me a B. He's staying with one of our friends who's saying I was being the jerk for yelling at him that way. The girls all agree with me though, and I don't know if I should apologize. Am I the jerk? There's nothing wrong with wanting to do things with your friends, but I think the main issue here is that it happens to be that on the night that she's actually available, he's going out and doing this and leaving her at home. So it seems like the right thing to do here is just to reschedule the day to a day when she isn't available, because she'll be busy at work or whatever she's doing, and he'll be able to do things with his friends, and she won't feel like it's squandering her one free day if that's what it is. And that way he can still maintain his guys only hangout time if that's what's important to him. She even says that the reason she's only available once a week is because she works full time and she's a carer to her grandpa, and the only night that she can go out is on Saturdays because her grandpa's friend comes over to, I assume, care for him, so she's free on that night. So if her schedule is that limited, they just need to reschedule when this thing happens. But let me know what you guys think. Is she the jerk or not for getting mad about her boyfriend's guy nights? And what would you do if this was you?